transcending into the Dochi Continent. My intention was to cultivate discreetly. Yet, upon my arrival at the Jia Nan Academy, the fallen heart flame erupted prematurely, threatening devastation. Unable to bear the impending calamity, I stepped forward in an attempt to soothe the chaos, only to find that the strange fire became as still as a lamb. Suddenly, an astonished voice emerged from behind me. Is it possible that your physique is that of the one pursued by all strange flames, as foretold in legend? Chapter 1. First arrival in a foreign world. The sky over the Black Corner region perpetually exudes a sense of oppressive gloom. Lin Nuo followed a makeshift merchant caravan, treading cautiously along the dry, cracked earth. The wind whipped up dust, stinging his face with a metallic tang. He tightened his grip on the faded coarse cloth of his garment, casting his gaze beyond the vigilant figures of the guards to the distant horizon, where a colossal silhouette loomed, shrouded beneath a veil of energy. Jia Nan Academy. As he silently recited the name, Lin Nuo instinctively touched the hollow space where his dantian should be. Nearly a year had passed since he traversed into this Dochi Continent. From initial trepidation to a resigned acceptance, he understood better than anyone the harsh realities of this world. Without the protection of a family, the guidance of a master, or even the most rudimentary cultivation techniques, he was painfully aware of the mediocrity of his original body's aptitude. Were it not for a modicum of cautiousness beyond his years and a passable skill in alchemy, he would likely have perished long before reaching the outskirts of the Black Corner region, let alone joining this caravan bound for Jia Nan Academy. Everyone, stay alert. We are nearing our destination. This cursed place is rife with danger, commanded the caravan leader, a burly man with a scarred visage, his voice booming as his sharp gaze swept across the jagged stones lining the path. Tension enveloped the group, and Lin Nuo instinctively shrank back, blending into the crowd. He harbored no grand ambitions. Tales of Do emperors and relics of revered masters felt far too distant. His sole desire was to enter Jia Nan Academy safely, find a stable sanctuary, and, with the slight foresight gleaned from the original plot, cautiously cultivate his skills to perhaps attain the rank of Dome Master or even a Great Dome Master, content to lead a peaceful existence. As for the strange flames, the burning formula, those were opportunities destined for his elder brother Xiao Yan. Lin Nuo had no fortune to compete for them. He had even deliberately veered away from the direction of Wutan City, fearful of inadvertently entangling himself in the protagonist's early troubles. Lost in his thoughts, the very ground beneath him suddenly trembled. A thunderous roar reverberated, as if emanating from the depths of the earth, causing the ground to ripple like waves. The low-tier magical beasts pulling the carts neighed in panic, and chaos erupted within the caravan. What is happening? An earthquake? No. Look towards Jia Nan Academy. Lin Nuo stumbled, clutching a nearby cargo box, and raised his head, his pupils constricting in shock. In the distance, the immense energy barrier enveloping Jia Nan Academy was now pulsating violently, its surface rippling with countless waves. Within the barrier, particularly in the area known for the heavenly burning refinement tower, ominous crimson clouds gathered, and at their center, a terrifying vortex of energy coalesced, sending shivers down one's very soul. Is the fallen heart flame? That strange fire within the academy is in turmoil once more. The seasoned members of the caravan, typically well-informed, now spoke with unmistakable trepidation. In the Black Corner region, who was unaware of the terrifying strange fire named Fallen Heart Flame that lay suppressed beneath Jia Nan Academy. Each eruption was cataclysmic, and had it not been for the academy's deep-rooted foundation, it would have long since been reduced to ashes. Yet, the current spectacle seemed more ferocious than any recorded event in history. Lin Nuo's heart raced. According to his recollections, the Fallen Heart Flame's violent outburst was supposed to occur only after Xiao Yan entered the inner academy. The timing now seemed far too premature. Was this a result of his crossing over causing a butterfly effect, or was this world inherently different for what he had known? There was no time for contemplation. The energy fluctuations emanating from the direction of Jia Nan Academy intensified with alarming ferocity. Even at such a distance, Lin Nuo felt the surrounding energies becoming wildly agitated, the air heating to an unbearable degree, each breath searing his lungs. The energy barrier quivered violently, with fine cracks beginning to mar its surface. The caravan descended into utter chaos, with people screaming and scattering in all directions, fully aware that if that barrier shattered, the terrifying energy of the strange fire would unleash hell upon the outskirts of the Black Corner region. Lin Nuo yearned to flee, yet his legs felt as heavy as lead. He gazed at the ethereal silhouette of the fire serpent, thrashing against its confinement amidst the crimson clouds, an indescribable emotion swelling within him. It was not fear. Rather, it felt like an inexplicable thrill, a yearning that surged from the depths of his soul. Am I losing my mind? Surely I must be. He pinched himself fiercely, striving to regain his composure. Yet, that sensation only grew clearer, as if a voice deep within him was calling, beckoning him. As the cracks on the energy barrier multiplied, spreading like a spider's web, a multitude of powerful Dochi signatures erupted from within the academy, attempting to reinforce the seal, yet their efforts appeared futile against the frenzied assault of the fallen heart flame. A calamity loomed perilously close. Many lives will be lost, Lin Nuo murmured, his lips parched. He questioned his own motives, for he was no saint. Yet in the face of such overwhelming power, the fragility of life felt painfully evident, an overwhelming sense of melancholy gripping him. In an inexplicable twist of fate, rather than retreating with the panicked throng, he took a step toward Jia Nan Academy. Just that single step. The tumultuous energies of heaven and earth seemed to be momentarily paused. The ethereal fire serpent, which had been violently battering the seal, suddenly halted, its massive form suspended in midair. Its eyes, once ablaze with wrath and destruction, turned towards Lin Nuo's direction. The crimson clouds enveloping the academy began to spin at a visibly slower pace. The tremors of the earth subsided, and the searing heat in the air receded like a receding tide, replaced by an indescribable warmth. What had once felt like the end of days now transformed into a tranquil calm. This abrupt shift from chaos to serenity rendered all fleeing individuals frozen in their tracks, gazing in disbelief at this extraordinary scene. Lin Nuo himself was utterly bewildered. He had merely taken a step instinctively, his mind blank, having done nothing, not even had the chance to feel fear. Is this truly the end? Amidst this profound silence, a frail, incredulous voice suddenly echoed from behind Lin Nuo, its tone unassuming yet resonating with clarity, each word striking like thunder. Your physique, could it be that of the one pursued by all strange flames, as foretold in legend? Lin Nuo's body stiffened, and he whipped around in shock. Behind him, an almost translucent figure of an elderly man had appeared unbeknownst to him. The visage of this specter was indistinct, yet his eyes bore an intensity sharp enough to pierce through the very essence of one's soul at that moment. They were fixed upon him with a gaze filled with astonishment, scrutiny, and an ineffable fervor. Yao Chun, despite his peculiar state as a soul entity, Lin Nuo was nearly certain that this was indeed the revered Yao Zun, residing within the ring of Xiaoyan. How'd he come to be here? And where is Xiaoyan? A multitude of questions surged through Lin Nuo's mind, yet his focus remained on the words left unspoken by the elder. Pursued by all the heterogeneous flame. What could that possibly mean? Yao Lao's ethereal form glided closer, encircling Lin Nuo in a slow, deliberate manner. His gaze functioned like the most meticulous of measuring instruments, meticulously assessing Lin Nuo's physique, particularly the hollow dantian and the seemingly ordinary meridians. Strange, I sense no particular distinction. Akin to decayed wood, Yao Lao murmured, his brow furrowed. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the violent aura of the falling heart flame was undeniably quelled by your presence. Not suppressed, but rather submissive? His focus became intensely concentrated upon Lin Nuo's face, imbued with an unprecedented gravity. Young man, what is your name? From whence do you hail? Lin Nuo's throat felt parched, and his heart raced uncontrollably. He understood that his aspirations for a life of discretion had been irrevocably shattered from the moment he took that step. A physique capable of rendering the tumultuous falling heart flame as quiet as a chicken would undoubtedly incite cataclysmic upheaval across the Dochi Continent. If it were spread, he gazed into Yao Lao's eyes, which seemed to see through all veils, took a deep breath, and forced himself to regain composure. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Perhaps this sudden turn of events could serve as his sole opportunity to establish himself in this merciless world. Junior, Lin Nuo, he replied, striving to keep his voice steady. I'm merely a lost, ordinary individual. Chapter 2. The Lost Ordinary Man. The gaze of the elder Yao remained palpable, traversing over Lin Nuo with an intensity that threatened to ignite flames of scrutiny. Probing him thoroughly, the atmosphere felt as though it had solidified. Above the distant Canaan Academy, the crimson clouds, though no longer swirling with ferocity, lingered ominously like a beast lying in wait, poised to unleash chaos at any moment. Yet, the pressure emanating from the spectral figure before him weighed more heavily upon Lin Nuo than the distant otherworldly flames. An ordinary man lost. Elder Yao's voice was laced with intrigue, the spectral form of his soul flickering slightly. It was a rare occurrence to find an ordinary individual who could traverse the Black Corner region and command the fallen heart flame to yield. In all my years, this is the first time I have encountered such a being. Cold sweat trickled down Lin Nuo's back. He was acutely aware of the inadequacy of his words, yet he dared not reveal any information regarding his transmigration or prophetic abilities until he grasped Elder Yao's intentions. Lowering his eyelids, he feigned trepidation. Senior, please see clearly. This junior is utterly bewildered by what just transpired. I simply perceived the terror of that otherworldly flame, and in my fear, felt an instinctive urge to approach it for clarity, only to find his words were half-truths, while his fear was genuine. The inexplicable thrill and yearning he felt were buried deep within his heart. Elder Yao fell silent for a moment, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly as if he were discerning the veracity of Lin Nua's words. The surrounding chaos had not entirely abated. The remnants of the merchant caravan cast wary glances, and some bold souls had begun to inch back, curiously observing Lin Nua and the sudden manifestation of the spectral entity. From the direction of Canaan Academy, the unmistakable sounds of powerful gusts approached, indicating that formidable individuals from the academy were hastening to investigate the situation. It is unwise to linger here. Elder Yao abruptly spoke, his spectral form turning towards Canaan Academy before swiftly glancing back into the depths of the Black Corner region. His tone laced with a barely perceptible urgency. Young man, regardless of who you are or what secrets you harbor, what just transpired has irrevocably altered your fate. Before his words had fully settled, the spectral figure surged forward, an irresistible force enveloping Lin Nua. Relax your mind and follow me. Lin Nua felt a fleeting blur before his eyes as an unseen power whisked him off the ground, the surroundings blurring into a kaleidoscope of colors in rapid retreat. The suffocating sensation of high-speed movement nearly caused him to faint, but he could barely discern that Elder Yao's spiritual energy formed a protective shield around him. This speed far surpassed anything he had witnessed from any grandmaster. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Perhaps only a few breaths passed before the propulsion abruptly ceased. Lin Nua staggered to the ground, his stomach churning violently. He leaned against the cold stone wall, gasping for breath until he could finally discern his surroundings. They had entered a concealed cave, its entrance obscured by thick vines, the dim light suffused with the earthy aroma of soil and moss. They had distanced themselves significantly from both Canaan Academy and the merchant caravan. Elder Yao's spectral form hovered in the center of the cave, appearing slightly dimmer than before. Evidently fatigued by the rapid transit of a human, he attuned himself to the external environment, confirming the absence of pursuers before refocusing his gaze on Lin Nua. Now, we may converse in earnest. Elder Yao's voice regained its calmness, yet the intensity of his scrutiny remained unyielding. Lin Nua, is it? Pray tell, what sensations course through your body as you approach the fallen heart flame? Do not attempt to obfuscate with ignorance. That resonance emanating from the depths of your soul cannot escape my perception. Lin Nua recognized that he could no longer obfuscate the truth. Steadying himself, he recalled the peculiar sensations he experienced at that moment, carefully choosing his words. Respectfully, senior, I indeed felt an inexplicable sensation. It was not fear, rather, it felt familiar, like a call beckoning me to draw closer. Upon taking that step, warmth enveloped me, a comforting embrace, and then it quieted. He omitted the details of the yearning and the soulful tremors, only describing the surface-level sensations. Familiar, a call, comfortable, Elder Yao murmured, repeating these words softly, the contours of his spectral face appearing slightly distorted with intense focus. Indeed, it is as I suspected. Though faint, it cannot be mistaken. Suddenly, he fixed Lin Nua with a piercing gaze, articulating each word deliberately. If my conjectures hold true, you may possess what is known as the legendary Source Flame Physique. Source Flamme Physique? Lin Nua was taken aback. He had never encountered this term in the original narrative of battle through the heavens. This was a mythical constitution spoken of only in ancient texts. Elder Yao's voice resonated with historical gravity. Heavenly flames, born of the destructive powers of the cosmos, are wild and unruly, capable of incinerating all in their path. However, among the myriad of beings, there exists a select few whose very soul essence not only withstands these flames, but possesses an innate affinity and attraction towards them. This constitution is referred to as the Source Flame Physique. He paused, the spectral form drifting closer to Lin Nua, his tone growing increasingly grave. Those endowed with this physique are like a beacon in the night to otherworldly flames, a refreshing oasis in a desert. The flames instinctively yearn to gravitate towards you, even to appease you. Your essence nourishes them, pacifying their feral instincts and even promoting their evolution. Ancient texts obscurely mention that should this physique fully awaken, it may grant dominion over all flames. Dominion over all flames. The words crashed like thunder in Lin Nua's mind. Was this not an even more formidable power than Xiao Yan's burning formula? The burning formula required the consumption of otherworldly flames to evolve, fraught with peril and suffering. While this Source Flame Physique seemed to invite the flames to embrace him willingly, the overwhelming revelation left Lin Nua momentarily speechless, his heart racing, blood surging. If this were indeed true, then this originally mediocre transmigrator possessed a shortcut to the pinnacle of power. What was low-key cultivation? What was living a stable life? In the face of such a divine constitution, they all seemed laughably trivial. However, the ecstasy was fleeting. A chill rapidly rose from his core. To possess such a divine constitution is to invite calamity. If this extraordinary physique were to be exposed, how many covetous gazes would it attract? Those alchemists who desperately sought otherworldly flames yet failed. Those formidable beings stymied at a bottleneck yearning for power. Even forces like the Soul Palace. How would they treat him? Would he be viewed as a cauldron to nourish the flames, or would he be imprisoned as a tool to capture them? Elder Yao seemed to perceive his inner turmoil and spoke slowly. It appears you comprehend the implications. The Source Flame Physique is an unparalleled opportunity, but also a death knell.
until you possess sufficient strength for self-preservation. Today's events must not be mentioned to a third party. This includes those from Canaan Academy, Lin inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumult within, and nodded earnestly. This junior understands. Thank you for the warning, senior. Elder Yao observed Lin Nua's swift return to calmness with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. This youth's temperament is commendable. Upon learning of such earth-shattering secrets, he can manage his emotions with such alacrity. Currently, your strength is feeble, and your physique does not seem to have fully awakened. Merely a hint of its essence has affected the fallen heart flame. If it were to fully awaken, Elder Yao did not finish, but the implication was unmistakable. The pressing concern is to elevate your strength swiftly and devise a means to control and conceal the essence of your physique. Otherwise, should you encounter otherworldly flames again, you may not be so fortunate next time. Lin Nua wholeheartedly agreed. This time, the fallen heart flame was sealed, and it seemed to have just begun to stir. Its intelligence not yet fully consumed by its ferocity. Given the distance, he had narrowly escaped unscathed. However, if faced closely with a fully formed, unrestrained otherworldly flame, that familiar call would likely transform into an inferno, consuming him. Please guide me, senior. Lin Nua bowed deeply, his demeanor earnest. This esteemed Elder Yao was undoubtedly the individual most capable of aiding him at this moment. Although the reasons for his solitary presence here remain a mystery, it presents an extraordinary opportunity for Lin Nua. After a moment of contemplation, the elder's soul flickered slightly. Your foundation is too weak. The immediate priority is to establish a solid base. I observe that the battle aura within you is scattered, and the cultivation method you practice is nothing but pedestrian. I possess a mid-level arcane technique, the flame manipulation scripture. While it may not be the pinnacle, it is balanced and harmonious, particularly suited for fire attribute battle aura, making it ideal for your current stage of foundational training. Once you break through to the fighter level and consolidate your aura, you may then pursue other paths. As he spoke, the elder's soul energy surged, and a faint light shot into Lin Nua's brow. A torrent of information flooded into Lin Nua's mind, revealing the techniques and operational routes of the flame manipulation scripture, a mid-level arcane technique. For Lin Nua, who had yet to even reach the fighter level, this was akin to a coveted treasure. The original owner had merely practiced a low-grade yellow technique of little worth. Thank you, senior, for bestowing this skill. Lin Nua managed to suppress his excitement and bowed once more in gratitude. There is no need for excessive courtesy. The elder waved his hand dismissively. Techniques are merely external tools. True cultivation relies on oneself. You should focus on your training here and familiarize yourself with the flame manipulation scripture. The outside world is likely in turmoil. The forces of the Canaan Academy and the Black Corner region will be investigating the unusual calm after the falling heart flame. It is best for you to remain hidden for the time being. Understood. Lin Nua nodded in acquiescence. The elder's soul imparted a few more training precautions before drifting to a corner of the cave, seemingly retreating into silence to recover his depleted soul energy. Lin Nua settled into a cross-legged position, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. The events of the day felt surreal, from a near demise amidst the chaos of it being saved by the elder, and finally learning of his legendary source fire constitution. The twists of fate in his life were truly unpredictable. He shut his eyes and began to guide the faint battle aura within him according to the incantations of the flame manipulation scripture that resided in his mind. Perhaps due to his unique constitution, or perhaps because the technique was indeed well suited, he soon sensed that the surrounding energies of the world, particularly the sparse fire attribute energy, had become significantly more vibrant, weaving into his scattered aura like threads of light. At last, he embarked on a distinctly different path of cultivation. However, a profound question lingered in Lin Nua's mind. With the elder's appearance, where was Xiaoyan? How would his arrival and this source fire constitution alter the original narrative? Outside the cave, the sky of the Black Corner region remained shrouded in gloom, yet a current of intrigue stirred, perhaps already beginning to swell due to his presence. Chapter 3, 7 segments. Inside the cave, time flowed imperceptibly, marked only by the faint sensation of battle aura coursing through his meridians, a testament to his progress in cultivation. Although the flame manipulation scripture was merely a mid-level arcane technique, it was worlds apart from the ineffective method Lin Nua had previously practiced. As the technique activated, it felt balanced and harmonious, significantly enhancing the efficiency of absorbing the energies of heaven and earth. What astonished Lin Nua even more was that he could distinctly perceive the sparse fire attribute energy particles in the air, which exhibited an extraordinary eagerness, almost eagerly diving into his body, merging with the increasingly solidified battle aura. Was this the power of the source fire constitution? Did it truly allow him to cultivate fire attribute techniques with unparalleled efficiency? He dared not let his mind wander, dismissing all distractions as he fully directed this nascent, warmly infused battle aura, continuously washing and widening the previously sluggish meridians. With each cycle, the aura crystallized further, and his sense of power grew stronger. This clear perception of his strengthening enthralled him. He remained in this state for an indeterminate period, until a sudden pang of hunger jolted him from his deep meditative state, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. The cave remained dimly lit, and the elder's soul floated nearby, seemingly guarding him. Upon noticing Lin Nua's awakening, the elder nodded slightly. Well done. In just 3 days, you have adeptly operated the flame manipulation scripture, elevating your battle aura to the peak of the 7 segments. Indeed, your affinity for fire attribute energy is remarkable. 3 days? Peak of 7 segments? Lin Nua was taken aback, quickly examining his own state. To his astonishment, he discovered that his battle aura, previously hovering around 5 segments, now surged with vitality, reaching the threshold of 7 segments. This speed was nothing short of astonishing. The original owner had toiled for years to achieve a mere 5 segments. There is no need for astonishment, the elder replied calmly. The source fire constitution is inherently advantageous. It is normal for initial cultivation of fire attribute techniques to yield such rapid results. However, as one progresses, the demands for resources and control over one's constitution also increase. So do not become complacent. I will remember this, senior. Lin Nua suppressed his exhilaration, responding respectfully. He placed a hand on his rumbling stomach, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. He had been so engrossed in cultivation that he had lost track of time, and now, upon stopping, the sensation of hunger overwhelmed him. Noticing his predicament, the elder's soul stirred slightly, and a pale blue pill along with several parcels of dried meat wrapped in oil paper floated before Lin Nua. This pill can alleviate hunger and sustain you for several days of cultivation. Consume these rations as well. Your strength is still too low to fully fast. Thank you, senior. Lin Nua gratefully accepted the offerings. He first ingested the fragrant pill, and a warm energy immediately unfurled within his abdomen, swiftly dispelling his hunger. He then drank some of the scant water accumulated in the cave and nibbled on the dried meat, feeling his strength gradually return. Once sated, Lin Nua hesitated before finally voicing a lingering question that had been swirling in his mind. Senior Yao, I have a matter I do not understand. Why are you here alone? What has become of the young master of the Shao family who was with you? He asked cautiously, wary of treading upon any sensitive topics for the elder. The elder's soul visibly trembled, falling silent for a moment before letting out a barely audible sigh. This is a long story. That young lad and I were ambushed by the Soul Hall's minions on the outskirts of the Black Corner region. They were well prepared and formidable. In my efforts to protect him, I exhausted my soul energy and had to retreat temporarily, leading to our separation. Lin Nua's heart jolted. The Soul Hall. It truly was them. Had the narrative shifted here? Had Xiao Yin and the Elder encountered the Soul Hall's attack prematurely? Was it due to his crossing over? Or did this world inherently possess its own variables? And the young master Xiao Yin? Lin Nua inquired with concern. Although he was aware that he might have usurped some of Xiao Yan's opportunities, he still held a natural fondness for the character from his previous reading. He should be safe for the time being, the elder replied in a subdued tone. There exists a soul bond between us, allowing me to vaguely sense that he is within the vicinity of the Black Corner region. His aura, while faint, remains stable. However, in my current state, I cannot pinpoint his exact location. The immediate priority is to restore my soul energy. Otherwise, even if I locate him, I will struggle to contend with the forthcoming troubles. Lino comprehended. The elder's soul was weakened and required nourishment, and the best means to nurture the soul was. What sort of herbs or treasures does the elder need to restore your soul? Though my strength is limited, I am willing to exert my utmost efforts. Lin Nua proactively offered assistance. For both emotional and rational reasons, he felt compelled to aid the elder. This not only pertained to Xiao Yan's safety, but also to his own security and future. Without the elder's guidance, advancing with his source fire constitution would be exceedingly challenging. The elder regarded Lin Nua with approval, seemingly pleased with his attitude. Your willingness is commendable. The items required for soul restoration are exceptional, such as the 7 Illusions Green Spirit Essence, Soul Infant Fruit, or Spirit Dragon Celestial Herb. These are treasures that are hard to come by. At present, the most practical approach is to seek out some jade artifact for nurturing the soul or the materials for concocting the soul nourishing elixir. The soul nourishing elixir is merely a 3rd-grade pill. Although the required materials are precious, they may be obtainable in this chaotic place known as the Black Corner region. He paused before continuing. However, before that, you must first possess a certain level of self-defense. In the Black Corner region, the 7 stages of fighting Qi are as inconsequential as ants. Your immediate priority is to break through to the fighter rank. Break through to the fighter rank. Lin Nua's spirit surged at the thought. The stage of fighting Qi is merely foundational. Only by condensing a cyclone and successfully advancing to the fighter rank can one truly step through the threshold of fighting Qi cultivation and wield formidable combat skills. Please, esteemed elder, guide me. Lin Nua's gaze was fervent. The elder's soul power coalesced, and a glimmer of light slipped into Lin Nua's brow. Here is the formula for the condensation pill. A pinnacle first-tier elixir that can enhance your success rate by 30% when condensing the cyclone. The required herbs are not exceedingly rare. I will compile a list for you shortly. Furthermore, to break through to the fighter rank, you will need a relatively safe location abundant in energy. This place, though concealed, possesses sparse energy and is not ideal. Lin Nuo swiftly perused the information regarding the pill formula within his mind, committing several primary and auxiliary herbs to memory. The elder continued. Though the Black Corner region is chaotic, it does possess its own order. The largest marketplace for herbs and elixirs is the Eight Gates Auction House in Black Seal City. There, a mix of characters congregates, but opportunities abound. You should first venture to Black Seal City and endeavor to gather the materials for the condensation pill. If you can find a trustworthy alchemist to assist you, that would be optimal. Otherwise, you may have to take the risk of purchasing finished pills, though their quality is uncertain. Black Seal City, 8 Gates. Lin Nuo etched these names into his memory. He understood that he was about to plunge into the tumultuous vortex of this harsh realm. I comprehend, esteemed elder. Lin Nuo solemnly responded. I will expedite my power enhancement and then proceed to Black Seal City to seek the herbs, while also keeping an eye out for items that can nurture your soul. The elder nodded, his spectral form seeming to dim further. I will temporarily reside within this low-tier spatial ring of yours, resting until absolutely necessary to manifest. Everything must rely on your caution. Remember, in the Black Corner region, never trust anyone lightly, even those who appear to be friendly. With that, the elder's soul projection transformed into a streak of light, diving into the dilapidated spatial ring left by the original owner, which could barely contain a cubic meter. Inside the cave, Lin Nuo was left alone. He clenched his fist, feeling the peak of the 7 stages of fighting chi within him, as well as the important soul that lay dormant in the cold ring. The path ahead was fraught with peril, yet the goal was clear: break through to the fighter rank and head for Black Seal City. He inhaled the cool, earthy air of the cave, his eyes gradually hardening with determination. The source fire physique was both his ally and his shackle. In this realm of fighting chi, to survive and thrive, one must seize every opportunity to grow stronger. After a brief rest, Lin Nuo covered the traces of his presence with dirt, carefully parted the vines at the cave's entrance, and slipped outside. The sky outside was dim, already dusk. The characteristic desolation of the Black Corner region unfolded before his eyes. Distant mountains like ink, nearby grotesque rocks, and the air still reeking faintly of blood and chaos. After orienting himself, Lin Nuo melded into the shadows and stealthily made his way toward a small gathering place known as Grey Valley. Reputed to be the closest to his current location, he needed to gather information about Black Seal City and its surroundings and devise a way to obtain a map. The silhouette of the young man soon vanished into the twilight and the chaotic rocks. His journey of breaking through began at the very edge of the Black Corner region. Meanwhile, far away, Xiao Yin, along with the turbulent undercurrents of the Jia Nan Academy and various forces within the Black Corner region, would become inevitable challenges he must confront on his path. Chapter 4. Perilous. Grey Valley was not an actual valley, but a relatively flat depression, barely enclosed by a few weathered boulders. A cluster of rickety wooden structures haphazardly constructed from timber and stone gathered together. Their entrances adorned with flickering lanterns that cast vague and wary silhouettes. The air was thick with the scent of low-quality beer, sweat, and a faint trace of blood. Lin Nuo lowered the brim of his cloak, concealing most of his face in shadow as he cautiously stepped into this gathering point on the fringes of the Black Corner region. His footsteps were light, and his gaze swept rapidly across his surroundings. A dilapidated wooden house that appeared to function as both a tavern and an inn was the most bustling place here. Inside, raucous voices and the clinking of mugs echoed. Lin Nuo refrained from entering, choosing instead to stand in the shadows outside, listening to the commotion within. Much of it consisted of boastful tales of grand exploits or grumbling complaints about which faction had intensified its oppression, occasionally laced with vague speculations regarding recent movements from Jia Nan Academy, but their knowledge was evidently limited. He required more specific information, such as the precise location of Black Seal City, potential dangers along the way, and where he might procure a map. His gaze fell upon a relatively quiet corner beside the tavern, where a stall selling miscellaneous goods was set up. The stallkeeper was a gaunt old man, hands tucked away, dozing with squinted eyes. The stall displayed a collection of rusted weapons, unidentified beast bones, and several rolls of seemingly ancient leather scrolls. A map? Lin Nuo's heart stirred, and he approached slowly. He deliberately increased the weight of his steps, rousing the dozing old man. The old man opened his murky eyes, surveying Lin Nuo warily from head to toe. Upon seeing Lin Nuo's youthful face in plain attire, his vigilance lessened slightly, though he remained unwelcoming. Buying something? The old man croaked. Lin Nuo pointed to the leather scrolls. Do you have a map of the area? The old man pulled out the most tattered scroll from beneath the stall, shaking it open to reveal rudimentary lines depicting some geographical markers. 100 gold coins for a map of the Grey Valley vicinity. 100 gold coins was a fortune for him at this moment. The original owner's entire wealth barely amounted to a few dozen silver coins. The old man was clearly attempting to swindle him. He shook his head, lowering his voice deliberately. I need a more comprehensive map, one that outlines the Black Corner region and ideally leads to Black Seal City. A glimmer of shrewdness flashed in the old man's squinted eyes as he scrutinized Lin Nuo once more. Heading to Black Seal City. Yeah, you got some guts, kid. He leisurely retrieved a slightly better preserved scroll from his pocket, stating, this one is 50 gold coins. It marks the major power territories and several danger zones. 50 gold coins. Lino inhaled sharply. He could not possibly afford that. It was far too expensive. He attempted to haggle. I only want to find a relatively safe route. Safe? The old man scoffed. In the Black Corner region, no road is safe. He continued. This map can show you which paths are controlled by the 8 gates and which areas belong to the blood-sex rabid dogs, allowing you to die with a clearer understanding. 50 gold coins, non negociable. Lin Nuo fell silent. He was penniless. It seemed purchasing a map was not a viable option. Just as he was about to turn away and seek alternative means, perhaps by eavesdropping for useful information, a sudden clamor of galloping hooves pierced the night's tranquility. Drawing closer, 3 pitch-black, horned low-tier magical beasts known as Hellsteeds thundered into the gathering point, their riders clad in uniform black attire, exuding a chilling aura. The foremost figure, bearing a grotesque scar across his face, surveyed the crowd with hawk-like eyes, a powerful presence of a grand fighter emanating without restraint. The once boisterous tavern fell silent in an instant. All present rendered mute, including the stallkeeper who instinctively shrank his neck. Everyone listen, bellowed the Scar Man, his voice resonating with undeniable authority. I am an enforcer of the 8 gates. I have been dispatched to investigate the recent movements of Canaan Academy. Anyone providing valuable information will be rewarded with 100 gold coins. Those who conceal or withhold information will be met with death without mercy. The 8 gates, one of the 3 dominant powers in the Black Corner region, controlling the largest auction house and an extensive intelligence network. Indeed, they have arrived, and with such swiftness, a heavy weight descended upon Lin Nuo's heart, prompting him to instinctively lower the brim of his hooded cloak and retreat deeper into the shadows. He felt the gaze of the scar-faced man, palpable and piercing, sweep over every individual gathered there, as if searching for something. In the tavern, someone cautiously responded, "My lord, we merely observed an unusual celestial phenomenon over Canaan Academy that day, with flames reaching the heavens. We truly know not what transpired." Yes, it was too distant to discern, another added. The scar-faced man scoffed dismissively, useless. His gaze shifted outside the tavern, ultimately landing on Lin Nuo and the old man at the nearby grocery stall. "Old man, you have been here hawking your wares for years. Your ears must be more attuned than these drunken fools. Have you seen any suspicious faces, or any notable individuals pass through here since that day?" The scar-faced man urged his dark steed forward, slowly approaching the stall, towering over the old man as he inquired. The old man's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his body trembling slightly. "Aye, my lord, I did not notice anything particularly unusual. It's just the same familiar faces coming and going." "Oh." The scar-faced man's eyes sharpened, clearly unconvinced. His gaze traversed the old man's stall and then flicked to Lin Nuo, shrouded in his cloak before him. "Who is he?" The old man, startled, quickly replied. He is merely a traveler seeking directions, wishing to purchase a map to Black Ink City." "To Black Ink City?" The scar-faced man's attention fixated entirely on Lin Nuo. "You boy, lift your head." In an instant, Lin Nuo's muscles tensed, and his mind raced. What to do? Attempt a desperate escape? The opponent was a great fighter, accompanied by 2 companions who appeared no less formidable. The prospect of evasion was utterly impossible. Surrender? If subjected to scrutiny, the secrets he harbored, including the presence of the ancient alchemist in his spatial ring, would undoubtedly be exposed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Nuo abruptly raised his head, causing the hood to slip away and reveal his youthful face, pale with tension, yet feigning calmness. He conjured an expression of just the right amount of fear and confusion, his voice trembling slightly. "Am I lord? I merely wish to travel to Black Ink City to find family." The scar-faced man's sharp gaze sliced through Lin Nuo's countenance, as if searching for any hint of deception. He sensed the pitifully feeble aura of Dochi emanating from Lin Nuo and frowned slightly. Such meager strength did not seem capable of being linked to the disturbances at Canaan Academy. Yet, the orders from the 8 gates dictated that it was better to mistakenly kill than to let escape. "Search him," the scar-faced man commanded coldly. One of his subordinates immediately dismounted and approached Lin Nuo. Lin Nuo's heart raced to his throat. The spatial ring, the ancient alchemist resided within. Though the alchemist had mentioned that the ring was of low grade with simple concealment effects, could it withstand the meticulous search of a great fighter? Just as the subordinate's rough hand was about to make contact with Lin Nuo, a thunderous beastly roar erupted from the outskirts of Grey Valley, reverberating with a chilling ferocity. This was swiftly followed by several blood-curdling screams and panic cries. It was a second-order magical beast, the Flame Scorpion. Curse be it! How did it end up here? Run! The gathering point erupted into chaos as people fled in all directions. The scar-faced man's expression shifted. While the incident at Canaan Academy was significant, this sudden appearance of a second-order magical beast posed a direct threat to the safety of the gathering point. Ignoring it would tarnish the reputation of the 8 gates. "First, deal with that beast," he decisively ordered, casting one last fierce glare at Lin Nuo. "You, boy, consider yourself fortunate." With that, he and his 2 subordinates spurred their dark steeds and dashed towards the source of the beastly roar. In the midst of the turmoil, Lin Nuo fought against the overwhelming sensation of near collapse. Seizing the leather map, priced at 50 gold coins from the stall, while also hastily pocketing a few warm sun jade pieces used for illumination, which emitted a gentle, soothing glow. He then turned and blended into the panicked crowd, sprinting with all his might in the opposite direction of the 8 gates. The old stall vendor, realizing what had transpired, was furious and jumped in frustration. However, seeing Lin Nuo vanish into the darkness and chaos, he could only resign himself to misfortune and hurriedly packed away his belongings to hide. Lin Nuo dared not linger, channeling his Dochi to its utmost limits as he ran, until he was completely distanced from the lights and clamor of Gray Valley. He plunged into the pitch-black wilderness, finding refuge in a thicket, collapsing to the ground and gasping for breath. Cold sweat soaked through his back. In that fleeting moment, he had been but a hair's breadth away from exposure, even death. Trembling, he retrieved the pilfered map, his fingers brushing against the warm sun jade in his pocket. Though perilous, he had gleaned some rewards. More importantly, he had personally felt the brutality of the Black Corner region and the efficiency of the 8 gates. The situation at Canaan Academy was far from resolved, and it seemed he had already been drawn to the edge of the vortex. He must swiftly break through to become a fighter. He gazed toward the direction of Black Ink City, his eyes filled with urgency. Chapter 5, Conflict. The night in the wilderness was chilling to the bone. Lin Nuo huddled deep within the thicket, breathing as softly as possible, his ears attuned to the distant echoes of roars from Gray Valley, the clash of Dochi, and the shouts of humans. It was only when those sounds gradually subsided, leaving behind a profound silence broken only by the wind, that he slowly exhaled a breath of relief. The 8 gates should have dealt with that suddenly appearing flame scorpion. They might soon return to search the area. It was unwise to linger here. Using the faint moonlight, he unfurled the leather map he had acquired. The map was rather rudimentary, but it roughly outlined the terrain of the Black Corner region, marking the territories of several major forces with different symbols. Gray Valley was merely a small point on the periphery, while Black Ink City was located towards the west at the center of the map, with vast areas marked with skulls or danger symbols separating the two. The territories of the Blood Sect, the active zone of the fiery Abyss Valley, and the Misty Marsh were all noted, causing Lin Nuo's brow to furrow. Route selection was crucial. Should he inadvertently wander into the core areas of certain forces or natural death traps, given his current strength, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. There was indeed a relatively clear dotted line on the map connecting several small gathering points, annotated as the 8 gates trade route. This must be the relatively safe path the old man mentioned. However, traversing this route meant passing through checkpoints established by the 8 gates, which posed its own risks. He must enhance his strength as quickly as possible. Otherwise, he would find himself unable to progress an inch. With resolve, Lin Nuo stowed the map away and touched the warm sun jade in his pocket, feeling its gentle warmth and the faint pulse of energy within. The ancient alchemist had mentioned that even low-grade jade could nourish the soul. He attempted to infuse a wisp of Dochi into one piece of the warm sun jade. The surface of the jade flickered with a subtle glow, but there was no further reaction. After contemplating for a moment, he carefully placed the warm sun jades into the low-grade spatial ring, alongside the sleeping soul of the ancient alchemist. Hopefully, they would have some effect. With everything done, Lin Nuo no longer hesitated. He chose a direction and, under the cover of night, glided through the wilderness like a specter. He avoided the main roads, sticking to the relatively secluded paths indicated on the map, traveling by day and moving swiftly by night. Days passed, slipping away in tension and exhaustion. When hunger struck, he would forage for wild fruits or, if fortune favored him, hunt a rabbit to roast for sustenance. When thirst beckoned, he sought out mountain streams. During this time, he sensed powerful auras sweeping past from afar several times or glimpsed what appeared to be searching parties, managing to remain hidden and evade danger. His Dochi steadily increased under the operation of the flame manipulation technique, reaching the peak of the 7th segment, only a catalyst away from attempting to condense a cyclone and break through to become a fighter. As dusk descended, Lin Nuo, guided by the map, approached a quaint supply point known as Wildfire Town. This settlement was considerably larger than Gray Valley and was reputed to be home to several combat masters, making it a relatively stable trading hub in the area. He sought to replenish his provisions of food and fresh water, but more importantly, he aimed to gather information regarding the ingredients required for the congealed spiral pill. Upon entering the town, he encountered a rudimentary guard at the entrance, and after paying a silver coin as a fee, he lowered his head and proceeded inside. The streets were lined with rough stone houses and wooden shanties, offering a variety of goods, including weapons, medicinal herbs, materials for magical beasts, and even a slave market. The air was thick with a more potent atmosphere of chaos and desire than that of Gray Valley. With a clear objective in mind, Lin Nuo made his way directly to the only apothecary that appeared to be of decent quality in the town. Although the shop was small, it boasted a considerable assortment of herbs, albeit of mostly ordinary quality. A lackluster attendant leaned against the counter. "What do you need?" he asked, barely lifting his eyelids. Lin Nuo lowered his voice and listed the primary and auxiliary herbs needed for the congealed spiral pill: blood spirit mushroom, greenwood vine, and 3-leaf orchid grass. "Do you have any?" Upon hearing these names, the attendant perked up slightly, scrutinizing Lin Nuo for a moment. "We have blood spirit mushroom and greenwood vine, but their ages are average, and they're not inexpensive. As for the three-leaf orchid grass, it's quite rare and we don't stock it. You might try your luck at the black market on the east side of town. Occasionally, good items can surface there, but authenticity is your own responsibility, and the risks are yours to bear. Lin Nuo felt a surge of joy. There was a lead. What is the price for the blood spirit mushroom and green woodvine? The blood spirit mushroom, 10 years old, is 80 gold coins. The green woodvine, 50 years old, is 120 gold coins, the attendant replied. Lin Nuo's lips twitched. Indeed, the prices were exorbitant. His entire savings would even suffice to purchase a single green woodvine. Thank you. I'll take a look around, he said, leaving the shop in resignation. It seemed that purchasing herbs through conventional means was not feasible. Following the attendant's directions, he headed toward the eastern side of the town. The so-called black market was essentially an open area constructed from tattered tents and wooden boards, bustling with a chaotic crowd where transactions were conducted discreetly, filled with whispers and watchful gazes. Lin Nuo navigated cautiously through the throngs, his eyes scanning the bizarre items displayed at the stalls. He spotted bloodied weapons, fragmented scrolls of martial arts, and even individuals trapped in cages, their expressions vacant. In an inconspicuous corner, a vendor draped in a black robe, with only a piece of black cloth spread before him, caught Lin Nuo's attention. Scattered across the cloth were a few herbs, among which was one with 3 leaves, clearly defined veins, and a faint herbal fragrance. It was precisely the 3-leaf orchid grass he required. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Nuo crouched down, feigning casualness as he examined other herbs before finally picking up the 3-leaf orchid grass. How much for this? A hoarse voice emerged from beneath the black robe. 300 gold coins, non-negotiable. Lin Nuo's heart sank. That was even pricier than the blood spirit mushroom at the regular shop. He simply could not afford it. He contemplated whether to attempt to trade with something else or to engage in casual conversation when, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed several individuals clad in matching blood-red attire, exuding a chilling aura, advancing in his direction. Members of the blood sect. Lin Nuo's heart raced. The blood sect was an established force in the Black Corner region, known for their ruthless methods and notorious reputation. He wished to avoid trouble and was just about to relinquish the herb and depart when one of the blood sect members, leading the group, cast his gaze over the stalls and suddenly fixated on the 3-leaf orchid grass, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes. This herb belongs to our blood sect, the man declared, reaching out with an imperiousness that disregarded both Lin Nuo and the vendor. The black-robed vendor stiffened slightly, refraining from making a sound. Lin Nuo's brow furrowed. This herb was crucial to him. Instinctively, he twisted his wrist to evade the blood sect disciple's grasp. The disciple, taken aback by Lin Nuo's defiance, darkened his expression and unleashed the aura of a 5-star combatant, pressing down on Lin Nuo. Boy, do you wish to die? How dare you snatch something from our blood sect? His companions encircled him, each bearing an unfriendly demeanor, all at the combatant level. The surrounding crowd immediately dispersed, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Lin Nuo felt the immense pressure weighing down on him, his heart racing. With only the 7th stage of combat energy, he stood no chance against any one of them, let alone several. What to do? Surrender? That felt unbearable. Fight back? That would lead to certain death. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, a faint warmth suddenly emanated from the spatial ring Lin Nuo carried. Simultaneously, he sensed his combat energy within being drawn forth, involuntarily flowing toward his hand that held the 3-leaf orchid grass. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The moment Lin Nuo's combat energy made contact with the herb, the 3 leaves visibly transformed, becoming a vibrant green, the faint fragrance intensifying to an aromatic richness, even shimmering with a subtle glow. It was as if the herb's medicinal properties were instantaneously activated and enhanced. What is happening? The blood sect disciple, who had been ready to strike, froze. Incredulity etched on his face as he beheld the seemingly rejuvenated herb in Lin Nuo's hand. The black-robed vendor also raised his head abruptly, 2 astonished glances piercing from beneath his hood. The surrounding crowd erupted in hushed gasps. Medicinal properties activated? What is going on? What did that boy do? This herb seems to have significantly improved in quality. Lin Nuo himself was bewildered. He hadn't done anything but instinctively circulated his combat energy. Was it the source fire physique? Could this constitution also nourish herbal materials? No, the alchemist had mentioned it pertained to exotic fire. Perhaps fire-type combat energy had a special effect on certain sunaffine herbs? He had no time to ponder further, as this unexpected turn of events seemed to temporarily stall the blood sect members. The leading disciple's gaze flickered, greed intensifying but now laced with caution. The ability to instantly activate medicinal properties was unheard of. This boy before him was likely quite peculiar. Fixing his gaze on Lin Nuo, his tone turned cold, yet less arrogant than before. Boy, who are you? We, the blood sect, have taken a liking to this herb. Name your price. Lin Nuo's mind raced, realizing that outright refusal would be futile, but perhaps he could use this to extricate himself from the situation. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as he spoke. This herb was first discovered by me, and it seems to have a connection with me. If the blood sect desires it, you may seek it elsewhere. As he spoke, he gradually placed the 3-leaf orchid grass back on the black cloth of the vendor's stall. Yet his hand did not entirely withdraw, maintaining a subtle aura of combat energy around the herb, preserving its freshness and vitality. He turned to the black-robed vendor. "Sir, I would be willing to exchange this herb for an item. Might that be acceptable?" The vendor pondered for a moment before rasping. "What item?" Lin Nuo produced a small jade vial from his pocket, containing a failed concoction of fruit juice he had attempted to brew from wild fruits, which he had intended to discard. It now served as a suitable bargaining chip. He uncorked the vial, and a faint, slightly sweet fragrance wafted forth. "This is a family secret elixir, possessing nourishing properties," Lin Nuo fabricated, infusing a trace of combat energy into the vial, enhancing the fragrance slightly. This was purely an act of deception, banking on the notion that they would not see through it, along with the mysterious allure generated by his earlier activation of the herb's properties. Indeed, the vendor in black and the blood sect members turned their attention to the jade vial. A person capable of instantly activating medicinal properties might possess a truly extraordinary secret remedy. The leading blood sect disciple's eyes glimmered, seemingly weighing his options. Was it worth offending someone who might have an impressive background over a mere three-leaf orchid grass? Moreover, the methods employed by this young man are rather enigmatic. Should he truly engage in combat, he may not secure an easy victory. After a brief stalemate, the disciple of the blood sect scoffed. "Consider yourself fortunate, lad. We are leaving." He shot a fierce glare at Lin Nuo before turning away with his subordinates, clearly unwilling to stir trouble under uncertain circumstances. As the blood sect members departed, Lin Nuo exhaled a silent sigh of relief, his back drenched in cold sweat. The vendor in the black robe extended his hand, accepting the jade vial from Lin Nuo, inhaling its scent before falling silent for a moment. He then rolled up the black cloth along with the medicinal herbs and thrust it into Lin Nuo's hands. "Consider it a trade." With that, he rose and vanished into the chaotic throng of people. Clutching the rolled black cloth, Lin Nuo felt as though he were in a dream. He hurriedly sought out a secluded corner, opened it, and found not only the vibrant three-leaf orchid, but also several auxiliary herbs. Precisely what was required for refining the Ningsuan pill. Truly, a glimmer of hope amidst despair. He carefully stowed the herbs away, daring not to linger, and swiftly departed the black market of Wildfire Town. Outside the town, the night deepened. Lin Nuo found a concealed hollow in the mountains, lit a small campfire, and gazed at the flickering flames, his heart tumultuous. Today's events were fraught with peril. The source fire constitution seemed to harbor secrets he had yet to fathom. But should this ability be exposed, it would likely attract a greed more frenzied than that which coveted the strange fire itself. After all, the capacity to nourish and enhance medicinal herbs would surely entice alchemists and various factions alike, rivaling the allure of the strange fire. Fortune often conceals misfortune. Caution is paramount. He clenched his fists, savoring the faint aroma of the herbs nestled in his embrace. With the materials now gathered, the next step was to find a secure location to endeavor in breaking through to a fighter and attempt to concoct the Ningsuan pill. His gaze once again turned towards the direction of Black Seal City. Only by reaching there could he hope to find an alchemist or procure the remaining herbs. The desire to grow stronger had never been so fervent. Chapter 6. Earning Money. After leaving Wildfire Town, Lin Nuo became increasingly vigilant. He avoided all gathering points, transforming into a solitary wolf in the wilderness, resting by day and venturing out by night, meandering toward Black Seal City along the most desolate paths on the map. The three-leaf orchid and other auxiliary herbs in his possession felt like hot potatoes, akin to a beacon of hope urging him onward. The unexpected activation of his source fire constitution regarding the herbs left him both elated and apprehensive. He had attempted to interact with other ordinary herbs using his fighting energy, yet no significant effect was observed. It seemed that only herbs of certain quality resonated with him. This realization brought him some comfort, though his vigilance remained undiminished. After several days of travel, enduring wind and rain, his fighting energy was increasingly refined under extreme pressure, and the barrier to his breakthrough had grown as thin as a cicada's wing. However, Lin Nuo dared not attempt it lightly. Breaking through to a fighter required the consolidation of a cyclone, allowing for no interference, and this perilous wilderness was hardly a conducive environment. One deep night, after traversing a desolate mountain ridge, a breathtaking scene unfolded before him. Below lay a vast basin, at the center of which, illuminated by the hazy moonlight, the outline of a magnificent city emerged. The city blazed with lights, and even from a distance, one could sense the tumultuous clamor and chaotic energy emanating from it. Towering city walls resembled the spines of a colossal beast, while above, a massive energy shield pulsated incessantly. Black Seal City. He had finally arrived. Ling no spirit saw it. But he quickly quelled his excitement to observe carefully. The main roads leading to the city gate were bustling with a continuous flow of people and vehicles. Among them, many individuals exuding formidable auras. Guards clad in the attire of the 8 gates stood vigil at the city entrance, meticulously inspecting those seeking entry. As a lone figure of modest strength, he would likely attract unwarranted attention. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Nuo opted against the main thoroughfare, instead veering toward a secluded corner at the basin's edge. Here, the city walls were relatively low, and the guard sparse, making it a favored entry point for those wishing to remain inconspicuous. He concealed his presence, moving stealthily like a gecko along the shadows of the wall, searching for an opportunity. Indeed, near the exit of an abandoned drainage ditch, he noticed something unusual. The energy shield appeared to have developed a faint, nearly imperceptible gap due to years of neglect. Although narrow, his youthful form could just about squeeze through. With a thought, Lin Nuo held his breath, maximizing the flow of fighting energy and, timing his movements with the guard's patrols, swiftly slipped through the gap. But as he passed through the energy shield, a slight sensation of resistance enveloped him, akin to traversing a cold membrane of water. In the next moment, the cacophony of sounds and a wave of mixed aromas hit him. He found himself within the confines of Black Seal City. The interior of the city felt like an entirely different realm. The streets were wide yet filthy, flanked by dense, rugged buildings. Illuminated shops, raucous taverns, and dim alleys were filled with imposing figures wielding weapons. The air was thick with the scents of spices, alcohol, blood, and a faint hint of decay. Lin Nuo adjusted his cloak, blending into the ever-flowing crowd. He needed to quickly find a place to stay and inquire about the refinement of the Ningsuan pill. As he strolled along the street, his gaze swept over the various shops adorned with signs. The 100 Herbs Pavilion, the 10,000 Treasures Loft, the Beastly Hall, each name more imposing than the last. Ultimately, he discovered a relatively quiet alley where an unassuming shop stood, named Old Chen's General Goods. Such establishments typically attracted less attention. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, he found the interior dimly lit, with shelves cluttered with an assortment of items, ranging from rusted armor to unknown beast fangs, all coated in dust. An elderly man, his hair gray and clad in a tattered gray robe, lay snoring at the counter. A vacant liquor jug nearby. Lin Nuo gently cleared his throat. The old man groggily lifted his head, revealing a weathered face with bleary eyes, belching. What do you want? Look for yourself. No haggling. Boss, I would like to rent a quiet room for a few days, Lin Nuo replied softly. The old man squinted at him, extending 3 fingers, 30 silver coins a day, a deposit of 1 gold coin, minimum stay of 3 days. The price was steep, yet within the realm of acceptability. Lin Nuo counted out the silver and gold coins and handed them over. The old man's demeanor softened slightly as he retrieved a rusty key from beneath the counter and tossed it over. The innermost room in the back courtyard. Don't go wandering out, or trouble will be on your own head. I won't take responsibility. Lin Nuo accepted the key, thanked him, and made his way through the cluttered courtyard to the secluded little room. Inside was merely a hard bed and a rickety table, but it was relatively clean and, most importantly, sufficiently concealed. After shutting the door, Lin Nuo let out a long breath. After days of tense evasion, he finally had a temporary refuge. Eagerly, he delved into his spatial ring. The few warm sun jades still emitted a faint glow, and the spirit of the alchemist remained dormant. It seemed to have solidified minutely more than before. Was it the effect of the warm sun jade, or a sign of self-recovery? Alchemist Elder? Lin Nuo tentatively called out. There was no response. It appeared that the restoration of his spiritual strength was no simple matter. Lin Nuo ceased his inquiries, redirecting his focus to the plans ahead. To refine the Ningsuan pill, he needed an alchemist. With no funds to hire one, his sole hope lay in the 8 Gates auction house. There, he could not only auction items for gold coins, but might also encounter opportunities requiring an alchemist's assistance, or even directly auction finished pills. Yet, to attend the auction house, capital or valuable items for sale were necessary. What did he possess? Aside from the 3-leaf orchid, which was crucial for his breakthrough, it was absolutely not for sale. Wait, the herbs? Lin Nuo's mind sparked with realization. The physique of the source fire can indeed stimulate the efficacy of medicinal herbs. Could he not exploit this to procure some herbs of mediocre quality at a low price, process them, and subsequently resell them for a profit? This thought quickened his heartbeat. The risks were immense. Should he attract unwanted attention, the consequences would be dire. Yet, it appeared to be the only viable means to rapidly amass capital. Fortune favors the bold. He resolved to take the plunge. The following day, Lin Nuo ventured out with utmost caution, locating the largest free trading zone in Black Seal City, a vast plaza bustling with life, reminiscent of a marketplace. Here, the air was filled with chatter, stalls abounded, and an array of herbs, ores, and materials from magical beasts were displayed, an eclectic mix of authenticity and forgery, relying solely on the discerning eye. Lin Nuo's objective was crystal clear: to seek out low-tier fire attribute or yang herbs that were cheap due to improper storage or minor imperfections. After an extensive search, he finally settled on a corner stall where several withered and dull fire fluff grass caught his eye. Fire fluff grass is a commonly used auxiliary herb for concocting low-tier fire attribute elixirs. Those in prime condition could fetch dozens of gold coins. Yet the stall owner was willing to part with these for merely 5 gold coins each. Sir, I'll take all 3 for 13 gold coins. Does that work for you? Lin Nuo attempted to haggle. The stall owner, a lean man with a calculating gaze, glanced at the half-dead fire fluff grass and waved his hand dismissively. Take them, consider it my misfortune. Lin Nuo paid the sum, carefully stowing the 3 herbs away, suppressing his excitement as he swiftly returned to the small courtyard behind Old Chen's establishment. Once he secured the door, He took a deep breath and extracted the 3 fire fluff grasses. Their leaves were a sickly yellow, devoid of vitality. He activated the flame manipulation technique, gradually infusing a thread of pure fire attribute into one of the herbs. Initially, there was no change. Lin Nuo patiently regulated the output of, attuning himself to the internal channels of the herb. Suddenly, the wilted fire fluff grass quivered slightly, its yellow leaves unfurling at a visible pace, transforming into a vibrant crimson hue, and waves of pure fire attribute energy emanated from it, causing the temperature in the room to rise perceptibly. He succeeded. A surge of joy coursed through Lin Nuo, yet he remained vigilant, replicating the process for the remaining 2 fire fluff grasses. At this moment, the 3 herbs in his possession radiated with energy, their colors rich and full, surpassing even the finest fire fluff grass available on the market. Should he sell them, each could easily be worth 70 to 80 gold coins. The prospect of immense profit left Lin Nuo breathless. However, he quickly regained his composure. Revealing all 3 at once would attract too much attention. Moreover, he could not sell them at the same stall. Over the next 2 days, Lin Nuo continued to replicate his success, processing several ordinary yang herbs acquired at low prices, and then selling them in batches at different stalls for slightly less than the market price. To exercise caution, he sold only 1 herb at a time and departed immediately after each transaction, never lingering. Even so, he swiftly accumulated nearly 400 gold coins, enough to purchase the remaining materials for the, and even hire a first-tier alchemist. However, just as he believed everything was proceeding smoothly, that evening, having just sold his last processed red sun fruit and clutching warm gold coins, he turned into the narrow alley leading to Old Chen's place, only to find 3 figures blocking his path. The leader, a man with a scarred face and a sinister glare, was none other than that blood-sect disciple from a few days prior who had contested him over the 3-leafed orchid grass in the black market of Wildfire Town. The 2 men behind him exuded a similarly threatening aura. "You're the one." The scarred man licked his lips, eyes glinting with greed and malice. "I wondered why there suddenly appeared so many high-quality low-tier herbs on the market. Turns out it's you stirring the pot. You escaped last time in Wildfire Town. But this time, let us see where you run." Lin Nuo's heart plunged into despair. He was being targeted, by the blood sect, no less. Without hesitation, he turned to flee down the alley. However, at the other end of the alley, 2 more figures emerged, sealing off his escape route. The aura of a 5-star fighter erupted from the scarred man, locking onto Lin Nuo with unyielding intensity. "Hand over your secrets and gold, and perhaps we'll grant you a swift end." Chapter 7, A Perilous Escape. Trapped in the alley, with the overwhelming aura of the 5-star fighter pressing down like an invisible shackle, Lin Nuo struggled to breathe. The scarred man approached with a menacing grin, while the other 4 disciples of the blood sect spread out, cutting off all avenues of escape. Desperation. Cold sweat beaded on Lin Nuo's forehead as his mind raced. Fighting back. There was no chance of victory. Pleading for mercy? They clearly had no intention of letting him go. His only chance of survival lay in. Suddenly, he plunged his hand into his robe, not to retrieve gold coins, but to grasp the 3-leafed orchid grass he had nurtured with, the one that pulsated with the most vitality. Simultaneously, his 7-segment peak surged with unprecedented speed. The flame manipulation technique pushed to its utmost limit. "Want it? Here, take it." Lin Nuo shouted, summoning all his strength to hurl the 3-leafed orchid grass towards the scarred man's left side, aiming at the 2 disciples who were slightly weaker. As he released it, he deliberately encased the herb in a surge of pure fire attribute. Buzz. The 3-leafed orchid grass streaked through the air, its previously subdued fragrance exploding forth, the emerald leaves shimmering with a radiant glow, making it appear remarkably striking in the dim alley. It was as if this was not just a mere herb, but a priceless treasure, a spiritual herb. Seize it. The greed of humanity was laid bare in that moment. All the blood sect disciples, including the scarred man, were instantly captivated by the astonishing sight of the 3-leafed orchid grass. The 2 disciples on the left instinctively lunged towards the airborne treasure. Even the 2 blocking the other end of the alley flashed with eagerness, unconsciously shifting their feet toward it. Now is the time. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Nuo's eyes. He poured his into his legs, not running toward the alley's exit, but instead propelling himself with a powerful leap toward the right side, where a narrow gap had opened due to his companion's desperate scramble. There stood a towering stone wall beside the alley. "Stop him!" The scarred man, experienced and crafty, reacted immediately, roaring as he unleashed a wave of blood-colored energy, but he was ultimately a moment too late. The energy grazed Lin Nuo's back, leaving a painful burn. Enduring the sharp pain in his back, Lin Nuo capitalized on his momentum, his feet striking the rough wall in rapid succession, propelling him upward several meters. His hands barely grasping the top of the wall, he scaled over. "Chase him! Don't let him escape!" The scarred man bellowed in frustration, slamming his palm against the wall, sending debris flying, but Lin Nuo had already leaped to the other side. Behind the wall lay an even narrower, garbage-strewn alley. Lin Nuo landed and rolled, careening forward with reckless abandon. He could hear the furious shouts and the sounds of pursuit behind him. The blood sect members had scaled the wall in hot pursuit. He couldn't returned to Old Chun's It had been compromised. He needed to escape this area immediately. Like a headless fly, Lin Nuo dashed through the labyrinthine alleys of Black Seal City, opting for the darkest, most confined paths. His pursuers, relentless like a swarm, pursued him with speed far exceeding his own, closing the distance with each passing moment. This one do, he would be caught sooner or later. In a moment of crisis, Lin Nuo's gaze swept past the entrance of the alley, where the bustling main road was filled with traffic. And across the street stood an imposing building with 8 guards stationed at its grand entrance, the 8 Gates Auction House. It was time to take a gamble. He gritted his teeth, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to dash out of the narrow alley, merging into the bustling crowd, and then, heedless of all else, he raced toward the entrance of the auction house. Halt! This is a secured auction house. No loiterers allowed. The guard at the door barked sharply, crossing his spear to block Lin Nuo's path. Lin Nuo came to an abrupt stop, panting heavily, his complexion as pale as parchment, his back soaked with crimson stains. He raised a small cloth bag that he clutched tightly in his hand, rasping, I wish to consign items for auction. Urgent. The guard furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Lin Nuo's disheveled appearance, then glanced at the heavy pouch in his hand, ready to dismiss him. At that moment, the disciples of the blood sect, who had been pursuing him, burst forth from the alley, halting in their tracks at the sight of Lin Nuo standing at the entrance of the auction house, their expressions darkening, too wary to advance. They dared not act recklessly on the territory of the 8 doors. The scar-faced man fixed a venomous glare on Lin Nuo, making a slashing gesture across his throat before retreating begrudgingly into the crowd, evidently planning to lie in wait outside. The guard observed this scene, understanding the implications. Such vendettas were commonplace in Black Ink City. He snorted coldly, addressing Lin Nuo, go to the side entrance for consignment registration. Do not block the main entrance. Lin Nuo felt as though a weight had been lifted off his shoulders and hurriedly expressed his gratitude, staggering around to a small side door of the auction house, where a sign indicating the consignment area hung. Upon entering the room, he was met by an expressionless middle-aged manager engrossed in reviewing account books. What do you wish to consign? The manager asked without looking up, taking a moment to steady his breath. Lin Nuo placed the pouch containing nearly 400 gold coins on the table, then carefully retrieved a jade box from within his garments. Inside lay the finest fire fern he had reserved, nurtured by his source fire physique. This specimen was a vibrant crimson, exuding an aura of vitality, nearly reaching the standards of a second-tier medicinal herb. Gold coins will serve as the collateral and handling fee for this item. Lin Nuo stated as he opened the jade box. A rich wave of fire attribute energy instantly filled the air, causing the middle-aged manager to abruptly lift his head. A flicker of astonishment in his eyes. He took the jade box, examining it meticulously, then cast a deep glance at Lin Nuo. This fire fern is of exceptional quality. Nearing the second tier, the minimum bid can be set at 200 gold coins, with a 10% commission. Do you agree? Agreed. Lin Nuo replied without hesitation. His only desire at this moment was safety. The manager promptly completed the necessary paperwork, handing Lin Nuo a jade token inscribed with a number. In 3 days' time, there will be a regular auction. Your item will be sold then. Use this token to claim your earnings. Within the auction house's premises, you are under the protection of the 8 doors, but once outside, your life is your own responsibility. Thank you. Lin Nuo clutched the jade token tightly, viewing it as a temporary talisman of protection. The blood sect members would never dare to act within the confines of the auction house. He remained in the temporary resting room arranged by the manager, tending to the wound on his back, which was merely superficial and not serious. As night fell, gauging that the blood sect's vigilance might have waned, he changed his attire once more, lowering the brim of his hat, and stealthily slipped away through another concealed exit of the auction house like a specter. He did not return to Old Chin's tavern, but instead found refuge in a more chaotic and populated inn in the southern district of Black Ink City, a place rife with mixed company. The environment was dismal, yet sufficiently tumultuous to facilitate concealment. Lying on a bed that exuded a musty odor, Lin Nuo felt a lingering sense of trepidation. Today had indeed brought him close to the gates of death. The convenience afforded by his source fire physique came with tremendous risks. The watchful eyes of the blood sect hung over him like a sword poised to strike. He must hasten to advance to the next level of combatant. Only by acquiring strength could he seize control of his own fate. 3 days later, the auction commenced. During this time, Lin Nuo lay low like a coiled serpent, rarely stepping outside the squalid inn except for essential food procurement. He remained vigilant of his surroundings, fortunate that the blood sect had not extended their search too broadly. The chaos of the southern district served as his best camouflage. In the interim, he attempted once more to commune with the soul of the alchemist within the storage ring, yet received no response. The light of the warm jade pieces appeared somewhat stabilized, but the recovery of the alchemist's spirit was evidently a slow process. Lin Nuo dared not be negligent, exchanging most of his remaining gold coins for slightly better quality warm jades, placing them in the storage ring. This was the only thing he could currently do for the alchemist. Finally, the day of the auction arrived. In the afternoon, Lin Nuo once again transformed his appearance, blending into the throngs of people as he approached the 8 doors auction house. This time, he entered through the main entrance. Upon presenting the consignment token, The guards did not obstruct him. Instead, a maid guided him into the auction hall. The hall itself was opulently adorned, with soft lighting and the air filled with a subtle scent of sandalwood. The massive circular arena was divided into 2 tiers. The lower level featured ordinary seating, now filled with a diverse array of combatants, their various energies creating a cacophony of noise. The upper level housed independent VIP boxes, draped with beaded curtains that obscured the interiors, signaling status and prestige. Lin Nuo found a discreet corner to sit, lowering the brim of his hood, his gaze sweeping across the hall, his heart silently astonished. The weakest present were combatants, with numerous great fighters in attendance, and he sensed several powerful fluctuations emanating from the boxes above, likely belonging to spirit-level experts. This was Black Ink City, the heart of the Black Corner region. Soon, the auction officially commenced. A stunning auctioneer clad in a red cheongsam, her figure voluptuous and her features alluring, took to the stage, captivating the atmosphere with her charming smile. One item after another was presented for auction: cultivation techniques, combat skills, weapons, pills, and herbs, prompting a flurry of bids from the audience, the prices soaring. Lin Nuo watched in awe, his heart racing. The gold coins circulating here seemed merely numerical. A 4th-tier pill could command prices in the tens of thousands of gold coins. The few hundred gold coins he possessed felt utterly insignificant in this arena. At last, it was time for his fire fern to be auctioned. Next up, we have an exquisite fire fern. The auctioneer unveiled the jade box, revealing the vibrant, fire-like herb nurtured by Lin Nuo's source fire physique, radiating vitality. This fire fern has been verified by our auction house as possessing pure medicinal properties of exceptional quality, nearly reaching the 2nd-tier standards. It is an outstanding auxiliary material for crafting various 3rd-tier and even 4th-tier fire attribute pills. The starting bid is 200 gold coins, with increments of no less than 10 gold coins. As the final words left her lips, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Such a high-quality fire fern was indeed a rarity. 210, 230, 250. The bidding was intense, predominantly between several alchemists and combatants requiring this herb for their fire attribute techniques. Ultimately, the fire fern was sold for 370 gold coins to a black-robed alchemist. Lin Nuo exhaled a sigh of relief. After deducting the 10% commission, he would still receive over 330 gold coins, combined with his previous reserves, sufficient to procure the remaining materials for the condensation pill. The auction continued, and Lin Nuo patiently awaited the items he needed. After several more rounds, the auctioneer's voice rang out once more. Next, we have a set of herbs from an anonymous consignor, including 1 crimson blood ganoderma and 1 blue wood vine, both of excellent quality. They are being auctioned as a package with a starting bid of 500 gold coins. Here it was, the other 2 main ingredients for the condensation pill. Lin Nuo's spirits soared, but his expression soon turned grim. The starting bid was 500 gold coins, far exceeding his budget. Moreover, there were numerous bidders, and the price quickly escalated to 600 gold coins. He felt the weight of his pouch, gritted his teeth, and raised his bidding paddle. 620, 650. A chilling voice resonated from the opposite corner. Lin Nuo lifted his gaze, his heart sinking as he recognized the speaker to be a member of the blood sect. Although it wasn't the scar-faced man, the attire was unmistakably identical. 680. Lin Nuo gritted his teeth and raised the bid. He was determined to acquire these 2 medicinal herbs. 700. The blood sect member did not hesitate. Casting a provocative glance at Lin Nuo, seemingly having recognized him, Lin Nuo clenched his fists. 700 gold coins was all the capital at his disposal. The other party was clearly raising the stakes maliciously, just as he was on the verge of giving up. A somewhat aged voice emerged from a VIP box above. 800 gold coins. A hush fell over the crowd. The blood sect member's expression shifted, glancing towards the box, and begrudgingly closed his mouth, as if wary of the unseen presence. The auctioneer's hammer fell. 800 gold coins sold. Lin Nuo exhaled in relief. Although the price was steep, he had finally secured the herbs. However, why did the individual in that box choose to assist him? Was it merely a necessity for the medicinal materials? He had no time for contemplation. Obtaining the herbs was paramount. In the subsequent auction items, there was no sign of the finished spiraling pill, nor did he encounter a suitable opportunity to seek assistance from an alchemist. Lin Nuo understood that ultimately, concocting the pill would rely on his own ingenuity. After the auction concluded, Lin Nuo successfully collected over 330 gold coins from the auction fire lush herb and paid 800 gold coins to obtain the 2 precious herbs. At that moment, he found himself once again destitute, clutching all the primary ingredients and most of the auxiliary materials for the spiraling pill, along with just a few remaining coins. Yet hope loomed before him. He hurriedly exited the auction house, ensuring he wasn't followed, and once again plunged into the labyrinthine alleys of the southern district. Now, he faced the final and most critical dilemma: how to transform the herbs into a pill. Seeking an alchemist? With his meager funds, he couldn't even afford the slightest service of first-rate alchemist, and the origins of the herbs would likely be exposed. Attempting to concoct it himself? He lacked even the most basic control over fire. Should he risk venturing into the black market to find those unorthodox alchemists? The probability of success was low, not to mention the greater risks involved. Just as Lin Nuo found himself at a loss, aimlessly wandering through the alley, his gaze was drawn to a rather inconspicuous corner deep within. There sat a filthy old beggar, his hair and beard tangled together, obscuring his features. Before him lay not a begging bowl, but a makeshift stall displaying several crooked, dirt-covered cauldrons and a few wilted, nearly lifeless herbs. Most strikingly, beside the stall stood a battered wooden board, upon which was scrawled in charcoal, "Will refine pills, success rate depends on mood, payment negotiable." The handwriting was hasty, with a tone both arrogant and frivolous. Under normal circumstances, Lin Nuo would have dismissed this as the trickery of a con artist and walked away. Yet at that moment, he inexplicably halted. Perhaps it was desperation, or perhaps there was an ineffable oddity about the old beggar. Or maybe it was the faint resonance of his own source fire within, responding subtly to those filthy cauldrons. Lin Nuo crouched down, his eyes scanning the herbs, all of which were the lowest grade, scarcely superior to weeds. "Old sir," Lin Nuo tentatively inquired, "can you truly refine pills?" The old beggar lifted his head, revealing a pair of exceptionally clear and bright eyes that starkly contrasted with his disheveled appearance. Casting a glance at Lin Nuo, he rasped with a hint of amusement, "Kid, if you don't believe me, then scram, don't waste my sunlight." Lin Nuo was momentarily taken aback, yet the clarity in those eyes inexplicably calmed him. He hesitated, retrieving a jade box containing the 3-leaf orchid grass from his pocket, opening a small gap, allowing the rich aroma to waft forth. The old beggar's murky eyes instantly brightened, akin to a cat catching a whiff of fish, but he quickly resumed his languid demeanor. 3-leaf orchid grass? The quality is decent. What do you wish to concoct?" Lin Nuo's heart tightened. The old beggar had accurately identified the herb from just a hint of fragrance. This individual was undoubtedly remarkable. He lowered his voice. "The spiraling pill, pinnacle of the first tier." "The spiraling pill?" The old beggar scoffed. "Such a worthless pill doesn't deserve 3-leaf orchid grass. What a waste." Lin Nuo's face flushed with embarrassment. "I urgently need to break through. I have no other options." The old beggar scrutinized Lin Nuo for several seconds, then glanced at the herbs in his hand, suddenly extending a grimy hand. "Hand over the herbs. As for payment, wait until you break through and promise me a condition." "What condition?" Lin Nuo asked warily. "Haven't thought of it yet." "Don't worry, I won't send you to your death." The old beggar waved his hand impatiently. "Are you refining or not? If not, then get lost." Lin Nuo gritted his teeth. His instincts told him this old beggar might be his only hope. He handed over the jade box containing the 3 primary herbs. The old beggar accepted the box without a glance, carelessly tossing it into the smallest, grease-stained cauldron beside him, then pulled out a few shriveled auxiliary herbs from who knows where, tossing those in as well. "Watch closely, kid. This is how you refine a pill." The old beggar grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, then extended his index finger. With a soft puff, a faint yellow flame flickered to life at his fingertip. That flame was inconspicuous, but at its emergence, Lin Nuo's source fire surged within him. An indescribable longing and sense of closeness washed over him like a tidal wave. This flame was no ordinary fire. The old beggar casually flicked the flickering yellow flame beneath the cauldron. Contrary to expectations, there was no scorching heat. The dirty cauldron didn't even turn red. Yet within, the herbs melted, purified, and fused at a visibly rapid pace. The entire process flowed seamlessly, resembling not the crafting of a pill, but rather an elegant artistic creation. In just a quarter of an hour, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted from the cauldron, intoxicating the senses. The old beggar slapped the side of the cauldron, and 3 pills, each the size of a longan, glistening with a faint energy ripple, flew into his hand. Indeed, it was the spiraling pill, and, judging by its appearance and pill patterns, the quality was exceptionally high, far surpassing that of an ordinary first-tier pill. Lin Nuo stood there dumbfounded. This method of refining pills was unheard of, and that yellow flame. The old beggar tossed 2 of the pills to Lin Nuo, keeping one for himself, casually popping it into his mouth and chewing it like a candy, muttering mediocre. He gathered the small cauldron and his rickety stall, stretching lazily as he stood up, not even glancing at Lin Nuo. "Kid, remember you owe me a condition. When you break through, find a secluded spot and don't let anyone disturb you." With that, without waiting for Lin Nuo's response, he ambled away into the depths of the alley, as if he had never existed. Lin Nuo clutched the 2 pills, still warm and fragrant, standing in place, unable to regain his senses for a long while. This Black Seal City truly harbored hidden talents. He took a deep breath, carefully stowing the pills away. Regardless of who that old beggar was or what his motives might be, the priority was to break through to the fighter stage. His gaze hardened as he looked towards the outskirts of Black Seal City. The crowded city was not a suitable place for a breakthrough. He needed to find an absolutely safe and undisturbed location for seclusion. It was time to take this crucial step. Chapter 9. The Breakthrough. 100 miles west of Black Seal City lies a desolate expanse known as the Rocky Ravine. Here, the jagged rocks and deep ravines abound, and the energy of heaven and earth is pitifully thin, to the point that even the lowest-tier magical beasts refuse to dwell here. A rare, desolate area in the Blackhorn domain that even bandits disdain to visit. Lin Nuo spent half a day traversing the depths of the stone forest before discovering a naturally formed, narrow crevice that barely allowed a single person to pass sideways. After extending inward for several meters, the passage opened up into a secret stone cave, roughly 10 square meters in area. The cave was dry, with only a slender crack at the top letting in a sliver of daylight. The remoteness of this location rendered it an ideal spot for his breakthrough. He meticulously sealed the entrance with a large stone, leaving only a narrow gap for ventilation, and sprinkled insect-repelling powder around the cave's mouth. Having completed these preparations, he settled cross-legged in the center of the cave, regulating his breath to gradually calm the fatigue and anxiety accumulated from days of travel. The breakthrough into a fighter was the first true hurdle on the path of Dochi cultivation. It required compressing the abundant Dochi within his body, condensing it into a liquid form, and storing it in his dantian. The process was fraught with peril, should he fail. The consequences could range from the dissipation of his Dochi and regression of his cultivation to severe injuries to his meridians or even the rupture of his dantian, rendering him incapacitated. Lin Nuo dared not be careless. He first retrieved some provisions and clean water from his spatial ring to replenish his strength. Then, he placed the 2 condensation pills obtained from the mysterious old beggar within arm's reach. These pills, smooth and adorned with clear patterns, emanated a tranquil aroma that instilled a sense of confidence within him. With everything in place, Lin Nuo closed his eyes and directed his consciousness inward. The technique of the gnome, Yenju, began to circulate, and the Dochi within his dantian, already reaching the peak of the 7th stage and resembling a mist, commenced its slow flow under the guidance of the technique. Initially, it resembled a babbling brook, gradually accelerating into a surging river. The Dochi raced through his meridians, bringing waves of swelling pain. Lin Nuo maintained clarity of mind, following the principles of the technique as he began to compress the Dochi within his dantian. Condense, he silently urged, focusing all his mental energy to exert pressure on the swirling mass of Dochi. The mist roiled, resisting the compressive force, and a sharp pain radiated from his dantian, as if his body might burst apart. Veins stood out on Lin Nuo's forehead, sweat poured down like rain, and his body trembled slightly, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to relent. He understood that this was the most critical moment. Any lapse in what could lead to a catastrophic failure and an uncontrollable surge of Dochi. Time trickled by, with only the sound of his heavy breathing resonating in the cave. The mass of Dochi in his dantian, under immense pressure, began to gradually shrink, its color deepening from a light red to a dark crimson. However, the pace of compression slowed, and the resistance grew stronger. The barrier between the gaseous and liquid states was remarkably resilient. Lin Nuo felt his strength waning rapidly, and his mental energy approaching its limits. The mass of Dochi, compressed to its utmost, seemed poised to rebound explosively at any moment. Now was the time. He suddenly opened his eyes, seized the condensation pill, and swallowed it whole. The pill dissolved instantly, and a gentle yet overwhelming surge of pure medicinal energy flooded into his limbs, ultimately converging in his dantian. This newfound power acted as a catalyst, reminiscent of the last straw on the camel's back, abruptly accelerating the previously stalled compression process. A low hum resonated from his dantian. The deeply crimson mass of compressed mist collapsed inward as if breaching a critical threshold, and a single drop of scarlet liquid energy quietly coalesced. With the first drop came the second, third, and more. The liquid energy multiplied, drawn together, ultimately forming a minuscule, slowly rotating crimson vortex at the center of his dantian. He had succeeded. As a fighter, a sensation of power manifold greater than that of regular Dochi coursed through him. His meridians widened, his bones emitted faint crackling sounds, and his senses sharpened to an unprecedented level. He could even clearly perceive the sparse energy particles in the air, particularly those of the fire attribute, which welcomed him with fervor. Lin Nuo's heart swelled with joy, yet he knew the breakthrough was not yet complete. The nascent vortex remained unstable and required consolidation. He closed his eyes once more, guiding the residual medicinal energy and the energies of heaven and earth into the small vortex. Gradually, the vortex's rotation stabilized, its size incrementally increasing, and its color deepening to an even richer crimson. Time passed unknowingly, and when the vortex finally stabilized, rotating on its own without the need for further guidance, Lin Nuo exhaled a long, relieved breath and slowly opened his eyes. In the brief moment of opening and closing his eyes, a flicker of faint red radiance flashed by. He felt the liquid Dochi surging within him, a sense of unprecedented strength swelling in his heart. Should he encounter that 5-star fighter from the blood sect again, though he would not dare claim victory, he at least possessed the confidence to evade and defend himself. He had successfully taken a crucial step on his path of cultivation. After the initial exhilaration, Lin Nuo did not rush to emerge from his seclusion. He needed to familiarize himself with the powers of a fighter and attempt to cultivate Do techniques. A fighter without Do techniques was akin to a tiger without its claws. He recalled the few rudimentary Do techniques from the original owner's memories and ultimately chose a low-grade yellow technique known as the Fire Cloud Palm. This technique was straightforward and brutal, designed to concentrate fire attribute Dochi in the palm and unleash it explosively upon the enemy, perfectly suited for his current cultivation. With a thought, he activated the Dochi vortex, and the crimson Do-Chi surged through his arm and into his palm. During his first attempt, his control over the Do-Chi was clumsy. His palm merely radiated a slight warmth, failing to ignite even a spark. Lin Nuo remained undeterred, practicing repeatedly, attuning himself to the flow of Do-Chi in his meridians while adjusting the intensity and manner of his output. Amidst the monotonous practice, time slipped away unnoticed. At a certain moment, when he exerted his full effort into the fire cloud palm once more, a fist-sized ball of crimson flame suddenly erupted from his palm. Though feeble, it emanated a searing heat. He had done it. Lin Nuo's heart leaped with joy. Although he had only grasped the technique in its rudimentary form, it signified that he could now employ Do techniques. Just as he intended to continue honing his skill, the spatial ring nestled in his bosom suddenly radiated a distinct warmth. Immediately afterward, a faint yet unmistakably excited voice, tinged with fatigue, echoed in his mind. Young one, have you broken through to a fighter? Moreover, why does your Do-Chi harbor a trace of the faint essence of? It was Yao Lao. He had finally awakened. Lin Nuo was momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of elation. Yao Lao's awakening was undoubtedly monumental news for him. However, the old man's words sent shockwaves through his heart. The essence of? How could there be essence within his Do-Chi? Was it due to his source fire physique, or was it connected to that mysterious old beggar's yellow flame? Chapter 10. The profound level advanced turtle breathing technique. The essence of? Lin Nuo's heart surged with tumultuous waves as he instinctively turned his gaze inward. Within his dantian, the crimson vortex rotated slowly. Do-Chi surged and flowed. Aside from feeling purer and more intense than ordinary fire attribute Do-Chi, he did not detect anything amiss. Senior, you have awakened? What do you mean? Lin Nuo hurriedly communicated with Yao Lao within the spatial ring. Yao Lao's spiritual form seemed more substantial than before his slumber, yet he still exuded a sense of frailty. After a moment of silence, as if carefully sensing something, his voice bore an unprecedented gravity and a hint of disbelief. There can be no mistake, though extremely faint, nearly imperceptible. The pure aura emanating from the source of fire is unmistakable. This is not merely the affinity brought by your source fire physique, but a true refinement. A fusion that has left a mark of essence within your Do-Chi. Yao Lao's voice suddenly rose in urgency. Young one, pray tell, at the moment of your breakthrough, aside from the spiraling elixir, what else have you encountered? Particularly the fire seed? Or have you encountered any peculiar individuals? Lin Nuo, unable to conceal his thoughts, hastily recounted his encounter with a mysterious, disheveled beggar in the alley. How the beggar effortlessly refined a high-quality, spiraling elixir using a wisp of yellow flame. And how he ultimately requested a specific condition in exchange. The yellow flame? It appeared feeble, yet possessed the remarkable ability to instantly purify and amalgamate medicinal materials. The beggar's alchemical technique flowed with an elegance that far surpassed that of ordinary alchemists. The elder pharmacist murmured, his soul vibrating with agitation, clearly unsettled. Could it be the turtle spirit's earth fire? No, the turtle spirit's earth fire is mild. Its flames a dull yellow, lacking the effortless grace exhibited in alchemical processes. Or perhaps it is some unknown, extraordinary flame adept at nurturing and catalyzing medicinal properties? He suddenly pressed for more details. What other characteristics did that old beggar possess? Were you able to discern his visage? Lin Nuo pondered carefully, but shook his head in despair. He was far too disheveled. His hair and beard obscured most of his face. I could only see his eyes, bright and piercing. Yet beyond that, I truly cannot recall. Ah, he seemed rather famished. For he consumed the spiraling elixir I handed him as though it were a sugary treat. Consuming a spiraling elixir as if it were mere candy? The elder pharmacist's tone grew increasingly peculiar. Even an ordinary Do Wang would not dare to ingest elixirs with such casualness. This individual's cultivation must be unfathomable. The wisp of extraordinary fire he left behind, although faint, was of unparalleled purity and has silently merged with your Do-Chi foundation. Fortune often conceals peril, young one. The elder pharmacist's demeanor turned grave. This wisp of extraordinary fire is, for you, both an immense opportunity and a latent, formidable crisis. An opportunity? Lin Nuo's heart raced. Indeed, affirmed the elder pharmacist. Possessing this trace of the extraordinary fire's essence will elevate the quality of your fire attribute, Do-Chi, significantly beyond that of your peers, naturally enhancing your control over flames. Training in fire attribute techniques and skills will yield twice the results with half the effort. More importantly, it may expedite the awakening of your source fire constitution. Furthermore, when the time comes for you to seek and subdue other extraordinary flames, this essence may facilitate your acceptance by them. Lin Nuo's heart swelled with excitement. The benefits were undeniably enticing. But what are the crises? He asked, regaining his composure. There are two crises, the elder pharmacist stated solemnly. First, this trace of extraordinary fire essence acts as a beacon in the night. To any possessing extraordinary flames, or those highly attuned to their essence, You will resemble a succulent morsel exuding an enticing aroma. Should you be detected, the consequences will be dire. The scoundrels of the Soul Palace are particularly sensitive to the essence of extraordinary flames. A chill ran down Lin Nua's spine as he sensed the multitude of greedy gazes upon him. The second, and more immediate crisis. The elder pharmacist continued with gravity. This trace of extraordinary fire essence did not arise from your own cultivation. It is an external entity. Currently, it is faint and can coexist peacefully with your Dochi. However, as your strength grows and your Dochi expands, this essence may also be nourished and strengthened. Should you lack the power to suppress it or fail to find a method to thoroughly refine and integrate it, it may very well turn against you. At best, your Dochi may run amok, destroying your meridians. At worst, it could ignite and annihilate your very being. The elation of his recent breakthrough dissipating entirely. It felt as though a ticking time bomb had been implanted within him. Elder, what should I do? Surely, the elder pharmacist, having identified the crisis, must possess a means of counteraction. The elder pharmacist pondered. The immediate priority is to swiftly enhance your strength and seek out techniques or treasures capable of stabilizing and harmonizing this trace of extraordinary fire essence. Ordinary techniques will no longer suffice. You require a method of at least Earth rank, specifically tailored for fire attributes or possessing formidable suppression capabilities. Earth rank techniques. Lin Nua grimaced. Such treasures were far beyond his current reach. Moreover, the elder pharmacist continued, you must learn to conceal your essence post-haste until you find a solution. You must not allow this trace of extraordinary fire essence to leak. Fortunately, it is currently exceedingly faint, so as long as you do not exert your Dochi to its fullest or encounter particularly perceptive experts, it should remain undetected. I possess a high-level mystical grade technique for concealing one's essence, the turtle breathing technique. You must practice it diligently. A stream of information flowed into Lin Nua's mind, imparting the teachings of the turtle breathing technique. Thank you, Elder. Lin Nua quickly committed it to memory. This was a skill for survival. As for that old beggar, the elder pharmacist's voice tinged with deep apprehension. Since he has left behind such a means, he must have ulterior motives. You must remember that condition. But do not dwell excessively on worry. Such a person, should he wish to harm you, could do so with the snap of his fingers, without need for such convolutions. Perhaps, this too is a form of your fortune. However, all must await your acquisition of sufficient strength before you can respond. Linno nodded gravity. Strength is paramount. Without it, one cannot even safeguard their own secrets, becoming subject to the whims of others. Elder, how is your soul's recovery progressing? Do you know the whereabouts of young Master Xiaoyan? Lin Nua inquired with concern. The elder pharmacist sighed. Thanks to the warm jade you provided, I have regained some strength, yet I'm still far from my peak. As for that lad Xiaoyan, he paused, seemingly sensing the soul imprint remains, though its location is still hazy. However, it appears he is stabilized somewhere in the southeastern direction of Black Ink City and is currently in no immediate danger. Xiaoyan is alive and seemingly has found a temporary refuge. Lin Nua felt a measure of relief. Young man, now that you have broken through to the Doshi, what are your plans? The elder pharmacist asked. Lin Nua's gaze shifted towards the cave entrance, his expression resolute. I will return to Black Ink City. I require more resources, stronger Do techniques, and information regarding Earth rank techniques. Additionally, I must keep an eye on young Master Xiaoyan's whereabouts and the treasures that nurture the soul. Black Ink City is the vortex of opportunities, and I cannot evade the challenges ahead. I must boldly confront them to seize a glimmer of hope amidst the crisis. Indeed, the elder pharmacist concurred, but remember, until you master the essence concealing technique, maintain a low profile. Your source fire constitution and the essence of extraordinary fire are both double-edged swords. I understand, Elder. Lin Nuo resolved, rising to stretch his limbs and feeling the surge of Do-Chi within him. He activated the turtle breathing technique he had just learned, quickly retracting his presence until he seemed like an ordinary person, save for a fleeting glimmer of crimson deep within his gaze. He pushed aside the massive stone at the cave's entrance, sunlight flooding in. The rocky ravine remained desolate and silent. Yet Lin Nuo knew that when he next set foot in Black Ink City, everything would be different. He was no longer the hunted youth of mere Do-Chi, but rather a true Do-Shi. Though the path ahead was still fraught with thorns, he now held a spark of power in his grasp. With a flash of movement, he darted forth like a leopard, racing towards the direction of Black Ink City. A new journey had commenced. Chapter 11, An Unexpected Encounter. When the silhouette of Black Ink City reappeared before him, Lin Nua's state of mind had transformed entirely. The sense of power bestowed by his breakthrough coursed through his limbs. And though he had only just entered this realm, the disparity compared to the Do-Chi stage was akin to heaven and earth. He practiced the turtle breathing technique he had recently learned, concealing his essence to an almost non-existent degree, blending seamlessly into the bustling crowd, utterly inconspicuous. He refrained from returning to the chaotic common lodgings of the Southern District, instead relying on his memory to locate an underground and controlled by a local gang in the relatively disordered, yet more information-rich Western District of Black Ink City. After securing a small but private room with the few remaining gold coins he possessed, he immediately began plotting his next steps. Strength is fundamental. Having broken through to Dochi, the flame manipulation technique, a mid-level mystical grade skill, now seemed rather ordinary, unable to fully leverage the advantages of his source fire constitution, let alone suppress that latent, extraordinary fire essence. The earth-level techniques seem utterly unattainable, yet, at the very least, one requires a high-level mystical grade, or even a quasi-earth level. Fire attribute technique. Combat skills are an urgent necessity. Relying solely on a low-level yellow grade technique, like the fire cloud palm in the city of Heian, where great fighters abound, is akin to fighting barehanded. He needs a more potent, offensive capability and a method for self-preservation. All of this, however, demands a substantial amount of money, an immense sum. The source fire physique can nurture medicinal herbs, presenting a lucrative avenue, yet the risks are daunting. The grim lessons from the blood sect linger vividly in his mind. Lin Nuo pondered. Perhaps he could venture outside the city to hunt low-tier magical beasts? The materials from first-tier beasts could fetch a considerable amount of gold coins and would also serve to hone his combat skills. Resolute in his decision, Lin Nuo did not rush to leave the city. Instead, he devoted several days to solidifying his status as a one-star fighter and refining his fire cloud palm technique to a more proficient level, capable of stabilizing and conjuring a searing flame in the palm of his hand. Simultaneously, he diligently practiced the turtle breath technique, although not yet perfected. He could effectively conceal his fluctuations of fighting energy and the faint essence of the. During this time, he attempted multiple times to converse with the Elder Yao in his spatial ring, but the elders seemed to have fallen into a deep recovery state, only transmitting weak thoughts twice, urging him to proceed with caution, and thereafter remaining silent. On one particular day, feeling adequately prepared, Lin Nuo vacated his room, ready to exit the city. Approaching the western city gate, he noticed a throng of people gathered at the entrance, animatedly discussing a newly posted notice affixed to the wall. Intrigued, he moved closer. The notice depicted an extraordinary plant, entirely ice blue, with star-shaped leaves, accompanied by bold text stating, "The 8 gates are offering a reward, seeking a single ice spirit flame grass. A reward of 5,000 gold coins for credible information. A reward of 50,000 gold coins for the complete herb, along with the opportunity to make a reasonable request to the 8 gates." Below, smaller text described the characteristics of the ice spirit flame grass and its potential habitats. The crowd erupted in excitement. 50,000 gold coins. Good heavens. That's enough to live lavishly for a lifetime. Moreover, one can make a request to the 8 gates. This is worth far more than mere coins. Ice spirit flame grass? I've never even heard of it. Where could one possibly find it? Rumor has it this plant only thrives in the extreme regions where frigid cold meets underground fire. Does such a place exist in the Black Corner domain? Lin Nuo's heart raced. 50,000 gold coins, and the opportunity to make a request to the 8 gates. If he could obtain this bounty, techniques, combat skills, or even information regarding earth-level techniques would no longer be mere dreams. Furthermore, the ice spirit flame grass, existing at the intersection of extreme cold and underground fire. He instinctively touched his dantian. Could his source fire physique and that trace of essence aid him in locating such a rare treasure? With risk comes opportunity. The habitat of the ice spirit flame grass would undoubtedly be fraught with peril, and such a lucrative bounty would surely attract countless greedy individuals, resulting in fierce competition. As he weighed the pros and cons, a nearby conversation among some mercenaries caught his attention. "Hey, have you heard? A few days ago, someone claimed to have seen an environment matching that description near the Tian Shan blood pool, close to the vast plains of the Black Domain, a valley perpetually covered in snow, yet with underground fire surging beneath. The Tian Shan blood pool? That place is deep in the plains, teeming with magical beasts and beset by black windstorms. Going there would be tantamount to seeking death. Fortune favors the bold. I'm planning to take my chances. Who knows? I might just strike it lucky." Lin Nuo silently noted the names of the Black Domain's vast plains and the Tian Shan blood pool. He did not make an immediate decision, but this information was undoubtedly a significant option. He squeezed out of the crowd and was about to continue with his plans to leave the city when his gaze inadvertently fell upon a rather imposing tavern near the city gate. On the second floor by the window, a familiar silhouette caused him to tremble, his feet rooted to the spot. It was a youth clad in black attire, still bearing a hint of boyishness, yet his countenance radiated an undeniable resolve and intensity. He sat alone by the window, a simple meal laid out before him, his vigilant eyes scanning the street below, seemingly waiting for something. Xiaoyan. It was indeed Xiaoyan. He had also arrived in Heian City. Lin Nuo's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. He never anticipated encountering the protagonist of the story here, in such a manner, judging by Xiaoyan's appearance, though somewhat travel-worn. He exuded a steady aura, clearly having successfully broken through to the fighter rank and matured significantly through his experiences in the Black Corner domain. Elder Yao had mentioned being able to vaguely sense Xiaoyan's presence near Heian City. Little did he expect to encounter him so soon. Should he approach and acknowledge him? Just as this thought emerged, Lin Nuo forcefully suppressed it. No, now is not the time. First and foremost, he harbored too many secrets. His source fire physique, the essence. None of these could be explained to Xiaoyan. Secondly, with Elder Yao's spirit still weak, and not yet awakened. How could he gain Xiao Yan's trust by recklessly revealing himself? Most importantly, Xiao Yan himself was a magnet for trouble. Getting too close could easily draw him into a more significant vortex of chaos. Currently, his strength was insufficient to withstand such storms. Yet, this undeniably marked a crucial juncture. Xiao Yan's appearance in Heian City signified that pivotal plot lines from the original narrative were about to unfold, such as the recruitment at Jia Nan Academy and the impending 3-year agreement with Nalan Yanran. Lin Nuo took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement and complexity of emotions. He cast one last glance at Xiao Yan by the window, imprinting that figure in his memory, then resolutely turned away, merging into the flow of people exiting the city, headed towards the Black Domain's vast plains. What he needed now was a space and resources to grow independently. Xiao Yan had his own path and opportunities, while Lin Nuo had challenges he must confront. The bounty for the ice spirit flame grass and the perilous terrain of the Black Domain's vast plains might just be the opportunity for his rapid rise. As for whether he would intersect with Xiao Yan in the future, that was a matter for another time. For now, he needed to focus on how to survive and grow stronger in that vast expanse filled with danger and opportunity. The youthful figure vanished into the dust beyond Heian City, resolute in purpose and firm in stride. The city's clamor was left behind as the wilderness ahead awaited his arrival. Chapter 12, The Woman in White. The Black Domain's vast plains live up to their ominous reputation. As far as the eye can see, there is an endless expanse of desolation, a tapestry of withered yellows and gray-browns. The arid winds whip up sand and gravel, incessantly striking his face with painful stings. The sky is perpetually overcast, shrouded beneath a thick layer of dust, rendering even the sunlight feeble. Water is scarce here, vegetation sparse, with only a few hardy thorns and peculiar grasses stubbornly clinging to life, while the air is thick with dust and a faint scent of sulfur. Lin Nuo trudged through this desolate land, clad in a rudimentary cloak purchased before his departure, with a cloth covering his face, leaving only his vigilant eyes exposed. The turtle breath technique operated continuously, perfectly concealing his presence as a one-star fighter, rendering him akin to an ordinary traveler struggling for survival. According to the map and information he had gathered, the Tianshan blood pool lay deep within the Black Domain's vast plains, and the rumored valley, perpetually blanketed in snow with underground fire surging, was said to be near the path leading to the Tianshan blood pool. The journey proved far more arduous than anticipated. Not only did he have to endure the harsh environment, but he also had to remain constantly vigilant against the magical beasts prowling the plains. First-tier sand wolves and earth scorpions were rampant, and although individually weak, they often attacked in swarms, posing a significant challenge. Utilizing his nascent mastery of the fire cloud palm and his exceptionally pure fighting energy, Lin Nuo managed to fend off small packs of beasts several times, albeit at considerable cost to his stamina. Even more perilous were the humans. In this lawless expanse, encounters were seldom friendly. More often, they were predatory. Within just a few days, Lin Nuo faced 3 waves of would-be marauders. These individuals had long roamed the Black Domain's vast plains, their methods ruthless and their cooperation seamless. Relying on the concealment granted by the turtle breathing technique, Lin Nuo repeatedly anticipates danger, either hiding or maneuvering through the terrain. When escape becomes impossible, he resorts to lethal measures to eliminate the weakest adversary, swiftly retreating to safety after instilling fear in his opponents. He dares not linger in battle, striving for a swift resolution each time. With his dwindling gold coins, rapidly depleting rations and water, he must urgently locate the fabled Snow Valley or hunt magical beasts for materials of sufficient value. Otherwise, survival itself will become a dire challenge. On the dusk of the 5th day, guided by the vague directions of a dying mercenary, Lin Nuo arrives at an elevated region. The skies ahead seem markedly different, exuding an unusual chill. His spirits lift, and he quickens his pace. After traversing a ridge adorned with wind-eroded rocks, he gasps at the sight before him. Beyond the ridge lies not the anticipated greenery, but a vast expanse of white. It is an immense valley, cloaked in a silvery shroud of snow, starkly contrasting the desolate, yellowed world outside. A biting wind howls from within, carrying icy shards. Yet, within the depths of this frozen realm, flickers of crimson light dance in the fissures of the ground, emanating waves of searing heat that melt the snow above, creating a misty haze. This is indeed the place, the legendary Snow Valley. Lin Nuo suppresses his exhilaration, refraining from rushing in. He seeks a concealed crevice in the rocky terrain to observe closely. At the valley's entrance lie several fresh corpses of humans, either frozen or charred, alongside remnants of magical beasts, indicating a prior, fierce conflict. The valley is eerily silent. Yet beneath that stillness lies a lethal threat. The convergence of extreme cold and geothermal heat transforms the environment into a natural death trap. Moreover, a place that nurtures the ice spirit flame, grass, must be guarded by formidable magical beasts. He patiently awaits the fall of night. Under the moonlight, the Snow Valley appears even more surreal, as the icy blue snow and the fiery red glow intertwine, casting an enchanting yet perilous hue. Cloaked by the darkness, Lin Nuo stealthily slips into the valley. Upon entering, he is immediately enveloped by a bone-chilling cold that threatens to freeze even his fighting spirit. He quickly channels his energy to resist, carefully avoiding the fissures that emit intense heat. The terrain within the valley is intricate, with ice pillars, snow drifts, and pools of magma interspersed. Utilizing his unique sensitivity to fire energy, stemming from his source fire physique, engaging the pervasive cold, Lin Nuo navigates painstakingly toward the center of the valley. The deeper he ventures, the more intense the cold becomes, and the geothermal activity grows increasingly vigorous. He even glimpses peculiar plants, entirely ice blue, thriving beside the magma, as well as bizarre ice-fire dual attribute poisonous creatures adapted to this extreme environment. Suddenly, a violent surge of energy and sounds of combat erupt ahead. Lin Nuo's heart races, and he instinctively suppresses his presence, stealthily approaching, concealed behind a massive ice rock. He peers out. In the center of the valley's relatively flat ice field, a fierce battle unfolds. One side consists of a colossal beast resembling a lion, entirely encased in ice armor, exhaling a chilling blue breath. Its fierce aura unmistakably indicates it is a fourth-tier beast, comparable to a human spirit fighter. Opposing it is not a human, but a graceful white figure. A woman, clad in a flowing white gown, her face veiled in a light gauze, obscuring her features. She moves with ethereal grace, akin to a spirit in the snow, evading each attack with impeccable timing. Unarmed, she skillfully flicks her delicate fingers, unleashing sharp, piercing blasts of white cold that clash with the icy breath of the armored lion, creating thunderous echoes, proving to be no less formidable. A spirit fighter. Linnos pupils thonstrith. This woman's power is undoubtedly at the spirit fighter level. Moreover, the cold energy she wields appears even purer and more formidable than that of the fourth-tier beast. What are they vying for? Lin Nuo's gaze swiftly scans the battlefield, finally settling on a peculiar spring at the center of the ice field, continuously spewing forth searing geothermal energy while being suppressed by the surrounding frigid air, creating an unusual equilibrium. There, a solitary plant sways gently in the wind. It stands about a foot tall, its stem as translucent as ice crystals, while its leaves display flickering patterns of flame, radiating a dreamlike sheen of ice blue and fiery red. A strange energy ripple emanates from it, and inhaling even a breath brings a refreshing chill to the soul, tinged with warmth. The ice spirit flame grass. Lin Nuo's heart races almost out of his chest. He has finally found it. However, the situation before him plunges him into despair. A fourth-tier magical beast and a mysterious spirit fighter woman. Either side poses a threat far beyond his current capabilities. In this contest between the clam and the heron, who will benefit? In the face of such a stark disparity in power, this mere fighter has no right to even play the role of a fisherman. Just as his mind races, contemplating how to navigate this unexpectedly perilous situation, the battle before him shifts. The armored lion, frustrated by its inability to secure victory, erupts in fury, rearing up on its hind legs, its massive form radiating terrifying pressure. It opens its colossal maw, drawing in the surrounding cold air, coalescing it into a vast ice crystal energy sphere that thrums with destructive energy. The white-clad woman seems to engage earnestly as well. She forms seals with her delicate hands, summoning forth a surge of cold air that instantly spreads countless ice spikes across the icy surface beneath her feet, freezing moisture in the air into tiny ice crystals that swirl around her. A far more frigid aura locks onto the giant lion. The ultimate clash is imminent. Lin Nuo holds his breath, pressing his body tightly against the ice rock, maximizing his use of the turtle breathing technique. The aftermath of such a battle could obliterate him in an instant. Roar! The ice crystal energy sphere erupts from the lion's mouth, freezing everything in its path. The white-clad woman's fingertip points, launching a finely honed white light akin to an arrow at dawn toward the incoming assault. Boom! The thunderous detonation reverberates throughout the valley. Ice shards and flames scatter, while the violent shockwave expands outward like a tsunami. The massive ice rock concealing Lin Nuo is instantly covered in cracks, nearly shattering. He withstands the ringing in his ears and the tumult within his blood, fixating on the epicenter of the explosion. As the energy brilliance gradually subsides, the sight reveals the once mighty armored lion, its bulk battered, bloodied, and gasping on the ground, clearly gravely injured. Meanwhile, the white-clad woman remains poised, her gown billowing, seemingly unscathed. Yet, Lin Nuo keenly discerns that the cold aura surrounding her has notably diminished, and a vivid red hue seeps from the edge of her veil. She has been injured, and quite possibly severely. Both parties are gravely wounded. An opportunity. An exceedingly risky yet irresistibly tempting thought surges from the depths of Lin Nuo's mind. This may be his only chance to seize the ice spirit flame grass. But can he succeed? Even wounded, that woman is a spirit fighter, and the lion has not entirely lost its combat capability. As Lin Nuo grapples with his internal conflict, weighing his options in the face of such overwhelming odds, the white-clad woman seems to sense him. Her cold gaze abruptly shifts toward his hiding spot, and beneath her veil, her crimson lips part slightly, a voice tinged with weakness yet unmistakably authoritative reaches Lin Nua's ears. Little creature, hiding in the shadows, if you wish to survive, step forth and help me fend off that beast for a moment, and I shall grant you a leaf of the ice spirit flame grass. Lin no freezes, as if plunged into an icy abyss. She has already detected my presence. Chapter 13, Spirit Fighter. Discovered. The perception of a dueling expert is indeed fearsome. Even after sustaining injuries in a fierce battle, they can effortlessly discern what one believes to be a flawless concealment. Lin Nua's heart raced to his throat. His entire body tensed, instinctively urging him to flee. However, reason informed him that fleeing before a dueling, especially when the opponent might still have a trump card, would yield almost no chance of success. Share with me a leaf of the ice spirit flame grass? This proposition, akin to a devil's whisper, was laden with temptation. The ice spirit flame grass was worth far more than several thousand gold coins, sufficient to alleviate his pressing predicament. Moreover, this might be the only opportunity to approach and obtain this miraculous herb. Yet, the price demanded that he, a mere one-star dough practitioner, attempt to hold off a severely injured but still ferocious fourth-tier magical beast for a brief moment. It was tantamount to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In the blink of an eye, innumerable thoughts raced through Lin Nua's mind. The woman in white was evidently in a precarious state, requiring time to recover or to execute some form of technique. Otherwise, she would not have sought assistance from someone as insignificant as him. This was a gamble, wagering on whether she would honor her promise, and on whether he could endure the wrath of the ice-armored great lion for even a fleeting moment. Roar! At that moment, the ice-armored great lion, lying on the ground, seemed to sense the woman's waning presence and distraction. It let out a low growl filled with fury, struggling to rise, its ice-blue gaze locking onto her, intent on murder. Though grievously wounded, its death throes would undoubtedly be cataclysmic. There was no time for hesitation. Gritting his teeth, Lin Nua suddenly darted out from behind the icy rock, his voice feigning a tremor, yet unwavering. Senior, I am willing to lend you my assistance. He could not afford to appear overly composed. Fear was a natural response for a one-star dough practitioner facing a fourth-tier magical beast. The woman in white glanced at him, her gaze icy and seemingly unfazed by his presence, merely uttering, "Delay it for 3 breaths." With that, she closed her eyes, her hands forming a complex seal before her. A more subtle yet powerful chill began to coalesce around her, evidently preparing a formidable countermeasure. 3 breaths, 3 moments. Lin Nua inhaled the frigid air, turning to face the colossal ice-armored great lion. The pressure from the fourth-tier beast felt as tangible as a mountain, stifling his Dochi's flow. The lion's cold eyes swept over him, brimming with disdain and fury, as if regarding a bothersome insect. Roar! The great lion clearly dismissed Lin Nua, its focus on the human woman who had inflicted such harm. With a low growl, it propelled itself forward, its powerful hind legs launching it toward the woman in white. He could not allow it to pass. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Nua's eyes. He understood that standard attacks would be ineffective against the beast's thick hide. He had to give it his all. He summoned the crimson cyclone within his dantian, his Dochi surging forth with unprecedented speed. Simultaneously, he ceased suppressing it. The turtle breathing technique was instantly lifted, and the unique fire energy originating from the enigmatic old beggar began to faintly emanate with the eruption of his Dochi. Although feeble, it was the purest essence of fire. For a beast that had long dwelled in frigid environments, this sudden emergence of a fire energy imbued with the weight of a higher power was akin to a torch igniting in the dark, instantly capturing its full attention and apprehension. The ice-armored great lion's charge faltered, its massive head turning toward Lin Nua, uncertainty flickering in its icy blue pupils. It sensed a threat emanating from the very soul of that diminutive human. Now was the moment. Fire Cloud Palm. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Lin Nua channeled all his Dochi into his right palm, the crimson flames swelling into a fire cloud the size of a basin, not aimed at the lion's formidable ice armor, but rather crashing down onto the ground before it. Boom! The fire cloud erupted, waves of scorching heat mingling with shards of rock and ice, crashing down upon the lion's head and eyes. More importantly, the explosive, fiery aura further invigorated the unique fire energy, intensifying the unsettling sensation that troubled the lion. Roar! The ice-armored great lion let out a roar of pain and fury. The attack itself caused minimal damage, but that unique fire energy instinctively stirred its agitation and a hint of fear. It instinctively retreated half a step, shaking its head in an attempt to dispel the flames and that bothersome aura. 1 breath. Following the strike, Lin Nua did not linger, swiftly retreating, while his left hand gathered another fire cloud, feigning an attack to divert the lion's attention. He dared not confront the beast directly. Every action was solely to buy time. The lion, utterly enraged, was cautious of the unique fire energy, yet the provocation from this insignificant creature only heightened its fury. It opened its massive jaws, releasing a stream of icy breath, smaller than before but faster, aimed directly at Lin Nua. The bone-chilling cold enveloped him instantly. causing Lin Nua's pupils to constrict as he executed his technique to the utmost, narrowly evading the attack. The icy breath grazed his shoulder, instantly freezing the rock behind him into powder. The biting cold left half of his body numb. 2 breaths. The lion, seeing its icy breath miss, roared again and lunged forward, its colossal form bearing down with overwhelming force. Lin Nua had retreated to his limits, with the searing fissures of lava behind him leaving no avenue for escape. As the lion's massive paw descended to crush him into a pulp, despair flickered in Lin Nua's eyes, yet he refused to concede, his Dochi surging wildly, preparing for one final stand. Just then a voice rang out enough. The cold tone resonated like ice water dripping. The woman in white had opened her eyes unobserved, her seal completed. With a delicate gesture of her slender finger, she pointed at the charging ice-armored great lion. Mystical ice seal. A beam of seemingly gentle yet profoundly chilling white light surged forth, striking precisely at the lion's forehead. Time appeared to freeze in that instant. The lion's forward motion abruptly halted, its pupils, once filled with fury, now replaced by an abyss of fear. Centered upon the point of her fingertip, a crystalline layer of ice swiftly spread, enveloping the lion in the blink of an eye. Crackle! A faint sound of shattering echoed as the once mighty fourth-tier beast, along with its very life force, was thoroughly frozen, transforming into a pile of sparkling ice shards. 3 breaths had elapsed. Lin Nua collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, cold sweat soaking through his shirt, the searing pain of frostbite radiating from his shoulder. In that moment, he had genuinely felt the breath of death. A dueling expert is indeed terrifying, even in a wounded state. Annihilating a 4th-tier magical beast could be achieved with but a finger. After executing that powerful strike, the woman in white appeared even paler, the bloodstains beneath her veil widening slightly. Without casting a glance at the lion transformed into ice shards, her gaze shifted to Lin Nua, lingering momentarily on his right hand, which had just unleashed the unique fire energy, a flicker of faint surprise flashing in her icy eyes. You are impressive. With a graceful motion of her jade hand, the ice spirit flame grass, growing beside the spring of ice and fire, soared into her palm. Without hesitation, she plucked the smallest yet still radiant leaf, sealing it with her cold energy, and tossed it to Lin Nua. A promise granted to you. With that, she no longer lingered, her white garments billowing as she vanished into the depths of the snowy valley, as if she had never existed. Lin Nua took hold of the frigid leaf, which emanated a peculiar aura, feeling its weight as though it bore the burden of 1,000 pounds. This was not merely a priceless herb. It represented the very vitality and opportunity that he had fought for with his life. He carefully placed the leaf into a jade box that he had prepared in advance, securing it safely. Then, casting a glance towards the direction in which the woman in white had vanished, he surveyed the chaotic battlefield strewn with ice debris, realizing he could not afford to linger any longer. This was no place for prolonged stay. The commotion from the recent battle would soon attract other formidable warriors or magical beasts. Enduring his injuries and fatigue, he swiftly departed from the deathly valley where ice and fire intertwined. As his figure disappeared at the valley's entrance, none noticed the faint, almost imperceptible azure energy of ice, emanating from the remnants of the ice-armored lion, being silently drawn upward, merging into the shallow footprint he left behind in the snow. The essence of ice and fire coalesced around the strand of his anomalous fire origin within, forming a delicate and fragile balance that lay hidden in silence. Chapter 14. The Intertwining of Ice and Fire. The journey away from the snow valley proved to be more arduous than his infiltration. The biting cold emanating from his shoulder incessantly gnawed at Lin Nua's resolve, a frostbite left by the 4th-tier magical beast, Ice Breath. Were it not for his fire attribute aura and a trace of anomalous fire shielding him, his entire arm might have been rendered useless. Gritting his teeth, he directed the scant remaining energy to the injured area, barely staving off the encroaching cold, while diligently activating the turtle breath technique, propelling himself rapidly across the desolate plain. Not daring to pause for a moment, the ice spirit flame grass leaf nestled in his arms exuded a unique energy that intertwined warmth and coolness, providing him a modicum of comfort. Although this venture had been perilous, the rewards far exceeded his expectations. He needed to return to Black Seal City swiftly, to part with this leaf and exchange it for resources for cultivation and healing. Carrying such a rare item was akin to wandering through a bustling marketplace with a bar of gold. Days later, when the familiar chaotic silhouette of Black Seal City reappeared on the horizon, Lin Nua experienced a surreal sense of dislocation. His cloak was even more tattered, his face etched with frost and fatigue, yet his eyes gleamed with a sharper, more composed intensity than when he had departed. He did not enter the city directly, but paused at a concealed water source outside the city to tend to his frostbite. Much of the cold had dissipated, but the wound remained grotesque. After changing into a clean spare robe and once again suppressing his aura to a minimum, he merged into the throng of people entering Black Seal City. He bypassed the underground inn in the Western District, opting instead to head straight for the 8 Doors auction house. The same expressionless middle-aged manager greeted him. When Lin Nua presented the jade box containing the ice spirit flame grass leaf, A flicker of emotion finally crossed the manager's stoic face. He cautiously opened the box, and a strange fragrance of intermingled ice and fire wafted through the air, invigorating the senses. It was indeed the ice spirit flame grass, though merely a single leaf. Its medicinal properties were intact and brimming with spiritual energy. After a meticulous examination, the manager's gaze toward Lin Nuo held a note of surprise. You truly found this item? I wonder if the whole plant. I am fortunate to have acquired this single leaf. Lin Nuo interrupted, his voice hoarse and weary. I implore you to expedite the auction. I require funds and information on a fire attribute technique of at least advanced level. He directly stated his needs. While the value of a single leaf of ice spirit flame grass was not equivalent to that of the entire plant, it was sufficient to stir ripples at the auction, securing the essentials he urgently needed. The manager scrutinized Lin Nuo intently, asking no further questions, and nodded. This item is indeed worthy of being a centerpiece. There will be a large auction in 3 days, and it will be featured. As for techniques and information, perhaps they will appear at the auction. The 8 doors can also keep an eye out, but a fee for information will be required. That is acceptable, Lin Nuo agreed. He was currently without a dime, yet he trusted in the value of the leaf. After completing the consignment procedures and receiving a new jade token along with a small advance of gold coins, he promptly exited the auction house. He did not seek a place to stay, but instead delved into the most chaotic taverns and tea houses of Black Seal City, where information flowed freely. He needed to ascertain the latest developments in Black Seal City and the entire Black Corner region, particularly regarding Xiao Yin and the enigmatic woman in white. In a noisy tavern corner named Bloodwolf Howl, Lin Nuo ordered the cheapest ale, silently listening to the hubbub of mercenaries and adventurers around him. Have you heard? The enrollment team from the Canaan Academy is nearing Black Seal City. Leading them is the fearsome Poison Azura, Jia. I wonder how many eager souls will try to worm their way in. However, the threshold for Canaan Academy is extraordinarily high. Damn it. Did you feel the energy fluctuations from the plains a few days ago? It seemed to emanate from that cursed snow valley. It terrified me. It must have been a battle at the Do Ling level. Not just that. It said someone witnessed a white light shooting out from the snow valley, moving at an incredible speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye, suspected to be some super powerhouse. And there's something even stranger. A kid carrying a black ruler clashed with blood sect members outside the city a few days ago, seemingly to seize some herb. Guess what? That kid, who was merely a fighter, actually managed to kill a 5-star dome master from Blood Sect. Now Blood Sect is chasing him across the world. The kid with the black ruler is Xiao Yan. He certainly can't stay at peace anywhere. Lino muset in Mardi. It seems Xiao Yan was also striving to enhance his strength and had already begun to make a name for himself, attracting the attention of Blood Sect. As for the white light that shot out from the snow valley, Lin Nuo was almost certain it was that mysterious woman in white, a Do Ling powerhouse. Swift as the wind, few could impede her in the Black Corner region. As he concentrated on listening, a sudden conversation from a nearby table, among several individuals clad in crimson attire, caught his attention. They were members of Blood Sect. Damn it, that little bastard named Xiao Yan is as slippery as an eel. We've tried to surround him several times, but he always escapes. The young sect master has issued a direct order. Alive or dead, we want him. That kid must have secrets. By the way, what about that kid who opposed us in Wildfire Town and the city a few days ago? Did you find him? The secret method he possesses to enhance the quality of herbs has piqued the young sect master's interest. No news. He has vanished as if in a thin air. But as long as he remains in the Black Corner region, we will eventually track him down. Lin Nuo chuckled coldly to himself, taking a sip of the bitter ale. Blood Sect had indeed not given up searching for him. With Xiao Yan drawing most of the attention, it had alleviated some of the pressure on him, yet he could not afford to be complacent. After sitting in the tavern for nearly an hour, gathering numerous fragmented pieces of information, he quietly departed. With the advanced gold coins, he purchased some healing potions and essential supplies before settling into a small inn near the auction house, preparing to await the auction in 3 days while focusing entirely on healing. In his room, Lin Nuo consumed the healing elixirs he had procured, sitting cross-legged to guide their power to mend the frostbite on his shoulder. As his energy coursed through his meridians, upon reaching his dantian, he suddenly sensed something unusual. That strand of anomalous fire, which had been dormant, was now entwined with a faint, icy blue energy. This energy, incongruous with the anomalous fire, bizarrely formed a fragile balance, resembling a spiral of ice and fire, quietly suspended above the cyclone. Was this the source cold energy of the ice-armored lion? Lin Nuo was taken aback. He immediately recalled the moment he felt that chilling touch as he departed the snow valley. Could have been then that he became tainted? He attempted to dispel the icy blue energy with his aura, only to find it clinging tenaciously to the anomalous fire, impossible to separate. The origin of the appears to exhibit a certain aversion to the encroaching chill, stirring restlessly, yet it remains subdued by an underlying frigid will embedded within the ice blue energy. The clash of ice and fire, while tumultuous, also gives rise to an unexpected synergy. Lin Nuo furrowed his brow, acutely aware that this was no fortuitous development. It was already notoriously difficult to control, and now, Tainted by the essence of a fourth-tier magical beast's extreme cold, albeit feebly, it presented a stark contrast in attributes. Who could predict when this precarious balance might shatter, resulting in a catastrophic explosion within him? Misfortune often lurks within the guise of fortune. The enigmatic gift from the mysterious old beggar remained unresolved, and now he found himself entangled in yet another predicament. Taking a deep breath, he compelled himself to regain his composure. At this juncture, anxiety served no purpose. The pressing matter was to swiftly enhance his strength and discover a means to harmonize or even master these two extreme forces. Earth-level techniques might be his sole hope. His aspirations were entirely pinned on the auction 3 days hence. However, unbeknownst to Lin Nuo, as he diligently recuperated from his injuries at the inn, preoccupied with the latent dangers within his body, the undercurrents of Black Seal City surged with unprecedented velocity. The impending arrival of the From Canaan Academy drew the attention of countless young prodigies and various factions. The blood-sect pursuit of Xiao Yin and Lin Nuo became increasingly meticulous. Furthermore, news of the auctioning of an ice spirit flame grass leaf spread like wildfire, capturing the interest of certain hidden factions particularly sensitive to the properties of such extraordinary elemental artifacts. A pair of eyes, concealed within the shadows, had quietly fixated on the small inn where Lin Nuo would reside after his exit from the auction house. A storm was brewing, and Lin Nuo, perched on the precipice of this tempest, remained blissfully unaware. He was merely racing against time to recover, preparing for the auction that could potentially alter his destiny. Chapter 15. Undercurrents surging. 3 days passed swiftly amidst training and healing. The frostbite on Lin Nuo's shoulder had largely healed, thanks to the dual effects of medicinal pills and fighting spirit, leaving behind only faint purplish marks. Meanwhile, the fighting spirit within him had become more refined after enduring the life-and-death trials in the Snow Valley. Although he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the rank of a 2-star fighter, his foundation was undeniably more solid. Yet, the most pressing concern was still the hidden peril of the intertwined ice and fire within his dantian. The fragile equilibrium between the icy blue chill and the origin persisted. Seemingly at peace, yet Lin Nuo sensed that as his fighting spirit grew, this balance was becoming increasingly delicate, akin to walking a tightrope, ready to topple at any moment. A solution must be found promptly. Lin Nuo opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air, his gaze resolutely fixed on the window. Today marked the day of the auction. After meticulously inspecting his disguise and ensuring the proper operation of the turtle-breathing technique, he departed the inn and made his way once more to the 8 Gates auction house. Today's auction was even more bustling than before. The enormous circular hall was filled to capacity, the cacophony almost threatening to lift the roof off. The air was thick with various formidable auras, with great fighters visible in abundance. Lin Nuo could even vaguely perceive several ominous fluctuations emanating from the upper boxes. Those belonged to spirit fighters. He chose an inconspicuous corner to sit, scanning the crowd with a watchful eye. The allure of the ice spirit flame grass leaf was indeed formidable. The auction commenced swiftly, with precious items presented one after another, inciting a chorus of bids from the audience, the atmosphere charged with excitement. L'innovated patiently. For the techniques or information he sought had yet to manifest. During this time, he spotted a few familiar faces. Members of the blood sect occupied the front rows, including the scar-faced man with whom he had clashed in Wildfire Town, his glowering eyes scanning the crowd as if searching for something. Lin Nuo lowered the brim of his hat, suppressing his aura to the utmost. Additionally, he noticed several young men and women clad in Canaan Academy attire, seated in a relatively isolated area, their expressions reflecting a blend of academic pride and curiosity, clearly members of the recruitment team who had arrived ahead of time. The next auction item was a high-grade fighting technique of the Xian rank, flame-dividing wave meter. The auctioneer's voice was compelling. This technique was robust and domineering, and when mastered, a single strike could cleave through waves. The starting bid was set at 8,000 gold coins. Lin Nuo's heart stirred. A measuring rod? That was precisely what Xiao Yin wielded. This fighting technique would indeed suit him. However, given his current predicament and lack of funds, he could only silently take note. Ultimately, the measuring technique was acquired by a figure in a black robe for 15,000 gold coins. As the auction neared its conclusion, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. When the auctioneer introduced the final few featured items, the entire hall fell into a hushed silence. Next up was the third-to-last item of the auction. The auctioneer prolonged his tone as a maid ascended the stage bearing a jade box, an ice spirit flame grass leaf. Upon opening the box, the intertwining blue and red leaves radiated an extraordinary aura before the crowd. Hiss! It truly was the ice spirit flame grass. Alas, it was merely a single leaf. Yet even that held immense value. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the audience. Countless ardent, greedy eyes fixated on the diminutive leaf. The efficacy of this item surely needs no further elaboration. The starting bid was set at 10,000 gold coins. Each subsequent bid must exceed a minimum of 1,000 gold coins. The auctioneer proclaimed loudly, 10,001, 10,003, 10,005. The price surged in an instant, with competition primarily arising among alchemists and powerful individuals seeking to break through their bottlenecks. Members of the Blood Sect seemed equally intrigued, with the scar-faced man participating in several rounds of bidding. Linnos andieti monted. He not only required the funds, but also hoped to exchange this item for information regarding techniques. As the price escalated to 28,000 gold coins, the bids began to dwindle. At that moment, from an upper box that had not previously participated in the bidding, a calm, yet aged voice resonated. 30,000 gold coins. The voice was not loud, yet it carried an invisible pressure that instantly silenced the previously restless hall. The bidder was a spirit fighter. This price had far exceeded the expectations of most attendees. The auctioneer surveyed the room. 30,000 gold coins. Is there a higher bid? The scar-faced man ground his teeth, seemingly inclined to raise his bid, but ultimately resigned to sit back down. 30,000 gold coins. First call. 30,000 gold coins. Second call. 30,000 gold coins. Third call. Sold. With the sound of the gavel falling, the ice spirit flame grass leaf was claimed by the mysterious spirit fighter. Lin Nuo breathed a sigh of relief. 30,000 gold coins, after deducting the commission, would net him 27,000, a considerable sum. More importantly, the item had been acquired by Spirit Fighter. The 8 gates should arrange for them to meet, and he might have the opportunity to directly propose an exchange for techniques. However, the subsequent 2 featured items left Lin Nuo feeling somewhat disheartened. One was a scroll of high-grade water attribute techniques, which was incompatible with his elemental affinity. The other was a fragmented recipe for a 5th-grade pill, of no use to him at present. Until the auction's conclusion, the advanced fire attribute techniques, or relevant information he had anticipated, never materialized. As the auction dispersed, the crowd began to ebb. Following the guidance provided, Lin Nuo made his way to the settlement area at the back of the auction house. After paying the commission, he received a cloth bag containing a card with 27,000 gold coins. The middle-aged manager was once again responsible for the settlement. Manager, Lin Nuo seized the opportunity to ask quietly, "Might I request an audience with the esteemed individual who acquired the ice spirit flame grass leaf? I would be willing to exchange part of my earnings for information regarding a high-level fire attribute technique." The manager glanced at him, shaking his head. That individual possesses a unique status and has explicitly stated a preference for not meeting outsiders. Once the auction concludes and the transaction is complete, the 8 gates has no authority to intervene. Lin Nuo's heart sank. It seemed the only shortcut had become an impassable road. The steward seemed to perceive his disappointment and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "High-level fire attribute techniques are indeed rare. However, if you're in urgent need, you might consider visiting the intelligence point at the Black Skull Tomb to try your luck. It is one of the largest gathering places for information brokers in the Black Corner domain. As long as you can afford the price, there is no information they cannot procure. Of course, you assume all the risks." Black Skull Tomb. Lin Nuo committed this name to memory. Undoubtedly, it was a path fraught with peril, yet it appeared to be his only glimmer of hope at present. "Thank you for your guidance," Lin Nuo said, cupping his hands in gratitude. He carefully stowed away his gold card and turned to leave the auction house. Unbeknownst to him, as he departed from the settlement area, a covert gaze, emanating a subtle chill, was cast upon him from the shadows of the backstage. Upon exiting the auction house, twilight was approaching. Lin Nuo, clutching a considerable sum of money, felt little joy. Instead, he was overwhelmed by a sense of urgency. Without a viable technique, the hidden dangers within him loomed like the sword of Damocles overhead. He resolved to purchase some essential elixirs and supplies first, then proceed to the intelligence point at Black Skull Tomb as suggested by the steward. As he traversed a relatively secluded street, preparing to head towards the commercial district, an inexplicable chill suddenly surged up his spine. The heightened awareness brought about by the turtle breathing technique made him instantly alert. Someone was following him. He maintained his composure, not altering his pace, yet his body was already taut with tension. The fighting spirit coursed slowly through his meridians as he cautiously scanned his surroundings. Utilizing the reflections from the buildings lining the street, the pursuer was highly skilled, their presence almost imperceptible. Had it not been for his extraordinarily keen spiritual perception, he would have remained oblivious. Moreover, there was more than one. Were they members of the Blood Sect? Or had they targeted him due to the ice spirit flame grass leaves? Lin Nuo's thoughts raced as he swiftly altered his course, avoiding the bustling commercial district and veering into a more convoluted residential area filled with winding alleys. He needed to shake off these tales or find an opportune moment to deal with them. He quickened his pace, weaving through the labyrinthine alleys, while the followers matched his speed, like shadows clinging to him. Finally, at the end of a dead-end alley, Lin Nuo halted, slowly turning to face his pursuers. 3 figures blocked his path at the alley's entrance. They were not clad in the garb of the Blood Sect, but wore ordinary black clothing. Their features were unremarkable, yet their eyes were sharp and their presence icy, each clearly possessing the strength of 5-star fighters. "Hand over what you have, and we might leave your corpse intact," the leader rasped, his voice laced with malice. Lin Nuo's pupils constricted. They were not from the Blood Sect. Were they after the auction's proceeds from the ice spirit flame grass? Or had they uncovered other secrets he possessed? Taking a deep breath, he recognized that there would be no easy resolution today. Faced with 3 5-star fighters, his chances of victory were nearly non-existent. Yet, passively awaiting his fate was far from his character. He slowly raised his right hand, crimson fighting spirit beginning to coalesce. A subtle, yet distinct aura causing the air to shimmer. You want it? Come and take it. Chapter 16, Desperation. 3 5-star fighters. The chilling intent to kill enveloped the narrow dead-end alley, rendering the air almost suffocating. Lin Nuo pressed his back against the cold wall, with nowhere left to retreat. His heart raced, blood chilling in an instant as his mind surged into overdrive. Escape? Speed would not be his ally. Fight? The disparity in power was insurmountable, akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. His sole glimmer of hope lay in the unknown trump card he possessed, the flicker of strange fire's essence, and the recently integrated, yet untested, icy aura. Stubborn fool, the leader of the black-clad men scoffed, evidently unwilling to waste further words. He moved with the swiftness of a specter, his emaciated hand curling into a claw, piercing through the air towards Lin Nuo's throat with lethal precision. The claw's wind was fierce, clearly intending to deliver a fatal blow. The other two expertly sealed off any escape routes to the left and right, their gazes devoid of warmth, as if observing a lifeless corpse. There was no avoiding it. In that moment between life and death, a flicker of madness flashed in Lin Nuo's eyes. He ceased to restrain himself. The turtle breathing technique was instantly released, and the aura of a one-star fighter erupted forth. Simultaneously, he summoned all his strength to mobilize the crimson vortex within his dantian, forcing the dormant essence of strange fire, along with the surrounding icy blue aura, towards the meridians in his right hand. Fire cloud palm. He bellowed, his right palm crashing outward. Yet this time, what coalesced within his palm was no longer merely crimson fire. A bizarre energy flow, an unstable intertwining of crimson and icy blue, coiled like a twisted serpent around his palm. The crimson portion radiated searing heat, warping the air, while the icy blue emanated a bone-chilling cold, instantly crystallizing the surrounding moisture. Fire and ice, two opposing forces that should have annihilated each other, were forcibly fused together in a wildly chaotic and unstable manner. What kind of fighting spirit is this? The leader's eyes flickered with surprise, but he did not relent in his assault. The formidable fighting spirit of a 5-star fighter enveloped his claws as they struck toward the peculiar energy flow. Boom! The collision of claw and palm reverberated. Contrary to expectations of an effortless defeat, the energy flow of ice and fire did not crumble upon contact. Instead, it exploded with the ferocity of ignited dynamite. This was not merely an explosion, but a tumultuous surge of destructive energy. Half was a torrid wave, and half was a freezing current. As the two extreme forces clashed violently, annihilating one another, resulting in a peculiar tearing effect. Puff! The leader's expression shifted dramatically. He felt as though his fighting spirit had collided with a volcano simultaneously erupting and freezing. The alternating heat and cold assaulted him, and the chaotic tearing force directly pierced through his fighting spirit's defenses, invading his meridians. He let out a muffled grunt, staggering back 2 paces, his entire arm throbbing with pain, and the fighting spirit armor encasing it developed fine cracks. Yet Lin Nuo fared no better. The ice-fire energy flow exceeded his control. In a moment of detonation, the backlash struck his right arm like a hammer. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed. His right arm twisted at an unnatural angle. A searing pain enveloped him. What was even more terrifying was that the chaotic remnants of the ice-fire energy surged back into his body, scorching and freezing his meridians in a manner that evoked excruciating agony. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face paling to a ghostly white as his breath rapidly waned. Both sides were gravely injured. However, Lin Nuo was merely heavily wounded, while the black-clad man had only been shaken back, sustaining minor injuries. Brother! The other 2 black-clad individuals, witnessing this, were both alarmed and enraged, immediately launching themselves at Lin Nuo with lethal intent. Lin Nuo barely managed to block with his left arm, but was struck with tremendous force in the chest, sending him flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing against the wall behind him before collapsing to the ground, blood staining his front. His vision began to blur, and the ice-fire energy within him ran amok, akin to countless blades slicing through his meridians and internal organs, the agony threatening to engulf his consciousness. Was he to perish here, unwillingly? He had fought so hard to reach this day, to glimpse the dawn of hope, just as his awareness began to fade into darkness. And the fatal strikes from the 2 black-clad men drew near. An abrupt transformation occurred. Within his dantian, the previously fragile balance of the essence of strange fire and the icy blue aura, stimulated by the energy from the external world and the host's rapidly diminishing vitality, suddenly spiraled out of control. Buzz! A far more refined and ferocious crimson flame erupted violently from the essence of strange fire. Almost simultaneously, the icy blue aura seemed to have been provoked, unleashing an astonishing degree of frigid cold. The clash of ice and fire no longer intertwined, but erupted within him like 2 enraged beasts, unleashing a primal and frenzied battle within his dantian. Lin Nuo emitted a cry that transcended human sound, his body convulsing violently. One half of his skin turned a fiery crimson, radiating scorching heat, causing his garments to char instantly, while the other half was encrusted in thick frost, his blood nearly frozen. His form became a battleground for these two extreme elemental forces. A terrifying aura, far surpassing his own realm, brimming with destruction and chaos, erupted violently from his core. The two black-clad assassins, poised to strike, were met head-on by this sudden, overwhelming presence, their faces blanching in an instant, eyes filled with boundless terror. They felt their very souls quiver, as if confronting not a dying fighter, but an ancient beast on the verge of awakening. Bang! Bang! The two were struck as if by an invisible hammer, spitting blood as they were hurled backward, crashing heavily against the wall of the alley, their fates uncertain. The leader among them, though standing a distance away, was likewise shaken by this aura, his face paling in horror as he staggered back, gazing at Lin Nuo, writhing in agony on the ground, half engulfed in flames and half encased in frost, as if he had seen a ghost. Monster! His voice trembled, and in fear, he dared not linger, abandoning his companions to flee, vanishing in an instant at the alley's mouth. Left alone in the dead end, Lin Nuo endured the torment of ice and fire, emitting desperate and anguished howls. His consciousness began to sink under the relentless assault of extreme heat and cold. And just as he was on the brink of being utterly torn apart by these powers, a voice resonated with a chilling authority, like a sound from the ninth heavens. Suddenly erupted in his mind. Nonsense! A voice filled with ire reverberated, akin to a frigid spring, exploding deep within his consciousness. A powerful yet gentle soul force intervened, like an invisible barrier, forcibly separating the rampaging elemental fire from the icy blue energy within him. It was the Elder Yao. At this most critical juncture, he had finally awakened once more. Maintain your spirit, operate your technique, and guide the energy. The Elder's voice was imbued with unprecedented gravity and urgency. Quickly, I cannot hold on for long. A surge of pure soul energy protected Lin Nuo's heart pulse and primary meridians, temporarily isolating him from the brunt of the dual energies. On the verge of losing coherence, Lin Nuo clung to this lifeline, his survival instincts ignited to their utmost. He bore the inhuman agony, and with the last vestige of clarity, he desperately activated the flame manipulation technique. The technique struggled to operate amidst the excruciating pain, attempting to channel the two raging energies. However, the low grade of the flame manipulation technique was woefully inadequate against these primal forces, akin to a stream trying to divert a torrential flood, yielding negligible results. Yet this slight guidance, combined with the Elder's soul force's coercive suppression, slightly tempered the rampant energies of ice and fire. The crimson and icy blue light continued to flicker across his surface, but no longer clashed violently. Instead, they reached a tense standoff. The pain remained, yet it ceased to escalate endlessly. Lin Nuo curled upon the cold ground, his body alternating between searing heat and frigid cold, his consciousness wavering on the precipice of clarity and obscurity. He could only instinctively repeat the technique, akin to a drowning man thrashing his arms desperately. The Elder's soul energy was rapidly depleting, his already incomplete recovery diminished further as he strived to protect Lin Nuo. Boy, hold on. If you can survive this tribulation, the convergence of ice and fire may yield a transformation. The Elder's intermittent voice echoed in Lin Nuo's mind, tinged with exhaustion, before fading once more into silence, evidently spent from the excessive drain on his soul energy. Outside the alley, the clamor of voices and footsteps arose, clearly alerted by the earlier commotion. Lin Nuo's heart raced with anxiety, yet he found himself immobile. In his current state, should he be discovered? Just as despair began to take root, a white figure appeared at the alley's mouth like a phantom, gliding silently into view. Moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the figure's flowing white gown and the veil that concealed her face. It was she, the woman in white from the Snow Valley. Her cool gaze swept across the chaos of the alley and the three black-clad figures, lifeless and unresponsive, finally resting upon Lin Nuo, curled on the ground with his chaotic energies of fire and ice. A flicker of faint surprise crossed her autumn water-like eyes, quickly replaced by an expression of serene composure. Without uttering a word, she waved her delicate hand, and a gentle chill lifted Lin Nuo's body, temporarily stabilizing his agonizing state of intertwining ice and fire. Then, in a fluid motion, she vanished with him, as though merging with the moonlight, leaving behind an empty, desolate alley, still infused with the lingering, chaotic energies of ice and fire. Chapter 17, The Ice Fairy. His consciousness drifted amidst the endless hell of ice and fire. At times, it felt as though he were cast into molten lava, every inch of flesh crying out in agony, and, at others, he was thrown into perpetual ice, his very soul on the brink of shattering. These two extremes of suffering cycled endlessly, seemingly without end. Just as Lin Nuo felt he would be consumed entirely by this ceaseless torment, a chill, both crisp and gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable authority, coursed through his nearly shattered consciousness like a refreshing spring. This chill was not the violent frost of the ice-armored giant lion from the Snow Valley. nor the uncontrollable extreme cold within him, but a purer, more refined form of ice energy. It bore a unique soothing effect, causing the rampant heat and chaotic cold to retreat as if confronted by a nemesis. The excruciating pain slowly receded like a tide, replaced by a profound weariness and frailty. Lin Nuo struggled to open his heavy eyelids, his blurred vision gradually sharpening. Before him lay a simple yet elegant room. The furnishings were minimalist: a table, a chair, and a bed, all crafted from icy blue jade, emanating a faint chill that, rather than being piercing, alleviated some of the residual heat within him. The air was suffused with a refreshing fragrance, reminiscent of the scent that enveloped the woman in white from his memories. He was lying on the jade bed, covered with a thin layer of white silk bedding of unknown fabric. He attempted to move, but an immediate wave of debilitating pain coursed through him, especially in his right arm, which was heavily bandaged and ached dully. "You are awake." The cold voice came from the doorway. Lin Nuo lifted his gaze to find the woman in white standing there, her veil still obscuring her face, revealing only her clear, tranquil eyes, which seemed capable of discerning one's very soul. In her hands, she held a jade bowl containing a half portion of icy blue liquid, radiating a rich vitality and medicinal aroma. "Senior," Lin Nuo struggled to sit up, but the movement aggravated his injuries, eliciting a muffled groan. "If you wish to live, do not move recklessly." Her tone was devoid of argument as she approached the bedside, offering the jade bowl to his lips. "Drink." The command was unequivocal. Lin Nuo hesitated not, for his current predicament left no room for indecision. He tilted his head slightly and drank the icy blue medicinal liquid. The coolness flowed down his throat, soothing the severely damaged meridians and organs, even alleviating the sharp pain in his arm. "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life." Lin Nuo felt the medicinal energy spreading within him, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Had it not been for her timely arrival and intervention, he would have either been torn apart by the elemental energies or fallen into the hands of those who came in response to the commotion, both fates equally dire. The woman set the empty bowl aside, her clear gaze fixed upon him as though peering through his clothing to discern the remaining chaotic energies of ice and fire within him. "You have quite the audacity." She spoke lightly. "A mere fighter dares to forcibly invoke the essence of and the frigid aura of a fourth-tier magical beast as a means of confrontation. Were it not for your extraordinary constitution and the protection of a powerful soul, you would have long since been reduced to nothing but bones." Lin Nuo's heart trembled. She had perceived at a glance the essence and the icy lion's chill within him, and she even vaguely sensed the presence of the old pharmacist. The depth of this woman's strength and insight was truly unfathomable. "In my haste, I had no choice," Lin Nuo replied with a wry smile. "No choice." A flicker of inscrutable meaning passed through the woman's eyes. "Your crude and perilous amalgamation of ice and fire, though dreadfully flawed, faintly aligns with certain celestial principles. Whom do you claim as your master?" Lin Nuo paused for a moment and shook his head. "I have no master." "Does that mysterious old beggar count as a master?" "Clearly not." The woman did not seem surprised, nor did she pursue the matter further. Instead, she stated, "The hidden danger within you, I can only temporarily suppress. The essence and the frigid aura have already begun to intertwine with your foundation. Forcibly separating them would surely result in your demise. Only by seeking out advanced techniques and gradually addressing the situation can you possibly turn harm into benefit." This aligned with what the old pharmacist had said. Lin Nuo felt a heavy weight in his heart. Advanced techniques were not easily attainable. "May I inquire your esteemed name, Senior?" Lin Nuo asked respectfully. Establishing a good rapport with such a formidable figure could only prove beneficial. The woman regarded him for a moment, then, after a brief contemplation, replied coldly, "You may call me Xianyi." "Wuanyi?" This was evidently not her true name. Lin Nuo, perceiving the nuance, refrained from further inquiry. "Rest here and heal. For 3 days, you must not use," Xianyi instructed before turning to leave the room. For the next 3 days, Lin Nuo remained in the frigid chamber, focusing on his recovery. Each day, Xianyi would bring him a vial of ice blue medicine, which proved remarkably effective. His damaged meridians and internal organs were healing at an astonishing pace. Even the broken bones in his right arm began to mend under the nourishing chill. During this time, he attempted once more to communicate with the old pharmacist within the spatial ring, but still received no response. It was evident that the previous forceful suppression of the ice and fire turmoil had severely drained the old pharmacist's soul, plunging him into a profound slumber once more. This filled Lin Nuo with a growing sense of guilt and urgency. On the evening of the 3rd day, Lin Nuo's injuries had significantly improved. Although his right arm was not fully healed, he could move it slightly, sitting cross-legged on the cold jade bed. He attempted to sense the temporarily suppressed ice and fire energy within him without invoking. The door creaked open, and Xianyi entered, holding a scroll that was entirely dark red, seemingly crafted from the hide of a magical beast, exuding an ancient and searing aura. "Your injuries are no longer serious," Xianyi stated, tossing the scroll to Lin Nuo. "This item may prove beneficial to you." Lin Nuo caught the scroll, which felt warm to the touch. Upon unfurling it, he discovered that the top was adorned with grand, flowing characters, encapsulating a fervent essence. an advanced fire attribute technique of the Xian tier. Lin Nua's heart raced. An advanced Xian tier technique. This was precisely what he needed at this moment. Although it was still a distance from the earth tier, it was sufficient to elevate his strength significantly and would better enable him to control fire attribute, aiding in the suppression of the essence. Senior, this, Lin Nua exclaimed, astonished and delighted, looking towards Xian Yi. A return gift for the ice spirit flame grass leaves, Xian Yi replied in her customary calm tone. While this technique is merely of the advanced Xian tier, it is said to originate from an ancient relic, possessing unique attributes, particularly in the refinement and explosive potential of, making it well suited to your current condition. Whether you can resolve the hidden dangers within you depends on your own fortuity. Lin Nua grasped the scroll tightly, his heart brimming with gratitude. The ice spirit flame grass leaves had yielded far more than mere gold. It was a fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon him. This Xian Yi, though appearing aloof, acted with purpose. Thank you, Xian Yi. Lin Nua bomed deeply. No need, Xian Yi replied, turning to gaze out at the nightfall over Blackmark City. Now that your injuries have healed, you should depart on your own. The winds of change are gathering in Blackmark City. Canaan Academy is soon to recruit, and various forces are stirring. It is not a place to linger. Lin Nua understood this to be a dismissal. After expressing his gratitude once more, he carefully secured the scroll within the spatial ring. As he stepped out of the frigid room and left the hidden dwelling, the night had deepened. He glanced back at the unremarkable structure, etching Xian Yi's kindness into his memory. Then, he activated the rudimentary turtle breathing technique, concealing his presence as he melded into the shadows of the street. With the in hand, he needed to swiftly find a secure location to cultivate the technique and enhance his strength. At this moment, Blackmark City, as Xian Yi had said, was rife with tumultuous undercurrents. The arrival of Canaan Academy was akin to a boulder cast into a murky pond, stirring up even greater waves. In a dim corner, several figures clad in crimson robes were engaged in hushed conversation, leading with the vice master of the blood sect. Have we uncovered the truth? Where's that boy Xiaoyan? And that little bastard with secret techniques? Vice master, Xiaoyan's movements are elusive. He has slipped away from our traps multiple times. As for the other boy, after we lost him in the alley last time, there have been no further leads. It is as if he has vanished from existence. Useless. The vice master's eyes glinted with malice. Continue searching. Even if we have to turn Blackmark City upside down, we must drag them out. Also, inform our people at Canaan Academy. If they encounter them, they are to kill without mercy. A storm is brewing, and Lin Nua, having just gained a glimmer of hope, would soon find himself ensnared at the vortex of this turmoil. Chapter 18. The initial formation of turmoil reignited. 100 miles south of Blackmark City lies a desolate, abandoned mine, seldom trodden by human feet. Deep within the earth, dozens of meters down, the intricate network of tunnels shielded it from most external scrutiny, with only a few vent openings allowing faint rays of light to penetrate, accompanied by the distant, long-extinguished warmth of the Earth's veins. Lin Nua chose a relatively dry location at the end of a branch vein where remnants of faint fire attribute energy lingered as his temporary retreat for meditation. He sealed the entrance with a massive boulder, leaving only a narrow crack for ventilation. This place was cold and damp, but for Lin Nua, who harbored the essence, that flicker of residual warmth from the earth felt oddly comforting. He eagerly retrieved the dark red scroll and unfurled it. The characters inscribed on the scroll were not ordinary ink, but appeared to be burned into the material, exuding a fervent essence. Rather than directly outlining the operation of the technique, the scroll began with a discourse on, and emphasizing that should be, as the blazing sun, pure and domineering, while also embodying the nurturing essence of life itself. Burning the heavens and boiling the seas, sunlight illuminating all, Lin Nua murmured, gradually immersing himself in its teachings. The conceptual foundation was indeed of a higher echelon then. He cast aside distractions and, following the intricate pathways recorded in the scroll, began to attempt guiding his. Transitioning to a new technique is no simple feat, especially when advancing from an intermediate Xian tier to a more advanced technique. It necessitates the purification, compression, and adaptation of one S to a new, more complex operational route. The process was fraught with pain and peril. The crimson surged through his meridians, striking against previously untouched delicate branches in accordance with the route, bringing waves of tearing pain. Lin Nua focused his mind, meticulously controlling the flow rate and intensity of his. Thanks to the innate affinity of his source fire constitution for fire attribute, as well as the tempering of his meridians during the previous ice and fire turbulence, the transition proceeded more smoothly than anticipated. 3 days passed in silence and suffering. When the final new meridian pathway was thoroughly connected, the crimson vortex within his dantian suddenly quivered. Its volume shrank by about a third, yet its color deepened, resembling solidified magma, and its rotation speed more than doubled. The purity of the fighting spirit and the energy it encompasses have significantly surpassed previous levels. A formidable aura erupted from Lin Nua's being, causing the surrounding dust to soar into the air. He has reached the pinnacle of a one-star fighter. Moreover, the quality of his fighting spirit has undergone a qualitative leap. Lin Nuo opened his eyes, and a fleeting crimson light shimmered within them. He spread his palm, and with a mere thought, a strand of red fighting spirit surged forth. Dancing at his fingertips, this fighting spirit was no longer the somewhat ethereal flame of before. It had solidified like liquid, radiating a scorching and pure essence. Subtly infused with the unique, domineering intent of the Burning Sun art. Truly, it is a high-level, profound technique. Lin Nuo felt a surge of joy within. He sensed that if he were to employ the Fire Cloud Palm now, its power would undoubtedly increase by several folds. Furthermore, with the deepening practice of the Burning Sun art, his fighting spirit would become increasingly refined, and his control over that strand of essence seemed to have been enhanced as well. He attempted to reach out to the ice-fire energy core within his dantian that had been temporarily suppressed. Enveloped by the more condensed and domineering fighting spirit of the Burning Sun art, the essence and the ice-blue chill appear to have settled down considerably, although they remained distinct. The signs of conflict had diminished. It seems this path is indeed the right one. Lin Nuo felt invigorated. As long as he continued to cultivate the Burning Sun art and enhance his strength and control over his fighting spirit, it was not impossible to gradually refine these two forces. With his injuries healed and his technique taking shape, it was time to leave this place. He needed more resources to support his cultivation and gather information about Shaoyin and the outside world. The enrollment of the Jia Nan Academy might present an opportunity. Although his primary goal was to resolve his personal hazards and enhance his strength, the Jia Nan Academy, being a top-tier institution on the continent, undoubtedly possesses immense allure due to its vast library and resources. Pushing aside the boulder that blocked the door, Lin Nuo returned to the surface. The sunlight was somewhat blinding. After a moment of adjustment, he headed towards the direction of Black Ink City. With his newfound cultivation, his speed had increased significantly, completing the 100-mile journey in less than half a day. Upon re-entering Black Ink City, the clamor and chaos remained unchanged, yet Lin Nuo's state of mind was entirely different. With the cultivation of a pinnacle one-star fighter, combined with the Burning Sun art and the preliminary mastery of the turtle breathing technique, he had acquired a certain level of self-protection as long as he did not encounter a great fighter or above. He first visited a reasonably sized herbal shop, using the remaining gold coins to purchase some materials to assist in cultivating the Burning Sun art and nurturing his soul. The old herbalist remained in slumber, which continued to weigh on his mind. Subsequently, he entered a well-informed tavern, ordered some food, and quietly listened to the discussions around him. Hey, have you heard? The enrollment test for the Jia Nan Academy starts tomorrow at the Central Square. Indeed, the requirements are quite stringent. Under 18 and possessing at least 8 segments of fighting spirit. That will eliminate quite a number of candidates. Absolutely. However, I've heard there are several promising prospects this year, like Shaoyin from the Xiao family, and a little medical sage. Both seem quite formidable. Shaoyin, isn't he the one being hunted by the blood sect? Does he dare to show his face? Who knows? But the blood sect has been searching everywhere like rabid dogs these past few days. They probably won't let him participate in the test easily. Shaoyin is indeed participating in the enrollment of the Jia Nan Academy. Lin Nuo understood this clearly. It was the inevitable trajectory of the protagonist. Moreover, there was something even more sinister. A mercenary whispered conspiratorially, a few days ago, wasn't a leaf of ice spirit flame grass auction off? I heard the mysterious powerhouse who bought it got into a scuffle on the edge of the Black Domain plain yesterday. With whom? It seems it was with the Earth Flame sect. The Earth Flame sect? Aren't they always holed up in the volcanoes? Why are they out here? Who knows? Regardless, the disturbance was significant. It was said to be in search of ice spirit flame grass or some other fire attribute treasure. The Earth Flame sect? Lin Nuo frowned slightly. He had some recollection of this sect, known for its ruthless and domineering techniques, adept at manipulating flames, and considered a formidable force in the Black Horner region. Their sudden appearance and conflict with the powerhouse who acquired the leaf. Could it be that they sensed something? He instinctively touched his dantian. Was it because of that strand of essence? Or was it merely coincidence? An unsettling premonition loomed over him. He seemed to have been drawn into a more intricate vortex. He must elevate his strength swiftly. The Jia Nan Academy may provide a relatively safe environment for growth and resources. He resolved to attend the enrollment test tomorrow. Given his current strength, passing the preliminary test should be manageable. However, trouble always seems to arrive unannounced. Just as Lin Nuo was settling his bill and preparing to leave the tavern, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Several brawny men clad in blood-red garments strode in, their presence as fierce as hawks, scanning the patrons with piercing gazes. The leader, bearing a ghastly scar across his face, had a sinister expression. It was someone from the Blood Sect, the very scar-faced man who had clashed with him outside Wildfire Town and at the auction. Lin Nuo's heart sank. He immediately lowered his head, suppressing his aura to the utmost, his body slightly angled towards the wall. The scar-faced man appeared to be searching for someone. When his gaze swept past Lin Nuo's corner, it did not linger, evidently failing to recognize him in his altered guise and concealed aura. Damn it, where's that kid gone? The scar-faced man grumbled as he took a seat at an empty table. The young sect master has already spoken. Tomorrow during the enrollment test, if Shaoyin or that kid with the secret technique is found, we will kill them on the spot, no matter the cost. Don't worry, boss. The brothers have already locked down the area around the square. If they dare to show up, they won't be able to escape. Lin Nuo listened to their conversation, his palms beginning to sweat slightly. The blood sect had indeed laid a meticulous trap. Tomorrow was destined to be anything but tranquil. He quietly rose, preparing to exit through the back door. Just as he was about to step out, the scar-faced man seemed to sense something, abruptly turning his head, his gaze like lightning, aimed at Lin Nuo's retreating figure. Stop. Chapter 19. The test takes a turn. Stop. The cold voice of the scar-faced man was like a viper's hiss, instantly freezing the atmosphere near the back door of the tavern. Lin Nuo's steps faltered, his heart nearly skipping a beat. Had he been discovered? Impossible. The turtle breathing technique was functioning normally, and his aura was perfectly concealed. The other party should merely harbor suspicions. He forcefully suppressed the impulse to flee and slowly turned around, feigning a blend of appropriate trepidation and confusion, his voice trembling slightly. Master, are you calling for me? At that moment, his attire was ordinary, and the slight alteration of his complexion with herbs made him appear like a timid, commonplace mercenary. The scar-faced man's sharp gaze scrutinized his face and form, the aura of a five-star fighter pressing down upon him. He furrowed his brow. This person emitted a faint aura, merely at the initial stage of a fighter, and his figure differed somewhat from the slippery youth in his memory. Yet that fleeting silhouette. You come here. The scar-faced man beckoned with a finger, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Lin Nuo's heart raced with alarm. Approaching would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Out of the corner of his eye, he quickly scanned the alley outside the back door, calculating his escape route. Just as tensions mounted, a louder uproar erupted at the tavern's entrance. Stand Azida. 8 Doors Patrol. A squad of vigilant guards clad in 8 Doors attire streamed in, the leading captain's cold gaze sweeping across the room before finally landing on the blood sect members. Blood sect members? Private duels and public disturbances are prohibited in the city. Do you wish to sample the delights of the Black Prison? After all, Blacking City was under the jurisdiction of the 8 Doors, maintaining a facade of order. The scar-faced man's expression shifted, casting a fierce glare at Lin Nuo, seemingly unwilling to engage the 8 Doors at this moment. Reluctantly, he averted his gaze, forcing a grim smile at the captain. It's a misunderstanding. We were just looking for a friend to ask a few questions. With that, he returned to his seat with his subordinates, no longer glancing at Lin Nuo. Lin Nuo let out a silent sigh of relief and hurriedly bowed in gratitude to the squad leader of the 8 Doors before swiftly exiting the tavern through the back door. It was only after blending into the bustling crowd outside that he realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. That was a close call. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the 8 Doors members, the consequences would have been dire. The blood sac search was far more meticulous than he had anticipated. The upcoming enrollment test was undoubtedly a perilous endeavor. Yet, he had to attend Canaan Academy. There, he could find the resources he desperately needed within a relatively safe environment. The following day, in the central square of Blackprint City, a throng of people surged, their voices rising to a deafening crescendo. Countless youthful faces, filled with hopes, anxieties, and pride, gathered in this place. In the center of the square, a temporary high platform had been erected, upon which sat several imposing instructors from Canaan Academy. Leading them was a striking young woman in red attire, her beauty accentuated by piercing eyes, none other than the vice dean of the Outer Academy, Jia. Before the platform stood a colossal black soul testing stone and an energy orb designed to assess both the attributes and intensity of fighting spirit. The enrollment test was about to commence. Lin Nuo mingled at the edge of the crowd, maintaining his disguise and keeping his aura restrained. He sensed that numerous spies from the blood sect lurked around the square, akin to hidden vipers waiting to strike. The test proceeded methodically, with boys and girls stepping onto the stage to place their hands on the soul testing stone and the energy orb. Only those with fighting spirit at the 8th rank or above, along with qualifying soul strength, would advance to the next round. Xiaoyan. As this name echoed through the air, the previously raucous square fell silent for a fleeting moment before erupting into an even louder wave of discussion. Could it be that he was Xiaoyan, the one wanted by the blood sect? Did he truly dare to come? It was rumored he had been a waste just a year prior. How could he have cultivated so rapidly? Countless gazes, curious, scrutinizing, gloating, and even filled with malice, focused on the figure of the black-clad youth slowly ascending the platform. Xiaoyan's expression remained calm, his gaze profound, seemingly impervious to the surrounding chatter and scrutiny. He first approached the soul testing stone, placing his palm upon it. The stone quivered slightly, emanating a robust glow. His soul strength was deemed qualified. The instructor in charge of recording nodded in approval. Next, he moved toward the energy orb. Every pair of eyes was fixated on him, including those of hidden blood sect members. Lin Nuo held his breath, fully aware that the pivotal moment had arrived. Xiaoyan's hand gradually pressed down upon the energy orb. At the instant of contact, an unforeseen transformation occurred. Instead of the usual luminescence indicating the strength of fighting spirit, the orb began to tremble violently. Within its core, an overwhelmingly ferocious crimson energy surged forth like a volcanic eruption. This energy radiated a destructive heat, coalescing into a vague phantom of a colossal flame serpent that roared skyward. Was this the aura of exotic fire? Jia, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them, her beautiful gaze igniting with astonishing brilliance. The crowd was in an uproar. Exotic fire? He possesses exotic fire within him. How could this be possible at such a young age? No wonder his cultivation had progressed so swiftly. The blood sect members hidden in the shadows suddenly burned with fervent greed. Exotic fire, if they could obtain it. Yet, just as the entire venue was engulfed in shock and undercurrents of tension, an inconspicuous corner of the square witnessed an anomaly with the energy orb testing fighting spirit attributes. A boy, who had just pressed his hand upon the orb, watched as it flickered briefly with ordinary red light before a faint, yet indescribably pure crimson flame ignited within its core. Simultaneously, a barely perceptible chill began to emanate from around that flame. Though this phenomenon paled in comparison to Xiao Yan's explosive display, so slight it was nearly overlooked. The unique mingling of ice and fire emanating from it caused another figure atop the platform. A white-haired old woman with a presence akin to millennia-old ice to suddenly snap, her murky eyes wide open. Her gaze like lightning as it locked onto the boy responsible for the subtle disturbance. None other than Lin Nua, whose energy resonance had inadvertently revealed a fraction of his hidden aura due to Xiao Yan's surge. Two sources of origin? The old woman's parched lips moved, producing a hoarse whisper audible only to herself, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Almost simultaneously, several figures clad in dark red garments adorned with flame patterns, exuding a scorching aura, directed their gaze towards Lin Nua's direction. The leader among them sparkled with ecstasy and avarice. They had found it. Such a pure, exotic fire essence, though faint, was unmistakable. It emanated from that boy, a member of the Earth Flame sect. In an instant, both Xiao Yin and Lin Nua, due to their respective secrets related to fire within them, became the focal point of attention in the entire square. The Blood Sect, the Earth Flame sect, and Canaan Academy. Numerous eyes, both overt and covert, filled with shock, greed, malice, and curiosity, converged upon the two. A storm was ignited in that moment. Lin Nua's complexion changed dramatically. He knew that his greatest fears had come to pass. Without a moment's hesitation, just as countless gazes locked onto him, he fervently activated his burning sun technique, channeling fighting spirit into his legs, and bolted toward the square's exit. Trying to escape? Block him. The Earth Flame sect members reacted first, their voices ringing out sharply as several blazing figures, akin to meteors of fire, lunged toward Lin Nua. Meanwhile, atop the platform, Xiao Yan, confronted by the chaos unleashed by the uncontrollable exotic fire aura, felt a surge of determination. Grasping the Xian heavy measuring rod, he released an imposing aura. Chaos was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 20. Each taking their own path. Stop that boy, commanded the elder leading the Earth Flame sect, a man with a fiery visage and the heat of a volcano radiating from him. His gaze was fixated on Lin Nua, as if he were observing an extraordinary treasure. The purity of that exotic fire essence, albeit faint, stirred the Earth Flame fighting spirit within him. This boy harbored a monumental secret. Several disciples of the Earth Flame sect, all at the fighter level, ignited with dark red flames, darted toward Lin Nua, who was attempting to flee the square, like moths drawn to a flame. The searing currents of fighting spirit ripped through the air, blocking his path. Simultaneously, the Blood Sect members also sprang into action. Though the Scarface leader was momentarily taken aback by Lin Nua's sudden exotic fire aura, the order from the young master was to eliminate all targets. With a sinister grin, he led his subordinates, forming a subtle encirclement as they rushed toward Lin Nua. With wolves in front and tigers behind, Lin Nua's pupils constricted, his heart plummeting into despair. Faced with the onslaught of multiple fighters, he saw no chance of survival. Get away, he roared, unleashing the burning sun technique to its utmost. As crimson fighting spirit surged forth like lava, he dared not risk invoking the perilous ice and fire energies within him again, pouring forth the overwhelming might of his new technique. Fire Cloud Palm. With a swift strike, a solid palm imprint of fiery red shot forth, colliding fiercely with the fire punch of an Earth Flame sect disciple. Boom! The shockwave erupted, causing the Earth Flame disciple to stagger back several steps. Horror etched across his face. Lin Nua's fighting spirit was purer and more potent than that of an ordinary first-star fighter. Yet, two fists could not contend against four hands. From the other side, the ruthless claws of the Scarface Blood Sect leader were already upon him, aiming for his vital points. Lino pivoted sharply, barely managing to block with his left arm. Bang! A tremendous force struck him, causing him to taste blood in his throat as he stumbled forward, narrowly evading another attack from an Earth Flame disciple, yet finding himself entirely ensnared in the center of the encirclement. Boy, let's see where you can run. The scarred visage of the man emanated a cruel glint as he and his companions from the Earth Flame sect advanced slowly. Just as the tension reached its zenith, a sharp, frigid command pierced the air, echoing through the square like crystalline droplets striking a jade plate. An overwhelming aura of pressure suddenly descended, akin to an invisible tide of cold, enveloping the area in an instant. The scarred man and the members of the Earth Flame sect, poised to strike, found themselves frozen in place, as if ensnared in a quagmire, their expressions shifting dramatically. On the high platform, the previously silent white-haired matron had risen, her murky eyes now sharp as ice picks, sweeping over the members of both the Earth Flame sect and Blood sect with an undeniable authority. This is the site of the Canaan Academy's enrollment test. You shall not act recklessly. Though she refrained from taking action, the terrifying pressure that belonged to a Do Wong level warrior rendered the Do sure present breathless, their Do Chi stagnant and sluggish. Ice King, Minter Wolin. The crimson-clad elder of the Earth Flame sect grimaced, gritting his teeth. This youth possesses a rare treasure and is fated to our Earth Flame sect. I implore you to grant us some leniency. He is a wanted criminal of my Blood sect. The Scar Man retorted, his resolve hardening. Minter Wolin's cold snort sliced through the air, her voice frigid. He is a student enrolled in the Canaan Academy. Any grievances can be addressed after he exits the academy. Now be gone. The final word gone crashed down like thunder, carrying a hint of soul-shattering impact. The elder of the Earth Flame sect and the scarred man staggered back, their faces pale with dread. A Do Wong could decree life and death with a mere word. They dared not linger, casting Lin Nuo a venomous glare before hastily retreating, disappearing into the throng. The crisis had temporarily abated. Lin Nuo gasped for breath, his back drenched in cold sweat. He looked towards Minter Wolin on the platform, his heart brimming with gratitude, and bowed deeply. Thank you, Minter. Minter Wolin regarded him with a complex gaze, then glanced at Xiao Yan, who was similarly shielded by other mentors, and softly stated, the test shall proceed. You two have qualified and may join the ranks. Clearly, Canaan Academy had chosen to protect them. Whether it was Xiao Yan's displayed potential of different fire, or the peculiar icy fire essence emanating from Lin Nuo, both had captured the Academy's attention. The tumult in the square gradually subsided, and the test resumed, yet all eyes frequently darted towards the qualified candidates. Xiao Yan and Lin Nuo, filled with myriad implications. Xiao Yan cast a curious and probing look at Lin Nuo. Lin Nuo met his gaze, and in that fleeting exchange, they both sensed the gravity in each other's eyes, a mutual understanding of shared plight. They were acutely aware that trouble was merely beginning. The enrollment test finally concluded. Canaan Academy had admitted 30 qualified students in Hain City, and after a day of rest, they would be escorted to the academy by their mentors. That evening, Lin Nuo was summoned to Minter Wolin's temporary quarters. Inside the room, she scrutinized Lin Nuo, her gaze piercing. Lin Nuo, from where does the intertwining essence of ice and fire within you originate? Lin Nuo's heart tightened, knowing he could not evade this question. He had long prepared his response. Half-truths mingled with honesty. Minter, in my youth, I accidentally stumbled upon an ancient ruin and was tainted by a peculiar fire seed and icy aura. Since then, it has remained within me, impossible to expel, and has merged with my Dochi, resulting in my current state. An ancient ruin? Minter Wolin frowned slightly, evidently skeptical, yet refraining from further probing. Everyone possessed their own fortunes and secrets. She spoke solemnly. Do you understand the peril of your condition? The clash of ice and fire, with the slightest misstep, could lead to your demise. I'm aware, Lin Nuo replied, lowering his gaze. I observe that your cultivation method appears to be the burning sun technique. Minter Wolin shifted the topic. Indeed, though the burning sun technique is an admirable high-level technique of the Xian rank, it is far from sufficient to resolve the hidden dangers within you. Minter Wolin contemplated, perhaps the Academy's library harbors techniques or texts that could address your predicament, but they require adequate contribution points for exchange. Furthermore, the elder of the alchemy department has extensively researched different fire in various extraordinary flames. You may consider consulting him. Lin Nuo's heart stirred with excitement. Thank you for your guidance, Minter. This undoubtedly illuminated a path forward. Canaan Academy was indeed the right choice. Take care of yourself. Minter Wolin waved her hand. You may leave now. Assemble punctually tomorrow. Understood. Lin Nuo exited the room, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. For now, within Canaan Academy, he was safe and had a clear objective. However, upon returning to his temporary lodging, he discovered Xiao Yan standing outside his door, seemingly waiting for him. Young Master Xiao? Lin Nuo was taken aback. Xiao Yan regarded him with sharp eyes. Have we met before? Lin Nuo's heart raced, maintaining a composed exterior. Young Master Xiao jested. I have not had the honor of meeting you previously. Xiao Yan scrutinized him for a few seconds, as if searching for something in his expression, and eventually remarked coolly, perhaps I was mistaken. Thank you for today. He referred to Minter Wolin's intervention, which had indirectly aided them both. Young Master Xiao is too kind. It was the Academy's mentor who intervened, Lin Nuo cautiously replied. Xiao Yan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to leave. He carried immense secrets and pressures, remaining vigilant toward anyone. Watching Xiao Yan's retreating figure, Lin Nuo inhaled deeply. He understood that starting tomorrow, he would walk the same path as this fated child, entering the same academy, embarking on their respective journeys fraught with thorns yet destined for greatness. The road ahead was long, fraught with peril. Yet he had no choice but to grasp the power within his hands and tread forward step by step. The ice and fire within him were both a curse and the source of his strength. Canaan Academy would serve as his new beginning. Chapter 21. Entering Canaan. The winds of the Manga Gate. A colossal griffin soared high above, carrying the newly admitted students who had passed the test. Gliding over the desolate expanse of the Black Corner region, destined for the Canaan Academy, cloaked beneath an energy barrier. Lin Nuo sat upon the broad back of the griffin, gazing at the rapidly receding desolation below, a wave of emotions stirring within him. At last, he was about to step into the pinnacle of academia on this continent. He felt the ring in his pocket, where the alchemist remained silent, while the icy fire energy within him was temporarily quelled under the suppression of the burning sun technique. The path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty, yet he finally had a relatively stable foothold. He glanced at Xiao Yan, who sat nearby with his eyes closed in meditation, then observed the surrounding fresh faces, brimming with excitement and aspirations. Among them, a girl of ethereal grace known as the Little Medicine Fairy, alongside several other youths whose potent auras hinted at their extraordinary origins. As the griffin passed through the grand energy barrier, the vista before them opened up splendidly. The rich energies of heaven and earth surged forth, invigorating the spirit. Below lay undulating mountains and majestic edifices, lakes like mirrors, and waterfalls cascading like silk. Countless youthful figures darted amidst it all, radiating vibrant vitality. So, this is Canaan Academy. Lin Nuo inhaled deeply, savoring the energy concentration far surpassing that of the outside world, silently praising the place. After registering as new students, being assigned dormitories, and receiving the Academy's regulations and maps, Lin Nuo found himself allocated to a modest single dormitory in the northern district of the Outer Academy. The conditions were simple, yet they offered tranquility. He wasted no time. After settling in briefly, he immediately began to study the Academy's regulations and meticulously examine the map, marking key locations such as the library, alchemy department, task hall, and the area mentioned by Mentor Roland where the Fire Elder resided. Contribution points. Lin Nuo mused as he read the explanation regarding contribution points in the regulations. This was the Academy's internal currency, redeemable for techniques, combat skills, elixirs, medicinal materials, and all other resources. The primary means of acquisition were completing Academy tasks or achieving commendable ranks in the annual Inter-Academy selection competition. I must earn contribution points as swiftly as possible. Lin Nuo's objective was clear. Whether it was exchanging for advanced martial techniques to resolve internal issues or seeking treasures that could nurture the soul to awaken the esteemed apothecary. A substantial amount of contribution points was required. In the ensuing days, Lin Nuo secluded himself, emerging only for essential classes, dedicating the majority of his time to diligently practicing the burning sun technique in his dormitory, solidifying his pinnacle as a one-star Do fighter, while attempting to refine his control over Dochi to prevent any leakage of internal energy. During this period, he also visited the alchemy department, hoping to pay a visit to Elder Hua. However, Elder Hua, with his esteemed status, was not someone a mere outer court novice could hope to meet at will. Lin Nuo was unable to even step through the doors of the alchemy department and had to return in disappointment. On one particular day, Lin Nuo had just awoken from his cultivation when he heard a commotion outside his dormitory. He pushed the door open and found numerous new students gathered, animatedly discussing amongst themselves, their faces reflecting indignation and resentment. Damn it, those senior students are too bullying. Why must we surrender half of our fire energy every month? If we don't comply, they threaten to beat us. Brother Wong and the others have already been injured. Fire energy? Lin Nuo's interest was piqued. He recalled the regulations stating that only inner court disciples were qualified to enter the heavenly burning chi tower for cultivation, utilizing a special energy known as fire energy to expedite their training. What were these new students talking about? He caught hold of an acquaintance among the newcomers and inquired, only to realize that some of the older students, dissatisfied with their status in the inner court or ostracized, were targeting promising newcomers, extorting them under the guise of protection fees for the fire energy they would eventually obtain upon entering the inner court. This was a preemptive, almost robbing, behavior. It's the White Gang. The new student gritted his teeth. The leader is Fu Ao, a 3-star Great Dome Master. We stand no chance of resistance. As they were speaking, a raucous noise erupted at the entrance of the dormitory area. 7 or 8 senior students clad in white garments, exuding a formidable aura, swagger and led by a haughty young man, Fu Ao himself. New recruits, it's time to hand over this month's fire energy. Fu Ao's gaze swept over the assembled newcomers, akin to surveying a herd of lambs awaiting slaughter. Finally, his eyes fell upon the strikingly poised little physician among the crowd, a glimmer of lewd desire flashing within them. Of course, if anyone is willing to join our White Gang, or, they could be spared. The newcomers felt a surge of anger but dared not voice it, as the disparity in strength was too great. At that moment, a calm voice broke through the tension. And what if we refuse? Everyone turned to see Xiao Yan standing resolutely at the forefront of the crowd, his expression tranquil as he faced Fu Ao. Fu Ao narrowed his eyes, a cold sneer escaping his lips. Oh, so you are Xiao Yan? I've heard you possess some skill. However, in this place, you must either coil like a dragon or lie like a tiger. Refuse? Then I shall break your legs and make you crawl into the inner court. The atmosphere became instantly charged with hostility. Xiaoyan's gaze turned frigid as he grasped his mysterious heavy ruler. Lin Nuo stood at the back of the crowd, observing the scene unfold. He understood that, given Xiaoyan's temperament, he would never submit. Likewise, he had no intention of relinquishing the fire energy he had painstakingly earned. The White Gang was an insurmountable hurdle. Just as Xiaoyan and Fu Ao faced off, the imminent clash poised to erupt, Lin Nuo suddenly stepped forward. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Xiaoyan, his gaze steady as he addressed Fu Ao, "New students are not lambs to be slaughtered." His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the gathering. Everyone froze, including Xiaoyan, who cast a surprised glance at Lin Nuo. Fu Ao was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter as if he had heard the greatest joke. "Huh, another fool who doesn't know his place. A mere one-star Do fighter dares to speak up? Break their legs." The few members behind Fu Ao grinned menacingly and moved forward, their Dochi surging, ready to strike. Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed sharply, the edge of his ruler beginning to gather Dochi. Lin Nuo inhaled deeply, quietly activating the burning sun technique, crimson Do Chi surging through his meridians. He recognized that this battle was unavoidable. Though his opponents were formidable, he was not without the strength to fight back. This was an opportunity to test the power of the burning sun technique. However, just as the two sides were about to clash, a sharp voice rang out. "Stop!" A figure clad in red, akin to a flame, swept into the arena, positioning herself protectively before the new students. It was none other than one of the leading instructors for this expedition, Hu Jia. Her beautiful eyes glinted with menace as she coldly regarded Fu Ao. "Fu Ao, do you dare to bully new students in the outer court? Do you think I, Hu Jia, do not exist?" Fu Ao's expression shifted, for he harbored a degree of trepidation towards this notorious toxic Shura. He forced a smile. "Instructor Hu Jia, we were merely joking with the newcomers, fostering camaraderie." "Get lost," Hu Jia interjected mercilessly. Fu Ao's face turned ashen, casting a fierce glare at Xiaoyan and Lin Nuo, threateningly declaring, "You two, mark my words. Once you enter the inner court, you will pay dearly." With that, he retreated with his subordinates, dejected. The newcomers erupted in cheers, their gazes filled with gratitude towards Hu Jia. She turned, her eyes sweeping over Xiaoyan and Lin Nuo, lingering momentarily on Lin Nuo, before stating calmly, "If you wish to avoid being bullied, strive to grow stronger swiftly. In the outer court, I can still protect you. But once you enter the inner court, everything will depend on your strength." With that, she departed. The immediate crisis was averted. Yet all understood that this was merely the beginning. The threat of the White Gang loomed like a sword suspended over their heads. Xiaoyan looked at Lin Nuo and nodded. "Thank you." Lin Nuo smiled faintly. "It was merely my duty as a fellow newcomer." They exchanged a glance, both recognizing the determination reflected in each other's eyes. They understood that to establish themselves in Canaan Academy, mere individual efforts would not suffice. That night, within Xiaoyan's dormitory, he, Lin Nuo, Little Physician, and several other capable and virtuous newcomers convened. "The White Gang will not relent," Xiaoyan stated solemnly. "We must unite and establish our own faction to secure our foothold in the inner court and safeguard our interests." Everyone nodded in agreement. "What shall we name our faction?" Little Physician inquired softly. Xiaoyan surveyed the group, his gaze eventually resting on the distant mountains standing steadfast against the night sky, and he slowly proclaimed, "Let us call it the Rock Gate, symbolizing our unwavering resolve and unity, unbreakable against all odds." Rock Gate. Lin Nuo silently repeated this name, understanding that from this moment onward, his story within Canaan Academy would be intricately intertwined with this new student faction. A new challenge, a new journey had begun. Chapter 22. The Dark Knight's Assassination, Ice and Fire's Initial Manifestation. The establishment of the Rock Gate stirred ripples among the new students in the outer court, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, centered around Xiaoyan, with Lin Nuo and Little Physician as its backbone. This new faction swiftly attracted numerous talented disciples unwilling to be oppressed by the senior students, coalescing into a formidable entity. However, as the saying goes, the tree desires tranquility, but the wind does not cease. The threat posed by the White Gang did not dissipate due to instructor Hu Jia's intervention. Instead, it loomed like dark clouds over Rockgate. Although Fu Ao and his ilk dared not act brazenly in the outer court, their covert harassment and provocations never ceased. Cultivation resources were withheld, task information intercepted, and members of Rock Gate occasionally found themselves ambushed by unidentified assailants during outings. Everyone understood this was the White Gang's retaliation. They were biding their time, waiting for the moment Rock Gate members entered the inner court. In the outer court, rules imposed by instructors reigned. But once they crossed into the inner court, the rules would be far more blatant. Strength would be the only currency that mattered. The pressure transformed into motivation. All members of Rock Gate, including Lin Nuo, embarked on a fervent journey of cultivation. In the confines of his dormitory, Lin Nuo sat cross-legged, surrounded by a crimson aura of fighting spirit that surged like flames, raising the temperature of the room considerably. He had cultivated the burning sun technique to the pinnacle of its first level, a mere opportunity away from breaking through to the second level. which would significantly enhance both the quality and quantity of his fighting spirit. Gazing inward at his dantian, he observed the fragile balance maintained by the energy sphere of ice and fire, enveloped by the increasingly refined crimson fighting spirit. Despite his attempts to connect and guide it using his soul power, the results were minimal, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. It was insufficient. Lin Nuo opened his eyes, his brow slightly furrowed. The advanced technique of the Xian rank seemed to have reached its limits. To truly address the hidden dangers, he would require at least an Earth rank technique, or perhaps some extraordinary opportunity. He needed contribution points. He needed more resources. With this thought in mind, Lin Nuo rose, resolved to visit the task hall. Although the contribution point rewards for new students were modest, they could accumulate over time. In the dead of night, the moonlight was obscured by thin clouds, casting a dimness over the academy's paths. Lin Nuo instinctively activated the turtle breathing technique, concealing his presence as he glided through the shadows of the buildings like a specter. As he passed through a secluded grove, an exceedingly subtle, killing intent, sharp as a cold poison needle, suddenly stabbed towards his back. He was ambushed. Lin Nuo's hair stood on end. The heightened awareness conferred by the turtle breathing technique saved his life. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, simultaneously exerting force at his waist to twist mid-air. Swoosh! A pitch-black dagger, carrying a whiff of blood, grazed beneath his ribs, tearing a gash in his robe, the icy touch sending shivers across his skin. A 3-star dome master. Moreover, a killer adept in stealthy assassination. Lin Nuo landed and rolled, swiftly creating distance, his gaze icy as he stared in the direction from which the dagger had come. From the shadows, a figure cloaked entirely in black emerged, revealing only a pair of emotionless eyes, slowly materializing. Is it the White Gang? Lin Nuo asked in a low voice, his burning sun technique operating at full capacity, crimson fighting spirit surging through his meridians, ready to explode. He hadn't anticipated that the White Gang would dare employ an assassin in the outer academy. The figure in black offered no reply, vanishing like a ghost, merging into the surrounding darkness. Only that faint killing intent, akin to a relentless parasite, remained firmly fixated on Lin Nuo. Holding his breath, Lin Nuo expanded his soul power, meticulously sensing every ripple in the vicinity. The turtle breathing technique not only rendered him adept at concealment, but also heightened his sensitivity to aura. To his left, he suddenly pivoted, a shadow of darkness nearly brushing against his neck. At the same time, his right palm gathered crimson fighting spirit, and without hesitation, he struck towards a shadow on his left with a fiery palm technique. Boom! The palm wind struck true, producing a dull thud. The figure in black staggered, tumbling from the shadows, surprise flickering in their eyes as if they hadn't anticipated Lin Nuo's swift reaction and acute perception. Yet, a 3-star dome master was seasoned in combat. Instead of retreating, the figure capitalized on their stumble, spinning like a top, their legs whipping through the air like venomous whips, aimed ruthlessly at Lin Nuo's head and chest. The speed was blinding, the angles treacherous. Lin Nuo's pupils constricted. At this proximity, evasion was futile. He crossed his arms, crimson fighting spirit coalescing into a fiery shield to withstand the blow. Boom! The clash of fighting spirits erupted with a thunderous roar. Lin Nuo felt an overwhelming force surge through him, his arms aching as the fiery shield shattered instantaneously, sending him hurtling backward, a taste of blood rising in his throat. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. The figure in black, undeterred, pressed the attack, their form a relentless shadow, the dagger flashing once more, aimed straight for Lin Nuo's heart. This strike was swift, precise, and lethal, intent on delivering a fatal blow. The scent of death enveloped him. A flash of madness crossed Lin Nuo's eyes. There was no escape, no defense, only a desperate fight for survival. He ceased to hold back. The burning sun technique surged to its utmost limit within his dantian. The boundless source of foreign fire seemed to sense its master's peril and determination, erupting into a frenzy. The icy blue energy, which had maintained balance with it, was also incited by this tumult. Ice and fire, two extreme forces at this moment, were forcibly directed by Lin Nuo's will, akin to two enraged dragon serpents surging through his meridians towards his right fist. He no longer sought to blend them. Instead, he unleashed these two powers as the embodiment of the burning sun technique's domineering fist intent, erupting simultaneously. Burning sun, ice, and fire kill. He roared, his right fist crashing forth. This time, the fist was no longer merely crimson, one half blazed like lava, while the other half shimmered in icy blue like profound ice. The two colors were distinctly separate, yet bizarrely intertwined, scorching the air into distortion on one side, while freezing it into crystalline frost on the other. A chaotique, destructivo, far exceeding that of a 1-star Do warrior, erupted suddenly, causing even the 3-star Do master in black to feel a pang of trepidation. The figure's complexion changed dramatically. They sensed the mortal threat within that punch. Attempting to withdraw, it was already too late. Boom! The fist collided with the dagger. There was no sound of metal clashing, only a thunderous explosion. The crimson and icy blue energies erupted, forming a tempest of intertwining ice and fire, instantly engulfing both combatants. Puff! The figure in black bore the brunt, their dagger melting halfway and freezing the other half upon contact with the ice-fire energy before shattering into fragments. The chaotic, destructive energy surged into their body, alternating between searing heat and biting cold, ruthlessly ravaging their meridians and internal organs. A piercing scream escaped their lips, their body hurtling backward like a ragged sack, crashing heavily against a large tree, blood gushing forth, their vitality waning, clearly on the brink of death. Lin Nuo, however, was not unscathed. The ice-fire energy exceeded his control limits, and at the moment of explosion, an even more intense backlash surged back like a tsunami. Crack! His right arm, propelled forward, emitted a sickening sound as bones shattered, twisting grotesquely. The ice-fire energy rampaged within him, tearing through his meridians, the excruciating pain nearly causing him to faint. He coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, some mixed with shattered internal organs and the acrid scent of charred flesh, his complexion as pale as paper, his aura dwindling to the brink. He knelt on one knee, barely propping himself up with his left arm to avoid collapsing. He had won, but it was a near mutual destruction. Gazing at the peculiar corpse not far away, half charred and half frosted, he felt no joy, only a chilling sense of survival and dread. This time, he had gambled and won. But what about next time? He must elevate his strength swiftly. He must resolve the hidden threats within him post-haste. Enduring the excruciating pain and weakness, he struggled to rise, staggering back towards the dormitory. He had to tend to his injuries quickly, ensuring that no one discovered he had killed here, especially not members of the White Gang. Under the moonlight, his silhouette appeared extraordinarily solitary and resolute. Shortly after his departure, a white figure silently emerged in the grove. Anxian gazed at the unusually disposed corpse on the ground, then glanced in the direction Lin Nuo had taken, a complex glimmer flickering in her cold eyes. Ice and fire from the same source could unleash such power. This young man might be even more intriguing than I had anticipated. Chapter 23. Inner Academy Selection. The Disturbance of the Fallen Heart Flame. The assassin's attack rang like a warning bell, allowing Lin Nuo to grasp the undercurrents swirling beneath the tranquil faade of Canaan Academy. The White Gang's revenge would not cease. Only strength would serve as his sole safeguard. He staggered back to the dormitory, his severely injured body weighed down by agony. Without delay, he consumed the finest healing elixir he possessed and commenced the arduous process of mending his damaged meridians and shattered right arm through the practice of the Fengyang Gong. The repercussions of the backlash from the icy flames were far more severe than they appeared. Had it not been for his unique constitution and the protective nature of the Fengyang Gong, a profound level technique safeguarding his heart meridian, he would have likely succumbed to death. For the ensuing fortnight, Lin Nuo scarcely ventured beyond his quarters, dedicating himself entirely to recuperation. During this period, Xiao Yin and Xiao Yixian, among others, visited him, yet he tactfully declined their company under the pretense of seclusion for training. He could not afford to reveal the extent of his injuries, particularly the conspicuous damage to his right arm. Should the White Gang become aware, the repercussions would be dire. Fortunately, the Fengyang Gong proved remarkably effective for healing, and with the deliberate procurement of several potent healing herbs, the recovery of his injuries progressed more swiftly than anticipated. By the end of the fortnight, the bones of his fractured right arm had begun to heal, allowing for normal daily activities. Though he could not yet engage in vigorous combat, his internal meridians were gradually mending under the nurturing warmth of his fighting energy. But the scars left by the tumultuous icy flames still lingered, akin to deep fissures on a parched riverbed, requiring additional time to fully smooth over. This grievous injury, however, was not without its merits. Having brushed against the precipice of death and forcibly summoned the primal essence of ice and fire against an opponent, Lin Nuo found his comprehension of the Fengyang Gong had deepened significantly. His fighting energy had become more refined, and he felt himself on the verge of touching the barrier of a one-star dome master. The two forces within him, having erupted, seemed to have expended some of their ferocity, growing slightly more docile. Although still perilous, it at least hinted at the possibility of initial mastery. Upon his recovery and emergence from seclusion, Lin Nuo distinctly sensed a heightened tension within the Piandian. The oppression from the White Gang had intensified, and whispers circulated among the senior members of the Inner Courtyard, promising to deliver the Piandian a profound lesson during the upcoming Inner Courtyard selection trials. The Inner Courtyard selection trials represented the sole pathway for Outer Courtyard disciples to gain admission to the Inner Sanctum, as well as the quickest means to amass contribution points. The top 10 competitors would not only gain direct entry into the Inner Courtyard, but would also receive substantial rewards and contribution points, with the top 3 earning the privilege to select techniques from the library. This was an opportunity Lin Nuo could not afford to miss. As the date of the selection trials loomed closer, an atmosphere thick with anticipation enveloped the entire Outer Courtyard. All aspiring disciples were engaged in a final push. One day, while Lin Nuo was consolidating his cultivation within his dormitory, a sudden tremor shook the entire Jia Nan Academy. It was not an earthquake, but rather a deep, resounding roar emanating from the depths of the earth. Immediately thereafter, a wave of terrifying, chaotic energy surged forth, akin to a slumbering giant awakening. Radiating from the Academy's central region, the Tianfen refining tower. In the sky above, the immense energy shield fluctuated violently, sending ripples throughout the air. An intangible, searing heat permeated the atmosphere, causing all practitioners of fire attribute techniques to feel their fighting energy stir restlessly. It was the fallen heart flame. It had erupted once more. This time, it appeared more violent than ever. Look at the refining tower. Countless disciples rushed from their quarters, gazing in horror at the direction of the Tianfen refining tower. They beheld the massive black tower, its surface pulsating with crimson light, akin to bulging veins, spreading outward as the tower trembled slightly, as if something within was on the verge of breaking free. Lin Aw stood at the doorway of his dormitory, observing the phenomena surrounding the refining tower. When the strand of peculiar fire essence within him began to flicker uncontrollably, stirring a complex mix of yearning and trepidation. The invisible heart flame, permeating the air, further ignited a sense of restlessness within his very soul. Is this the power of the fallen heart flame? Lin Nuo was struck with awe. Even from such a distance, and amidst numerous seals, its might was palpable. What horrors would be unleashed should he confront its true form? Instinctively, he placed a hand on his dantian. What would occur with his source fire constitution and this strand of peculiar fire essence in the face of the fallen heart flame? The Academy's higher-ups reacted swiftly as formidable auras surged from the depths of the inner courtyard, rocketing toward the Tianfen refining tower like meteors. Among them, one aura was chilling to the bone. Lin Nuo recognized it as Mentor Wolin. Another was fiercely blazing, likely belonging to the Fire Elder. Powerful beams of energy shot forth from the hands of several elders, infusing the ceiling formations surrounding the tower. The tremors of the tower gradually subsided, and the crimson glow on its surface slowly retracted. The tumult seemed to have been temporarily quelled. Yet, all could sense that the violent energy lurking deep within the earth had not truly settled. It had merely retreated once more. An intangible pressure enveloped the hearts of every student. The disturbance of the fallen heart flame served as an interlude. Yet it cast an even darker and more ominous shadow over the impending inner courtyard selection trials. Days later, the inner courtyard selection trials finally commenced amid the gaze of thousands, unfolding in the largest arena of the outer courtyard. The colossal circular arena was thronged with spectators, the air resonating with uproar. On the high platform sat the vice president of the outer courtyard, Hu Qian, alongside several elder mentors. All participating outer courtyard disciples gathered in the arena, eager and excited, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Lin Nuo stood within the ranks of the Piandian, his gaze sweeping across the arena. He spotted Xiao Yan, whose aura had become more composed and formidable. He noticed the predatory expressions of the senior members of the White Gang, led by Fu Ao, and he recognized many hidden masters with formidable auras. His objective was clear, the top 10. Only by securing a place within the top 10 could he obtain a wealth of contribution points and the opportunity to enter the library, enabling him to expeditiously address his personal dilemmas and awaken Yao Lao. The inner courtyard selection trials commence now. Hu Qian's resonant voice echoed throughout the arena. The first round, a free-for-all. All participants enter the arena. The last 50 standing will advance. The rules were simple yet brutal. With the signal given, hundreds of participants surged into the vast arena like a tidal wave. The battle erupted instantaneously. The thunderous clashes of fighting energy, the explosive sounds of techniques colliding, and the groans and cries of the injured filled the entire venue. Lin Nuo shifted nimbly, activating the turtle breathing technique, refraining from immediate engagement. Instead, he maneuvered around the periphery of the battlefield, avoiding the more obvious strong opponents and chaotic skirmishes. His goal was advancement, not bravado. Xiao Yan, however, was entirely different. Like a tiger among sheep, he wielded the Xuanzhong with ease, generating fierce winds and clearing a substantial area with minimal effort. Xiao Yixian, utilizing her peculiar agility and poison techniques, also navigated the fray with remarkable ease. The White Gang had evidently devised a strategy. They remained consolidated rather than scattering, functioning as a cohesive unit, specifically targeting isolated individuals or small groups, particularly those from the Piandian. First, eliminate the Piandian's weaklings. Fu Ao Kakol, leading several core members of the White Gang directly toward Lin Nuo. They evidently deemed him, with his mere 1-star, dome master strength and reliance on luck and peculiar methods, an easier target than Xiao Yan. Lin Nuo bet careful. From a distance, Xiao Yan, entangled with other senior members, called out urgently. Lin Nuo regarded the aggressive advance of Fu Ao and his cohorts, his gaze sharpening to icy coldness. With no avenue for retreat, it was time to fight. He inhaled deeply, channeling the Fengyang Gong to its fullest extent, crimson fighting energy surging forth. Though his right arm had not fully healed, he still had his left arm. Moreover, he possessed this body tempered by ice and fire. The murderous intent of the White Gang, the disturbance of the fallen heart flame, and the brutality of the inner courtyard selection all coalesced, transforming into a burning combat fervor in his eyes. The chaos within the arena intensified abruptly as the White Gang launched their assault against the Piandian. Chapter 24. The Black Faces by Chung, a glimpse of brilliance. Inside the arena, The melee had reached a boiling point. Fighting energy surged, and cries of anguish echoed relentlessly, as one after another, participants were flung from the arena, losing their qualification. Fu Ao, accompanied by 3 key members of the White Gang, encircled Lin Nuo in a fan-like formation, their faces displaying a cruel mockery reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. To them, a mere 1-star fighter was as easily dispatched as flipping a hand. Last time you had Mentor Hu Jia to protect you. Let us see who can save you this time. Fu Ao sneered, unleashing the full force of his 3-star fighter aura upon Lin Nuo, attempting to shatter his spirit. Simultaneously, the other 3 erupted with their own fighting spirit, 2 2-star fighters and 1 1-star fighter. Their overwhelming presence surrounded Lin Nuo like 4 solid walls, effectively trapping him in the center. The other competitors, witnessing this scene, quickly retreated, wary of being ensnared in this apparent personal vendetta. In the distance, Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened as he wielded the Xianzhong Qi to repel the 2 veteran students who were entangling him, preparing to rush to Lin Nuo's aid. Xiao Yan, your opponent is me. A chilling voice rang out, as a figure, like a specter, blocked Xiao Yan's path. Clad in white, with a stern visage, the aura emanating from him unmistakably marked him as the pinnacle of a 5-star fighter, Bai Cheng, the leader of the White Gang. Bai Cheng. Xiao Yan's expression turned grave, forcing him to halt. Bai Cheng's strength ranked among the top 5 in the Outer Academy, making him one of Xiao Yan's fiercest adversaries in this election tournament. Focus on yourself. Bai Cheng sneered, cutting off any further dialogue. With a swift motion of his hands, he unleashed a fierce wave of fighting spirit that surged toward Xiao Yan like a colossal white python. Xiao Yan could only respond by wielding his staff, and the 2 engaged in a fierce clash, the air crackling with energy, making escape difficult. Meanwhile, Lin Nuo faced the onslaught of 4 fighters, the pressure mounting exponentially. He took a deep breath, channeling the turtle breathing technique to its utmost, not to conceal himself, but to fully concentrate his mind on sensing and controlling the fighting spirit. Attack! Fu Ao commanded, and all 4 struck simultaneously. The gale of fists, palms, and kicks, imbued with overwhelming fighting spirit, thundered toward Lin Nuo from all directions. There was no escape. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Nuo's eyes as he stomped his left foot upon the ground, spinning like a top. The crimson flames of his burning sun fighting spirit erupted, forming a fiery vortex. Fire spiral wall. This was a defensive technique he had devised, inspired by the characteristics of the burning sun skill, combining his understanding of fighting spirit control. Utilizing the force of rotation, he aimed to deflect and shatter the oncoming attacks from all sides. Boom! 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 The 4 attacks nearly struck the fiery vortex simultaneously. A series of explosive sounds erupted. The vortex trembled violently, its color dimming, and Lin Nuo let out a muffled groan, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. After all, the disparity in strength was too vast, even with most of the force dissipated. The residual impact still injured his insides. Yet, he had ultimately withstood their combined strike. What? The expressions of Fu Ao and the other 3 morphed into one of astonishment. A 1-star fighter had actually withstood their united assault? How could this be possible? Seizing the moment of their shock, Lin Nuo continued to spin, propelled by the residual force like an arrow shot from a bow, hurtling toward the weakest 1-star fighter among them. Fire Cloud Palm. The crimson fighting spirit on his left palm coalesced, transformed from scattered flames into a solid imprint resembling red jade, bearing the unique scorching dominance of the burning sun fighting spirit, aimed directly at his opponent's face. Swift, accurate, lethal. The 1-star fighter, caught entirely off guard by Lin Nuo's sudden counterattack after enduring the 4 fighters' assault, could only hastily cross his arms in defense. Crack! The crisp sound of bones fracturing echoed. The 1-star fighter screamed in agony as his arms twisted and contorted, his body sent flying backward by the force of Lin Nuo's palm, unconscious before he even hit the ground, flying out of the arena's boundaries. 1 strike, 1 elimination. The crowd erupted in astonishment. No one had anticipated that this seemingly weakest member of the Panchon sect could be so ferocious, trading injury for injury. He first broke free from the encirclement and then eliminated 1. Fu Ao's face turned a deep shade of fury, feeling as though he had been dealt a stinging slap. He bellowed, "Incompetent fools! Attack him together and finish him off." The remaining 3, with no reservations left, unleashed their fighting spirit, employing their signature techniques in a tempestuous assault on Lin Nuo. White killing palm, rending wind leg. Fu Ao, receive my palm. Lin Nuo's gaze turned frigid as he executed his movement technique to its fullest, weaving through the dense barrage of attacks. He no longer endured head-on. Instead, he utilized the acute perception and agile footwork granted by the turtle breathing technique to search for counters. His fighting style starkly contrasted with Xiao Yan's reckless ferocity, resembling a concealed assassin lurking in the shadows, calm, precise, and deadly. With a swift strike, he seized upon a minuscule opening in Fu Ao's onslaught, his left palm cutting toward Fu Ao's ribs with surgical precision. The burning sun fighting spirit concentrated at his fingertips, imbued with a searing, penetrating force. Fu Ao reacted swiftly. hastily raising his hand to block. Hiss! As the fighting spirits collided, Fu Ao felt a scorching, sharp energy pierce through his palm, sending a shudder of numbness through his entire arm, his heart sinking in shock. How could this kid's fighting spirit be so refined and domineering? The attacks from the other two fighters had already closed in, forcing Lin Nuo to abandon his pursuit and retreat swiftly. The battle in the arena, due to Lin Nuo's unexpectedly tenacious resistance, began to draw increasing attention. Even some elders on the platform cast curious glances. This young man possesses commendable combat awareness, and his fighting spirit is quite refined, unlike an ordinary one-star fighter, one elder remarked, stroking his beard. The cultivation method he practices seems to have some merit, imbued with a heat-driven dominating essence. Another elder nodded in agreement. Minter Roa Lin observed Lin Nuo, who was struggling yet resolutely refusing to be defeated in the fray. Her icy expression revealed little, yet a faint glimmer of surprise flickered in her depths. She sensed more acutely than others that within Lin Nuo, the ice and fire energies, which had been forcibly suppressed, seemed to be displaying a semblance of activation amidst the high-intensity battle. Is he using this pressure to forge himself? She pondered inwardly. In the arena, Lin Nuo's situation was far from optimistic. His right arm remained injured, severely affecting his balance and strength. Faced with a frenzied onslaught from Fu Ao and the two other fighters, he could only rely on his agility and left arm to sustain himself. His body already marred with multiple wounds, blood staining his robes. Yet, the fighting spirit in his eyes burned ever brighter. The burning sun skill operated increasingly smoothly under extreme pressure, and his control over fighting spirit became ever more refined. He even sensed that the ice-fire energy mass in his dantian was gradually releasing traces of pure energy, slowly merging into his burning sun fighting spirit, albeit weakly, yet imperceptibly enhancing its power. I cannot fall. Absolutely not. Lin Nuo gritted his teeth and persevered, pouring every ounce of strength into each evasion, each block, and every counterattack. His resilience surpassed everyone's expectations. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin and Bai Cheng's battle had entered a crucial juncture. Though merely a two-star fighter, Xiao Yin, wielding the Xin Zhongqi's weight and peculiar techniques, engaged Bai Cheng, the pinnacle five-star fighter, in an intense stalemate. Flames-splitting devouring wave staff. Xiao Yin shouted, as the flames on the Xin Zhongqi surged, transforming into a colossal flame staff beam that tore through the air, striking fiercely toward Bai Cheng. Bai Cheng's expression grew serious as he concentrated his white fighting spirit into a thick energy shield. Boom! The staff beam collided with the shield, emitting a thunderous roar. The energy shockwave radiated outward. After a moment of stalemate, cracks began to spread across the white shield. Break! Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened, unleashing another surge of fighting spirit. Crack! The shield shattered with a resounding crash. Bai Cheng let out a muffled groan, staggering backward, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Yan had actually repelled Bai Cheng in a direct confrontation. The crowd erupted once more in astonishment. The members of the Panshan sect were proving to be more formidable than anyone had anticipated. However, just as Xiao Yan was poised to press his advantage and Bai Cheng wore a troubled expression, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The entire arena, nay, the entirety of the Jia Nan Academy, was suddenly rocked by a more violent tremor than before. From deep within the earth emanated a furious roar reminiscent of ancient cataclysms. In the direction of the heavenly flame refining tower, a crimson beam of light shot skyward, staining the heavens a vivid red. The sensation of the intangible heart fire intensified, burning with a ferocity several times greater than before. Many students of lesser strength turned pale, immediately sitting cross-legged to resist the encroaching heart fire. The fallen heart flame erupted once more feral than ever. All instructors hurried towards the heavenly flame refining tower to maintain the seal. Vice Dean Huoqian's expression changed dramatically. He sprang to his feet, his voice booming like thunder. The elder instructors atop the platform transformed into streaks of light, racing towards the refining tower. The selection tournament was forced to a halt. Amidst the chaos, Fu Ao and the others were momentarily stunned by this sudden upheaval. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Lin Nuo felt a surge of energy within him as the burning sun technique resonated with the violent aura of the fallen heart flame. Stirring restlessly, enlightened by inspiration, he summoned forth a blend of crimson fighting spirit and a barely perceptible icy blue chill in his left palm. He struck the ground with a forceful palm. Ice and fire quake. A chaotic wave of elemental energy erupted from his palm, spreading violently. Fu Ao and his companions were caught off guard. Their forms destabilized as they staggered backward. Lin Nuo, utilizing the recoil, floated backward like a wisp of smoke, quickly distancing himself from the fray. He stood at the edge of the tumultuous crowd, gazing towards the towering crimson beam emanating from the refining tower, feeling an unprecedented restlessness within him, his expression grave. The upheaval of the fallen heart flame and the interruption of the selection tournament seemed to herald a greater storm on the horizon. What role would the ice and fire within him play in this impending tempest? Chapter 25. Heart Fire Tempering the Soul, a glimpse into the path. The second eruption of the fallen heart flame was fierce yet fleeting. under the combined efforts of Vice Dean Huaqian and numerous elder instructors. The soaring crimson beam gradually retracted into the tower, and the violent tremor subsided. However, the intangible heart fire lingering in the air did not dissipate completely. Rather, it continued to smolder like embers, incessantly burning the souls of all present, instilling a sense of agitation and oppression. The internal selection tournament was forced to a halt, and all students were instructed to return to their quarters, forbidden from wandering freely. A tense and uneasy atmosphere enveloped the entire Jia Nan Academy. Upon returning to his dormitory in the Panman area, Lin Nuo sat cross-legged on his bed, his brow furrowed. The state of his internal energy had grown more complex than before. In the arena, he had forcibly drawn upon a fragment of ice and fire energy to contend with Fu Ao and the others. Although he had successfully extricated himself, the already fragile balance within him was once again destabilized. Compounding the issue was the violent heart fire energy unleashed during the fallen heart flame's eruption, which seemed to resonate peculiarly with the essence of the strange fire within him, rendering that essence more active and even hinting at a tendency to break free from the constraints of the burning sun technique. The intangible heart fire's searing sensation upon his soul made his experience agonizing. The suffering at the level of the soul was far more unbearable than physical pain. He needed to find a way to stabilize the situation. Lin Nuo took a deep breath and attempted to circulate the burning sun technique, using a purer and more domineering fighting spirit to envelop and soothe the agitated mass of ice and fire energy. The effect was negligible. The heart fire of the fallen heart flame was all-pervasive, continually stimulating the essence within him from the outside. Just as he felt somewhat helpless, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Though the heart fire of the fallen heart flame was a calamity, the Jia Nan Academy had managed to construct the heavenly flame refining tower with it, accelerating the disciples' cultivation. This indicated that its energy, if guided and utilized, could be immensely beneficial to cultivators, particularly regarding soul power. In the original text, Xiao Yin had significantly enhanced his soul power by refining it within the heavenly flame refining tower with a heart fire. While he could not enter the heavenly flame refining tower now, could the remnants of heart fire that permeated the air, albeit weakened countless times, also be harnessed? Rather than passively enduring the heart fire's searing, it would be wiser to actively guide it, transforming it into a whetstone for soul tempering. As this thought took shape, Lin Nuo sprang into action. He no longer resisted the encroachment of the heart fire with sheer fighting spirit. Instead, he cautiously separated a thread of his soul power, like a sensory appendage, to actively engage and perceive the omnipresent, intangible heart fire. As his soul made contact with the heart fire, a pain akin to being seared by a branding iron surged through him. Lin Nuo let out a muffled groan, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead, and that thread of soul power nearly dissipated. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered. He focused his mind and activated a not-so-profound soul cultivation technique, guiding that thread of soul power, scorched by the heart fire, to circulate along a specific trajectory. The process was excruciating, akin to placing the soul over a low flame to roast slowly. However, Lin Nuo could distinctly sense that under the heart fire's searing, some impurities within his soul seemed to be incinerated, and although the thread of soul power remained weak, it became more refined and pure. Effective. Lin Nuo spirits lichtet. He endured the inhuman agony and continued to guide more soul power to undergo the tempering of the heart fire. Time trickled by. Outside the dormitory, the sounds of students unable to endure the heart fire's burning could still be heard, voicing their agitation. But within Lin Nuo's room, an eerie calm began to settle. A faint crimson aura enveloped him, and at his brow, invisible ripples intertwined with the remnants of the heart fire from the outside world, clashing, merging. Uncertain how long had passed, as dawn broke outside and the vexatious remnants of heart fire in the air finally dissipated completely, Lin Nuo slowly opened his eyes. An indescribable brilliance flickered deep within his gaze. Although his complexion appeared somewhat pale due to the depletion of soul power, his eyes shone with a newfound clarity and depth. He felt that his soul power had indeed doubled after a night of tempering by the heart fire. His perception range widened, and his control over his fighting spirit and the energy within him became significantly more adept. Unexpectedly, through adversity came fortune. A faint smile graced Lin Nuo's lips. The heart fire of the fallen heart flame was indeed a potent tool for soul tempering. He once again turned his attention inward to his dantian. The mass of ice and fire energy still resided there, but under the enhanced perception of his soul power, it no longer appeared as nebulous and elusive as before. He could even vaguely see a minuscule, pulsating seed of flame deep within the essence, while the icy blue chill coiled around this flame seed like a slender ice silkworm. With the enhancement of his soul power, perhaps he could discover a method to control them more swiftly. A glimmer of hope blossomed in Lin Nuo's heart. At that moment, a knock echoed at the dormitory door. Lin Nuo quelled his aura and opened the door, revealing Xiao Yin and little Dr. Fairy standing outside. Both bore expressions of fatigue, clearly having endured a challenging night as well. Lin Nuo, are you all right? Xiao Yin inquired, his keen eyes noticing a subtle change in Lin Nua's demeanor, more tranquil and introspective. I'm fine. I'm merely rested overnight, Lin Nua replied, shaking his head before asking, what is the situation outside? The fallen heart flame has been temporarily suppressed, but I've heard that the inner academy has suffered significant losses and several elders have sustained injuries, Xiao Yin said solemnly. The selection tournament has been postponed for 3 days. Lin Nuan nodded. This was within expectations. Additionally, Xiao Yin lowered his voice. I've heard that this eruption of the fallen heart flame seems to be not entirely natural. Lin Nua's pupils contracted slightly. What does this mean? Rumors suggest that someone infiltrated the inner courtyard, attempting to forcibly subdue the falling heart flame, which caused the seal to weaken and instigated the ensuing chaos. Xiao Yan's expression turned grave. And it is highly likely that this is connected to those dark-clad assailants who previously attacked you, as well as the members of the Earth Flame sect. Lin Nua felt a chill in his heart. The Earth Flame sect, their desire for is indeed formidable. To the extent that they would dare to assault the Jia Nan Academy? The Academy is currently conducting a thorough investigation. We must exercise caution in the coming days. Xiao Yin cautioned. After bidding farewell to Xiao Yin and the Little Medicine Fairy, Lin Nua closed the door, his expression darkening. The Earth Flame sect, the dark-clad figures. The upheaval of the falling heart flame. Everything seemed to intertwine into a singular thread, pointing towards a vast conspiracy. And he, possessing the essence of, had likely unwittingly become a target in the eyes of certain individuals. Strength. He must elevate his power expeditiously. He clenched his fists, feeling the enhanced soul force within him and the still lurking ice fire energy. In 3 days' time, during the selection competition, he must secure a better ranking to gain entry into the library. There, perhaps, lies the answer that could extricate him from his predicament. He settled into a cross-legged position, once again entering the state of cultivation. This time, he not only practiced his Dochi, but also consciously utilized his augmented soul power to attempt communication and guidance of the 2 rebellious energies within his dantian. Faint strands of soul power, akin to the most delicate silk threads, cautiously entwined around the ice-fire energy cluster. The path ahead is fraught with peril. Yet he had preliminarily discovered his own direction. The forging of the heart fire was merely the beginning. The true challenge lay ahead. Chapter 26. The Choice of the Library. 3 days passed in a flurry of tense preparations. The aftershocks of the falling heart flame upheaval had yet to fully subside when the inner courtyard selection competition recommenced amidst a heavy atmosphere. Following the first round of chaotic battles, the remaining 50 contestants would engage in one-on-one arena matches until the top 10 were determined. Perhaps due to the tempering by the remnants of the falling heart flame's heart fire, or perhaps a breakthrough under the pressure of life and death. Lin Nua felt in an unprecedented state. The operation of the burning sun technique became increasingly harmonious, with his control over Do, Qi becoming fine and precise. The enhanced soul power allowed him to grasp the dynamics of the battles with greater clarity. Although his right arm had not fully healed, it did not impede him from exerting over 80% of his strength. The opponents in the arena varied in strength. Lin Nua refrained from employing the perilous ice fire energy, relying solely on the burning sun technique and his meticulous control of Do Qi, augmented by the keen perception and agile movements imparted by the turtle breathing technique, to defeat several adversaries with relative ease, including even a 3-star Dome Master. His performance garnered considerable attention once more. The fact that a 1-star Do fighter could reach such heights was indeed beyond the expectations of many. Lin Nua's name began to circulate among the outer courtyard disciples. Xiao Yan's performance, however, was even more dazzling. Under the weight of the Xian heavy ruler, few could withstand his onslaught. The 5-star Dome Master Bai Cheng, in their second clash, fell to a sudden and devastating blow, suffering a disheartening defeat. Xiao Yan forcefully advanced into the top 10. Ultimately, after fierce competition, the top 10 slots were finalized. Xiao Yan, Hu Jia, and Lin Nua were prominently listed among them, with the other 7 being renowned figures from the outer courtyard. On the high platform, Vice-Dean Hu Qian gazed down at the 10 standing below, his gaze lingering for a moment on Xiao Yan and Lin Nua, a flicker of satisfaction passing through his eyes as he proclaimed, "Congratulations, you have earned the qualification to enter the inner courtyard. The top 3, Xiao Yan, Hu Jia, and Lin Nua, follow me to the library." The library. Upon hearing these words, even Xiao Yin, typically composed, could not help but display a hint of fervor in his eyes. Lin Nua's heart raced. The opportunity he had painstakingly sought was finally within reach. Amidst countless envious and jealous gazes, Xiao Yin, Hu Jia, and Lin Nua followed Vice-Dean Hu Qian toward the ancient pavilion that symbolized opportunity and profound knowledge. Nestled deep within the academy, the library was not as resplendent as one might imagine. Instead, it exuded an air of aged solemnity and depth. The massive stone door stood resolutely closed, guarded by 2 elderly men with white hair and beards, their presence as unfathomable as the abyss itself. "You are aware of the rules." The elder's gaze swept over the 3, his voice flat, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Upon entering the library, each relies on their own fortune. What you can take is contingent upon your own capabilities. You have the time of a single incense stick." With that, He and the other elder simultaneously formed seals, and the heavy stone doors slowly creaked open with a deep rumble, revealing a hazy glow beyond. Proceed. Vice Dean Hu Qian gestured. Xiao Yan and Hu Jia exchanged a glance before stepping in first. Lin Nuo took a deep breath and followed closely behind. The moment he stepped into the glow, Lin Nuo felt a momentary blurriness, as if traversing through a membrane of water, and the next instant, he found himself in an extraordinary space. This was not a room filled with shelves of books, but rather an expansive, starry sky. Countless orbs of varying colors floated like stars in the void, gently drifting. Within each orb, the outlines of scrolls, jade slips, and even weapon models could be faintly discerned, radiating energy fluctuations of varying intensities. What a peculiar space. Lin Nuo was astounded. Was this the foundation of Jia Nan Academy? Xiao Yan and Hu Jia had also entered, both equally mesmerized by the spectacle before them, but they quickly regained their composure, their eyes fervently scanning the myriad of orbs, and they moved towards those emitting the strongest energy fluctuations. Lin Nuo did not rush to act. He closed his eyes, allowing his enhanced soul power to expand like a tidal wave, meticulously sensing the aura emanating from each orb. Techniques, skills, movement arts, weapons, various fragments of information flooded his mind. He was seeking techniques or skills related to flames or ice that could alleviate the hidden dangers within him. Suddenly, he felt a shift within him as his focus locked onto two distinctly different orbs. One orb radiated a profound crimson hue, resembling the core of burning magma, exuding an extremely violent and destructive heat, with energy fluctuations ranking among the highest of all the orbs. Even a slight proximity of his soul power induced a sensation of searing pain. The other orb, however, manifested a strange grayish-white color. Its aura was not particularly powerful, even somewhat obscure and dim, yet Lin Nuo sensed an extraordinary sense of balance emanating from it, as if it could encompass and harmonize two entirely disparate forces. More startlingly, the ice fire energy cluster within him, upon sensing the aura of this grayish-white orb, seemed to convey a faint, yearning desire. One orb was a blazing embodiment of pure yang and raw ferocity, while the other was enigmatic yet imbued with the essence of balance. Lin Nuo found himself ensnared in a difficult choice. The crimson orb was likely a low-tier fire attribute technique or skill of earth rank, sure to yield astonishing power and immediate effects on his strength. However, could it resolve the conflict between ice and fire? Perhaps not. Its extreme attributes might even exacerbate the imbalance within him. Conversely, the grayish-white orb appeared ordinary, yet seemed to directly address his core issue. Yet its rank remained unknown, and the effects unpredictable. Should he gamble incorrectly, time ticked away as Xiao Yan and Hu Jia had already pursued their respective energy orbs and were striving to subdue them. The incense in the burner had burned beyond the halfway mark. There was no time for hesitation. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Nuo's eyes. Strength could be gradually enhanced, but the hidden dangers within him hung over him like a sword poised to strike. They must be prioritized. With a swift motion, he disregarded the alluring crimson orb and propelled himself directly towards the obscure grayish-white orb. As he approached the gray-white light cluster, it seemingly sensed his presence and abruptly accelerated, fleeing into the depths of the starry sky. Attempting to escape, Lin Nuo's gaze sharpened, and he activated the Fengyang technique with all his might, his speed surging as he pursued relentlessly. Simultaneously, he endeavored to harness his soul power, weaving it like invisible threads to ensnare the gray-white light cluster. The light cluster was incredibly elusive, darting left and right in the starry expanse with astonishing speed. Lin Nuo executed his techniques to the fullest extent, casting his soul power like a fishing net, yet it repeatedly slipped from his grasp. The pursuit continued for what felt like an eternity, beads of sweat forming on Lin Nuo's forehead as his energy reserves dwindled. As he observed the incense stick nearing its end, a flicker of urgency ignited within him. Was he destined to fail at the final hurdle? No. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to give it his all. The enhanced soul power surged forth like a tidal wave, transforming from scattered threads into an invisible giant hand, reaching out to seize the gray-white light cluster. In that instant, the energy within him, a fusion of ice and fire, seemed to respond to this desperate gamble, each element releasing a faint yet potent aura that melded into the grasp of his soul hand. Ethereal patterns of crimson and icy blue materialized upon the soul hand. Buzz! The fleeing gray-white light cluster, upon sensing the intertwining energies of ice and fire, abruptly hesitated. Now was the moment. Lin Nuo's eyes sparkled with determination as the soul hand clamped down fiercely, capturing the gray-white light cluster. The cluster thrashed violently, but upon contact with the icy and fiery aura, its struggle diminished rapidly, ultimately dissolving into a streak of light that vanished in a Lin Nuo's brow. A torrent of information flooded into his mind. Simultaneously, the last wisp of smoke from the incense stick dissipated. The starry sky began to distort and blur. Lin Nuo, unable to examine the newfound knowledge in his mind, felt a dizzying sensation as a force expelled him from the library space, returning him to the threshold of the stone door. Xiao Yan and Hu Jia appeared simultaneously, both wearing expressions of delight, clearly having gained much. The elders cast a glance at the three and nodded, choosing silence as they closed their eyes once more. Vice Dean Hu Qian chuckled. It seems you have all reaped rewards. Return and digest your findings well. The trio bowed respectfully, each carrying their newfound fortunes as they departed the library. Once back in his dormitory, Lin Nu eagerly shut the door, immersing himself in the depths of his mind. The information derived from the gray-white light cluster gradually crystallized, revealing itself not as a technique or combat skill, but as a fragment of a secret method titled Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix Flame. The opening lines resonated within him, sending shockwaves through his consciousness. The universe possesses yin and yang, water and fire complement each other. The dragon flame is domineering, the phoenix fire undergoes rebirth. By becoming the furnace, one can harness the dual fires of yin and yang, merging the flames of dragon and phoenix to establish an unparalleled foundation. This was a supreme, secret method detailing how to simultaneously control and fuse two opposing elemental flames. Although it was merely a fragment, lacking the critical core principles and subsequent cultivation paths, the concepts and preliminary guidance regarding balance were exactly what Lin Nuo desperately needed. By becoming the furnace and harnessing the dual fires of yin and yang, Lin Nuo murmured, his eyes igniting with an unprecedented brilliance. This fragment felt tailor-made for him. While it could not directly resolve the hidden dangers within him, it illuminated an unprecedented path. Perhaps he need no longer painstakingly seek earth-grade techniques to suppress his powers, but instead could endeavor to actively control and even fuse the might of ice and fire. Hope lay before him. He clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling with excitement. Yet, unbeknownst to him, as he acquired the fragment of Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix Flame, deep within the Canaan Academy, atop a mountain shrouded in ice, a pair of cold eyes slowly opened, gazing toward the outer courtyard. Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix Flame has chosen you, murmured Xian Yi softly, a complex glimmer flashing in her gaze. Whether this is a blessing or a curse rests upon your fate. Simultaneously, in a shadowy corner of the inner court, a fiery gaze akin to blazing flames pierced through the space, landing upon Lin Nuo's dormitory. That resonance, it's here. It has finally appeared. Chapter 27, The Entry into Secret Methods. Having obtained the fragment of Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix Flame, Lin Nuo treasured it as if it were a priceless gem, immediately plunging into a fervent study. Despite its incompleteness, the lofty principles and exquisite articulations within far surpassed any techniques or combat skills Lin Nuo had previously encountered. It did not directly bestow power, but rather instructed the practitioner on how to comprehend, guide, and balance the completely different energies of the two flames within, even attempting to foster resonance and fusion between them. By becoming the furnace, concentrating on the dantian, visualizing the dragon soaring and the phoenix dancing, the flames divide into yin and yang following the initial principles recorded in the fragment. Lin Nuo sat cross-legged, sinking his mind into his dantian. The enhanced soul power, akin to the most precise carving knife, meticulously traced the contours of the ice and fire energy cluster, striving to understand their respective emotions and characteristics. The essence of it was wild, scorching, brimming with destruction and vitality, reminiscent of a rebellious fire dragon. The icy blue essence was cold and serene, embodying the ultimate will to freeze, akin to a proud and aloof ice phoenix. The two elements were fundamentally opposed, repelling one another, yet on some wondrous level. They formed a dynamic balance. Lin Nuo no longer attempted to suppress them with overwhelming force. Instead, he became a patient mediator, using his soul power as a bridge to guide the Fengyang Dochi into a gentle flame, nurturing the dragon and phoenix. The process was excruciatingly slow and perilous. A moment's inattention could lead to his soul power being scorched or frozen, inciting a backlash of energy. Lin Nuo had to focus entirely, maximizing the effects of the turtle breathing technique to maintain the fragile guidance. Time flew by in the midst of his concentrated cultivation. Several days later, when Lin Nuo finally emerged from his deep meditative state, a flicker of joy crossed his eyes. Although the ice and fire energy cluster had not been refined even slightly, he could distinctly sense that his perception of it had sharpened. The strand was no longer purely savage. It now bore a faint vitality, as if it acknowledged him as its furnace. The icy blue essence, too, was no longer lifelessly cold. Its core seemed to harbor a hint of elusive spirituality. More significantly, as he operated according to the principles of the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix Flame, a subtle transformation appeared within his Fengyang Dochi, diminishing its sheer dominance while enhancing its inclusivity and resilience. Effective. Lin Nuo clenched his fist. Although he was still far from truly mastering these two powers, he had at least found a correct path. This revelation invigorated him far more than acquiring an earth-grade technique. Just as he prepared to immerse himself once more in his cultivation, a knock sounded at his dormitory door. Outside stood Xiao Yan, his expression grave. Lin Nuo, prepare yourself. We are to enter the inner court. Days had passed since the inner court selection competition concluded, and today marked the day for the top 10 disciples to report to the inner court. Lin Nuo composed himself and nodded in acknowledgement. The inner court was the true heart of Canaan Academy, a realm enriched with profound elemental energies, home to the mysterious sky-burning refinement tower, and a place rife with intensified competition and lurking dangers. Alongside Xiao Yin, the little doctor, and the other 7 new students, Lin Nuo traversed through the envious gazes of numerous outer courtyard disciples, following an inner court mentor through a special spatial gate. As the light and shadows transformed and stabilized once more, the scene before them had irrevocably changed. The energy of the heavens and the earth here is so dense that it seems almost tangible, as if one could feel their cultivation gradually advancing with every breath. In the distance, the mountains rise and fall like waves, while buildings tower majestically, their grandeur far surpassing that of the outer courtyard. The air is still permeated with a faint, almost imperceptible, searing heat that stirs the soul, an effect of the fallen heart flame. Is this truly the inner courtyard? Lin Nuo inhaled deeply, sensing a renewed tremor from the source of his within. The mentor responsible for their guidance was a middle-aged man with a stern expression. He briefly introduced the rules of the inner courtyard, emphasizing the significance of fire energy, which is an essential resource for cultivation within the inner courtyard and for entry into the sky-burning refinement tower. This fire energy can be obtained through task completion, arena rankings, or a monthly basic allocation. As newcomers, each of you will receive 5 days' worth of fire energy. Use it sparingly. The mentor distributed 10 black fire energy cards among them, informing them that their accommodations had been arranged, and they were to find their way using the map provided. Remember, while the inner courtyard does not prohibit conflicts, harming others to the point of death is strictly forbidden. Violators will face severe penalties. With that, the mentor turned on his heel, leaving the 10 newcomers standing in place. They exchanged glances, the atmosphere tinged with subtle tension. Apart from the 3 from the Pan Men, the remaining 7 formed their own small groups, clearly having their own circles. Let us go find our accommodations, Xiao Yin suggested, pulling out the map of the inner courtyard. Just as they were about to depart, several sinister figures blocked their path. The leader, a robust individual with a menacing grin, exuded an aura that unmistakably marked him as a 6-star dome master. New arrivals, are you familiar with the rules? The burly student's gaze swept over the 10, lingering for a moment on the beautiful countenance of the little medicinal sage. He chuckled, a newcomer protection fee, 3 days worth of fire energy from each of you. Or perhaps, this junior sister could treat her seniors to some tea, and we could waive the fee. The same old routine, and even more blatant and forceful than the white gang of the outer courtyard. A few of the 7 newcomers displayed signs of trepidation, instinctively taking a step back. Xiao Yin's expression hardened, stepping forward. I have no fire energy, but I have a pair of fists. Do you want to try your luck? Oh, so we have a tough one here. The burly student scoffed, cracking his knuckles with an audible pop. If I don't loosen you rookie-s bones a bit. You 1T understand the cruelty of the inner courtyard. A few senior students behind him closed in, their auras locking onto the 3 from Pan Men. The atmosphere became palpably tense. Lin Nuo stood beside Xiao Yin, his gaze calm as he regarded the burly student. He had anticipated that entering the inner courtyard would not be tranquil. This was a perfect opportunity for him to test the extent of his strength after beginning his preliminary cultivation of the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix Flame. However, just as the conflict seemed poised to erupt, a slightly mocking voice unexpectedly rang out from the side. Reina, your behavior is quite unbecoming. Senti it? Even robbing the newcomers of their meager fire energy? Everyone turned toward the sound to see a young man clad in a blue garment, handsome in appearance, with a lazy smile playing on his lips, leisurely leaning against a nearby tree, observing the scene with interest. The burly student, identified as Reina, darkened his expression. Lin Ziyai, this is none of your business. Mind your own affairs. Lin Ziyai? Upon hearing this name, both Xiao Yin and Lin Nuo felt a stir within. He was ranked 2nd on the inner courtyard strong list, reportedly having reached the Do spirit level, a true figure of renown within the inner courtyard. Lin Ziyai nonchalantly scratched his ear and replied, I'm not meddling, just unable to tolerate your bullying of our Pan Men newcomers. Pan Men? Reina was taken aback, and then as if he had heard a joke, he laughed. You think these newly arrived rookies are a force to be reckoned with? Lin Ziyai, when did you become one of them? Lin Ziyai chuckled, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Yin and Lin Nuo, pausing momentarily on Lin Nuo, a flicker of something unidentifiable flashing in his eyes. He then addressed Reina. Not now doesn't team mean never. Reina, do me a favor, and take your people and leave. His tone remained languid, yet the final word carried an undeniable authority. Reina's expression shifted, clearly wary of Lin Ziyai. He shot a fierce glare at Xiao Yin and Lin Nuo, leaving a warning, you're lucky this time. We'll be going. With that, he retreated with his subordinates in a hasty exit. With the danger averted, the 7 newcomers breathed a sigh of relief, their gazes filled with gratitude toward Lin Ziyai, before casting complex looks at the trio from Pan Men and hastily departing. Lin Ziyai approached Xiao Yin and Lin Nuo, a smile gracing his features. No need to thank me. I simply couldn't stand that fellow Reina's antics. You must be Xiao Yin and Lin Nuo, right? Quite intriguing. his gaze once again fixed on Lin Nu, seemingly with an implied warning. The inner courtyard is a treacherous place. Be cautious, especially you, Lin Nu. Some individuals may take a keen interest in you. After saying this, he waved his hand dismissively and languidly turned to leave. Xiao Yin and Lin Nu exchanged glances, both perceiving the gravity in each other's eyes. Lin Zai's words undoubtedly confirmed their suspicions. The inner courtyard was far from a sanctuary. Moreover, the secret Lin Nu harbored appeared to have already drawn the attention of some formidable individuals. Let us settle in first, Xiao Yin stated solemnly. Lin Nu nodded, gripping the fire energy card tightly in his hand. Life in the inner courtyard was destined to be anything but tranquil, and his path of ice and fire would continue on a grander stage. Chapter 28. The Sky-Burning Refinement Tower. With Lin Zi's temporary protection, the trio from Panmin managed to establish a foothold within the inner courtyard, finding a relatively secluded courtyard to serve as their stronghold. The other 7 newcomers chose not to join, as the harsh realities of the inner courtyard led them to prefer observing or seeking stronger support. Once settled, Xiao Yin immediately began to organize Panmin, welcoming those who had also faced oppression from the senior students and were willing to band together for mutual support. As for Lin Nu, he devoted his entire attention to 2 pursuits, the task hall and the imposing Black Tower, the Sky-Burning Refinement Tower, which incessantly stirred the within him. The task hall was bustling with activity, a plethora of tasks at various levels on display, each offering different contributions and fire energy rewards. Lin Nu meticulously sifted through the options, accepting several tasks to hunt specific magical beasts and gather rare herbs. Most of these tasks were located in the deep mountains surrounding the inner courtyard. While they bore some danger, they also offered freedom, allowing him to avoid unnecessary conflicts while honing his practical skills. A few days later, Lin Nu stood for the first time at the entrance of the Sky-Burning Refinement Tower, having earned a modest amount of contribution points and fire energy from completing tasks. Observing it up close, the Black Tower appeared even more imposing and enigmatic. Its surface was constructed from an unknown material, chilling to the touch. Yet an ominous wave of heat emanated from within. An elder was stationed at the tower's entrance, and after paying a day's worth of fire energy, Lin Nu took a deep breath and stepped inside. The interior of the tower was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside. The first floor was a vast circular plaza, at the center of which lay an unfathomable black pit, from which faint crimson light emanated. The intangible sensation of heartfire was particularly clear and intense here. Surrounding the plaza were stone platforms, each barely large enough for a single person to sit cross-legged. And at this moment, most were already occupied. Each individual was enveloped in a myriad of colored Dochi light, strenuously resisting the encroachment of heartfire while simultaneously utilizing this force to temper their Dochi and soul. Lin Nu could feel the source within his Dantian stir to life the moment he entered the tower, akin to a shark catching the scent of blood. Surging with intense desire, even the icy blue chill within him shivered slightly. He dared not be careless, seeking out a vacant stone platform in a secluded corner to sit cross-legged. The burning sun technique activated on its own, and crimson Dochi radiated outward, forming a protective barrier. However, that intangible heart fire seemed capable of piercing through the defenses of Dochi, directly affecting the very depths of the soul. Hiss! It felt as though the soul had been cast into a furnace. An intense, searing pain surged forth in an instant. Lin Nu let out a muffled groan, the veins on his forehead bulging. The intensity of the heart fire within this tower was far beyond that of the lingering embers in the outside world. He quickly steadied his mind, activating the heart fire soul-forging technique he had previously comprehended, actively guiding his soul's power to endure and adapt to this scorching sensation. The pain persisted, yet under conscious guidance, the effect of refining the soul's power became markedly more pronounced. He could clearly see the impurities within his soul dissipating into wisps of blue smoke under the tempering of the heart fire, rendering his soul more solid and translucent. Simultaneously, the exceedingly pure fire attribute energy within the tower surged into his body like a tidal wave. The burning sun technique operated at an unprecedented speed, refining this energy and transforming it into pure Dochi. His training speed was now several times faster than it had been in the outside world. Truly, it was worthy of being called a cultivation accelerator, Lin Nu silently praised. However, the good times were short-lived. As he immersed himself in his training, the unusually active source within him seemed no longer satisfied with passively absorbing the tower's energy. It began to stir restlessly, emanating a faint pulling force, actively drawing in and devouring the source heart fire of the fallen heart flame that wafted from the black hole at the tower's base. This was akin to dropping cold water into boiling oil. Buzz! The space around the stone platform where Lin Nu stood suddenly warped. That intangible heart fire appeared to have been provoked, becoming violently furious, like countless red-hot steel needles ruthlessly stabbing at his soul. Caught off guard, Lin Nu felt as if his soul had been struck by a heavy hammer. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, and his face turned ashen. The crimson Dochi barrier surrounding him fluctuated violently, flickering erratically, nearly collapsing entirely. Several other students who were training nearby were startled, casting bewildered glances in his direction. their eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and a hint of schadenfreude. Clearly, such instances of being injured and spitting blood due to the heart fire's pressure were not uncommon within the inner academy. Damn it, Lin Sur said inwardly, hastily channeling all his strength into the burning sun technique, while simultaneously mobilizing the enhanced power of his soul to tightly protect his heart veins and major meridians. Barely stabilizing the situation, he attempted to suppress the restless source, but it was like a famished wolf that had tasted blood, refusing to heed his commands, still emanating a faint pulling force, greedily absorbing the pure energy of the fallen heart flame. Although the amount it absorbed was minuscule, its nature was entirely different. This was no longer the gentle training energy, but the source heart fire imbued with the ferocious will of the fallen heart flame. Upon entering his body, this foreign source heart fire immediately clashed with his own source. The two flames of the same origin but differing attributes collided and jostled within his meridians. The excruciating pain escalated once more. Lin Nuo felt as though his body might tear apart from within. Half of the torment stemmed from the searing pain inflicted by the fallen heart flame, while the other half arose from the violent conflict between the two energies. He gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his gums. He understood that he could not lose consciousness here, lest the consequences be unimaginable. In this critical moment, he recalled the techniques from the fragmented pages of Yin Yang Dragon Phoenix Flame, using his body as a furnace to harmonize the Yin and Yang flames. He bore the inhuman agony, dividing his focus, guiding the power of his soul, no longer attempting to force suppression, but rather striving to channel and balance these two restless flames. He regarded the incoming source heart fire of the fallen heart flame as a temporary guest flame, with his own source as the main flame, utilizing the burning sun Dochi as the furnace flame. Following the profound trajectory outlined in the fragmented pages, he cautiously guided them to circulate along specific meridian pathways, attempting to establish a fleeting, fragile coexistence. This process proved far more arduous and perilous than mere guidance, akin to dancing on the edge of a razor. Each slight collision of energies pierced through him like a dagger. Sweat had thoroughly soaked his garments, rapidly evaporating in the tower's sweltering heat. His body trembled slightly beneath his skin. The faintly visible crimson energy flowed, while a trace of the imperceptible fluctuations belonging to the fallen heart flame surged wildly. Time trickled by. Just as Lin Nuo felt he was nearing his limit, his consciousness on the verge of being engulfed by pain, the two restless flames, under the guidance of Yin Yang Dragon Phoenix Flames technique, began to gradually calm down. Although still distinct and mutually repulsive, they no longer clashed with the same intensity as before, instead forming a peculiar, dynamic vortex of balance that slowly rotated around his dantian. The heart-wrenching agony receded like a tide. Lin Nuo let out a long sigh of relief, his entire being collapsing limply onto the stone platform, lacking even the strength to move a finger. He turned his gaze inward to his dantian and saw that the ice and fire energy mass remained. But surrounding it was a small vortex formed by his own source and a trace of the fallen heart flame's heart fire. This vortex was exceedingly unstable, as if it could collapse at any moment, yet it undeniably existed for the time being. Moreover, Lin Nuo sensed that after enduring this near-destructive ordeal, his Dochi seemed to have become even more refined, and his soul's power had undergone further tempering, making it more resilient. More importantly, his comprehension of Yin Yang Dragon Phoenix Flame had deepened significantly. Fortune favors the bold. Lin Nuo's lips curled into a bitter arc. This heavenly burning refining tower was indeed a double-edged sword, rife with opportunities and peril. He dared not linger any longer, struggling to rise to his feet. He staggered out of the heavenly burning refining tower. Outside the tower, the sunlight was blinding. Lin Nuo cast a glance back at the profound tower entrance, his expression complex. He understood that this was merely the beginning. As his strength grew and his comprehension of Yin Yang Dragon Phoenix Flame deepened, he would undoubtedly step into that realm once more, actively seeking to absorb and refine the power of the fallen heart flame until he could truly master the ice and fire within him. And all of this required more fire energy and greater strength. His gaze turned toward the strong rankings in the inner academy, symbols of power and status. Perhaps it was time to pay a visit there. Chapter 29, Strong Ranking Challenge. Ice and fire display their might. Dragging his nearly exhausted body back to the Pillar Gate stronghold, Lin Nuo immediately entered seclusion to heal. This adventure within the heavenly burning refining tower, although fraught with danger, yielded immense rewards. Not only had his Dochi and soul power been refined anew, more importantly, his understanding of the fragmented pages of Yin Yang Dragon Phoenix Flame had deepened, and he had preliminarily explored the method of guiding the coexistence of his internal and external flame energies. 3 days later, as his injuries fully healed, Lin Nuo felt an unprecedented sense of well-being. His cultivation remained at the peak of a 1-star Do practitioner, yet the refinement level of his Do-Chi and control over power were leagues ahead of his former self. He emerged from his chamber to find the Pillar Gate stronghold abuzz with activity compared to before. Xiao Yan's prestige and strength had attracted several new students. oppressed by the senior students, to join, and the pillar gate had finally gained some scale, no longer limited to just the three of them. However, correspondingly, resources had become more strained, particularly the fire energy. Lin Nuo, you've emerged from seclusion? Xiao Yan approached, his expression somewhat grave. The White Gang and that fellow Raynar have been making constant moves lately, stealing several of our tasks and injuring 2 of our members. Lin Nuo's gaze turned cold. What was inevitable had finally come. Lin Xiaoya's protection could not last forever. We need more fire energy and contribution points, and we must establish the Pillar Gate's reputation. Xiao Yan said solemnly, I intend to check out the arena. The Inner Academy arena was not only a place to resolve grievances, but also a crucial avenue for earning fire energy and enhancing strong ranking standings. The higher one ranks on the strength leaderboard, the more foundational fire energy is dispensed monthly, along with access to more lucrative tasks. I will accompany you, Lin Nuo declared, sharing the same sentiment. Ultimately, seclusion leads to stagnation. Practical experience is the most effective means to test and enhance one's prowess. The duo promptly set off towards the inner courtyard arena. The arena was a colossal, circular edifice, buzzing with lively chatter, more vibrant than the selection grounds of the outer courtyard. Numerous platforms were delineated within, most of which were currently engaged in fierce combat. The cacophony of clashing energies and the audience's spirited cheers resonating throughout the space. At the center stood a massive J tablet, shimmering with names and corresponding ranks, the inner courtyard strength leaderboard. Lin Nuo's gaze swept across the names, many of which he recognized, Lin Ziai, Lu Qing, Han Yu, but the names of Xiao Yan and others had yet to appear. His goal, however, was not to challenge the top-tier warriors right away. He sought a victory to validate his strength and bolster the reputation of the Panmen. Ah, if it isn't the 2 masters of Panmen. What brings you to the arena for a bit of fun? A sardonic voice rang out. It was Reina, striding over with a group, his face adorned with unabashed mockery. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed. Reina, what do you want? Reina chuckled and gestured toward an empty platform not far away. Nothing much. Just thought I'd teach you a lesson about the rules of the inner courtyard. Care to take a gamble? 50 days worth of fire energy. 50 days worth of fire energy. For newcomers, this was undeniably a substantial sum. The surrounding crowd was instantly captivated, many recognizing Xiao Yan and Lin Nuo, and whispers filled the air. Those are people from Panmen. Is Reina going to bully the newcomers again? 50 days worth of fire energy? Reina is ruthless. I've heard that Xiao Yan has some skills, but Reina is a 6-star dome master. Just as Xiao Yan was about to respond, Lin Nuo stepped forward, gazing calmly at Reina. I'll take him on. Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, looking at Lin Nuo. Lin Nuo nodded with determination. He understood that Xiao Yan was stronger and aimed for a higher rank. There was no need to expend energy on Reina right from the start. Instead, he sought to use this as a sharpening stone for himself. Reina was slightly taken aback and then scoffed. You? A 1-star dome master? Very well. I'll deal with you first, then take care of Xiao Yan. Come forward and meet your demise. The 2 ascended the platform, and after the elder referee confirmed the wager, he announced the commencement of the match. Kid, I will show you the price of arrogance. Reina sneered, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a 6-star dome master. Earthy yellow energy enveloped him like a heavy armor, a testament to his cultivation in earth attributes known for their formidable defense. He launched himself at Lin Nuo like a rampaging bull, delivering a punch imbued with the force to crush anything in its path. Faced with such a ferocious assault, Lin Nuo did not attempt to take the hit head-on. His footwork shifted, executing the agile movements afforded by the turtle breathing technique to its utmost, his body swaying like willow catkins, narrowly avoiding the brunt of the punch's wind. Simultaneously, a crimson energy gathered in his left palm, unleashing a precisely angled fiery cloud palm aimed at the vulnerable area beneath Reina's ribs. Mia Tifis. Reina reacted swiftly, elbowing to block. Bang! The clash of palm and elbow produced a dull thud. Reina staggered slightly, but regained his footing, while Lin Nuo utilized the recoil to glide backward, dissipating the impact. Your speed is commendable, but your power is lacking. Reina sneered, lunging forward once more, his fists raining down like a tempest. The earth-yellow energy shadows nearly engulfing the entire platform. Lin Nuo navigated through the dense barrage of punches, akin to a small boat amid tumultuous waves, appearing perilously close to danger, yet always managing to evade the strikes. He refrained from engaging Reina directly, instead leveraging his agility and precise strikes to target Reina's relatively weak joints and pressure points. The searing nature of the burning sun Dochi was exceptionally uncomfortable for Reina, as if countless heated needles were incessantly pricking at his Dochi armor. Damn it, is dodging all you can do? Frustration mounted within Reina as he realized this 1-star dome master was unexpectedly slippery and possessed a concentrated Dochi with formidable striking power. Earth-splitting wave. Reina Villovith, slamming his fists into the ground. A powerful wave of earthy yellow energy radiated outward from him, rippling across the entire platform. This was an area attack, impossible to evade. Lin Nuo's eyes narrowed. He understood that he could no longer afford to simply evade. With a firm stomp of his left foot, crimson energy surged through his legs. propelling him forward into the expanding wave of energy. At the same time, he clenched his right fist, disregarding the lingering effects of his injuries. Burning Sunbreak. He condensed the domineering intent of the Burning Sun technique into his right fist, compressing the crimson energy into a miniature sun, which he hurled towards the earthy yellow wave. Boom! The clash of crimson and earthy yellow energies erupted in a thunderous roar, shaking the entire platform violently. For an instant, the energies were at a stalemate, but the earthy yellow wave was forcibly shattered, creating an opening. Lin Nuo surged through, although blood trickled from his mouth, and his right arm throbbed with pain. His gaze remained sharp, a perfect opportunity. To his surprise, Reina welcomed the close combat, his massive hand sweeping through the air with a fierce gust, aiming for Lin Nuo's neck. However, just as his hand was about to make contact, a flicker of ice blue and crimson light flashed in Lin Nuo's eyes. Instead of striking, Lin Nuo opened his mouth and inhaled sharply. An invisible pull surged forth, not to absorb the energy of the heavens and earth, but to draw forth the faint remnants of heart fire emanating from the Tianfen refinement tower beneath the arena. Simultaneously, the unique fire source within him and the icy blue energy separated into strands, melding into this inhalation. Sizzle, a nearly imperceptible energy stream, embodying both ice and fire attributes, surged forth like a viper strike, crashing into Reina's slightly parted mouth as he attacked. Ugh! Reina's forward momentum suddenly halted. He felt an extraordinarily bizarre energy invade his body, half scorching his soul with excruciating pain and half freezing his meridians with an intense chill. The simultaneous eruption of these two contrasting pains rendered him incapable of controlling his body, causing his Dochi to grind to a halt. Now is the moment. Lin Nuo's left palm erupted with crimson energy, surging forth like lava, and struck solidly against Reina's exposed chest. Fiery cloud palm. Puff! Reina was struck as if hit by a colossal hammer, the sound of his ribs fracturing echoing painfully, his body launching backward like a kite severed from its string. Blood spraying forth as he crashed into the energy barrier at the edge of the platform before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Silence enveloped the arena. All present were rendered speechless, staring agog at the somewhat lean figure on the platform, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. A 1-star Dome Master had defeated a 6-star Dome Master Reina. How could this be possible? Even Xiao Yin was filled with astonishment. He recognized Lin Nuo's exceptional nature, yet he had not anticipated him to possess such formidable strength. The final strike, infused with that bizarre intertwining of ice and fire energy, had sent a shiver of apprehension through him. The elder referee, momentarily stunned, finally announced, Lin Nuo is the victor. He gains 50 days worth of fire energy from Reina. Lin Nuo slowly retracted his hand, feeling the searing pain radiating from his right arm and the slight turbulence of energy within him. Yet his heart was calm. He had emerged victorious, not merely relying on Burning Sun technique and agility, but also on the preliminary application of Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix Flame and a clever utilization of the environment. This battle solidified his resolve on his chosen path. He approached the unconscious Reiner, removed his fire energy card, transferred 50 days worth of fire energy onto his own card, and then leaped down from the arena, returning the card to the referee. Throughout this entire process, no one dared to utter a word. Lin Nuo walked over to Xiao Yin and said softly, "Let's depart." Xiao Yin cast a deep glance at him and nodded. Under the scrutiny of countless astonished, awed, and complex gazes, the two exited the arena. This battle would ensure that Lin Nuo's name within the Panmin would resound throughout the inner courtyard. Yet, Lin Nuo was acutely aware that the real challenges had only just begun. The individuals on the strength rankings were no mere trifles. The ice and fire within him were poised to shine brilliantly on this broader stage. Chapter 30, A Sudden Change at the Tower's Base. Having defeated Reiner and secured 50 days of fire energy for the Panmin, Lin Nuo's name swiftly spread throughout the inner courtyard overnight. To overcome a 6-star fighter as a mere 1-star combatant was a feat notable enough to draw anyone's attention. Consequently, Panmin attracted numerous new students who were still observing, its momentum gradually building. However, Lin Nuo did not succumb to complacency. He understood that Reiner was merely of mid-tier standing on the strength rankings. The true powerhouses of the inner courtyard were those ranked at the top, already having stepped into the great fighter or even spirit fighter levels. Moreover, his victory over Reiner had relied heavily on opportunism, leveraging the environment and his nascent grasp of Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix Flame. His inherent strength still had significant gaps to bridge. More fire energy, greater strength. He invested the majority of the fire energy he had acquired into cultivation, frequently entering the heavenly burning refining tower. With the experience from his first endeavor, he no longer recklessly allowed the foreign fire source to directly consume his heart fire. Instead, he meticulously employed the remnants of Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix Flame's techniques, akin to a cautious artisan, carefully guiding the external heart fire and his own energies to form that fragile balancing vortex, thereby refining his fighting spirit and soul. Each time he emerged from the tower, he felt utterly drained, yet his gaze grew increasingly radiant. He sensed that his fighting spirit was steadily advancing toward a critical juncture. and his soul's power was also incrementally growing, enhancing his perception and guiding ability of the internal ice and fire energies. One day, Lin No re-entered the heavenly burning refining tower, opting for the second level, where the heart fire was stronger and more concentrated than the first. After paying for 3 days' worth of fire energy, he found an empty stone platform and immersed himself in cultivation. Time passed unmeasured as he guided a strand of pure heart fire energy, attempting to merge it into the balancing vortex surrounding the ice and fire energy mass, when suddenly, boom! The entire heavenly burning refining tower erupted with a sound far more terrifying and ominous than before. It was as if something deep within the tower's base was violently striking against its seal. The tower shook violently, with stone debris cascading down. From the depths of the second level's seemingly bottomless black hole, crimson light surged forth like a volcanic eruption, instantly bathing the entire second level in a blood-red hue. A torrent of heart fire energy, more ferocious and intense than any prior, filled with a will to destroy, erupted like a flood breaking its dam. Help! Cries for help erupted in a cacophony. Numerous students who were cultivating on the second level found their fighting spirit shields shattered instantaneously under the sudden surge of heart fire intensity, their souls severely injured. Collapsing unconscious on the spot, some even bled from their orifices, their vitality rapidly waning. Lin Nuo was at the forefront. Although he was not the closest to the central black hole, he was still perilously near. The moment the frenzied heart fire torrent swept toward him, he felt as if he had been cast into the sun's core. The fighting spirit shield formed by burning sun technique shattered like paper, unable to withstand even a breath. Searing, an indescribable heat. It was not merely a burning sensation at the soul level. Even his corporeal body felt as though it would vaporize in the next instant. His skin turned bright red, his hair curled and scorched, and his meridians felt as if they had been filled with magma. Excruciating pain almost instantly robbing him of his capacity to think. What was even more terrifying was that the foreign fire source within his dantian, under the stimulation of this similarly sourced, yet even more violent heart fire, went completely out of control. It no longer greedily absorbed. Instead, like a provoked monarch, it unleashed its full ferocity, attempting to devour this external force. The fragile balancing vortex surrounding the ice and fire energy mass collapsed in an instant. The foreign fire source and the icy blue chill lost their restraints and rampaged simultaneously. Coupled with the external onslaught of the violent heart fire belonging to the fallen heart flame, 3 powerful, distinct yet utterly destructive energies collided and clashed violently within him. Lin Nuo spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, which transformed into crimson steam upon leaving his body. He felt as if his body had become a battlefield, his meridians fracturing inch by inch, his internal organs seemingly shredded, and his soul repeatedly scorched as if placed in raging flames. His vision blurred rapidly. Darkness surged like a tide. Am I to die? This time, it seems I truly cannot endure any longer. Just at the precipice of complete despair, a desperate, profoundly grave voice echoed within his mind like the last straw. Kid, hold on to your spirit. Activate that secret method. Draw them all into the furnace. It was the voice of Yao Lao. In this most critical moment, he finally awakened once more. Moreover, the voice was far more solid than before, clearly indicating that the soul-nurturing gem he continually fed into the spatial ring had taken effect. Elder Yao, Lin Nuo's near-death consciousness clung to a thread of clarity. Hurry, there is no time for explanations. Do as I say. Treat them as one entity, using your body as the furnace. Forcibly contain them. This is your only chance at survival, a tremendous fortune. Yao Lao's voice was filled with urgency and an air of resolute determination. The only chance at survival. A tremendous fortune. Lin Nuo did not understand why Yao Lao said this, but he chose to trust unconditionally. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all pain and fear. He frantically extracted the last remnants of his mental strength and activated the remnants of Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix Flame. This time it was not about guiding balance, but rather about forcibly containing. He envisioned his dantian, his meridians, and his entire body as that furnace, no longer differentiating between the foreign fire source, the icy blue chill, or the external heart fire. He regarded all 3 raging energies as materials in need of refinement. Gumin, he silently roared within, his soul power burning fiercely as he forcefully drew the 3 destructive energies rampaging and colliding within him toward the core of his dantian's cyclone. This process was 1,000,000 times more agonizing than any previous experience. It felt as if countless red-hot blades were stirring within every inch of his flesh and blood, or as if an ancient ice was freezing his very soul. The surface of his body was half bright red, like a branding iron, emanating terrifying heat that softened the stone platform, while the other half was cloaked in thick blue ice crystals, exuding frigid air that froze the surrounding atmosphere into frost flowers. Ice and fire, destruction and vitality, achieved a bizarre, yet terrifying coexistence within him. Lin Nuo continued to spew forth blood, half of which boiled while the other half froze. His breath grew faint, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Yet he did not surrender. Clinging tightly to that thread of soul power support from Yao Lao, as well as the profound guidance from the remnants of Yin Yang Dragon Phoenix Flame, he pressed on with this nearly suicidal refinement, with reckless abandon. He was unaware of how much time had elapsed. Perhaps it was but a fleeting moment, or perhaps it spanned an eternity, just as he felt himself on the brink of being utterly torn apart by these three forces. As if his very essence was about to be obliterated, a faint yet resonant hum, seemingly emanating from the very source of the Tao, reverberated from the depths of his dantian. The chaotic collision of the three energies, under the forceful fusion of the profound technique known as the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix Flame, momentarily halted, stymied by the sheer will that felt as though it was burning his soul. Miraculously, they ceased their mutual repulsion and began to revolve around the center of the cyclone in an intricate and arcane trajectory, as if drawn by some supreme law. A minuscule, dim yet stabilized, tricolored vortex quietly took shape. The crimson represented his own source of, the icy blue symbolized the frigid air, while a faint, almost transparent hue denoted the forcibly refined remnants of the fallen heart flame. No longer at odds, they formed a more complex and stable equilibrium. At that very moment when the tricolored vortex coalesced, the raging torrent of heart fire from the outside world seemed to lose its target, and the impact on his body abruptly diminished. The tremors of the tower gradually subsided, and the gushing crimson light slowly retreated into the black hole. Within the second layer, chaos reigned, and the casualties were severe. Lin Nuo lay collapsed upon the stone platform, his body a canvas of charred black and icy blue, his breath faint. Yet, in his painfully opened eyes, there flickered a glimmer of relief at having survived, alongside an almost incredulous ecstasy. He had lived. Moreover, he sensed that the newly birthed tricolor vortex, though feeble, was remarkably stable. It spun slowly on its own, a stream of pure, extraordinary energy, imbued with the characteristics of searing heat, frigid cold, and the refining nature of the heart fire, flowed forth from it, gradually nurturing and mending his battered body and meridians. Although his injuries remained grievous, he felt as though an unprecedented seed of power was quietly germinating amidst this ruin. A voice, frail yet filled with gratification, resonated in his mind. Good lad, you've truly accomplished it. This Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix Flame is indeed extraordinary. Nurture this vortex well, for it shall be the foundation upon which you will truly master the myriad flames in the future. Lin Nuo struggled to curl his lips in a smile, but the movement exacerbated his injuries, prompting a violent cough. He lifted his gaze, and, amidst the throng of disarray, spotted a black figure rushing anxiously towards him. It was Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan appeared somewhat disheveled. Yet it was evident that he had persevered through this tumultuous event with the aid of the burning art and his formidable will. Their eyes met in the air. Upon witnessing Lin Nuo's tragic yet bright-eyed countenance, Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback, then a profound shock and complexity flickered across his features. They both understood that, after this tribulation, certain things had irrevocably changed. The upheaval within the sky-burning tower was a calamity for most, yet for some, it was a crucible of true gold. Lin Nuo's internal conflagration and frost, having assimilated a third force, embarked upon an unprecedented path that even the venerable Yao Lao found astonishing. The impending storm of the future may very well become all the more unpredictable due to his rebirth this day. Chapter 31, Foundation. Agonizing pain gradually dissipated like a receding tide, replaced by a profound fatigue and an extraordinary sensation akin to rebirth. Lin Nuo lay upon the cold, damaged stone platform, devoid of even the strength to lift a finger. He turned his gaze inward, and within his dantian, that minuscule vortex of red, blue, and white was slowly rotating in a constant and arcane trajectory. No longer did it exhibit the previous violent agitation. Instead, it emanated an indescribable sense of stability and harmony. A stream of faint yet extraordinarily pure energy flowed forth from the vortex. This energy was peculiar, embodying the scorching dominance of the burning sun Dochi alongside the utmost chill of the icy blue, while also containing a trace of the fallen heart flame's essence, capable of refining the soul and incinerating impurities. As it coursed through, the once tattered meridians began to heal at a slow yet steadfast pace. The newly formed meridian walls appeared more resilient, faintly shimmering with a tricolored glow. His Dochi cultivation remained the pinnacle of a one-star Do-Shi, unbroken. Yet, he sensed the transformation in the essence of his Dochi, becoming more condensed and pure, with a power that far exceeded its former self. Should he engage in a duel with Reina now, he was confident that he would not need to resort to trickery. With this metamorphosed burning sun Dochi alone, he could confront his adversary head-on, more importantly, his soul. After undergoing the direct impact of the fallen heart flame's torrent and the final forced refinement, while his soul's power was greatly depleted and had become enervated, its core had solidified, akin to steel tempered through countless trials, now denser than ever. His perception range had not expanded, yet his sensitivity to energy fluctuations had sharpened to an entirely new level. He could even faintly hear the subtle hum emitted by the tricolored vortex within him as it spun, as if it contained some profound truth of the universe. This vortex was truly wondrous, Lin Nuo marveled within. He felt as though he had carved out a wholly new source of power that belonged solely to him within his body, though it was still exceedingly weak. Its potential seemed boundless. This is the source flame vortex, Yao Lao's voice echoed in his mind, filled with exhaustion and awe. I have only encountered similar descriptions in ancient texts. It is an energy core formed by the forced fusion of more than 2 attributes of source flames. To think you have truly succeeded, although it is merely a rudimentary form, and you relied on external forces to narrowly escape death. This foundation has already been laid. Yao Lao's tone grew unusually solemn. Listen well, lad. This method is fraught with peril. Throughout history, those who have attempted it have faced near certain demise. Your success this time relied on luck, perseverance, and that mysterious fragment of scripture. Each element is indispensable. In the future, when cultivating, you must tread carefully, for reckless abandon is no longer an option. This flame vortex is the foundation of your future. It must be nurtured with your soul's power and gradually sustained with Dochi. Once it strengthens and stabilizes, perhaps you shall forge an unprecedented path. I understand. Thank you for your life-saving guidance, Senior. Lin Nuo felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Were it not for Yao Lao awakening at the crucial moment and providing direction, he would have been reduced to ashes by now. There is no need for thanks between us. Yao Lao's voice lowered. My soul's power has been excessively drained. I must continue to slumber. Do not let the soul-nurturing jade break. The voice gradually faded, and the fluctuations within the spatial ring returned to silence. Lin Nuo understood that Yao Lao had once again paid a significant price to aid him. He clenched his fists, his resolve to grow stronger, unwavering. Lin Nuo, how are you? Xiao Yan's figure rushed to the edge of the stone platform, gazing at Lin Nuo, whose body was a tragic blend of charred black and icy blue. Yet his eyes remained bright. His brow furrowed as he reached out to check his wrist, allowing a gentle stream of Dochi to flow in. However, as soon as his Dochi entered Lin Nuo's body, it was repelled by a soft yet resolute force. This force was not a deliberate resistance, but rather bore a unique exclusivity, as if the energies within Lin Nuo formed a self-contained entity, not permitting external forces to intrude easily. A flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Yan's eyes, swiftly transforming into profound shock. He could sense that although Lin Nuo's condition was dire, with both blood and energy depleted and his meridians damaged, an emerging, vibrant energy was gradually mending all that was broken. The quality of this energy was astonishing enough to leave him in awe. I'm fine. I just need some time to recuperate, Lin Nuo managed to rasp. His voice hoarse and dry. Xiao Yan regarded him deeply, refraining from further inquiries, merely nodding as he produced a healing pill and placed it in Lin Nuo's mouth. First, recover. The medicinal pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, and a gentle medicinal force unfurled, harmonizing with the peculiar energy emanating from the tricolor vortex, accelerating Lin Nuo's recovery. At that moment, the elders and mentors from the inner courtyard also arrived on the second level, commencing the treatment of the injured and assessing the losses. The sudden eruption of the falling heart flame had been exceedingly violent, resulting in casualties far more grievous than the previous 2 occurrences. The entire second level was nearly devastated, with numerous students severely injured, and some even perished. Lin Nuo and Xiao Yan, as a few of the students who appeared gravely wounded yet were not in immediate danger of death, found themselves under close scrutiny. After an elder examined Lin Nuo's condition, a flicker of unusual light flashed in his eyes, yet he said nothing, merely instructing others to carry Lin Nuo to the medical room. As Lin Nuo departed from the sky-burning, refining Qi Tower, he faintly sensed several subtle yet powerful gazes fixed upon him. One gaze originated from the direction of the medical department, gentle yet probing, likely belonging to Mentor Ra Lin. Another came from deep within the alchemy department, fiery and sharp, seemingly capable of piercing through the secrets within him, presumably that of Elder Hua. The final gaze emanated from deeper within the inner courtyard, a realm enveloped in a formidable soul barrier. This gaze was cold, indifferent, and carried a condescending scrutiny that caused the tricolor vortex within Lin Nuo's soul to tremble slightly. A chill ran through Lin Nuo's heart as he shut his eyes, exerting all his energy to circulate the tortoise breathing technique and the remnants of the yin-yang dragon phoenix flame to conceal the fluctuations of the newly birthed origin flame within him as much as possible. He understood that the commotion he had caused was too significant. Surviving at the heart of such a terrifying eruption of the falling heart flame was enough to arouse the suspicion and attention of the higher-ups in the inner courtyard. Moreover, he harbored something unprecedented within him. Fortune may conceal peril. Having acquired the foundation leading to supreme power also meant he had stepped into the eye of a greater storm. After several days of recuperation in the medical room, aided by his formidable recovery ability and medicinal pills, Lin Nuo's external injuries had largely healed, though the damage to his meridians and soul still required time to mend. Under his conscious nurturing, the origin flame vortex spun increasingly steadily, and the tricolored energy it emitted grew ever purer, continuously repairing hidden injuries and reinforcing his foundation. One day, Just as he was preparing to be discharged and return to the pan gate for further cultivation, an unexpected visitor arrived at the medical room. The newcomer was garbed in a pharmacist's robe, and the badge on his chest indicated his status as a fourth-tier pharmacist. His demeanor was haughty, and his gaze bore a hint of impatience. You are Lin Nua? He scrutinized Lin Nua from head to toe, his tone indifferent. Elder Hu wishes to see you. Come with me. The mention of Elder Hu sent a jolt through Lin Nua's heart. The inevitable had finally arrived. This esteemed elder from the inner courtyard, known for his extensive research on exotic flames, would not summon a newcomer without reason. What is meant to be cannot be avoided. Lin Nua took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within his blood and the faint restlessness of the tricolored flame vortex, maintaining a calm facade as he nodded to the arrogant pharmacist. Thank you, senior brother, for leading the way. Following the pharmacist through the layers of the inner courtyard, they eventually arrived at an area enveloped in rich fire attribute energy. The air here radiated a scorching sensation. The ground comprised of dark red volcanic rock, and at the center stood a grand, ancient hall entirely crimson, with a plaque above the entrance inscribed with the words Fire Hall in flamboyant script. Before they could approach, an overwhelming heat pressure assaulted them. Lin Nua felt a distinct tremor from the origin flame within him, a mix of desire and an instinctive wariness. The guiding pharmacist halted outside the hall, his tone still indifferent. Go in. Elder Hua waits you inside. With that, he turned and departed, seemingly unwilling to linger. Lin Nua steadied his nerves, adjusted his robes, and stepped into the fire hall. The interior was vast, yet the light was somewhat dim. Countless crystals emitting a red glow adorned the walls, outlining arcane runes. Contrary to expectations, the center of the hall was devoid of pill furnaces. It was utterly empty, save for a solitary figure standing with his back to Lin Nua, hands clasped behind him. This individual wore a simple gray robe, his stature unassuming. Yet he seemed to meld with the hall and the surrounding fire attribute energy. Just standing there, he exuded an oppressive presence akin to facing a dormant volcano. Disciple, Lin Nua pais respects to elder joie, Lin Nua bomed respectfully. The figure slowly turned around. Contrary to Lin Nua's expectations, Elder Hu did not possess the fiery red hair and beard, nor the explosive temperament. Instead, he was a gaunt elder with deep-set eyes reminiscent of the starry sky. His gaze was calm, yet it seemed capable of piercing through Lin Nua's exterior to gaze into the depths of his soul. Rise. Elder Hu's voice was serene, yet carried an undeniable authority. What transpired within the sky-burning, refining chi tower? Without preamble, he cut to the chase, devoid of any pleasantries. Lin Nua strove sratit. He understood that in the presence of such a formidable figure, any deception would be futile. He had already prepared his response, a blend of truth and falsehood. Returning to the elder, during the incident within the tower, the heart fire erupted violently. My cultivation technique is unique, allowing me to perceive flame energy with great acuity. In a moment of desperation, I dared to guide the rampaging heart fire to counteract my own fighting spirit in an attempt to restore balance, nearly resulting in my demise. Thankfully, the elders timely suppressed the exotic fire, allowing me to narrowly escape with my life. He simplified the perilous process of condensing the tricolored flame vortex into a mere effort to guide the heart fire against his fighting spirit, attributing it to his unique cultivation technique and keen perception of flames, while crediting the Academy elders for saving him, thus absolving himself completely. Elder Hu listened quietly, his profound gaze revealing no change, as if he had already seen through everything. He did not inquire about the specific nature of Lin Nua's cultivation technique, nor question the details of his words, but instead asked, within you, besides the fire attribute fighting spirit you cultivate, have you come into contact with any other special flame energies? Or perhaps, ice energy? Here it comes. Indeed, this was the reason for his summons. Lin Nua's heart raced, but he maintained an appropriately bewildered and fearful expression. Special flame energies? I am unaware, but in my youth, I inadvertently stumbled upon a peculiar ruin and was unconscious for several days. Upon awakening, I often felt fluctuations of heat and cold within me. Cultivating fire attribute techniques has proven to be a double-edged sword. With risks of losing control, it is likely that I absorbed something unclean during that time. He deflected the existence of his source flame constitution and the exotic flame origin to an ethereal adventure within the ruins. Such tales were not uncommon in the Dochi Continent. Many powerful figures had similar fortuitous encounters before their rise. Elder Hu remained non-committal upon hearing this. He slowly raised his withered hand, and with a soft puff, a deep yellow flame erupted from his palm. This flame was not an exotic fire, yet the heat and energy it contained far exceeded that of ordinary beast flames. Clearly a powerful secret flame. The moment the flame appeared, Lin Nua's tricolored flame vortex began to spin rapidly, transmitting a strong desire, as if it had encountered a delectable feast and yearned to devour it. A surge of alarm coursed through Lin Nua, and he hastily exerted all his strength to activate the breath-concealing technique from the remnants of the yin-yang dragon phoenix flame. While simultaneously suppressing the agitation of the flame vortex with his sole power, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Elder Hu appeared oblivious to the anomaly within Lin Nua. He merely controlled the deep yellow flame, guiding it slowly toward Lin Nua. Relax, do not resist. Elder Hua's voice possessed a strange charm that inspired involuntary trust. The flame danced around Lin Nua as if it were alive, sometimes drawing closer, sometimes retreating, seemingly attuned to every fluctuation of his aura. Lin Nua held his breath, channeling the turtle breathing technique to its utmost limits, transforming himself into a lifeless stone, with his heartbeat and blood flow nearly at a standstill. He could only hope for the miraculous powers of the remnants of Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix Flame to deceive this unfathomable elder. As time trickled by, the atmosphere within the hall grew stifling, almost suffocating. The deep yellow flame circled Lin Nua several times before finally returning to the palm of Elder Hua, extinguishing silently. The elder's profound gaze fell once more upon Lin Nua's face, and after a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. Indeed, within you lingers a trace of an exceedingly faint yet highly ranked essence of fire, intertwined with an essence of extreme cold. The two have reached a peculiar equilibrium, allowing you to survive the onslaught of the fallen heart flame. He paused, his tone remaining calm, yet tinged with a note of caution. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. While this power augments your potential, it is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to your utter ruin. Be diligent in your cultivation. Do not squander this opportunity, nor stray from the righteous path. With that, he waved his hand. You may leave. Is this truly the end? Lin Nua felt a twinge of surprise that Elder Hua had not probed deeper, nor sought his techniques or secrets, but merely offered a warning. Thank you for your guidance. Elder, I shall take my leave. Suppressing his confusion, Lin Nua bowed again and gracefully exited the Hall of Fire. It was only after stepping out of the scorching area and feeling the cool breeze from the outside world that he realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. This brief encounter with Elder Hua, though fleeting, had drained him far more than facing Reina or even the tumultuous Fallen Heart Flame. He turned back to glance at the Crimson Hall, his expression grave. Did Elder Hua truly believe his words? Perhaps not. The Elder's gaze was too profound, as though he had already seen through everything. The reason he had not exposed Lin Nua might be due to the Academy's regulations, a reluctance to part with talent, or perhaps a deeper consideration yet undisclosed. Regardless, the immediate crisis had been averted. Yet Lin Nua was acutely aware that as his strength grew and the tricolored flame vortex within him expanded, the secret would inevitably be unveiled. He must possess sufficient power for self-preservation before that day arrived. Clenching his fists, he felt the stable rotation of the tricolored vortex in his dantian, a surge of urgency rising within him. He had to grow stronger. He must hasten his ascent. Without further hesitation, he turned and strode purposefully towards the Pillar Gate stronghold. He needed fire energy, resources, and to devote all his energy to the foundation of this newfound power. Meanwhile, within the Hall of Fire, after Lin Nua's departure, Elder Hua remained in place, his gaze seemingly piercing through the walls of the hall, watching the direction Lin Nua had departed. He muttered softly to himself, a voice only he could hear. The convergence of yin and yang, the initial cries of dragon and phoenix, is indeed a trace of the legendary technique. This young man may truly be destined for greatness. Yet, this path is fraught with difficulty and danger. The fools of the Earth Flame sect must be restless by now, and the shadow of the Soul Hall looms. What a tumultuous season this is. His sigh echoed slowly throughout the vast hall, eventually fading into silence. Chapter 33, Establishing Authority. Upon returning to the Pillar Gate stronghold, Lin Nua immediately announced his seclusion. Elder Hua's summons had doused the flicker of pride he had felt from consolidating the tricolored flame vortex. The inner court was a treacherous sea, filled with powerful individuals and countless eyes lurking in the shadows. Without sufficient strength, any opportunity could turn into a death sentence. He locked himself within the quiet chamber, isolating himself from the outside world. Before him lay the spoils of his recent mission, as well as the majority of fire energy cards he had won from defeating Reina, their radiance pulsating with energy. He needed to solidify his cultivation quickly and familiarize himself with this newly acquired power. He sat cross-legged, his mind sinking into his dantian. The intertwining red, blue, and white flames swirled like a miniature nebula, slowly rotating and emanating a mysterious yet harmonious glow. Threads of pure energy flowed from it, nourishing his meridians and soothing his soul. He no longer merely practiced the burning sun technique, but attempted to use the remnants of Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix Flame as a framework, guiding the tricolored energy along a more intricate and profound pathway. With each cycle, he felt his fighting spirit coalesce more solidly, and his connection to the flame vortex grew ever tighter. Simultaneously, he allocated part of his focus to continually nurture the tricolored flame vortex with his soul's power. Like caring for a tender seedling, he felt its every minute tremor, understanding the characteristics and balance of the three forces, ice, fire, and heart, contained within. Time flows differently in cultivation, and before he knew it, half a month had passed. On this day, the door to the quiet chamber slowly opened. Lin Nua emerged, his aura harmonious and restrained, seemingly unchanged from before his seclusion, still at the pinnacle of a one-star fighter. However, to those with keen spiritual perception, they would notice the occasional flicker of brilliance deep within his eyes. Akin to a concealed gem, exuding an unfathomable aura. Lin Nuo, you've emerged from seclusion? Came Xiaoyan's voice. He was discussing matters with several key members of the Pillar Gate, and upon seeing Lin Nuo, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. He sensed that Lin Nuo seemed somewhat different, though he could not pinpoint exactly how. Indeed, Lin Nuo nodded, scanning the faces of those present, noticing their somewhat grim expressions. What has transpired? One of the key members of the Pillar Gate exclaimed in indignation. It's the Alchemy Guild. They have monopolized the market for low-tier elixirs in the inner court, deliberately inflating prices and suppressing our Pillar Gate members from undertaking alchemy-related tasks. Just the other day, Sister Xiao Yixian wanted to trade some herbs she had gathered for some auxiliary cultivation elixirs, but they made it extremely difficult for her. The Alchemy Guild, the largest alchemy organization in the inner court, had deep-rooted influence, with its leader even capable of refining fourth-grade elixirs, wielding significant power. Xiao Yan's gaze turned icy. They must see that our Pillar Gate is developing well and have begun to intentionally suppress us. Upon hearing this, Lin Nuo's expression darkened. Resource competition was commonplace in the inner court. The Alchemy Guild's actions were undoubtedly aimed at choking off the Pillar Gate's growth. It seems we need to establish our authority. Lin Nuo spoke slowly, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable strength. Since they are using elixirs to pressure us, we shall reclaim our standing through elixirs. Everyone was taken aback, looking at Lin Nuo in disbelief. Reclaim our standing through elixirs? How can we compete with the deeply entrenched Alchemy Guild when we don't even have a decent alchemist? Xiao Yan's gaze flickered, as if he had thought of something, and turned to Lin Nuo. Do you have a plan? Rather than answering directly, Lin Nuo inquired. Which low-tier elixirs sold by the Alchemy Guild have the highest sales and profits? The recovery powder and the power-boosting pill. A member responsible for intelligence immediately replied. These two elixirs have extremely high demand, with the Alchemy Guild monopolizing over 80% of the market share, and prices are about 30% higher than outside. The recovery powder, a first-grade elixir, could rapidly restore fighting spirit. The power-boosting pill, also a first-grade elixir, could slightly enhance strength for a short duration. Both were commonly used by low-tier cultivators. Good, Lin Nuo nodded. Give us 3 days to prepare sufficient herbs. In 3 days, our Pillar Gate will also sell recovery powder and power-boosting pills. We will sell? The group was bewildered. Without an alchemist, how can we sell elixirs? Are we to buy them from outside? That would be even more costly and utterly uncompetitive. Lin Nuo turned to Xiao Yan. Brother Xiao, I recall you have some knowledge of alchemy, do you not? Xiao Yan nodded. Having been influenced by the alchemy master Yao Lao, he was naturally not unfamiliar with alchemy, though he usually focused his energy on cultivation. What conditions are necessary to refine a first-grade elixir? Lin Nuo asked again. Herbs, formulas, cauldrons, and flames. Xiao Yan succinctly stated that he possessed both the prescription and a low-tier alchemical furnace. However, his gaze turned towards Lin Nuo, curiosity flickering in his eyes. The ordinary battle chi flames yielded a dismally low success rate for producing first-grade elixirs, with quality hard to ensure. Lin Nuo offered a faint smile, extending his right index finger. With a mere thought, a delicate thread of flame, exhibiting a faint red, icy blue, and transparent tricolor, flickered into existence at his fingertip. This flame was not an extraordinary fire. Rather, it was a minuscule portion of energy drawn from the tricolor flame vortex, meticulously mimicking the form of fire. It lacked the terrifying heat, instead emanating a gentle and inclusive essence, imbued with an enigmatic aura. Xiao Yan's pupils constricted as he perceived the extraordinary nature of this flame through his spiritual senses. The energy contained within was remarkably pure and stable, radiating an unusual sentience, almost as if it possessed life itself. This was far beyond the realm of ordinary battle chi flames. Is this sufficient? Lin Nuo inquired. Xiao Yan, suppressing his astonishment, fixed a deep gaze upon Lin Nuo and nodded. It is ample. With this flame's assistance, the success rate for concocting a first-grade elixir can be elevated by at least 30%. The quality will surpass that of the ordinary wares offered by the Alchemy Guild. Although he was unaware of how Lin Nuo had harnessed such a peculiar flame, this was clearly not the moment for inquiries. The matter of the medicinal herbs shall be entrusted to us. The little medicine saint interjected, well-versed in the dealings of medicinal materials. Thus, the plan was set in motion. Members of the Pan Men immediately began to act, discreetly gathering the required herbs. 3 days later, outside the Pan Men stronghold, a modest stall was quietly erected. Displayed upon the stall were 2 types of elixirs, the Qi recovery powder and the power accumulation pill. Beside them stood a wooden sign proclaiming, Pan Men elixirs quality guaranteed. Price, 80% of the Alchemy Guild. News spread like wildfire throughout the inner courtyard. Pan Men has begun selling elixirs, and the best-selling Qi recovery powder and power accumulation pill, at only 80% of the Alchemy Guild's prices. A surge of curious, skeptical, and onlooking students flocked to the Pan Men stronghold. Is this true? Does Pan Men have alchemists now? With such low prices, surely they must be inferior elixirs? Why not try and see? Some, with a mindset of experimentation, purchased a share. Upon obtaining the elixirs, they immediately sensed the difference. The Qi recovery powder from Pan Men exhibited a more rounded hue, with a pure medicinal fragrance, while the power accumulation pill subtly radiated a gentle yet refined energy wave. The effects were instant. The recovery speed was notably faster than that of the Alchemy Guild's elixirs, and the power boost from the power accumulation pill was more stable and enduring, with nearly no side effects. What excellent elixirs! Far superior to those from the Alchemy Guild. Truly, and at such a bargain. Quickly, let us purchase more. Word of mouth rapidly escalated. A long queue formed in front of the Panmin stall. The members of the Alchemy Guild, who had initially come to witness a spectacle, suddenly found their expressions darkening. The news swiftly reached the Alchemy Guild headquarters. This is outrageous. How dare Panmin act in such a manner? The guild leader, a young man with a grim visage, slammed his palm on the table, fury ablaze in his eyes. Investigate. Find out the source of their elixirs. And that lad capable of providing the special flame. Who exactly is he? An elder beside him pondered. Guild leader. That flame seems rather peculiar. It does not resemble ordinary beast fire, nor is it an extraordinary flame. Yet it possesses remarkable sentience and has an extraordinary effect on the refinement and fusion of medicinal materials. If only we could. A glint of greed flickered in the young man's eyes. Regardless of who he is, anyone daring to encroach upon our alchemy, Guild-S territory, must pay the price. Send someone to invite that Lin Nuo, who can provide the flame, for a discussion. Remember, it's an invitation. He emphasized the word invitation, the implication obvious. At this moment, within the Panmin stronghold, Lin Nuo observed the bustling scene outside and the rapidly depleting stock of elixirs. Turning to Xiaoyan, it seems the effects are quite promising. Xiaoyan nodded, regarding Lin Nuo, unable to suppress his curiosity about that flame. Lin Nuo shifted, reigniting the thread of tricolored flame at his fingertip, softly stating, it was a fortunate acquisition, a sort of special secret technique. He would not divulge the secrets of the tricolor flame vortex. Seeing this, Xiaoyan ceased his inquiries. Everyone had their own fortunes and secrets. His gaze shifted towards a few Alchemy Guild members who had stealthily appeared, their eyes harboring ill intent, his expression turning cold. Trouble has arrived. Lin Nuo sensed the hostile auras locking onto him, extinguishing the flame at his fingertip, his demeanor calm and unruffled. The purpose of establishing their authority had been achieved. Now came the time to confront the impending backlash. The tricolor flame vortex within him seemed to resonate with the external hostility, subtly accelerating its rotation, conveying a blend of icy and fiery battle intent. The storm within the inner courtyard was about to commence, ignited by the contest over elixirs. Chapter 34, A Clash of Wills. The explosive success of Panmin's elixirs was akin to a massive stone cast into the tranquil waters of the inner courtyard, sending ripples that quickly spread. The affordable chi recovery powder and power accumulation pill seized a significant share of the Alchemy Guild's low-tier elixir market within mere days, drawing countless ordinary students towards them. At the Alchemy Guild headquarters, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the calm before a storm. Han Xian, with a darkened countenance, listened to his subordinate's report on the sales of Panmin's elixirs. Upon hearing that their effects rivaled second-grade elixirs at only 80% of the price, he crushed the jade cup in his hand. Have we ascertained the details? That flame? And the alchemist? Han Xian's voice emerged through clenched teeth. A member tasked with gathering intelligence quickly bowed and reported, Guild leader, we can confirm that the elixirs are crafted by Xiaoyan. However, the crux lies in the peculiar flame provided by Lin Nuo. Our personnel have sensed it up close. The energy of that flame is extraordinarily pure and refined, brimming with sentience, far beyond ordinary battle chi flames. It seems to possess an exceptional affinity for and refinement of medicinal materials. Xiaoyan and Lin Nuo's names flashed with cold light in Han Xian's eyes. He had heard of Xiaoyan, a formidable opponent. Yet Lin Nuo, this rising star, concealed such capabilities? Guild leader, we can no longer afford to remain passive. If this continues, our market share for low-tier elixirs will be entirely usurped. An anxious core member of the Alchemy Guild urged. Han Xian inhaled deeply, forcing down his simmering anger and a barely perceptible greed. He understood that a direct confrontation would be futile. Both Xiaoyan and Lin Nuo were not to be trifled with, and lethal combat was strictly forbidden within the inner courtyard. Yet the dignity and interests of the Alchemy Guild could not be challenged. Prepare a generous gift. Han Xian stated coldly. I will personally meet this Lin Nuo to see what he is truly capable of. Within the Panmin stronghold's courtyard, Lin Nuo was deep in discussion with Xiao Yan regarding their subsequent elixir plans. The first batch of trial elixirs had nearly sold out, bringing significant fire energy and prestige to Panmin, yet had also depleted their initial stock of medicinal materials. With their reserves running low, the little medicine saint meticulously counted the few remaining medicinal herbs, her brow furrowing. It seemed the Alchemy Guild had caught wind of their supply and was secretly obstructing them. Several of their usual suppliers reported temporary shortages. Xiaoyan's gaze turned icy. Their response is quite swift. Lin Nuo nodded, not surprised. The Alchemy Guild had entrenched itself in the inner courtyard for years. Cutting off their access to medicinal materials was the most direct and effective tactic. It appears we need to explore new sources for our herbs, or perhaps even cultivate our own, Lin Nuo contemplated. recalling that the inner courtyard had medicinal fields available for rent, albeit requiring considerable fire energy and contribution points. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the courtyard. Guild leader Han Xian has arrived. The person in charge of Panmen, come out to meet him, a somewhat haughty voice announced. They're here. Lin Nuo and Xiao Yan exchanged glances, recognizing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. The alchemy guild leader, Han Xian, had come in person. The two individuals adjusted their robes and walked side by side out of the courtyard. Outside the gate, a group of 7 or 8 members from the medicine guild, led by Han Xian, stood with formidable auras and unfriendly gazes. A considerable crowd of onlookers had gathered, buzzing with speculation. Han Xian, clad in the robes of an alchemist and adorned with the badge of a 4th-rank alchemist, wore an arrogant expression as his eyes swept over the emerging Xiao Yan and Lin Nuo, ultimately settling on Lin Nuo. So this is the esteemed junior brother Lin Nuo? Indeed, a fine specimen, he remarked with a grin that failed to reach his eyes. I have heard that junior brother possesses a unique flame that significantly aids in alchemy. Might I be granted the honor of witnessing it? He wasted no time in revealing his intentions, unabashedly expressing his interest in the special flame. Lin Nuo maintained a calm demeanor and replied coolly, Chief Han jokes. It is merely rudimentary fire control techniques, hardly worthy of display before a 4th-rank alchemist like yourself. Junior brother is overly modest. Han Xian chuckled, though his gaze sharpened. A flame that can overshadow our guild's chi recovery powder and power-accumulating pill cannot simply be dismissed as a rudimentary skill. Let us speak plainly. The medicine guild has operated in the inner court for many years, possessing resources and channels far beyond what your pill sect can offer. If junior brother is willing to share this fire control secret, our guild would be prepared to purchase it at a handsome price, ensuring that any future alchemical needs of the pill sect would be supplied at cost. What say you? He presented a seemingly generous offer, yet it concealed sinister motives. Sharing the secret? It would be akin to handing over the very lifeblood of his craft. A murmur of shock rippled through the crowd. The medicine guild's proposition was indeed a tempting one for the fledgling pill sect. Xiao Yan's eyes turned cold, ready to speak, but Lin Nuo interjected. Maintaining his placid tone, Chief Han's goodwill is appreciated, but this fire control technique is a secret tradition of my sect and cannot be disclosed. Though our pill sect is modest, we aspire to be self-reliant and do not wish to burden the medicine guild. A straightforward and resolute rejection. Anshian's Samila Banisha. His expression darkening as he hissed, Junior brother Lin Nuo, youthful zeal is commendable, yet one must also grasp the situation. The waters of the inner court run far deeper than you realize. Some things are not within your ability to safeguard. The threat in his words was unmistakable. Is Chief Han threatening our pill sect? Xiao Yan stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Nuo, his gaze locking onto Han Xian, exuding an aura of defiance. Han Xian narrowed his eyes, sensing an aura from Xiao Yan that rivaled his own, a chill creeping into his heart. He snorted dismissively. Threatening is not my intent. Merely a well-meaning reminder. Since you two junior brothers insist on this path, so be it. Farewell. He cast a lingering glance at Lin Nuo, as if to etch his image into memory, then turned with the members of the medicine guild, departing. The frigid calculation in his eyes sent a shiver through the onlookers. It seems the medicine guild will not relent, Xiao Yan murmured gravely. Lin Nuo nodded, his gaze following Han Xian's retreating form, his expression contemplative. When the enemy comes, we shall meet them. When the waters rise, we shall build our barriers. If they covet my flame, they must first prove worthy of it. Feeling the steady rotation of the tricolor flame within him, a surge of confidence welled up. This nascent power required a sharpening stone to hone its edge. The pressure from the medicine guild might just serve as the catalyst for him to more rapidly familiarize himself with and master this strength. We must accelerate our efforts. Lin Nuo turned to Xiao Yan and the little medical sage. On one hand, we need to explore new channels for medicinal herbs or rent medicinal fields. On the other, we must swiftly enhance our strength. Xiao Yan nodded emphatically. Indeed, strength is the foundation of everything. The first direct confrontation between the pill sect and the medicine guild concluded with Lin Nuo's staunch refusal. Yet all were acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. Greater turmoil was brewing. Unbeknownst to Lin Nuo, from the shadow of a distant tower, a pair of fiery, intense eyes were fixated on the pill sect's stronghold. An intriguing lad. That flame's essence stirs even my interest, mused an elder from the Earth Flame sect, licking his lips with growing greed. It seems I must stoke the flames for the medicine guild further. Chapter 35. The Challenge of the Strong Rankings. Han Xian's threat loomed over the pill sect like a sword of Damocles, casting a shadow over the previously buoyant spirits of the sect, which had thrived on a booming alchemical trade. The retaliation from the medicine guild was swifter and more ruthless than anticipated. First, the channels for medicinal herbs were completely severed. No matter how the little medical sage sought leads, former suppliers willing to provide herbs either outright refused or claimed shortages, with prices skyrocketing to several times their normal rate without any product to be found. The pill sect's alchemical business, which had flourished for mere days, was abruptly halted due to the cessation of raw material supplies. Soon after, members of the pill sect faced frequent mishaps during missions. Whether it was due to altered mission information leading them into peril or being ambushed by unknown assailants, the hard-earned items were snatched away. And some even returned from the arena severely injured due to deliberate targeting by the Medicine Guild and its affiliated forces. In a flash, the Pill sect found itself in dire straits, morale wavering. Some new members, initially attracted by the prospect of alchemical profits, quietly withdrew upon sensing the impending doom. The remaining members were primarily those who genuinely believed in the Pill sect and were willing to stand by Xiao Yan and Lin Nuo through thick and thin. The Medicine Guild is intent on driving us to our doom. A core member of the Pill sect slammed his fist on the stone table in frustration. Xiao Yan's expression darkened, his inner fire igniting with fury. Though he feared no challenge, the underhanded tactics employed left him feeling stifled. Lin Nuo, seated nearby, unconsciously tapped his fingers on the table, producing a faint rhythmic sound. His expression remained tranquil, yet those familiar with him could sense the turbulent undercurrents beneath that calm facade. I will devise a way to address the issue of medicinal herbs. Lin Nuo suddenly spoke up. All eyes turned to him in unison. You have a plan? Xiao Yan inquired. Lin Nuo nodded, withholding further details. He had thought of the medicinal fields in the inner court that could be rented. While it required fire energy and contribution points, it was not insurmountable. More importantly, the unique energy emitted by the tricolor flame within him seemed to possess a subtle promoting effect on plant growth, perhaps making it feasible to cultivate herbs? This was merely a preliminary thought that required validation. Our immediate priority is to enhance our strength, Lin Nuo stated, gazing at Xiao Yan. Only by demonstrating sufficient power can they intimidate their adversaries and break the blockade. Xiao Yan wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, I plan to enter seclusion for a few days to strive for a third-star great fighter. With his current strength as a second-star great fighter, coupled with various trump cards, he would be capable of contending with ordinary Do spirits. If he could advance further, he would truly possess the foundation to stand firm in the inner court. I too require a battle. Lin Nuo's gaze drifted toward the imposing Strong Rankings J tablet at the center of the inner court. It was time to pay a visit. The Strong Rankings. They represented the pinnacle of combat prowess among the inner court students. Each name signified strength and prestige. To rapidly acquire fire, energy, and contribution points, to dismantle the Medicine Guild's blockade, and to elevate their standings on the Strong Rankings was the most direct and effective means. The higher the rank, the more foundational fire energy allocated each month, the higher the mission levels attainable, and the more substantial the contribution points earned. Moreover, the challenge of the Strong Rankings was the best stage permitted by inner court regulations for settling grievances. You intend to challenge the Strong Rankings? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. He had long sensed that Lin Nuo's strength was far from superficial, particularly with that mysterious flame and the increasingly unfathomable aura he exuded. Indeed, Lin Nuo affirmed, rising to his feet as an intangible aura gradually emanated from him. Let us start from the 98th position. He chose a position that, while relatively lower on the rankings, was by no means lacking in strength. In the realm of the strong, there are no weaklings. Those who can make it onto the list are, at the very least, 5-star Dome Masters. The 98th rank, known as Luo Ho, is rumored to be at the pinnacle of 6-star Dome Masters, adept in metal attribute techniques, with fierce offensive capabilities and solid defenses. This choice would neither attract excessive attention nor fail to adequately test his current strength, as well as the efficacy of the tricolor flame vortex in practical combat. News of this challenge spread swiftly. Lin Nuo of the Pill sect was set to confront the 98th rank contender, Luo Ho. The inner court once again turned its gaze in curiosity. Lin Nuo, the very individual who provided the unique flames that propelled the Pill sect's potions to fame, he dares to challenge the Strong Rankings? Against Luo Ho. Luo Ho is a 6-star Dome Master at his peak, with a fearsome golden cracking palm. It is said that Lin Nuo is merely a 1-star Do practitioner. How could that be possible? Perhaps he is relying on that unique flame? Yet, challenges on the Strong Rankings cannot be won solely through flames. Doubts, curiosity, and derision filled every corner of the inner court. Almost no one believed in Lin Nuo. After all, the disparity in levels was evident. The 5-star gap seemed an insurmountable chasm to most. At the headquarters of the Alchemy Guild, Han Xian, upon hearing this news, was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed, unaware of his own limitations. That fellow Luo Ho is not someone a waste like Reina can compare to. Just right. Let Luo Ho teach this presumptuous young man a lesson, helping him to realize the harshness of reality. He envisioned Lin Nuo being thoroughly trampled beneath Luo Ho's feet. An elder from the Earth Flame sect also received the news, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Oh, is he making a move? Just right. Let me see how many secrets you hold, young man. The challenge was set for 3 days hence. During these 3 days, Lin Nuo did not engage in high-intensity training, but rather focused on adjusting his own state. Repeatedly communicating with and nurturing the tricolored flame vortex within his dantian through his soul power, familiarizing himself with the characteristics and transitions of the 3 types of power. He needed to ensure he could wield this newfound strength with the precision of a master in battle. Xiao Yan also entered seclusion, striving to break through to a 3-star Dome Master. The entire Pill sect was enveloped in a tense yet expectant atmosphere. Everyone understood that this battle was crucial to the Pill sect's reputation and future development. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. As dawn cast its light upon the inner court once more, the arena was already teeming with spectators. Challenges against the strong rankings naturally drew attention, especially since the challenger was Lin Nuo from the Pill sect, who had recently garnered notoriety by clashing with the Alchemy Guild. Upon the stage, Luoho stood with his arms crossed. He was a robust figure, his rugged features radiating a sharp, golden Dochi aura. His gaze disdainfully fixed on the entrance of the arena. A mere pretender, seeking to challenge me. Luoho? He snorted coldly, his voice booming across the arena. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Lin Nuo's figure gradually emerged at the entrance of the arena. Clad in a simple green robe, his aura was subdued, and his step steady as he advanced toward the stage. In stark contrast to the imposing Luoho, he appeared rather ordinary, even somewhat weak. However, the moment he stepped onto the stage, the elder referee, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, slightly opened them, a flicker of surprise flashing in his murky gaze. Challenger Lin Nuo against the 98th ranked Luoho. The match begins. With the elder referee's proclamation, the atmosphere in the arena ignited instantly. A fierce glint appeared in Luoho's eyes as he suddenly stomped his right foot onto the stage, causing the solid ground to crack under pressure. Like a cannonball, he shot toward Lin Nuo, producing a piercing sound as his golden chi coalesced into claw-like fingers, slicing through the air, aimed directly at Lin Nuo's throat. Golden cracking claw. With this initial strike, he sought to end the match swiftly, intending to crush this audacious challenger with overwhelming might. Faced with such a ferocious assault, Lin Nuo's gaze remained tranquil, advancing rather than retreating. Chapter 36. The First Cry of the Flame Vortex. Luoho's golden cracking claw tore through the air, emitting a sharp shriek as it approached Lin Nuo's throat in an instant. The fierce wind from the claw even caused discomfort to those at the edge of the arena, their skin tingling from the pressure. Everyone held their breath, envisioning Lin Nuo being severely injured by this strike. However, just as the golden claw was about to make contact, Lin Nuo moved. His actions appeared slow, yet they were executed with exquisite precision. His body swayed as if devoid of bones, and the claw that could shatter stone merely grazed his neck, the force of the wind lifting a few strands of his hair. Simultaneously, on his left palm, the crimson flame Dochi rapidly coalesced, not in the form of the fire cloud palm, but rather as a finger poised like a sword. The tip radiating a concentrated crimson light, akin to a searing iron brand, striking toward the exposed opening beneath Luoho's ribs. This strike was swift, accurate, and fierce. The timing was impeccable. Luoho's expression shifted, caught off guard by Lin Nuo's unexpectedly agile response. In a hurried motion, he elbowed defensively, solidifying his earth-colored Dochi around his elbow. Sizzle. The collision of finger and elbow emitted a faint sound of searing. Luoho fell sharp, burning pain radiating from his elbow, as his Dochi was unexpectedly pierced through, leaving a small hole. He grunted, retreating backward, and, for the first time, his gaze toward Lin Nuo shifted from disdain to a hint of seriousness. What an unusual movement technique. What refined Dochi. Someone exclaimed from the crowd. He actually evaded? And countered? What kind of finger technique is that? It can penetrate Luoho's defense? A master knows the prowess of another at first glance. Lin Nuo's seemingly simple evasion and counterattack showcased a combat awareness and control over Dochi that far surpassed that of an ordinary one-star Do practitioner. Luoho shook his somewhat numb arm, his gaze turning fierce. Interesting. It seems that without taking things seriously, I cannot subdue you. With a low growl, his golden Dochi surged dramatically, enveloping him in a layer of golden armor. An even more ferocious and domineering aura radiated from him. Golden strong body. This was Luoho's signature Do technique, a mid-level mystical grade skill that significantly enhanced both his defensive and offensive capabilities. Take this next attack. Golden strong mountain punch. Luoho's fists ignited with golden Dochi, blazing with an unstoppable momentum. Akin to two golden meteors, they struck brutally toward Lin Nuo. The air compressed into visible ripples in the wake of his punches. The might of this punch far surpassed that of the previous golden cracking claw. Even a 7-star Do master would not dare to take it head-on. Faced with this frenzied punch, Lin Nuo's gaze remained calm. He understood that relying solely on the Burning Sun Dochi and his movement technique to overcome Luoho, who had activated the golden strong body, would be exceedingly challenging. It was time to unleash that newly born power. He no longer hesitated. A thought surged through him, and within his dantian, the slowly rotating tricolored flame vortex quivered slightly. A thread of exceedingly subtle, nearly indistinguishable energy surged through his meridians toward his right fist. This energy was not merely crimson, but intertwined with faint icy blue patterns and colorless heartfire fluctuations, perfectly merging the three. He did not employ any extravagant Do techniques, but simply, with a straightforward motion, he met the incoming attack with a punch. A thin layer of Dochi, presenting an unusual tricolored halo, enveloped his fist. He intend to take it head-on? Is he out of his mind? Who does he think he is? Luoho's punch could shatter boulders. Under the gaze of countless disbelieving eyes, the two fists, one large, one small, one golden, one colorful, clashed together with tremendous force. Boom! It was not the anticipated scene of utter destruction, nor was there a cataclysmic explosion. The moment their fists collided, the very fabric of space seemed to warp for an instant. A peculiar wave of energy surged forth explosively, Luo Ho's indomitable golden fist radiance, upon contact with the tricolored halo, melted away as if snow surrendering to the warmth of spring, swiftly dissolving and disintegrating. It was not merely shattered. Rather, it appeared to be fundamentally decomposed and neutralized by a power of a higher order. Even more astonishing to Luo Ho was the peculiar force that penetrated his body through his fist. This force was half as searing as lava, furiously scorching his meridians, while the other half was as frigid as glacial ice, nearly freezing his fighting spirit into stasis. The simultaneous eruption of these two excruciating sensations rendered his face ashen, and the brilliance of his golden body flickered violently. Meanwhile, Lin Nuo merely swayed slightly before regaining his composure. He felt a faint recoil in his right fist, but it was not particularly strong. The energy of the tricolor flame vortex seemed to entirely suppress Luo Ho's golden fighting spirit in terms of quality. Impossible! Luo Ho let out a furious roar, forcibly suppressing the internal clash of ice and fire, and hurled his other fist forward once more. Lin Nuo's gaze turned cold, denying him any further opportunity. He executed the profound footwork, drawing near Luo Ho like a specter, his fists falling like raindrops. Each punch appeared plain and unadorned, yet harbored that extraordinary tricolored energy. Bang, 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 bang. The muffled sounds of impact resonated like the booming of war drums under the relentless assault of the tricolored energy. The brilliance of Luo Ho's golden body rapidly dimmed, cracks spreading across its surface. He could only awkwardly flail his fists in defense, but with every collision, a bizarre force of ice and fire penetrated his body, wreaking havoc on his fighting spirit and meridians. The more he fought, the more alarmed and frustrated he became. He felt as if his fighting spirit were mere tofu against a steel blade, utterly incapable of forming any effective defense or counterattack against that peculiar energy. The energy level of his opponent seemed to far exceed his own. What kind of hellish power is this? Luo Ho's mind roared. He had never encountered such an uncanny situation. Below the stage, an eerie silence had descended. Everyone stared in disbelief at the utterly one-sided battle unfolding on the platform. The once ferocious Luo Ho was now being ruthlessly dominated by Lin Nuo, who bore only the aura of a one-star fighter, completely powerless to retaliate. What is that fighting spirit? The color is so strange. Luo Ho's golden body seemed on the verge of shattering. Is Lin Nuo truly just a one-star fighter? Han Xian stood amidst the crowd, his expression dark enough to drip water. He fixated on the tricolored halo surrounding Lin Nuo's fists, his eyes filled with astonishment and greed. Indeed, it is a special flame energy. Moreover, it seems to have merged with something else. This lad undoubtedly harbors a great secret. An elder from the Earth Flame sect, concealed in the shadows, gazed with piercing eyes. Such a fascinating fluctuation of power, coexistence of ice and fire, coupled with a hint of soul fire's essence. Could it be that he has truly begun to refine a trace of the fallen heart flame's origin? No, that cannot be. Such a notion is utterly unfathomable. Yet, regardless, this child must not be allowed to escape. On the arena, Luo Ho's golden body finally succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the tricolored energy, shattering with a resounding crash. He was hurled backward like a kite severed from its string, spitting blood as he crashed against the edge of the platform, struggling for a moment but unable to rise again. The elder referee cast a deep glance at Lin Nuo before announcing loudly, Lin Nuo victory. He replaces Luo Ho, attaining the 98th rank on the strength leaderboard. The crowd erupted in an uproar. The 98th rank on the strength leaderboard has changed hands. The victorious Lin Nuo did not display much joy. He felt the near one-third depletion of his tricolored flame vortex energy and the slight numbness in his right arm, gaining a clearer understanding of this newly acquired power. Strong. Indeed, very strong. It seemed to possess a natural suppression over ordinary fighting spirits in terms of energy level. Yet the consumption is substantial, and the burden on the physical body is not insignificant. He approached Luo Ho, took his fire energy card, and transferred the monthly basic fire energy corresponding to the 98th rank to his own card before returning it to the referee. After completing these tasks, he leaped off the stage, striding toward the direction of the Pangwan stronghold under the scrutiny of countless complex gazes. His silhouette remained upright, yet exuded an aura of unfathomable depth. Following this battle, no one dared to underestimate Lin Nuo of the Pangwan due to his surface cultivation. Lin Nuo also understood that this was merely the beginning. The 98th rank on the strength leaderboard was still insignificant within the Inner Academy. The troubles from the Medicine Guild and the prying eyes of the Earth Flame sect had yet to be resolved. The tricolored flame vortex within him required more energy to grow, as well as more battles to hone its prowess. The road ahead is long, and only strength serves as the eternal passport. He clenched his fist, feeling the gradually recovering tricolored energy, his gaze growing ever more resolute. Chapter 37. The Lurking Thread of the Night. The news of Lin Nua's overwhelming victory over Luo Ho and his ascension to the 98th rank on the strength leaderboard swept through the inner academy like a hurricane. If the previous popularity of Pongwan's pills had merely garnered Lin Nua a modest reputation, then this successful challenge against a higher rank had firmly established his status as a formidable figure within the inner academy. No one dared to underestimate him due to his apparent one-star fighter cultivation any longer. That peculiar and powerful tricolored energy became the focal point of countless discussions and speculations. The reputation of Pongwan soared, and the previously dampened morale due to the oppression from the Medicine Guild surged instantaneously, leading many previously hesitant students to actively seek allegiance. Xiaoyan also successfully broke through to the 3-star great fighter, and upon learning of Lin Nua's achievements after emerging from seclusion, he felt immense satisfaction. However, beneath the surface glory, dark currents surged ever more fiercely. At the headquarters of the Medicine Guild, the atmosphere was terrifyingly oppressive. Han Xian's face was ashen as he listened to his subordinates report on the recent developments regarding Pongwan, particularly the analysis of Lin Nua's enigmatic tricolored energy, with jealousy and greed almost spilling over in his heart. Investigate, at any cost. We must uncover the origins of his power. Han Xian growled and also convey a message to the Earthflame sect, stating that we are willing to cooperate. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Since he could not obtain it himself, he would resort to using another's hand. The Earthflame sect's desire for and special flames is well known. He did not believe they could resist the temptation. Leader, cooperating with the Earthflame sect may be akin to courting death, an elder expressed with concern. I cannot afford to think of that now. Han Xian irritably waved his hand. Are we to just watch as Pongwan rides over us? Do as I say. In the Earthflame sect stronghold, within a chamber suffused with the scent of sulfur, an elder named Yin Sha played with a communication jade slip in his hand, a cold smile gracing his lips. That fool Han Xian can no longer sit idle. He scoffed. Cooperation? Fine. This will save me the trouble of effort. He glanced at a middle-aged man beside him, whose aura was dark and bore scars from flames. Scarwolf, take a few men and test Lin Nua's depth. Remember, we need him alive, at the very least. Keep him breathing to extract the secret of his power. The middle-aged man, known as Scarwolf, licked his lips, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. Rest assured, elder. A lad who merely got lucky to make the leaderboard will be easy prey. At the Pongwan stronghold, within the quietude of a meditation room, Lin Nua sat cross-legged, his mind wholly immersed in his dantian. The tricolored flame vortex slowly rotated, seemingly becoming denser than before. The pressure and practical insights gained from defeating Luo Ho allowed him to master this power with greater ease. He continuously communicated with the flame vortex, using his spiritual energy, guiding its energy to nourish his meridians and refine his fighting spirit. The operational route of the fragmented yin-yang dragon phoenix flame became increasingly familiar, and as the tricolored energy circulated within his body, it faintly emitted a subtle sound reminiscent of the harmonious calls of dragons and phoenixes, profoundly mysterious. Though this flame vortex was powerful, its growth was agonizingly slow. Lin Nua pondered within himself. Relying solely on daily cultivation and the fiery energy dispensed by the strong rank was far from sufficient. He must seek a more substantial source of power. His gaze once again turned towards the imposing black tower beyond the window, the Celestial Flame Refinement Tower. There lay an inexhaustible reservoir of fallen heart flame energy, yet the risks were immense. Had it not been for the awakening of Yao Lao and the remnants of the yin-yang dragon phoenix flame, he would have long since been reduced to ashes. Fortune favors the bold, and a daring thought took root in his mind. Perhaps he could venture deeper into the perilous margins, cautiously siphoning a thread of heart fire essence. This notion quickened his pulse, stirring both excitement and trepidation within him. At that moment, his brow furrowed suddenly as his heightened soul perception detected an extremely subtle aura of malice emanating from the outskirts of their stronghold. Not just one, and their strength was formidable. At last, they have arrived. Lin Nua's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. He had anticipated that showcasing his tricolored energy would undoubtedly attract covetous eyes. He just hadn't expected them to come so swiftly and so brazenly, daring to infiltrate the Panmen stronghold. Silently, he rose to his feet, channeling the turtle breathing technique to its utmost, his form melding seamlessly into the shadows as he stealthily departed the quiet chamber. The night was deep, the moonlight obscured by thin clouds. In the woods surrounding the Panmen stronghold, 5 phantasmal figures advanced stealthily, utilizing the shadows to their advantage. Their objective aimed squarely at Lin Nua's secluded chamber. Leading the charge was the Scarred Wolf, his visage marred by a fiery scar, exuding a powerful aura that reached the level of an 8-star Dome Master. The other 4 were also skilled practitioners, boasting strengths of 5 and 6-star Dome Masters. When the Earthflame sect made a move, it was akin to a thunderous onslaught. They split up to locate their target, aiming for a swift resolution. The Scarred Wolf lowered his voice and signaled. The 5 immediately dispersed, akin to leopards pouncing in different directions. However, just as one 5-star Dome Master darted past a thicket of dense underbrush, A figure appeared silently behind him, like a weightless specter. Lino. He extended his fingers like a sword, the tricolored aura flickering at his fingertips, striking with the swiftness of lightning towards the vital point at the back of the Dome Master's neck. The Dome Master, seasoned in battle, sensed the deadly wind rushing from behind and, in a state of alarm, instinctively lunged forward while simultaneously slashing backward. Sizzle. The tricolored finger force grazed his scalp, drawing forth a spurt of blood, yet his blade struck nothing but air. Lin Nua's form had already vanished like a wraith. Beware! The 5-star Dome Master, gripped by dread, was about to raise the alarm when a chilling handprint, entwined with blue and red dual energies, stamped against his back. Thud! His body stiffened abruptly, a spray of blood, tinged with frost and char, erupted from his mouth, and the world around him faded to black as he collapsed, his vitality swiftly waning. The bizarre energy of ice and fire had obliterated his life force in an instant. Clean and decisive. One strike, one life extinguished. Lin Nua cast not a glance at the fallen corpse, his form once again merging with the darkness, akin to an elite assassin, searching for his next target. The turtle breathing technique, combined with his heightened soul perception, granted him an undeniable advantage in this nocturnal and intricate terrain. While the energy of the tricolored flame whirlpool bestowed upon him an almost overwhelming offensive prowess against his peers. Old 3. Another 6-star Dome Master sensed the sudden disappearance of his companion, a mixture of surprise and fury igniting within him as he charged towards the direction of the previous commotion. Yet, just as he surged a few steps forward, a crimson fire line, akin to a venomous snake, shot forth from the shadows to his side, aimed directly at his temple. The speed was astonishing. The 6-star Dome Master hastily swung his blade to block. Clang! Sparks flew. He felt a searing, sharp force travel through the blade, sending a wave of numbness through his arm, and his heart sank. Such immense power. Before he could adjust his stance, Lin Nua's figure closed in like a relentless specter, his left palm surging with a chilling blue energy, striking towards the Dome Master's chest. Mysterious ice strike. The 6-star Dome Master felt an overwhelming cold envelop him in an instant, his Dochi becoming sluggish and unresponsive. Desperately, he channeled his Dochi to resist. Boom! The icy blue palm imprint slammed solidly against his chest. His body trembled violently, a thick layer of frost enveloping his torso, as if his very blood threatened to freeze. His movements became instantly rigid. Meanwhile, Lin Nua's right finger, imbued with a concentrated tricolored aura, aimed at his brow. In that critical moment, a flicker of madness crossed the eyes of the 6-star Dome Master, and disregarding his injuries, he spat forth a mouthful of essence blood, which ignited into a fiery shield of crimson flames before him. Blood Flame Shield. This was the Earth Flame Sect's life-saving secret technique, utilizing essence blood as a catalyst, boasting formidable defensive power. Sizzle. The tricolored finger force struck against the blood-red shield, emitting a sound that grated on the teeth. The shield quivered violently, its color rapidly dimming, but it ultimately managed to deflect this lethal strike. However, Lin Nua's gaze remained unchanged. His other hand, like a wraith, slipped around the shield, fingers slightly curled. The tricolored energy swirling erratically atop them, resembling a dragon's claw, as it viciously grasped towards the opponent's throat. Crack! The sound of shattered throat bones echoed sharply in the stillness of the night. The 6-star Dome Master's eyes widened, filled with unwillingness and terror, as his body gradually succumbed to the ground. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 5 intruders had fallen. The remaining scarred wolf and the other 2 Dome Masters finally sensed something amiss. The faint scent of blood permeating the air and the rapid disappearance of their companions sending chills down their spines. Converge. Gather together. The scarred wolf, both startled and furious, barked sharply. He had not anticipated that the target would be so formidable, employing such ruthless and cunning tactics. The 3 quickly huddled together, backs pressed against one another, warily scanning the surrounding dark woods like frightened birds. Lin Nua, concealed in the shadows, resembled a patient hunter observing the trio as they gathered, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Gathered together? Perfect. He took a deep breath, the tricolored flame whirlpool within his dantian spinning with unprecedented speed. The red, blue, and colorless energies surged towards both of his palms. An ominous wave of energy began to coalesce in his palms. It was time to test the true might of this newfound power. Chapter 38. Ice and Fire Dragon Breath. In the shadowy woods, the atmosphere was thick with impending doom. The scarred wolf and the remaining 2 Earth Flame Sect Dome Masters stood back to back, nervously scanning the undulating shadows around them. The silent deaths of their companions had stretched their nerves to the breaking point. The scent of blood and the barely perceptible chill of murderous intent coiled around their hearts like a venomous serpent. Come out, you cowardly rodents. The scarred wolf, unable to contain his fear and rage, bellowed, unleashing his 8-star Dome Master aura without reservation, attempting to force the hidden enemy into the open. The other 2 Dome Masters also channeled their Do-Chi to its fullest, one surrounded by flames, while the other donned a suit of earth-toned armor, bracing for the impending confrontation. Yet, all that responded to them was a profound silence, followed by a sudden and terrifying pressure that sent shivers down their very souls. There, the scarred wolf whirled around, gazing towards a seemingly vacant patch of darkness to his left. There, the darkness rippled like water, and Lin Nua's figure gradually emerged. He made no attempt to conceal himself, standing boldly in the open. However, his hands were forming a peculiar and intricate seal before his chest. As the seal solidified, an aura enveloped him, reminiscent of the oppressive stillness preceding a volcanic eruption, suffocating in its intensity. Within his dantian, the tricolored flame whirlpool spun with unprecedented speed, forcibly drawing, compressing, infusing the three energies of crimson, icy blue, and colorless. A cataclysmic wave emanated from him, expanding with a thunderous roar. The air surrounding him began to distort. The leaves on the left withered and curled in an instant, while the vegetation on the right was enveloped in a thick layer of frost. The two extreme forces of ice and fire reached an exceedingly unstable, yet devastating equilibrium within the confines of his handprint. He must not be allowed to complete it. Scar Wolf's pupils constricted sharply, sensing a lethal threat emanating from that handprint. With a furious roar, he unleashed his full power, thrusting both hands forward. The earth flame, burning heaven palm, a colossal palm imprint, entirely composed of dark red flames, surged forth with a terrifying heat capable of incinerating the 8 wastelands, crashing towards Lin Nua like a meteor plummeting to earth. This was an advanced martial technique of the Earth Flame sect, its might truly formidable. Simultaneously, the other 2 fighters joined the fray. The fire element fighter unleashed a flurry of fiery punches, dozens of flame fists resembling a swarm of bees darting forth. Meanwhile, the earth attribute fighter struck the ground with both hands, causing sharp rock spikes to erupt from beneath, stabbing towards Lin Nua. 3 formidable assaults sealed off all avenues of escape for him. Yet, in the face of this combined strike capable of severely wounding or even annihilating an ordinary grand fighter, Lin Nua's eyes betrayed no emotion. He suddenly pushed his hands forward with a decisive gesture. There was no deafening explosion, nor dazzling flashes of light. Only a stream of energy, honed to perfection and approximately the thickness of his arm, burst forth from his palm. This torrent exhibited an exceedingly peculiar coloration. Its core was a profound crimson, entwined with a piercing ice blue, while the outermost layer shimmered with nearly transparent, colorless ripples. These 3 colors did not simply blend. They spiraled tightly around one another, conflicting yet bound together by a formidable will. Ice and fire dragon breath. This was Lin Nua's initial exploration into a deadly technique based on the remnants of the yin-yang dragon phoenix flame, combined with the characteristics of his tricolor flame whirlpool. It forcibly fused the primal powers of ice and fire, ignited by the heart fire of the fallen heart flame, unleashing a destructive energy far surpassing that of a single element. Roar. As the energy torrent erupted, it produced a deep, resonating howl akin to a dragon's roar. Wherever it passed, the space appeared to freeze and burn alternately, leaving a twisted vacuum trace in its wake. The first to encounter it with a flurry of fiery fists. The ice and fire dragon breath did not even need to collide with them. As the blazing fists approached the outer, colorless ripples of the torrent, they encountered their nemesis, and their energy structure collapsed instantaneously, vanishing without a trace. Next were the rock spikes that erupted from the ground. The ice and fire dragon breath swept by, and half of the spikes melted into crimson magma, while the other half rose into fragile ice crystals, which then disintegrated into powder under the swirling energy. Finally, it collided violently with Scar Wolf's most powerful earth flame, burning heaven palm. Sizzle. There was no anticipated explosive fury, merely an agonizing sound reminiscent of cold water splashing into boiling oil. The dark red flame giant palm dissolved and disintegrated at a visible speed upon contact with the ice and fire dragon breath. The searing heat capable of melting gold and iron appeared utterly powerless against the alternating erosion of these 2 primal forces. Scar Wolf's complexion shifted dramatically. His eyes filled with disbelief and terror. He could feel that his most powerful strike was as fragile as paper before that bizarre torrent of energy. No! He allowed a desperate howl, desperately urging his fighting spirit to resist. Yet the ice and fire dragon breath surged forward like a raging tide, instantly obliterating the residual energy of the earth flame burning heaven palm, crashing violently against his crossed arms. Crack! Crack! The chilling sound of bones splintering echoed. Scar Wolf's arms twisted grotesquely, the fighting spirit armor covering them shattering like glass. The destructive energy, interwoven with ice and fire, burrowed into his body like a maggot. Gush! Scar Wolf spat out a mouthful of blood, which vaporized in midair and half froze into hail. His entire being was as if struck by a speeding train, hurtling backwards and crashing through 7 or 8 large trees before collapsing to the ground like a sack of broken rice. His body charred and interlaced with ice blue. His breath faint, clearly on the brink of death. Meanwhile, the ice and fire dragon breath, having defeated Scar Wolf, continued unabated and swiftly engulfed the fire element fighter behind him. He did not even have time to scream before his body was half carbonized and half frozen in the alternating extremes of heat and cold, meeting a tragically horrific end. Only the Earth attribute fighter, positioned slightly off to the side and possessing stronger defenses, was merely grazed by the torrent's edge. Though he coughed up blood and sustained severe injuries, with one arm frozen to shatters, he ultimately survived. Terror-stricken, he gazed at Lin Na, who appeared as a demonic figure descending upon the battlefield, and lost all will to resist, scrambling away towards the forest's edge. Lin Na did not pursue. He stood his ground, his complexion slightly pale, his chest heaving violently. The exertion of unleashing the ice and fire dragon breath had drained him considerably, nearly exhausting half of the energy from his tricolor flame whirlpool, with his soul's power also severely diminished. He surveyed the devastation before him, resembling a battlefield ravaged by calamity, and the three corpses in various states of demise, his gaze icy. The Earthflame sect had indeed made their move. Moreover, they had come out swinging with lethal intent. He approached the barely alive Scar Wolf, crouching beside him, his voice as cold as the chilling winds of the abyss. "Who sent you?" Scar Wolf struggled to open his eyes, meeting Lin Nua's emotionless gaze, feeling the ice and fire energy still rampaging within him, fear engulfing him completely. He opened his mouth, blood gushing forth. It was Elder Yin Sha. The Earthflame sect will not let this go. Before he could finish, his head slumped to the side, lifeless. Yin Sha, Earthflame sect, Lin Nua silently committed this name to memory. They were indeed the ones scheming behind the scenes. He rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping towards the direction in which the Earth attribute fighter had fled, his eyes flickering. He had deliberately left a survivor to carry the message back. He intended to let the Earthflame sect know that he, Lin Nua, was not a soft persimmon to be easily squeezed. After this battle, he and the Earthflame sect were now locked in a deadly feud. He did not bother with the bodies at the scene. Instead, he turned and swiftly vanished into the darkness, returning to the base of the stone gate. After tonight, the storm within the inner courtyard would escalate dramatically due to his earth-shattering blow. Not long after his departure, a white figure silently appeared at the edge of the battlefield. Xian observed the ravaged traces of ice and fire, along with the tragic fates of the Earthflame sect's cultivators, a flicker of solemnity crossing her cold gaze. The ice and fire dragon breath had already reached the preliminary stage of fusion. This child's rate of growth exceeded expectations. She murmured softly. The Earthflame sect would not rest easy, and the Soul Hall's claws seemed to have extended as well. It appeared chaos was imminent within the inner courtyard. She lifted her gaze towards the depths of the inner courtyard, where the towering black tower loomed, her expression complex. Fallen Heart Flame, does your agitation herald something significant? Chapter 39, The Elder's Summons. The news of the 5 elite disciples from the Earthflame sect, including the 8-star fighter Scarwolf, launching a nocturnal assault on the Stone Gate base and being nearly annihilated by Lin Nua, single-handedly spread like wildfire, igniting the entire inner courtyard. As the news circulated, shock reverberated throughout the academy. If Lin Nua's victory over Luo Ho and ascension to the strong list merely astonished people with his ability to fight beyond his rank. This time, faced with 5 formidable Earthflame sect fighters, all above 5 stars, including the assassination by an 8-star fighter, Lin Nua not only emerged unscathed, but also almost entirely retaliated against the invading enemies, showcasing a level of power that was nothing short of terrifying. Especially the descriptions of the intertwining ice and fire, with dragon roars echoing through the heavens, shrouded Lin Nua in an aura of mystery and strength. No one regarded him as an ordinary 1-star fighter any longer. All realized that this second-in-command of the Stone Gate possessed the terrifying ability to threaten or even slay grand fighters. The reputation of the Panmen has reached an unprecedented height. Originally, some hesitant and observant disciples have actively joined, causing the influence of Panmen to swell rapidly, emerging as a formidable new force within the inner court that cannot be overlooked. However, beneath this glory lies a tumultuous undercurrent. Within the stronghold of the Earthflame sect, in a secret chamber, a voice filled with rage reverberated through the room. Incompetent fools, a bunch of worthless wretches. The elder of Yin Sha, his face ashen with fury, bellowed at the trembling figure before him, a soil attribute fighter who had returned with a severed arm, quaking in fear and unable to lift his head. 5 of you. You ambushed a 1-star fighter and lost 4 of your own. That fool Scar Wolf couldn't even manage a single strike. What are you all good for? Yin Sha's chest heaved violently, his eyes ablaze with wrath. He had anticipated a straightforward mission, only to suffer such a devastating defeat. This not only cost the sect several capable fighters, but also brought shame upon the Earthflame sect. Elder, Lin Nua's strength is far more formidable than it appears, stammered the one-armed fighter, his face a mask of terror. His energy, a fusion of ice and fire, is extraordinarily bizarre. It possesses a remarkably high quality that seems to inherently suppress our fighting spirit. Scar Wolf's Earthflame Burning Palm was utterly ineffective against him. The mention of this ice-fire fusion darkened Yin Sha's expression as he paced back and forth, murmuring to himself. Could it be that he has truly discovered a method to simultaneously master 2 primal forces? How is that even possible? His greed and murderous intent intertwined within him. The secrets hidden within Lin Nu might be worth far more than he could fathom. Yet, the power demonstrated by Lin Nuo also posed a significant challenge. Elder, what shall we do next? One of his trusted subordinates asked cautiously. Yin Sha halted, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Notify everyone to temporarily cease all actions against Lin Nuo. Elder? The subordinate was taken aback, filled with reluctance. This child has already gained momentum. Sending ordinary disciples would only lead to their demise. Yin Sha replied coldly. Moreover, this incident has attracted far too much attention. The Academy is likely already aware of it. We shall observe the developments and wait for their people to arrive before proceeding. The there he referred to was clearly someone else. The subordinate, feeling a chill run down his spine, quickly bowed and responded, understood. At the headquarters of the Medicine Guild, Han Xian was momentarily stunned upon hearing the news of the Earth Flame sect's catastrophic defeat, followed by a chill that surged from his feet to the crown of his head. How could a squad led by an 8-star fighter be entirely annihilated? Just how terrifying was Lin Nuo's strength? He had initially intended to leverage the Earth Flame sect's might to eliminate Lin Nuo, but he never expected this weapon to be so ineffective. It had instead shattered in the opponent's grasp. Guild leader, we a worried elder of the Medicine Guild began. Han Xian irritably waved his hand, interrupting him. For the time being, we shall not provoke the Pan Men any further. I must admit that the current Pan Men can no longer be manipulated as I once did, unless he personally intervened or sought assistance from a more formidable ally. The cost would be exorbitant, and the inner court rules would not permit it. Let's focus on consolidating our own market. Han Xian took a deep breath, suppressing his unwillingness and a hint of fear. Additionally, we must expedite the research on those new pills. Meanwhile, at the Pan Men stronghold, jubilation reigned. Lin Nuo's powerful counterattack had greatly uplifted the morale of the Pan Men members. Now, as they walked through the inner court, Pan Men disciples held their heads high, no longer daring to provoke others lightly. In the quiet chamber, however, Lin Nuo did not revel in the joy of victory. Sitting cross-legged, he meticulously reflected on the battle from the previous night. Although the Ice-Fire Dragon breath was immensely powerful, its consumption was equally terrifying. Even now, the rotation speed of the tricolored flame vortex remained sluggish, requiring time to recover. The Earth Flame sect would not let this matter rest. The next time they came, they would likely send true powerhouses. Lin Nuo's expression grew serious. The elder Yin Sha was a being of the doling level, far beyond his current capabilities to contend with. Strength. He needed more strength. He must hasten his improvement, whether in Dochi cultivation or in mastering the tricolored flame vortex. Just as he was lost in thought, a knock sounded on the door. Lin Nuo, Mentor Roland has sent someone to summon you. The voice of Xiao Yan echoed from outside. Mentor Roland? Lin Nuo felt a stir in his heart. This Ice King Mentor, who had shown him considerable favor during his time in the Outer Academy, was calling for him now. What could it be for? Was it because of last night's incident? He tidied his robes and stepped outside the chamber. I'll accompany you, Xiao Yan said, concern evident in his gaze. He too suspected that the summons from a mentor was likely related to the attack from the Earth Flame sect. Lin Nuo nodded in agreement. The two departed the Pan Man stronghold, making their way to Mentor Roland's residence in the inner court. Mentor Roland's abode was situated in a relatively tranquil area of the inner court, a delicately crafted courtyard shrouded in a faint mist of chill. Upon entering the courtyard, they saw Mentor Roland seated at a stone table, her demeanor as cool and aloof as ever. Upon noticing their arrival, she inclined her head slightly. Mentor, Xiao Yan and Lin Nuo bowed in respect. Please sit. Mentor Roland gestured toward the stone benches opposite her. The two complied and took their seats. Mentor Roland's gaze first fell upon Xiao Yan, sensing the already solidified aura of a 3-star great fighter emanating from him, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in her eyes. Well done. It seems you have not been idle. Her attention then shifted to Lin Nuo, her cold eyes seeming to peer into his very soul, causing Lin Nuo's heart to tighten. I'm already aware of what transpired last night, Mentor Roland stated bluntly, her voice calm, yet imbued with an intangible pressure. Both Lin Nuo and Xiao Yan felt a weight settle in their hearts. The Earth Flame sect's intrusion into the inner court will be dealt with according to the Academy's regulations. The enforcement team will follow up, Mentor Roland continued. I summoned you here to inquire about the ice-fire fusion power within you. Where does it come from? So that was her purpose. Lin Nuo took a deep breath and recounted the story he had previously told Elder Hua. Mentor, I accidentally stumbled into a relic in my early years, and, after fainting, I found that this peculiar energy, which fluctuates between hot and cold, had taken root within me, making it impossible to expel. Instead, it has gradually fused with my cultivation methods. He spoke half-truths, attributing the existence of the tricolored flame vortex to a stroke of luck. Mentor Roland listened quietly, her expression inscrutable, until Lin Nuo finished speaking. Only then did she slowly respond. A relic's chance encounter does make sense. She shifted her tone, growing more serious. But do you realize that the strike you unleashed last night with that fused ice-fire power has garnered significant attention from the higher-ups of the inner court? Lin Nuo's heart sank. Ice and fire are the two most opposing elemental forces in existence. Forcing them to merge, throughout history, has seen few succeed, and each of them has faced near-death experiences. Mentor Roland's piercing gaze fixed on Lin Nua, though you seem to have gained control over this power. In truth, you are merely walking along the edge of a bottomless chasm. A slight misstep could result in energy backlash and annihilation. Lin Nua remained silent. Was he not aware of the dangers involved? Each time he summoned the tricolored flame vortex, it felt as though he were dancing on the edge of a blade. Moreover, Mentor Roland's voice lowered slightly, carrying a tone of warning. Possessing such power can be a curse. This energy within you is far too unique, capable of inciting envy in countless individuals. The Earth Flame sect is merely the beginning. In the future, you will face even more and greater dangers. Xiaoyan, listening nearby, also grew solemn. Disciple understands, Lin Nua replied in a low voice, but having chosen this path, I will see it through. Mentor Roland regarded him, noting the unwavering determination in his eyes. After a moment of silence, she sighed gently. Since you have made your decision, I shall not dissuade you further. You must remember, while power is indeed admirable, it is essential to remain true to oneself and not be dominated by it. Moreover, she paused, flicking her finger. A shimmering icy blue light darted towards Lin Nua. He reached out to catch it, feeling its icy chill. It was a blue jade talisman inscribed with intricate runes, entirely translucent. Take this Ice Heart talisman, Roland instructed. Crush it at a critical moment to unleash a protective ice shield. It may grant you a fleeting safety. Her voice was calm. This is all I can offer you. Thank you, Mentor. Lin Nua grasped the talisman tightly, warmth flooding his heart as he bowed once more in gratitude. Exiting the small courtyard alongside Xiaoyan, Lin Nua gazed at the Ice Heart talisman in his hand. His expression a mixture of emotions. Roland's counsel and the gift symbolized her protective intent towards him. Yet, it also implied that the secret within him had drawn the attention of true powerhouses, making his future path even more arduous. It seems we must hasten our pace, Xiaoyan declared gravely, determination flickering in his eyes. Lin Nua nodded solemnly. A storm is impending. Only by joining forces can we carve out a space for ourselves amidst the tumultuous currents. Meanwhile, deep within a grand hall of the inner courtyard, several indistinct figures encircled a massive water mirror. Within the mirror, hazy images of Lin Nua's battle with the members of the Earth Flame sect from the previous night materialized. This youth is indeed extraordinary, a venerable voice echoed slowly. Ice and fire share the same origin. Could it be related to that legendary physique? Another voice ventured, laden with intrigue. Regardless of the connection, this youth must be kept under the Academy's control. A third voice asserted decisively. Monitor closely. If necessary, provide him with special trials. The water mirror rippled, and the images vanished. The hall fell silent once more. Chapter 40. The Reappearance of Aunt Xian. Upon returning from Mentor Roland's presence, the urgency within Lin Nua intensified, with the higher-up scrutiny and the Earth Flame sect's predatory gaze. His own strength had stagnated temporarily due to the depletion caused by the tricolor flame whirlpool. Conventional training and the power of the flame were no longer sufficient to meet his escalating needs. Alternative methods must be sought. In a quiet chamber, Lin Nua pondered aloud. He recalled the fragment of the yin-yang dragon phoenix flame, which vaguely mentioned that, in addition to rigorous self-cultivation, one could also harness external objects, particularly those rich in pure yin-yang energy, to expedite the growth of the flame whirlpool. However, such treasures were exceedingly rare, even within the inner courtyard, and could not be procured through ordinary channels. Perhaps a trip to that place might yield fortune. Lin Nua's gaze flickered as he thought of a location, the black market of the inner courtyard. This so-called black market was not officially sanctioned, but was instead a trading ground manipulated clandestinely by students with complex backgrounds or external forces. It was a chaotic mix of individuals where illicit goods were abundant, yet one could occasionally stumble upon extraordinary items that even the Academy's official channels could not provide. Naturally, the risks were considerable, with many enemies amassed against him. Openly venturing into the black market posed significant dangers. Yet, he had no alternative. As night fell, Lin Nua once again activated the turtle breathing technique, altering his attire and concealing his aura to the utmost degree, presenting himself as an ordinary low-tier student. Silently, he departed from the Pan Men's stronghold, merging into the night of the inner courtyard. Following the fragmented information he had gathered earlier, he navigated through several secluded alleyways, ultimately arriving at what appeared to be an abandoned warehouse district. Before a rusted iron door, he knocked in a specific rhythm. The door creaked open slightly, revealing a pair of vigilant eyes assessing him from behind, seemingly confirming something. After a moment, the gap widened enough for him to pass through. Lin Nua slipped inside, and the door quietly closed behind him. Beyond the door was not a warehouse, but a dimly lit staircase descending into the depths. The air was thick with an unusual scent, a blend of medicinal herbs, metal, dust, and a hint of blood. As he descended the stairs, the clamor of voices grew louder. Upon reaching the bottom, he beheld a vast underground chamber, its ceiling adorned with luminous crystals casting a dim yellow light. Within this space were numerous stalls of varying sizes, thronged with people, all deliberately lowering their voices as transactions took place amidst an eerie silence. This was the black market of the inner courtyard. Lin Nua lowered the hood of his cloak and swiftly scanned the stalls. The items on display were a hodgepodge. Ancient scrolls stained with dirt and blood, bizarre beast cubs or materials exuding strange auras, various illicit pills and poisons, and even some sealed weapons glimmering ominously. He extended his spiritual energy, carefully sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from each item. Most were mundane or counterfeit, with a few possessing decent energy signatures that were either exorbitantly priced or incompatible with his needs. He walked and paused, patiently searching. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze landing on an inconspicuous small stall in the corner. The vendor was a hunched figure shrouded in shadows, with only a black cloth laid out before him, displaying a few dull, irregularly shaped stones and a few wilted herbs. What caught Lin Nua's attention was not the items themselves, but a peculiar stone about the size of a fist, deep red in color, its surface adorned with intricate ice blue patterns. This stone emitted an exceedingly weak energy fluctuation, almost imperceptible. Yet, as Lin Nua approached it, the tricolor flame whirlpool within him surged with a clear resonance, a feeling of longing and connection. The Yin-Yang origin stone? Lin Nua's heart raced. The fragment of the Yin-Yang dragon phoenix flame had vaguely recorded this as an exceptionally rare mineral. Born at the intersection of extreme Yang and extreme Yin, containing pure and balanced Yin-Yang energy, tremendously beneficial for cultivating similar techniques. He suppressed his excitement, maintaining a facade of casualness as he approached the stall, crouching down to feign interest in the other items before finally picking up the dark red stone interwoven with ice blue. It felt cool to the touch. How much for this? Lin Nua lowered his voice, rasping his inquiry. The hunched vendor raised his head, revealing a face etched with wrinkles and devoid of vitality. His murky eyes glancing at Lin Nua before extending 3 withered fingers. 300 fire energy. His voice resembled a worn-out bellows. 300 fire energy. This price was exorbitant for what seemed to be an ordinary stone. A few nearby individuals who noticed the commotion cast incredulous looks at Lin Nua. Yet, he felt a surge of joy within. The vendor clearly did not recognize the stone's true worth, mistaking it for merely an unusual, ordinary mineral. While 300 fire energy was considerable, acquiring the Yin-Yang origin stone would undoubtedly be a tremendous profit. Just as he was about to agree, a sinister voice suddenly interjected from the side. That stone, this young master has taken a liking to it. 500 fire energy. Lin Nua frowned, turning to look. A young man clad in luxurious brocade, with an arrogant demeanor, approached, flanked by a group of followers. His greedy gaze fixated on the mineral Lin Nua held, clearly having sensed its extraordinary nature. One of the Wolf Fong faction. Lin Nua recognized the young man's identity, one of the leaders of the Wolf Fong, a force rivaling the medicinal guild in the inner courtyard, and the brother of Wu Hao, Wu Diao. This individual, relying on his brother's influence, was notorious for his tyrannical behavior in the black market, frequently engaging in coercive sales. The vendor's murky eyes shifted, but he remained silent, simply glancing at Lin Nua. There's always a first come, first serve principle, is there not? Lin Nua's voice remained hoarse, his grip on the stone unyielding. Wu Jiao scoffed, stepping forward, exuding the subtle pressure of a 5-star dome master towards Lin Nua. First come, first served? In the black market, what I desire is mine. Those with sense should relinquish their possessions and leave. The lackeys behind him closed in, their expressions ominous. The surrounding crowd hastily dispersed, fearful of being caught in the fray. Such conflicts were commonplace in the black market. No one dared to intervene. Lin Nua's gaze turned icy. He had no intention of provoking trouble, yet that did not imply he was afraid of it. The Yin-Yang essence stone was of paramount importance to him, and he would never yield it. At the moment when tensions reached a boiling point and conflict seemed imminent, a cool, composed voice unexpectedly resonated in the ears of the crowd. I shall take that stone. The voice, though not loud, carried an invisible authority that instantly overshadowed the cacophony around them. The crowd turned to the source of the voice and beheld a woman clad in a simple white gown, her face veiled in delicate gauze, standing beside the stall as if she had materialized from thin air. She exuded an icy elegance, utterly out of place in the murky chaos of the black market. Wanyi. Lin Nua felt a jolt of surprise. How could she be here? Wu Jiao, upon seeing Xian Yi, momentarily faltered, a flicker of apprehension flashing his eyes. Although he did not recognize her, the profound aura she radiated instinctively instilled a sense of danger within him. This senior, I laid claim to this item first. Wu Jiao stammered, his tone considerably subdued. Xian Yi did not spare him a glance, her gaze fixed on the mineral in Lin Nua's hand. 1,000 fire energy, she stated matter-of-factly, a direct doubling of the price. The hunched stall owner trembled slightly, his murky eyes sparkling with astonishment as he eagerly nodded. Sell. Sell. Wu Jiao's face shifted from pale to flushed, his anger stifled as he glared at Lin Nua, ultimately retreating with his entourage, tail between their legs. Only then did Xian Yi turn to Lin Nua, extending her delicate hand. Lin Nua hesitated for a moment before reluctantly handing over the mineral. Though he felt a pang of reluctance, Xian Yi had saved his life, and her unfathomable strength made him wary of confrontation. Xian Yi accepted the stone, lightly tapping it with her fingertip, causing the dark red and ice blue patterns to shimmer momentarily. Nodding, She tossed a crystal card containing 1,000 fire energy to the stall owner before returning the mineral to Lin Nua. Take it. Lin Nua was taken aback, instinctively catching the mineral, looking at Xian Yi with confusion. This item will benefit your cultivation, she remarked in her usual calm manner, as if performing a trivial task. Be cautious of the wolf fong, they are vengeful. With that, she drifted away, her white figure swiftly vanishing into the dimly lit passage. Lin Nua clutched the cool yin-yang essence stone, watching the direction of her departure, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. This enigmatic senior seemed to have been watching over him from the shadows, once again coming to his aid. Who exactly was she? Why did she repeatedly offer her assistance? These questions remained unanswered for the time being. Lin Nua steadied his mind, carefully stowing the yin-yang essence stone, and quickly departed from this den of iniquity. With this stone, he might just be able to expedite the growth of the tricolor flame vortex. Not long after his departure, a pair of serpent-like eyes in the shadows of the black market fixated on his retreating figure. Notify the young sect master. The target has appeared and has made contact with that mysterious woman. Chapter 41, Transformation. With the yin-yang essence stone in hand, Lin Nua felt as though he carried a flame within him, swiftly yet cautiously returning to the Panmen stronghold. He stirred none from their slumber and proceeded directly to the innermost training chamber. Once he activated all protective wards, he carefully extracted the mineral with intertwining dark red and ice blue patterns. Upon grasping the stone, the tricolor flame vortex within him responded with an even stronger pulsation than it had in the black market, its rotational speed subtly accelerating, exuding an insatiable yearning. Indeed, it was effective. A glimmer of joy shone in Lin Nua's eyes. He sat cross-legged, placing the yin-yang essence stone between his palms, attempting to guide its energy using a rudimentary technique recorded in the remnants of the yin-yang dragon phoenix flame. Initially, the stone remained unresponsive, akin to a lifeless object. Undeterred, Lin Nua continued to communicate with it using his spiritual power, coaxing the tricolor flame vortex to emit a unique aura. Just as his spiritual energy and the vortex's essence simultaneously touched the stone, a faint humming resonated from within. The dark red and ice blue patterns ignited suddenly, resembling activated veins. A pure, immense, yet extraordinarily gentle yin-yang energy surged through his palms, flooding into his body like a torrent unleashed. This energy was half as searing as molten lava and half as frigid as eternal ice. Yet rather than conflicting, they harmoniously blended in an exquisitely profound manner, forming a unique energy stream that embodied balance and contained boundless transformative potential. As the energy coursed through him, Lin Nua felt no discomfort. Rather, it was akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, with every cell in his body rejoicing in ecstasy. His meridians, under the onslaught of this energy, grew more resilient and expansive, as if his flesh and bones were receiving the deepest nourishment. Moreover, a greater portion of energy surged toward his dantian, like rivers converging into the sea, greedily devoured by the wildly rotating tricolor flame vortex. The red, blue, and colorless lights alternated vibrantly upon the vortex, which had dimmed slightly due to the usage of the ice-fire dragon breath, now visibly brightening and solidifying at an observable pace. Its size gradually increased, the trajectory of its rotation becoming increasingly intricate, faintly resonating with the sound of wind and thunder. Lin Nua could distinctly sense that the essence of the vortex was undergoing a transformation. The red segment became more purely searing, the ice-blue segment deepened in its coldness, and the colorless segment grew increasingly transparent and vibrant, with the balance among the three becoming ever more stable. He dared not show any negligence, fully employing the remnants of the yin-yang dragon phoenix flame technique to guide this massive energy through a complete cycle within his body, nourishing both his physical form and soul. While majority was dedicated to fortifying the nascent core of power, time ceased to exist in the realm of cultivation. When Lin Nua finally opened his eyes once more, the training chamber remained enveloped in silence, yet he sensed that a considerable amount of time had elapsed outside. Immediately, he directed his attention inward to his dantian. What he beheld was a transformed tricolor flame vortex. Its size had increased by a full circle. The rotation was now more stable and rapid, resembling a miniature colorful nebula. The red, blue, and colorless lights no longer appeared as distinct entities, but harmoniously blended together, each contained within the other, radiating a profound essence of unity and perfection. At the vortex's center, the originally minuscule energy core had solidified considerably, now resembling a grain of rice, flickering with three colors, akin to an embryo brimming with infinite potential. Moreover, his Dochi cultivation had silently and seamlessly broken through to a 2-star Do fighter. Its foundation was remarkably solid, and the purity of his Dochi was far beyond that of an ordinary 2-star Do fighter. His spiritual power had also been nourished and expanded once more, with his perceptual range increasing several-fold, granting him sharper insight into energy. The yin-yang essence stone, now dulled and devoid of brilliance, had lost its intricate red and blue patterns, transforming into an ordinary gray stone, its energy nearly entirely absorbed by him. With a long exhalation, Lin Nuo released a breath that bore a faint dual hue of red and blue, swirling in the air for a moment before dissipating slowly. He clenched his fist, feeling the tumultuous power within him and the enhanced control over the tricolor flame vortex, a surge of formidable confidence blossoming within him. Now, should he encounter the scarred wolf once more, there would be no need for him to resort to the energy-draining ice-fire dragon breath. With merely the transformed tricolored fighting spirit and his more refined agility, he could effortlessly vanquish the foe. This Inyang origin stone indeed possesses miraculous effects. Lino marveled in Marley. Alas, such extraordinary artifacts are rare and elusive. His significant enhancement in strength granted him a newfound confidence in facing the impending storm. He lifted the restrictions and exited the secluded chamber. Upon inquiring, he discovered that his seclusion had lasted a full 7 days. Lino, you have finally emerged from your retreat. Upon sensing the commotion, Xiao Yan hurried over. The moment he perceived the increasingly profound and restrained aura emanating from Lin Nuo, which concealed immense power, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Have you broken through? Lin Nuo nodded, a minor advancement. Xiao Yan regarded him intently, refraining from further inquiries, and instead remarked, while you were in seclusion, quite a few events have unfolded outside. Oh, Lin Nuo raised an eyebrow. Over at the Earth Flame sect, there has been no movement for the time being. It seems they have temporarily ceased their activities. However, the Wolfang faction has been rather restless lately, seemingly trying to gather information about you, Xiao Yan said solemnly. Additionally, the date for the strong ranking competition has been officially announced. It is scheduled for 1 month from now. The strong ranking competition, the most grandiose event of the Inner Academy, where all the experts of the strong ranking would participate to contest their standings anew. The higher the rank, the more bountiful the rewards. It is said that the top 10 even gained the qualification to enter the Soul Pavilion for cultivation. For Lin Nuo, who was in urgent need of resources and an enhancement in strength, this was undoubtedly a critical opportunity. 1 month Lin Nuo's gaze sharpened. Time was of the essence. He must further familiarize himself with and master the powers acquired from his transformation within this month, striving to elevate his cultivation as much as possible. There's another matter. Xiao Yan lowered his voice. I have received news that Han Xian from the Medicine Guild seems to have had several secret meetings with Elder Yin Sha of the Earth Flame sect. I fear they may collaborate against our Panmen during the strong ranking competition. A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Nuo's eyes. The collusion between the Medicine Guild and the Earth Flame sect? This indeed posed a dilemma. However, before absolute strength, any conspiracy would be futile. When the soldiers come, I shall meet them. When the water comes, I shall bury it. Lin Nuo's tone was calm, but imbued with undeniable confidence. It is perfect. I shall seize this opportunity to resolve everything. Sensing the powerful confidence radiating from Lin Nuo, Xiao Yan was also inspired, nodding emphatically. Good. Let us show them the might of our Panmen. The two exchanged smiles, their spirits ignited with battle fervor. Meanwhile, deep within the Inner Academy, inside the fire hall, Elder Hoa examined a confidential report regarding Lin Nuo's recent activities, particularly the description of his aura surging once again in a short span of time. And his brow furrowed slightly. The aura of the Inyang Origin Stone. He was able to locate such a thing. It seems his fortunes run deeper than I had anticipated. Elder Hoa murmured to himself. However, such a forceful enhancement may jeopardize his foundation. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed a disciple standing nearby. Go to the storeroom and fetch me a solidifying origin pill. The disciple was taken aback. The solidifying origin pill? Elder, that is a top-tier 4th grade pill. Capable of stabilizing the foundation and eliminating energy impurities, is extraordinarily precious. Just do as I say. Elder Hoa interrupted. Yes. The disciple dared not question further and hurriedly departed. Elder Hoa gazed toward the hall's exterior, his eyes seemingly piercing through the void, landing in the direction of Panmen. Young man, the path is laid before you. How far you can go depends solely on yourself. Do not let this old man down. Chapter 42. Solidifying Origin Pill. After emerging from his seclusion, Lin Nuo did not immediately plunge in a frenzied cultivation. Rather, he first dedicated several days to meticulously solidifying his rank as a 2-star fighter and repeatedly honing his control over the tricolored flame vortex post-transformation. While a surge in power was certainly gratifying, an unstable foundation and lack of control could become hidden dangers. Just as he immersed himself in this consolidation of cultivation, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Panmen stronghold. The newcomer was a disciple clad in alchemical attire, his demeanor respectful, holding a delicately crafted jade box in his hands. Is Lin Nuo available? On the orders of Elder Hoa, I have come to deliver this item to you, senior brother, the disciple called out from outside the courtyard. Elder Hoa? Lin Nuo's heart stirred, and he exchanged a glance with Xiao Yan. The two stepped forward together. Lin Nuo spoke. The disciple presented the jade box with both hands. This is the solidifying origin pill bestowed by Elder Hoa, instructed for you to consume. It can stabilize your foundation and eliminate energy impurities, beneficial for your cultivation. The solidifying origin pill? A top-tier 4th grade pill? Not only was Lin Nuo taken aback, but Xiao Yan and the arriving little physician also displayed expressions of astonishment. What stature did Elder Hua possess to personally bestow a pill upon Lin Nua? And such a precious one at that? Lin Nua accepted the jade box, feeling its coolness in his hand. Upon opening the lid, a refreshing fragrance of the pill wafted forth, invigorating his senses. Inside the box lay a pill the size of a longan, perfectly round and exuding a gentle luster, with faint cloud patterns on its surface, indicating its extraordinary quality. Please convey my gratitude to Elder Hua for his generous gift. Lin Nua suppressed his inner doubts and addressed the disciple. Senior brother is too courteous. The message has been delivered. I shall take my leave. The disciple bowed respectfully and turned to depart. Once the disciple had left, Xiaoyan furrowed his brow and spoke. Why would Elder Hua suddenly bestow a pill, especially such a rare, solidifying origin pill? Little physician also remarked softly, when one offers undue flattery without cause, it is either deceitful or malicious. Lin Nua, you must be cautious. Lin Nua gazed at the jade box in his hand, his expression flickering. He too harbored doubts. Elder Hua had summoned him previously with an inscrutable demeanor, and now, suddenly bestowing such a valuable pill. What was his true intent? Did he perceive the potential risks associated with Lin Nua's forceful absorption of the yin-yang origin stone and acted out of a sense of cherishing talent? Or did he have ulterior motives, seeking to curry favor with this pill, or perhaps embedding some hidden scheme within it? It was not that he was viewing a gentleman's heart through the lens of a villain's mind. Rather, in this perilous inner academy, caution was paramount. This pill. Xiao Yin looked at Lin Nua. Lin Nua pondered momentarily before closing the jade box. Let us set it aside for now. Until he discerned Elder Hua's true intentions, he would not rashly consume this pill, even if the pill itself posed no issues. This favor may not be easy to repay. He carefully stored the jade box, his wariness toward Elder Hua heightened further. At the very moment Lin Nua received the solidifying origin pill, in another concealed location within the inner academy, Han Xian, the leader of the medicine guild, met once more in secret with Elder Yin Sha of the Earth Flame sect. Elder Yin Sha, is the information accurate? Did that old fool really bestow a solidifying origin pill to that kid? Han Xian inquired with a grim expression. Elder Yin Sha's face was somber as he nodded. Absolutely. Our people witnessed it firsthand outside the fire hall. Damn it. Han Xian slammed his fist on the table. What does that old fool mean? Is he trying to protect that kid? Elder Yin Sha's eyes glinted coldly. It may not be protection. Perhaps he merely wishes to stabilize that kid. Having noticed the secret he possesses, the solidifying origin pill is indeed valuable, but if consumed improperly or in conflict with certain substances. He emitted a chilling chuckle. Han Xian's eyes brightened. Elder, what do you mean? Elder Yin Sha produced a pale purple pill that exuded a strange sweet aroma and placed it on the table. This is the soul-corroding fragrance, colorless and odorless, capable of silently eroding the soul, leaving one in a daze and causing their fighting spirit to spiral out of control. You must find a way to have Lin Nua come into contact with this before the strong ranking competition. There is no need for him to consume it. Merely inhaling a trace of its essence will suffice to cause a mishap at a critical moment. Han Xian gazed at the purple pill, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Elder, you are truly brilliant. Leave this matter to me. I am curious to see what fate awaits him after consuming the Gu Yuan Dan, now that he has also been ensnared by the soul-corrupting fragrance. The two exchanged knowing smiles, reveling in the satisfaction of their scheming success. At the Panmin stronghold, Lin Nua remained blissfully unaware of the tumultuous undercurrents surrounding him, diligently pursuing his cultivation. No longer confined to his quiet chamber, he began to frequent the Celestial Flame Refinement Tower. With the power of the transformed tricolor flame whirlpool and his formidable soul energy, he could now bear the intensity of the heart fire on the second level with relative ease, even daring to approach the threshold of the third level. He no longer recklessly summoned the essence of heart fire. Instead, he resembled a patient angler, cautiously drawing forth the pure fire attribute energy and the ubiquitous embers of heart fire within the tower, nourishing and augmenting the tricolor flame whirlpool, especially the colorless portion that represented the force of the fallen heart flame. Simultaneously, he began experimenting with the application of tricolor energy in various combat techniques, a novel combat skill. Merging the essence of the burning sun battle chi with the characteristics of ice and fire, gradually took shape in his hands. One day, having just returned from the task hall after accepting a mission to hunt a fourth-tier magical beast, he intended to exchange his accrued contribution points for a mobility skill to compensate for his slight speed deficiency. As he made his way toward the combat skill pavilion, a somewhat familiar figure approached him. It was the haughty alchemist who had initially introduced him to Elder Hua. Junior brother Lin Nua, what a coincidence. The alchemist forced a somewhat stiff smile. Lin Nua continued walking, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement, senior brother. Yet, the alchemist seemed intent on striking up a conversation, stepping closer and smiling. Junior brother has become quite the figure in the inner courtyard, even winning Elder Hua's favor with the gift of Gu Yuan Dan. Truly enviable. As he spoke, his fingers unconsciously flicked his sleeve, releasing an exceedingly faint, almost imperceptible sweet fragrance that wafted toward Lin Nua. Lin Nua's brow furrowed slightly. His enhanced soul energy instantly detected this unusual scent, There was something amiss with his fragrance. The stable tricolor flame whirlpool within him hesitated momentarily at the scent's entrance, particularly the colorless portion, which transmitted a subtle sense of agitation. The soul-corrupting fragrance, although unfamiliar with the substance. He immediately discerned it to be a malevolent poison targeting the soul. What a ruthless ploy, to employ such a covert method of poisoning in broad daylight. Lin Nua's heart surged with anger, yet his exterior remained impassive. He swiftly activated the turtle breathing technique to its utmost, closing all pores and shifting his breath to inner energy, while the tricolor flame whirlpool rotated gently, interweaving a cool and scorching aura that instantaneously refined and dispersed the intrusive fragrance. He halted, casting a cold gaze toward the alchemist. Is there something else, senior brother? The alchemist, noticing Lin Nua's unruffled demeanor, revealed a fleeting glimmer of disappointment in his eyes, clearing his throat awkwardly. Nothing at all, merely a greeting. Junior brother, you are busy. I shall take my leave. With that, he hurried away, his retreating figure appearing somewhat flustered. Lin Nua observed his departure, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Elder Hua had just bestowed the Gu Yuan Dan upon him, and a close disciple had come to poison him. Was this Elder Hua's intention, or was someone else acting under false pretenses? Regardless of the motive, it signified that an invisible net was already being cast over him. Do they wish for me to perish in the strong rankings tournament? A cold smile curved at the corners of Lin Nua's lips. He would soon discover whose methods were truly superior. He abandoned the combat skill pavilion and turned back to the Panmin stronghold. Since the adversary had made their move, he must be fully prepared. The strong rankings tournament would no longer merely be a contest of rankings, but a life and death gamble. He required greater power and a trump card capable of altering fate. Chapter 43, The Tournament Approaches. The incident involving the soul-corrupting fragrance was like a thorn deeply embedded in Lin Nua's heart. He did not raise an alarm, nor did he confide in Xiaoyan. Instead, he buried his vigilance and murderous intent deep within. The enemy lurked in the shadows while he stood in the light. It was unwise to provoke them prematurely. With merely half a month remaining until the strong rankings tournament, the atmosphere in the inner courtyard grew increasingly fervent. All aspiring students were making their final push. The arena was nearly in continuous operation, with names on the rankings frequently changing and competition reaching a fever pitch. Lin Nua's name, having secured the 98th position after defeating Luo Ho and countering an assassin from the Dian sect, was firmly established, with no one daring to challenge him lightly. However, he was not content with this. His ambitions reached far beyond. Within the Panmin stronghold's cultivation chamber, Lin Nua sat cross-legged, not cultivating battle chi, but rather immersing his entire consciousness into his dantian, engaging in profound communication with the tricolor flame whirlpool, nurtured by the yin-yang origin stone and through days of arduous training. The tricolor flame whirlpool had stabilized, its red, blue, and colorless lights flowing harmoniously, and the rice-sized tricolor light point at its center had solidified considerably, faintly radiating a subtle pulse of life, as if truly gestating something. The yin-yang dragon phoenix flame mentioned that once the flame whirlpool was formed, it could transform into the shape of a dragon or phoenix, wielding the fires of heaven and earth. Though my whirlpool is merely a nascent form, perhaps I can attempt to condense its spirit. A bold thought surfaced in his mind. He was no longer satisfied with simply mobilizing tricolor energy. He sought to employ his soul energy as a brush and the tricolor energy as ink, sketching the dragon and phoenix patterns that symbolize the supreme laws of flame as described in the fragmented text upon the whirlpool. This process was extraordinarily perilous, requiring meticulous control over the energy and a tremendous test of his soul power. Should he fail, the backlash of energy could damage the whirlpool, resulting in dire consequences. Yet, Lin Nua had no other choice. With formidable enemies surrounding him, conventional enhancements were insufficient to confront the impending crises. He must tread an unconventional path. He held his breath and focused, his enhanced soul energy acting as the most delicate of chisels, cautiously probing into the slowly rotating whirlpool. The first part he encountered was the crimson section, embodying the ferocity and heat of the essence of. The soul energy traversed like a current through magma, sending waves of searing pain coursing through him. Lin Nua steeled his mind, recalling the trajectory of the fire dragon's patterns from the fragmented text, and began guiding wisps of crimson energy with his soul power, slowly tracing them upon the surface. With each stroke, he endured immense pain and energy fluctuations, as if his soul were being torn asunder. Sweat instantly soaked his garments, yet his gaze remained resolute, his movements unwavering. Time flowed amidst the utmost focus and agony. After an indeterminate period, as the final stroke was completed, an extremely vague yet profoundly imposing dragon-shaped pattern emerged above the crimson energy region. At that very moment, a faint yet primordial dragon's roar resonated from the depths of the whirlpool. The crimson energy appeared to have been infused with life, instantly becoming vibrant and cohesive, its searing aura escalating to a new level. Success! Lin Nua's heart surged with joy, but he did not dare to relax for an instant. Enduring the fatigue of his soul, he immediately shifted his focus to the ice blue region. Drawing from his prior experience, Although tracing the pattern representing the ice crystal phoenix was equally painful, the process proved to be considerably smoother. When the elegant, icy, and intensely cold phoenix-shaped pattern finally took form, a clear phoenix cry followed, and the ice blue energy became even more refined and profound. Lastly, he turned to the colorless portion, representing the force of the fallen heart flame. This energy was the most peculiar, formless, and intangible, yet omnipresent. Lin Nuo endeavored to trace the strange runes depicted in the fragmented text, which symbolized the tempering of heart fire and the soul's rebirth. This time, the process proved exceptionally arduous. The formless energy flitted about erratically, evading capture. Lin Nuo's soul power waned significantly, rendering his complexion as pale as parchment. Just as he felt his spirit nearing depletion, on the brink of collapse, the long-dormant tricolored light at the heart of the flame whirlpool suddenly flickered to life, emanating a gentle and pure energy that replenished his exhaustion. Lin Nuo's spirits lifted, gritting his teeth. He persevered and finally completed the last stroke of the intricate and profound rune. A hum reverberated through the air as the entire tricolored flame whirlpool trembled violently. The runes of the Crimson Dragon, Ice Phoenix, and Heartfire ignited simultaneously, illuminating the surroundings with their brilliant glow. The energies of the three intertwined, transcending mere balance to form a wondrous resonance and cycle. The whirlpool's rotation accelerated abruptly, appearing to shrink slightly yet becoming more concentrated, akin to a vibrant, living multicolored elixir. A surge of tricolored energy, far more majestic, purer, and imbued with a hint of sentience, erupted forth. Lin Nuo abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of red-blue, and colorless light shimmering within his gaze. His aura exploded forth, although his fighting spirit remained at the level of a 2-star battlemaster. The latent pressure he exuded caused the protective barrier of the quiet room to ripple violently. He had succeeded. He had preliminarily inscribed the path patterns of the dragon and phoenix heartfire onto the flame whirlpool. Though merely the most rudimentary form, it had catalyzed a qualitative leap in the essence of his power. Now, he was confident that even without resorting to the ice and fire dragon breath, he could confront an 8 or 9-star battlemaster head-on. If he revealed all his trump cards, he might even dare to challenge those at the threshold of becoming great battlemasters. The strong rankings tournament, here I come. Lin Nuo clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. At the very moment Lin Nuo achieved his breakthrough, a storm was gathering throughout the inner courtyard. At the Wolf Fong outpost, Wu Hao polished his blood-red longsword, his gaze sharp as a wolf's. He now ranked 23rd on the strong list, aiming to break into the top 20 in this tournament. At the headquarters of the Medicine Guild, Han Xian had several jade vials before him, containing the special pills he had painstakingly concocted, a cold smile gracing his lips. In the secret chamber of the Earth Flame sect, Elder Yin Sha stood before a figure shrouded in black robes, its aura as obscure as an abyss. Messenger, it is imperative that Lin Nuo does not leave the arena alive. Yin Sha's tone was chilling. A raspy voice, akin to metal scraping, emanated from beneath the black cloak. Rest assured, the sect leader is also quite intrigued by the secrets that boy possesses. He cannot escape. At the Panmin outpost, Xiao Yin had concluded his brief retreat, his aura more profound than before. He gazed in Lin Nuo's direction, sensing the faint yet disquieting energy fluctuations emanating from him. A flicker of satisfaction and anticipation crossing his eyes. It seems you're also prepared. Xiao Yixian, Hu Jia, and other core members of Panmin gathered, their expressions solemn. They understood that this strong rankings tournament held significant implications for Panmin. It would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. A storm was brewing, and though the tournament had yet to commence, an invisible tension already enveloped the inner courtyard. Everyone could sense that a tempest was about to erupt. Centered around the colossal arena, and within the eye of the storm, Lin Nuo had already sharpened his claws, ready to embrace every challenge ahead. Chapter 44, the tournament commences. As the calendar turned to the day of the official commencement of the strong rankings tournament, the atmosphere within the inner courtyard of the Jia Nan Academy ignited completely. The vast central arena was already teeming with spectators, the clamor reaching the heavens. The circular stands were filled to capacity. Even the aisles crowded with students eager to witness the battles. On the high platform, Vice President Hu Qian and numerous elders and mentors of the inner courtyard stood prominently, their gazes sweeping over the throngs below, their expressions grave. In the arena's center, 20 massive platforms were delineated for simultaneous contests. The names of the top 100 students on the strong list were randomly shuffled and projected onto a colossal light screen in the center of the arena, continuously rolling. Awaiting the distribution of the first round of matchups, Lin Nuo stood alongside Xiao Yin, Xiao Yixian, and the other members of Panmin in the designated area for contestants. He could feel countless gazes, some curious, some scrutinizing, some wary, and even some laced with murderous intent, weaving together into an invisible net. Is that Lin Nuo? He doesn't seem particularly special. I'm putting on a show. Once he steps on the platform, we'll see if he possesses true skill or is merely a paper tiger. I heard he has enmity with the Earth Flame sect and the Wolf Fong. This tournament won't be easy for him. It seems Panmin is in for a rough ride. The murmurs around him did not disturb Lin Nuo, His gaze remained tranquil as the tricolored flame whirlpool, now inscribed with runes, slowly rotated, adjusting his state to its peak. Xiaoyan stood beside him, whispering, "Be cautious. I sense many ill-intentioned gazes." Lin Nuo nodded slightly, "Do not worry." At that moment, the names on the light screen ceased their rolling, and the first round of matchups was revealed. Lin Nuo swiftly scanned the list and located his name. Platform 3. Lin Nuo versus Hong Chun. Hong Shen, ranked 95th, a 7-star battle master known for his formidable Earth attribute defense. This opponent was not overly strong, yet certainly not weak either. It was just right to test the strength he had gained after inscribing the path patterns. The first round commenced with the Elder's command. The contestants on each platform sprang into action. Lin Nuo's figure flickered, soaring onto platform 3 like a wisp of smoke. Opposite him stood a robust youth, his physique resembling a towering iron fortress, his skin bearing the hue of rock, Hong Chun. Hong Chun regarded Lin Nuo with disdain and a sneer. "Lin Nuo, lucky you. Encountering a celebrity like me in the first round. I'll make a name for myself with you." Clearly, he held Lin Nuo in low regard, believing the previous rumors to be exaggerated. Lin Nuo had no interest in idle chatter, merely uttering 2 words, "After you." Seeking death, Hong Shen, incensed by Lin Nuo's indifferent demeanor, roared as he stomped the ground. Boom! The platform quaked slightly as earthy battle aura surged from his body like a tidal wave, instantly coalescing into a thick layer of armor adorned with rock patterns. Obsidian heavy armor. Having unleashed his defensive battle technique, Hong Chen's confidence soared, like a human fortress. He charged towards Lin Nuo with an overwhelming force, each step echoing with a dull thud. He eschewed any flashy techniques, relying solely on his raw power and the protection of the obsidian heavy armor, convinced he could knock any opponent of equal rank off the platform. Faced with his bull-like charge, Lin Nuo's expression remained unchanged as he stood firm, not even shifting his feet. It was only when Hong Chun closed within 5 steps, his massive form bearing down upon him, that Lin Nuo slowly raised his right hand. There were no dazzling lights, no violent surges of energy. He simply extended a single finger. A barely perceptible tricolored aura flickered at his fingertip, quietly swirling. He gently pointed at the charging Hong Chun. "Freeze!" As his calm voice resonated, the tricolored aura flickered slightly. Hong Chun, in mid-charge, suddenly paled. He felt an intangible yet weighty force envelop him instantly, as if he had plunged into an invisible quagmire. The obsidian heavy armor that enveloped him began to emit faint cracking sounds under the influence of that strange power, its radiance swiftly dimming. What filled him with dread was a bizarre aura, alternating between scorching heat and frigid cold, which disregarded his formidable defenses and permeated his being, instantly disrupting the flow of his internal energy. With a sudden gasp, Hong Chen's advance was abruptly halted, the overwhelming inertia causing his blood to surge, and he couldn't help but spew forth a mouthful of reverse blood. He gazed in horror at Lin Nuo's seemingly ordinary finger, his eyes brimming with disbelief. How could this be possible? He hadn't even utilized a martial skill, merely a single finger. It shattered his heavy defensive armor and inflicted injury upon himself. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. What transpired? How did Hong Chun end up spitting blood? It seemed as if Lin Nuo had merely pointed. I felt no overwhelming surge of energy. Strange, utterly strange. On the high platform, several elders also displayed expressions of surprise. Elder whose gaze sharpened, murmuring, "The control over energy has reached such an exquisite level, directly infiltrating the body and dismantling defenses." On the arena, Lin Nuo retracted his finger, standing with his hands clasped behind him, observing the pale-faced, disheveled Hong Chun, and calmly inquired, "Shall we continue?" As Hong Chun met Lin Nuo's tranquil gaze, an icy chill surged from the depths of his heart. He had no doubt that should he dare to make a move again, the next strike from his opponent would undoubtedly claim his life. I concede." Hong Chun managed to utter those 3 words with great difficulty, clutching his chest as he staggered off the platform, not daring to look back as he blended into the crowd. On Arena 3, Lin Nuo emerged victorious, clean and decisive. He had not even resorted to any remarkable martial skills. With just a single finger, he forced the formidable opponent ranked 95th to concede defeat. At that moment, all who had been watching Arena 3 ceased their previous disdain, their gazes towards Lin Nuo were now filled with gravity and apprehension. This Lin Nuo was even more formidable than the rumor suggested. Lin Nuo paid no heed to the gazes surrounding him, calmly descending from the platform and returning to the Panmen camp. Xiaoyan nodded at him, his eyes reflecting approval. Xiao Yixian and the others also wore expressions of delight. With this first battle, he had established his reputation significantly. However, Lin Nuo could perceive that the malicious glances lurking in the shadows had not dissipated. Instead, they had grown even colder. He understood that the true challenges lay ahead. His gaze swept over the names displayed on the illuminated screen, ultimately resting on a few specific names: Han Xian, Wu Hao, and several powerful figures infiltrated or bribed by the DN sect. Come fort. Let me see what means you possess. Chapter 45. The Underhanded Scheme. Lin Nuo's finger had vanquished Hong Chun, The bizarre strength he displayed akin to pouring cold water into a boiling pot of oil, intensifying the atmosphere within the arena and rendering him the focus of increasing attention. In the subsequent rounds, Lin Nua's opponents either conceded voluntarily or succumbed swiftly to his exquisitely controlled attacks, infused with tricolor energy, with nearly no one able to compel him to unleash a second strike. His rankings steadily ascended, climbing from 98th to around 80. As for the Panman, Xiao Yan similarly surged forth with unstoppable momentum, leveraging his prowess as a 3-star great fighter and his peculiar techniques, achieving victory after victory. Propelling his rank into the top 60, Xiao Yixian, utilizing her skills in poison and agility, also successfully entered the strong rankings. Although her position was lower, none dared underestimate her. The entire Panman was a sight to behold, radiating an overwhelming aura. Yet, while direct attacks are easily evaded, hidden daggers are far more treacherous. In the match for the 73rd position, Lin Nua's opponent was a pallid youth with a sinister glare named Jia Nan, ranked 74th, a peak 7-star fighter. As the match commenced, Jia Nan did not rush to attack like the others. Instead, he circled around Lin Nua, his movements enigmatic, occasionally hurling daggers glimmering with a ghostly light, each thrown with a vicious angle. Lin Nua dispersed the incoming daggers with a wave of his palm, his brow furrowed. While Jia Nan's attacks were not particularly strong, they instilled in him an unsettling sensation. The ghostly light on the daggers seemed to carry a corrosive and sinister essence, capable of eroding both energy and soul. Bone corrosive energy. This Jia Nan is one of the Wolf Fang, murmured an astute observer from the audience. Indeed, the Wolf Fang had made their move. They sought to exhaust Lin Nua or find an opportunity to strike him down. Lin Nua's expression turned cold. The Wolf Fang? It seemed the retaliation from Wu Jiao had arrived. No longer holding back, he flickered forward, akin to a specter, closing the distance to Jia Nan. A tricolor radiance swirled upon his right palm, imbued with a tremendous, irresistible force, aimed squarely at his opponent's chest. Jia Nan's expression shifted dramatically, evidently unprepared for Lin Nua's astonishing speed. In a panic, he crossed his arms, dark energy coalescing into a shield. Bang! The tricolor imprint struck the shadowy shield with a resounding thud. That bone-corrosive shield, capable of withstanding the assault of an 8-star fighter, shattered instantly before the tricolor energy, as if it were mere paper. Jia Nan let out a wail, the sound of his bones fracturing piercingly clear as he was sent flying, blood spewing forth. However, in the instant of his flight, a flicker of madness and resentment flashed in his eyes. He suddenly opened his mouth, and a minuscule, nearly invisible dark light shot forth like a venomous snake springing from its lair, aimed directly at Lin Nua's face with blinding speed. This dark light was swift and silent, suffused with an extremely chilling and malevolent aura. It was indeed a poison-concealed weapon. Moreover, the timing was impeccable, striking just as Lin Nua's previous strength waned, and his new power had yet to manifest. Be careful. The expressions of Xiao Yan and the others in the audience shifted drastically as they cried out in alarm. No one had anticipated that Jia Nan would dare to execute such a malicious sneak attack at the very moment of his defeat. As the dark light darted toward Lin Nua, many instinctively closed their eyes, as if they had already envisioned the grisly outcome of Lin Nua spilling blood on the spot. On the high platform, the elders also furrowed their brows, but they were too far to intervene in time. At this critical juncture, Lin Nua's eyes gleamed with cold light. It was as if he had been anticipating this moment. Instead of dodging, he inhaled deeply. Within his dantian, the tricolor flame vortex, imprinted with the patterns of the dragon and phoenix heart fire, began to reverse at an unprecedented speed. A powerful suction suddenly emanated from his mouth. The darting dark light, under the influence of this unexpected force, abruptly veered off course, akin to a fledgling returning to its nest, and was swallowed whole by Lin Nua. Gulp. The faint sound of swallowing echoed starkly in the silent arena. The entire venue fell into an eerie stillness. Everyone stared dumbfounded at Lin Nua on the platform, as though they had encountered a ghost. He swallowed it. He ingested that clearly poison-concealed weapon, as he lost his mind. That was the soul-biting needle, a specialty of the Wolf Fang. It could seal one's throat with a single drop of blood, capable of killing even a great fighter. It was over. Lin Nua was doomed. Jia Nan, sprawled at the edge of the arena, gazed at the unscathed Lin Nua, the corner of his mouth holding a faint, almost imperceptible smirk, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. No, it can't be. How could you be unharmed? On the high platform, Elder Hua's eyes sparkled as his hand paused momentarily at his beard. Could it be that he directly refined the toxin? Such a domineering flame. Indeed, Lin Nua was not reckless. Rather, the moment the dark light approached, he summoned the power of the tricolor flame vortex. The instant the dark light entered his body, it was enveloped by the violent essence of a strange fire, scorched, frozen by the chilling energy, shattered, and ultimately refined by the heart fire energy, purified. The lethal poison contained within was instantaneously decomposed into the most refined energy through the alternating actions of the 3 elemental forces, even replenishing a fraction of his consumed energy. This was yet another marvel of the tricolor flame vortex after it had been imprinted with the patterns. It possessed an extraordinary ability to counter and refine energy, especially that of a sinister nature. Lin Nuo felt the pure energy that had been refined within him, his gaze cold as he looked at Jia Nan, who appeared as if he had seen a ghost. Is this the extent of the wolf Fang's methods? With a single step, he seemed to teleport in front of Jia Nan, and as the latter's terrified eyes widened, Lin Nuo's foot came crashing down. Crack! A piercing scream erupted as Jia Nan's right leg was brutally crushed. This kick was a reprisal for your treachery. Lin Nuo's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. He did not deliver a lethal blow, not out of mercy, but because he refrained from violating the Academy's rules in front of so many witnesses. However, while death may be avoided, punishment cannot be escaped. The head elder finally regained his composure and promptly declared, Lin Nuo wins. Immediately, medical personnel rushed onto the stage to carry the unconscious Jia Nan away. Standing on the arena, Lin Nuo's gaze swept over towards the direction of the Wolfang faction, locking eyes with the pallid Wu Hao without flinching. He then cast a cold glance toward the Alchemy Society and the Earth Flame sect. He understood that Jia Nan's ambush likely did not originate solely from the Wolfang. Let them employ whatever means they wish, Lin Nuo thought with a chilling smile. I shall be ready. He descended from the stage calmly, and the members of the Pan Men immediately surrounded him, their expressions filled with concern. Lin Nuo, are you all right? The little medical sage inquired anxiously about the hidden weapon. It's nothing, just a minor poison, which I've already neutralized, Lin Nuo assured, shaking his head. Xiaoyan patted his shoulder, his expression grave. It seems they are truly resorting to any means necessary. We must be even more cautious in the upcoming matches. Lin Nuo nodded, his eyes once again drawn to the enormous light screen. After this battle, his ranking had ascended to 73rd. The opponents to come would undoubtedly grow stronger, and the hidden tactics would likely become even more perilous. Yet he felt no fear. Let the soldiers meet the enemy. Let the water cover the earth, he mused, eager to see who would ultimately prevail in this grand competition. Chapter 46, Defeating Wu Hao. The venomous ambush by Jia Nan and Lin Nuo's ruthless retaliation that rendered him crippled added fuel to the already fierce flames of the strong ranking tournament, intensifying the atmosphere to an even more tense and brutal degree. Everyone understood that the contest on the stage had transcended mere ranking disputes. It was an extension of the grudges and enmities among various factions. Lin Nuo's name, following the incident of his counterattack against the poison, had taken on an aura of ferocity and mystery, making others increasingly wary of him. His ranking steadily improved to 65th. As the tournament progressed, every remaining opponent was formidable, nearly all being experts of the 7-star Dome Master level or higher, with even some Grand Dome Masters beginning to appear. The new round of matchups was announced. On the light screen, two names stood side by side, instantly capturing the attention of the entire audience. Arena 9, Lin Nuo versus Wu Hao. Wu Hao, the leader of the Wolf Fang, ranked 23rd in the strong ranking, a 1-star Grand Dome Master. The moment had finally arrived. The crowd erupted. This was undoubtedly one of the most anticipated duels since the competition began. The rising star, Lin Nuo, against the seasoned powerhouse, Wu Hao. Finally, it was Wu Hao's turn to take action. Let's see how Lin Nuo remains so arrogant. Wu Hao is a 1-star Grand Dome Master, far beyond the likes of Jia Nan. Lin Nuo's luck has run out. Not necessarily. Lin Nuo's previous performances were too enigmatic. He may still possess the strength to fight. The gap between a Grand Dome Master and a Dome Master cannot simply be bridged by cunning. The discussions grew louder. Members of Pan Men wore worried expressions, while the Wolfang side was jubilant, as if victory was already assured. Wu Hao licked his lips, his eyes glinting with bloodlust and cruelty as he ascended Arena 9, wielding a blood-red long knife. The aura of a Grand Dome Master was unleashed without reservation, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression that enveloped the entire stage. Lin Nuo, you have indeed shown some skill to reach this point, Wu Hao rasped, his voice laced with unabashed malice. However, you made the gravest mistake in targeting my Wolf Fang. Today, I shall cripple you to avenge Jia Nan. Lin Nuo slowly stepped onto the stage. In stark contrast to Wu Hao's furious demeanor, he appeared remarkably composed, as if facing not a formidable foe, but merely an ordinary opponent. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us see the true measure of our abilities, Lin Nuo replied coolly. Seeking death, Wu Hao, thoroughly provoked by Lin Nuo's attitude, ceased his words and surged forward. The blood-red long knife sliced through the air, trailing a fierce crimson blade of light that descended upon Lin Nuo like a swift torrent. Blood wolf slash. Before the blade even reached him, the overwhelming aura of murder and bloodlust struck Lin Nuo's face. This strike could cleave an ordinary 9-star Dome Master in two. Faced with this ferocious attack, Lin Nuo's gaze sharpened, and he did not meet it head-on. Instead, he shifted his footing, the enigmatic techniques of the turtle breathing technique executed to perfection, causing his body to float backward as if weightless. Simultaneously, he unleashed a series of strikes, his palms sending forth condensed 3-colored energy imprints that collided with the crimson blade. Bang, bang, bang. The imprints met the blade, erupting in a continuous series of explosions. The three-colored energy and the blood-red Dochi eroded each other, annihilating the attack. That blade, capable of severing mountains, was gradually weakened by these seemingly unremarkable imprints, their speed significantly reduced. A flicker of surprise crossed Wu Hao's eyes. He had not anticipated Lin Nua's Dochi to be so uniquely refined, capable of directly diminishing his assault. Yet, he did not relent. The force of his attack shifted, unleashing a more violent torrent of crimson blades like a tempest. Blood wolf frenzy. The myriad of blade shadows sealed off all space around Lin Nua. Each blade contained the power to tear through everything. The spectators below watched in horror, knowing that if any one of them were on the receiving end of such a relentless barrage, they would be torn to shreds in an instant. However, Lin Nua's figure danced like a specter among the swirling blade shadows, narrowly evading each lethal strike. His exquisite footwork and foresight were nothing short of breathtaking. At the same time, he utilized his palms, either striking or pressing, to continuously target the vulnerable points in the blade shadows, skillfully neutralizing the ferocious onslaught. Is dodging all you can do? Wu Hao, frustrated by his inability to land a hit, roared in anger as his Dochi surged violently into the blood-red long knife. The blood light on the blade flared intensely, and a terrifying aura began to coalesce. To die by my hand is your honor. Blood wolf devours heaven. He gripped the knife with both hands and swung it forward. A massive, tangible phantom of a blood-red wolf head roared forth from the tip of the blade. The wolf's head was ferocious, its gaping maw exuding a menacing presence that seemed to threaten to devour everything in its path, instantly crossing the distance between them to lunge at Lin Nua. This strike had reached the pinnacle of a high-grade mysterious Do technique, its power comparable to that of a full-force attack from a 2-star Grand Do master. Lin Nua, be careful. Xiao Yin could not help but exclaim from below the stage. This attack even sent chills down his spine. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the arena. How would Lin Nua respond to such a terrifying blow? Just as the blood-red wolf head was about to engulf him, Lin Nua finally ceased evading. He halted, standing firm, and formed a peculiar hand seal before his chest. Within his dantian, the three-colored flame vortex spun wildly, the patterns of the red dragon, ice phoenix, and heart fire igniting with dazzling brilliance. He did not unleash the energy-draining ice and fire dragon breath. Instead, he fused the three powers in an alternative manner. Taking a deep breath, his chest slightly expanded, and then he opened his mouth. Jia! There was no deafening roar, only a short, sharp sound, akin to a piercing wave that seemed capable of penetrating the soul, erupting from his lips. This sound was not grand, but it carried a force that struck at the very essence. As the sound wave passed, the space around it seemed to ripple ever so slightly. The ferocious, blood-red wolf head, upon encountering this peculiar sound wave, was as if struck by an invisible hammer. Momentarily faltering, the crimson energy comprising the wolf's head appeared to meet its nemesis, beginning to oscillate violently, distorting, and then collapsing from within. Ice, fire, and thunderous sound. This was a novel method of attack that Lin Nua had developed by merging the characteristics of the three-colored flame vortex with his soul power. Based on the scorching tremors of the drawing upon the piercing chill of the extreme cold, and directly striking the soul with the force of heart fire. The three elements fused together, transforming into an intangible, sound-killing technique, specifically designed to dismantle energy structures and soul defenses. What? The sinister grin on Wu Hao's face instantly froze, morphing into sheer terror. He sensed the connection between himself and the blood-red wolf head being forcibly severed, accompanied by sharp force that brutally pierced his soul through that link. Gasping, he emitted a muffled groan, his face paling as he experienced excruciating pain akin to being torn apart. The blood-red wolf head, which had absorbed a significant portion of his fighting spirit, crumbled under the impact of the ice, fire, and thunderous sound, disintegrating into countless crimson motes. Without a moment's hesitation, after unleashing the thunderous sound, Lin Nua moved with the swiftness of an arrow, instantly closing the distance between them to appear before the dazed Wu Hao, who was momentarily stunned from the soul injury. Upon his right fist, three-colored radiance coalesced, no longer a mere overlay of energy, but subtly forming a diminutive, constantly rotating three-colored vortex. With a single punch, he struck unceremoniously at Wu Hao's dantian. Wu Hao's pupils constricted, the shadow of death enveloping him in an instant. He desperately attempted to consolidate a defensive barrier of fighting spirit, but the agonizing torment of his soul dulled his reflexes. Stop! Shouted the members of Wolf Fong and several elders friendly with Wu Hao, their faces drastically altered. However, Lin Nua's fist showed no signs of faltering. Boom! The sound resonated like a thud against leather. Wu Hao's body arched like a shrimp, his eyes bulging as he violently spewed out blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. He distinctly felt his dantian shatter beneath the fist imbued with three types of destructive energy, crumbling like a fragile egg. All the fighting spirit he had painstakingly cultivated dissipated in an instant. He collapsed to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, his gaze vacant, filled with despair and disbelief. He Wu Hao of Wolf Fong, ranked 23rd on the strong list, had been utterly crippled by a mere 2-star fighter. The arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone seemed to be ensnared in a spell, staring blankly at the proud figure standing on the platform and the defeated Wu Hao lying at his feet like a dead dog. Having defeated Hong Chun with a single finger and retaliated against Xie Zhen, he had now rendered the Grandmaster Wu Hao incapacitated with a single punch. Where exactly did Lin Nua's strength truly lie? The head elder of the judges took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within, and proclaimed in a resounding voice, Lin Nua, victory. He replaces Wu Hao at the 23rd position. As his voice echoed, it shattered the silence like thunder. The next moment, a cacophony of astonishment and exclamations surged through the arena like a tsunami. From this moment forth, the name Lin Nua would resonate throughout the inner court, becoming an undeniable presence that all formidable contenders could not overlook. Standing on the stage, he calmly surveyed the astonished, fearful, and resentful faces below, finally fixing his gaze on the several elders atop the platform, each displaying a myriad of expressions. He understood that incapacitating Wu Hao meant a complete severance of ties with Wolfang, and it signified that he had truly ascended to the pinnacle of the younger generation within the inner court. Yet, this was merely the beginning. His gaze shifted to the names displayed on the luminous screen, seeking those ranked even higher than himself. His journey had only just commenced. Chapter 47. The Threshold of the Top 10. With a single punch that incapacitated Wu Hao, Lin Nua forcefully ascended to the 23rd position on the strong list. With indisputable power, he proclaimed his rise to prominence to the entire inner court. No one dared to underestimate him, due to his superficial cultivation. The enigmatic and formidable three-colored energy had become a symbol of awe and trepidation in the hearts of many. The momentum of the Pan Gate surged like a tempest, overshadowing many established factions. Meanwhile, Wolfang found itself plunged into chaos and decline following the crippling of its leader, rendering it incapable of posing a threat for the foreseeable future. Nevertheless, Lin Nua did not allow himself a moment's respite. As the strong list tournament progressed, the opponents grew increasingly formidable. The top 20 were predominantly distinguished figures among the Grandmasters, with several boasting 3-star and 4-star rankings. The top 10 were occupied by true monsters of the inner court, their strengths unfathomable. His next adversary was the 19th ranked fighter, a 2-star Grandmaster named Han Sheng. Hailing from the Han family and being the cousin of Han Xian, the outcome of the match was a foregone conclusion. Though Han Sheng was no weakling, he could only withstand 10 exchanges against Lin Nua's increasingly adept and integrated 3-colored energy assault before being sent crashing off the stage, defeated in disgrace. Lin Nua's ranking subsequently ascended to 19th place. Thus, he stood at the very threshold of the top 10. In the ensuing round, his opponent was none other than Han Xian, the leader of the Alchemist Guild and the 11th ranked fighter on the strong list. As the matchups were displayed on the luminous screen, the atmosphere in the arena reached a new zenith. The enmity between the Alchemist Guild and Pan Gate had long been common knowledge. The fierce competition in the elixir market, the shadowy hand behind the attack on the fire sect, the schemes involving soul corruption fragrance, all these entanglements had rendered both sides irreconcilable. This battle was not merely a contest of rankings, but also a resolution of their grievances. At last, it was Han Xian's turn, the leader of the Alchemist Guild against Lin Nua of the Pan Gate. This promised to be an exciting spectacle. Han Xian, a 4th-tier alchemist and a 3-star grandmaster, possessed formidable strength. Lin Nua's meteoric rise had been nothing short of astonishing, making the outcome of the match difficult to predict. Under the watchful eyes of countless eager spectators, Han Xian stepped onto the stage with a grim expression. Unlike his previous opponents, Han Xian did not launch an immediate attack. Instead, he coldly regarded Lin Nua, his voice dripping with venom. Lin Nua, I admit I underestimated you before. I never expected you to make it this far. Lin Nua maintained a calm demeanor, offering no response. Han Xian continued, however, your luck ends here. Do you believe that with your peculiar flames, you can contend against the Alchemist Guild? Today, I shall show you what true depth looks like. As his words fell, he flipped his palm, revealing 3 distinct, dragon eye-sized pills resting in his hand. One was blood red, radiating a violent energy wave. The second was deep blue, surrounded by a bone-chilling cold. The third was a vibrant green, brimming with life. They were the Fury Pill, the Ice Crystal Pill, and the Rejuvenation Pill. Gasps erupted from knowledgeable alchemists in the audience, recognizing their peak 4th-tier quality. Han Xian was prepared to go all out. The Fury Pill could significantly enhance fighting spirit intensity and explosiveness for a short time, but came with severe side effects. The Ice Crystal Pill could imbue fighting spirit with extreme cold attributes, freezing the opponent's meridians. The Rejuvenation Pill could rapidly heal injuries and restore fighting spirit. Ensuring sustain combat capability. The combination of these 3 pills could elevate Han Xian's strength to a terrifying level, rivaling even that of a 5-star Grandmaster. Lin Nua, to force me to resort to my trump cards, you should be proud. Han Xian sneered, unhesitatingly swallowing all 3 pills at once. Boom! An overwhelmingly violent aura erupted from Han Xian's body. His eyes turned crimson, and his fighting spirits surged like boiling magma. While a layer of deep blue frost enveloped his skin, creating an extremely unstable balance between the opposing forces of ice and fire within him. His aura surged, rapidly surpassing the threshold of a 3-star dosher and reaching 4-star, with the pressure continuing to escalate, almost touching 5-star. The formidable force created violent ripples in the protective barrier surrounding the arena, causing the nearby spectators to struggle for breath and retreat in alarm. 5-star dosher. Han Xian's aura was nearing that of 5-star dosher. How terrifying! The potency of these 3 pills was astonishingly overwhelming. Lin Nuo was in danger. The gap at 5-star dosher was simply insurmountable. The faces of those from the Pan Men changed dramatically, and Xiao Yan's expression turned grave as he secretly circulated his Dochi, poised to intervene. Even as a 3-star dosher, he felt tremendous pressure in the face of Han Xian at this moment. Upon the platform, several elders wore furrowed brows. Elder Hua spoke in a measured tone. Relying on pills for a forced enhancement leads to an unstable foundation, resulting in endless repercussions. Mentor Ruo Lin's cool gaze flickered with concern as she cast her eyes towards Lin Nuo on the stage. Confronted with the surging aura of Han Xian, who resembled a ferocious beast, Lin Nuo finally displayed a hint of seriousness in his eyes, though not fear. He sensed that while Han Xian's energy was immense, it was wildly chaotic, akin to a powder keg ready to explode. The power from the 3 pills had not been perfectly absorbed and controlled. External forces, after all, remain external. Lin Nuo slowly began to speak, his voice resonating clearly in every ear. Within his dantian, the 3-colored flame vortex accelerated its rotation, with the patterns of the red dragon, ice phoenix, and heart fire glowing vibrantly. Unlikan Xian. He did not consume any pills, but instead adjusted his state to its optimum. Facing imminent peril, Han Xian, feeling the tremendous power within him threatening to overflow, experienced an extreme surge of confidence. He let out a furious roar, propelling himself forward with a powerful kick. Crack! The solid arena floor bore the marks of 2 deep footprints. He transformed into a blur of red and blue, accompanied by a sound that could shatter eardrums, and instantly appeared before Lin Nuo. With both fists unleashed, one punch blazed with the heat of molten lava, while the other chilled to the bone like profound ice. The duality of ice and fire fist. The air where the fist winds passed was distorted by scorching heat on one side and crystallized by freezing cold on the other. The simultaneous assault of these 2 extreme powers was nothing short of terrifying. In the face of this cataclysmic strike capable of severely wounding or even annihilating an ordinary 5-star dosher, Lin Nuo's gaze sharpened like a blade, advancing rather than retreating. On his palms, the 3-colored radiance no longer scattered but rather coalesced into 2 spiraling forces, resembling drill bits. One primarily red, the other primarily blue. He was determined to confront Han Xian's ice and fire duality fist with his spiraling energy. Spiral Flame Dragon Drill. Spiral Ice Phoenix Stab. The 4 fists, embodying 2 utterly divergent energies of ice and fire, collided with a brutal force. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the very earth. Red, blue, and 3 colors of energy clashed violently, eroding and obliterating everything in their path, forming a colossal energy vortex that completely engulfed their figures. The violent energy shockwave spread outward like a tsunami, crashing against the protective barrier of the arena with a spine-chilling creak, causing it to distort violently, as if it might shatter at any moment. The audience below was forced to retreat repeatedly, their faces etched with terror. The radiant energy persisted for several moments before gradually dissipating. Upon the platform, the scene unveiled itself. Lin Nuo and Han Xian remained locked in their fist collision, stalemated in place. However, upon closer inspection, differences became apparent. Lin Nuo's complexion was slightly pale, yet his gaze remained calm, with the 3-colored spiral energy on his fists dimmed, but still stable. In contrast, Han Xian's chaotic aura of intertwining red and blue began to fluctuate violently, waning like a deflated balloon. The sickly flush on his face faded rapidly, replaced by an extreme pallor and agony. The frost covering his skin melted swiftly, only to be evaporated by the chaotic heat within, causing his skin to crack and bleed. Puff! He violently spat a mouthful of blood, which was mixed with shards of ice and flames. The ice and fire energy within him lost the forced balance granted by the pills, beginning to retaliate wildly. No, this is impossible, my pills. Han Xian's eyes brimmed with unwillingness and terror as he felt his meridians being torn apart by the uncontrollable ice and fire energy. Lin Nuo, observing his pitiful state, coldly remarked, "The strength derived from forcibly enhancing with pills is like a castle in the air, collapsing at the slightest touch. You have lost." As his words fell, the spiral energy on his fists erupted once more. Bang! Han Xian was struck as if by 2 mountains simultaneously, his arms producing a chilling crack as he was sent flying like a ragdoll, crashing against the edge of the arena, unconscious and utterly drained of energy. The elder referee took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment, and announced in a clear voice, "Lin Nuo, victory," replacing Han Xian, ranked 11th on the strong list. The entire arena fell into a brief silence before erupting into a fervent uproar. Lin Nua's name was etched deeply in the hearts of all present, as he, as a two-star dosher, had fought valiantly to break into the top 11 on the strong list, defeating Wu Hao and Han Xian. Such achievements were truly unprecedented miracles in the history of the Canaan Academy's inner court. In the Panmin area, cheers echoed like thunder, with all members filled with pride, struggling to contain their excitement. Xiaoyan gazed at the tall figure on the stage, his eyes brimming with pride and fighting spirit. He understood that Lin Nua's progress to this point was no stroke of luck, but a testament to solid strength and repeated life and death struggles. On the high platform, the elders exhibited varied expressions. Elder Hu stroked his beard in silence, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. Mentor Ruo Lin's typically cool demeanor revealed a rare, subtle smile. Conversely, those elders aligned with the Medicine Guild and Wolf Fong wore grim expressions. Lin Nuo calmly descended from the platform, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding cheers and discussions. The three-colored flame vortex within him continued to rotate, digesting the insights from the recent battle while replenishing his expended energy. Defeating Han Xian did not bring him much joy, for the true challenge had only just begun. The top 10 on the strong list represented an entirely different echelon. Those who could enter this realm were the true elite geniuses of the inner court, monstrous existences. They possessed not only formidable strength, but also an array of powerful trump cards and deep-rooted backgrounds. In the forthcoming round, he is set to confront the formidable guardian ranked 10th on the strong list, the Blood Axe Xuebong. Xuebong, a 3-star great fighter, is rumored to have an undefeated record against 4-star great fighters. His cultivation techniques are both domineering and enigmatic, and his Blood Axe combat skills have gained a notorious reputation, having vanquished countless strong opponents. Due to his ruthless methods in battle, which only relent upon drawing blood, he has earned the moniker of the Blood Axe. A seasoned powerhouse within the inner court, he has held the 10th position on the strong list for many years, representing an insurmountable chasm for the myriad geniuses aspiring to break into the top 10. Is it finally time for Xuebong to take the stage? While Lin Nuo is indeed strong, he is no match for Xuebong, who is not merely a product of elixirs like Han Xian. Under the Blood Axe, no one emerges unscathed. Lin Nuo may well find his journey halted here. Not necessarily. Lin Nuo has yet to unleash his full potential. Who knows what hidden cards he still holds? Amidst a myriad of gazes filled with anticipation, concern, and a hint of schadenfreude, the new round of matchups is finally revealed. On Arena 1, Lin Nuo faces off against Xuebong. Without a moment's pause, the battle resumes. Arena 1, being the main stage, boasts the largest area and the most robust defenses. Lin Nuo and Xuebong ascend the stage almost simultaneously. Xuebong, not particularly tall, yet extraordinarily formidable, dons a dark crimson outfit, his eyes sharp as an eagle, exuding a chilling aura reminiscent of blood-soaked battlegrounds. He carries a massive blood-red battle axe on his back, nearly as tall as himself, its blade glinting ominously, with blood-like light flowing across its surface. Merely standing there, he emanates a palpable sense of oppression, distinctly different from all previous adversaries. Linno, Xuebong's voice is hoarse and deep, akin to metal scraping. You've made it this far, commendable. Unfortunately, you've encountered me. Gradually, he draws the blood-red giant axe from his back, its blade pointed at Lin Nuo, an intense killing intent locking onto its target. Under my axe, no mere namesake escapes harm. You have earned the right for me to wield my axe. Lin Nuo feels the opponent's killing intent, dense and palpable, piercing into his very soul like a myriad of icy needles. For those lacking resolve, they would likely falter before the battle even begins. Yet, his soul is robust, and the 3-colored flame vortex quivers slightly, dissipating the killing intent into nothingness. Please. Lin Nuo utters this single word, yet his aura sharpens instantaneously, the 3-colored brilliance flickering around his form. Good. A glimmer of blood, light flashes in Xuebong's eyes. He ceases to speak further, and suddenly stomps his foot. Boom! The entire arena seems to tremble. His figure launches forth like a cannonball, astonishingly swift. The blood-red giant axe in his hand carries the terrifying might to rend everything apart, delivering a straightforward, forceful strike aimed directly at Lin Nuo's head. Blood Axe Mountain Splitter. Before the axe even arrives, the fierce wind generated by its descent sends Lin Nuo's hair flying back, while his skin feels a prickling pain. This strike is devoid of any embellishment, embodying the pinnacle of power, speed, and killing intent. Domineering and ferocious. Confronted with this earth-shattering blow, Lin Nuo's expression grows grave. He understands that evasion is not a viable strategy. Xuebong's axe force has already locked onto him, and mere dodging would only lead to a passive position. He takes a deep breath, the 3-colored flame vortex within him surging violently, the red dragon patterns radiating brilliantly. He refrains from employing the powers of ice and fire, instead driving the chaotic force of the source of his to its zenith, channeling it entirely into his right fist. In an instant, his right fist transforms to a deep crimson, resembling a searing hot iron, as the surrounding air warps due to the intense heat. Burning sun, explosive fist. He roars, refusing to evade, meeting the descending blood-red giant axe head-on with a punch. Is he insane to dare take Xuebong's blood axe with his bare fist? Seeking death. Under countless incredulous gazes, Lin Nua's crimson fist collides violently with the blood-red axe blade. Clang! A thunderous sound erupts, sharp and piercing, threatening to rupture eardrums. A visible circular shockwave radiates from the point of impact, crashing against the protective barrier surrounding the arena with a deafening roar, distorting the barrier violently. Its light flickering as if it might shatter at any moment. Below the arena, students positioned slightly closer are jolted by the sound waves in shock. Their blood surging in their veins, faces paling in astonishment. At the collision's epicenter, the ground beneath Lin Nua fractures, spreading like a spider's web. The sleeve of his right arm disintegrates into ash, revealing skin that faintly glows red yet remains unscathed. Only at the point of contact between his fist and the axe blade is there a shallow white mark. Meanwhile, Xuebong feels an intensely scorching and terrifyingly explosive force coursing through the axe's body. His hands gripping the axe go numb, his palms splitting, blood instantly staining the axe handle. The sheer force sends him staggering back several steps before he barely steadies himself. He lifts his head, gazing at Lin Nua with astonishment and disbelief. To have withstood his blood axe mountain splitter with nothing but a punch, and remain unscathed? How is this possible? Is his body forged from steel? Not just Xuebong, but everyone present, including the elders on the high platform, displays expressions of incredulity. What a formidable physique. What a domineering flame combat energy. An elder exclaims in astonishment. That flame seems to possess an extraordinary resistance to metal, perhaps even countering it. Another elder, with keen insight, discerns some clues. Lin Nua slowly retracts his fist, feeling a slight soreness in his right arm, gaining a clearer understanding of Xuebong's strength. Quite formidable, had it not been for his reliance on the source power of the within the three-colored flame vortex, coupled with his robust physique honed through countless refinements. He would never have dared to withstand such a blow. He shakes his arm and looks at the grave-faced Xuebong, stating coolly, "Your strength is commendable, but alas, it is still insufficient." Upon hearing this, Xuebong's eyes blaze with bloodlust, both fury and battle intense surging. He licks the blood flowing from his palm and reveals a savage grin. Good. Very good. It's been a long time since anyone has excited me like this. Come, take another strike from me. He clenches the blood axe tightly, his surrounding blood-colored combat energy igniting like flames. An even more violent and ferocious aura erupts forth. Blood axe Shura slash. He spins his body fiercely, the blood-red giant axe swirling in tandem, transforming into a massive blood-red whirlwind, accompanied by a wailing wind that screams like ghosts, sweeping toward Lin Nua. Within the whirlwind, countless condensed blood axe shadows flicker in and out of visibility, each capable of splitting stone. This technique encompasses an enormous area, nearly covering half the arena, leaving no opportunity for escape. Faced with this unavoidable lethal move, Lin Nua's gaze sharpens. He finally decides to hold nothing back. He slightly spreads his feet, grounding himself, and rapidly forms seals with his hands before his chest. Within his dantian, the three-colored flame vortex spins with unprecedented speed, the red dragon, ice phoenix, and heart fire patterns illuminating to their fullest. Crimson, ice blue, and clear, these three energies no longer disperse, but rather converge like rivers flowing into the sea, surging toward his sealed hands, compressing and merging. A sphere of energy, the size of a fist, begins to take shape, with internal, three-colored energy swirling like liquid, emanating a wave of destructive energy as it rapidly condenses. Around the energy sphere, space warps, and faint sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries resonate. This is the embryonic form of his most powerful move to date. The Ice Fire Dragon Breath, Ice Fire Extinguishing Bomb. Chapter 49, Defeating Xuebong. The blood-red whirlwind howls fiercely, with countless axe shadows rising and falling within, radiating a malevolent aura that sends shivers down the spine. Xuebong's Shura Slash has seamlessly fused his killing intent with combat techniques, its power far surpassing his previous mountain splitter. Beneath the arena, the spectators held their breath, as if they could already envision Lin Nua being mercilessly shredded into fragments by the sanguine whirlwind. Yet, at the heart of the storm, Lin Nua's gaze remained astonishingly serene. Between his hands, the tricolor energy orb had coalesced into a formidable form, its inner red, blue, and void energies entwined like three celestial dragons, exuding a chilling wave of impending destruction. He chose not to evade, nor could he. The aura of the Azura Slash had firmly ensnared him. Given this circumstance, he resolved to confront force with force. Go! Lin Nua uttered in a low tone, thrusting his arms forward with great vigor. The projectile infused with the three primordial powers, akin to an arrow released from a bowstring, trailed a tricolored tail of flames as it silently soared towards the ferocious, sanguine whirlwind. There was no cataclysmic explosion, nor were there dazzling lights. When the tricolor orb made contact with the blood-red vortex, time seemed to momentarily freeze. Subsequently, an indescribable and bizarre phenomenon unfolded. The tempest, capable of pulverizing iron, began to dissolve and disintegrate upon encountering the tricolor orb. as if it were frost under a blazing sun. It was not merely shattered by brute force, but rather seemed to be deconstructed and neutralized by power of a higher and more fundamental nature. The sanguine energy constituting the whirlwind appeared utterly feeble before the intertwining energies of ice and fire, which had been tempered by the heart's flame. The alternating extremes of heat and cold swiftly disrupted its energy balance, while the omnipresent heart fire directly incinerated the murderous intent and spirit contained within. Hissing sounds of erosion filled the air. The sanguine whirlwind visibly thinned and became transparent, with the condensed axe shadows shattering like bubbles. Xuebong, at the center of the whirlwind, was taken aback. He distinctly sensed that his connection to the Azura slash was being forcibly severed, and a destructive energy surged back along that link. Impossible! He roared in furious disbelief, desperately channeling his fighting spirit to maintain the form of the Azura slash. Yet, all was in vain. The tricolor orb, akin to a stone cast into water, though silent, stirred up ripples of annihilation. Wherever it passed, the sanguine whirlwind was obliterated. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying vortex that had once enveloped half the arena completely dissipated into nothingness. Only Xuebong's stunned figure remained, along with the dimmed, sanguine giant axe in his hand. Despite the tricolor orb having diminished in size by nearly half after utterly dismantling the Azura slash, it continued its relentless trajectory, propelled by residual destructive power, and shot towards Xuebong's chest. Xuebong's pupils constricted, and the shadow of death enveloped him in an instant. With little time to contemplate, he instinctively raised the sanguine giant axe before him, channeling every ounce of fighting spirit into it. Blood barrier. A great surge of blood light coalesced on the axe's surface, forming a robust sanguine shield. Bang! The diminished tricolor orb collided violently with the sanguine shield. This time, it produced a thunderous roar. The sanguine shield trembled violently, its surface instantly adorned with a spiderweb of cracks. The intertwined energies of ice and fire ferociously eroded the shield, attempting to penetrate it entirely. Xuebong gritted his teeth, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, his arm muscles straining as he bore the weight of the giant axe. He could feel the property restraint within the tricolor energy, making it exceedingly arduous for his blood attribute fighting spirit to operate. Hold it back. He howled like a wild beast. The cracks on the shield multiplied and grew denser. Finally, with a crisp snap, the sanguine shield shattered explosively, scattering into a multitude of sanguine light particles. The residual tricolor orb, having exhausted its final vestiges of energy, quietly dissipated after shattering the shield. However, the backlash from the shield's destruction, along with the last surge of the tricolor energy, still struck fiercely against Xuebong and his giant axe. Uft. Xuebong was struck as if by a heavy blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body akin to a severed kite, flying backward. The sanguine giant axe, which had accompanied him for years, slipped from his grasp, tracing an arc before crashing to the edge of the arena. He fell heavily outside the arena, struggling to rise, but ultimately failing, his gaze filled with frustration as he looked up at the figure still standing in the arena, overwhelmed by disbelief and defeat. He, Xuebong, the blood axe, the 10th-ranked guardian, had been utterly vanquished, and so completely. Even the mightiest Azura slash had been shattered before the opponent. The arena fell into a profound silence. All present stared in dumbfounded awe at this scene, their minds blank. The 10th rank had changed hands. Lino, a newcomer who had entered the academy for less than a year and initially possessed only fighting spirit, had truly reversed the odds and defeated Xuebong. Stepping into the ranks of the top 10, this was nothing short of a legend. In the Panman area, after a brief moment of silence, an ear-splitting roar of fervent cheers erupted. Xiaoyan exhaled deeply, a genuine smile illuminating his face. The little medical fairy's eyes glistened with excitement. Upon a high platform, Elder Ho paused momentarily, his hand stroking his beard, his eyes radiating brilliance as he murmured, "Ice and fire in harmony, annihilating all laws." This child may have truly touched upon that legendary threshold. Tutor Ruo Lin's icy facade finally softened into a clear smile. The expressions of the other elders varied. Shock, complexity, disbelief. The head elder took several deep breaths to quell the tumult within his heart, his voice trembling slightly as he proclaimed loudly, "Linno, a victory, replacing Xuebong. Ranked 10th. The declaration resonated like thunder in the ears of everyone present. 10th ranked, Linno. From this moment forth, this name would be inscribed in the annals of the Canaan Academy's inner courtyard, marking the dawn of a legend. Linno stood at the center of the arena, gradually retracting his stance. The exertion of the ice and fire annihilation orb had taken a toll on him, leaving his complexion somewhat pallid. Yet his eyes shone with unparalleled brightness. 10th ranked, he had finally arrived here. His gaze swept over the fervent, reverent, and complex expressions of the crowd below, directing itself towards the high platform, towards the depths of the inner courtyard. He understood that entering the top 10 was merely a new beginning. The 9 individuals ahead of him were all true monsters. Furthermore, the lurking adversaries would not relent simply because he had breached the top 10, but he remained undaunted. The tricolor flame vortex within him seemed to have solidified a bit more due to this high-intensity battle, granting him an even greater mastery over his powers. Who will be next? A subtle smile curved Lin Nua's lips, brimming with anticipation. His journey was far from over. Chapter 50, A New Journey. 10th ranked, as Lin Nua's name, accompanied by the still-shocked voice of the head elder, was firmly engraved atop the illuminated screen. An extraordinary silence enveloped the entire inner courtyard of Canaan Academy. This silence was not devoid of sound. Rather, the tumult, discussions, and gasps seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, transforming into a deeper emotion known as shock. Permeating every corner of the arena, gaze after gaze, like spotlights, focused on the somewhat slender, yet upright figure on the first arena. In their eyes, there was no trace of doubt or disdain, only profound reverence, disbelief, and a hint of fear towards the unknown power. The two-star fighter, ranked 10th on the strength leaderboard. This feat has transcended the bounds of conventional understanding, shattering the records that have stood in the inner academy for countless years. A living legend is being born right before their eyes. In the Panmin area, after a brief silence, a volcanic eruption of ecstasy and cheers ensued. Xiaoyan vigorously pumped his fist, his eyes ablaze with fierce combat intent. He felt elated for Lin Nua, while simultaneously grappling with immense pressure and motivation. Xiao Yixian wiped away the tears of excitement from the corners of her eyes, her face blossoming into a breathtaking smile. All members of Panmin stood tall with pride, their elation palpable. On the high platform, Elder was slowly exhaled a breath of murky air, his deep-set eyes shimmering with a complex, inscrutable light, ultimately transforming into an almost inaudible sigh, akin to a moment of resolution. Mentor Ruolin's ice-like visage melted into a smile, akin to the warmth of spring thawing the snow. The other elders exchanged glances, each witnessing the same astonishment and gravity reflected in the other's eyes. This child is no longer a mere fish in a pond. Lin Nua, feeling the three-colored flame vortex within him, exhausted yet gradually recovering, even more refined, calmly descended from the arena. He paid no heed to the myriad gazes that nearly engulfed him and made his way straight back to the Panmin camp. Congratulations. Xiaoyan clapped him heavily on the shoulder, the unspoken camaraderie evident. Big brother Lin Nua, you are incredible. Xiao Yixin beamed at him, her enchanting eyes sparkling. Other Panmin members quickly surrounded him, fervently offering their congratulations. Nodding to the crowd, Lin Nua's gaze drifted toward the enormous light screen, resting upon the 9 names ranked above him. Lin Ziyi, Lu Qing, Han Yu, Yin Hao. These individuals represent the true pinnacle of the inner academy, each possessing formidable renown and unfathomable strength. Among them, the weakest likely has reached the level of a 5-star great fighter. The strong leaderboard competition did not conclude with Lin Nua breaking into the top 10. The fierce contest raged on. Yet, in everyone's heart, it was clear that the greatest dark horse and the most significant variable of this tournament had already emerged. In the subsequent matches, Lin Nua did not take the stage again. According to the rules, the ranking battles for the top 10 would be conducted in the form of challenges once all rankings were confirmed. He had gained a brief respite. However, the winds of fate are relentless. On the very night he defeated Xuebong to ascend to the 10th rank, a figure cloaked in a voluminous black robe, exuding an obscure aura, silently appeared outside the Panmin stronghold like a ghost. A chilling, formidable presence, laden with an overwhelming soul pressure, swept forth like an invisible tide, enveloping the Panmin defenses, honing in on Lin Nua, who was recuperating in the quiet chamber. Lin Nua abruptly opened his eyes, the 3 colors of light flickering momentarily. He sensed an aura far more formidable than Xuebong's, even more perilous than that of Elder Yin Sha. Finally, have they come for me? Lin Nua's eyes turned cold as he rose steadily to his feet. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. He pushed open the door to the quiet chamber and stepped outside. Beneath the moonlight, the figure in the black robe stood quietly in the center of the courtyard, seemingly merging with the surrounding shadows. He lifted his head, revealing eyes ablaze with eerie green flames, fixating intently on Lin Nua. Lin Nua. The voice rasped like sandpaper against stone. Surrender the secrets you carry and that scroll of techniques. Otherwise, your soul shall scatter into oblivion. A powerful soul pressure bore down upon Lin Nua like a mountain. The soul hall. Lin Nua's pupils constricted, a chill running down his spine. Indeed, it is these tenacious specters. They have ultimately come for me, and it is a soul envoy that has arrived. His strength, I fear, has reached the level of a Dohuang. Faced with a pressure potent enough to shatter an ordinary great fighter-esque soul, Lin Nua's 3-colored flame vortex spun wildly, particularly the heartfire runes, glowing brilliantly, enveloping him in an intertwining essence of coolness and searing heat, steadfastly protecting his soul. He straightened his back, his gaze unwavering as it met the green eyes, his voice icy and resolute. You want it? Come, and take it yourself. Chapter 51. The Soul Envoy's Ambush. What bravado! The black-robed soul envoy let out a bone-chilling, eerie laugh, amusement and cruelty flickering in his green flames. A mere 2-star fighter dares to act so recklessly before me, due to a hint of the bizarre? It seems you do not know the heights of heaven and depths of earth until you experience the agony of soul refinement. Before his words faded, a withered hand, resembling a ghostly claw, extended from beneath the black robe, reaching toward Lin Nuo with a menacing gesture. Soul-devouring claw, a massive claw, entirely formed of pitch-black mist, materialized out of thin air. Countless tormented, distorted soul phantoms writhed around the claw, emitting silent wails, suffused with a sinister aura that devoured the souls of all living beings. As it swiftly crossed the distance between them, lunging for Lin Nuo's crown. This claw was not a physical attack, but a direct assault on the soul. Its speed far surpassed any opponent Lin Nuo had previously encountered. Lin Nuo's pupils dilated with terror, a profound sense of impending doom washing over him like icy water. He had no doubt that if this claw were to grasp him, his soul would be instantly wrenched from his body, subjected to endless torment. There was no evading it. The gap in their strength was insurmountable. He roared in defiance, the three-colored flame vortex within him spiraling into a furious reversal. The red dragon, ice phoenix, and heartfire patterns erupted with blinding radiance. He held nothing back, channeling all his soul power and three-colored energy into his eyes. Frostfire thunder eyes. He abruptly raised his head, his left eye glowing red like molten lava, while his right eye sparkled ice blue like ancient frost. Within the depths of his pupils, a flicker of colorless heartfire danced. Two beams of concentrated mental energy, embodying the essence of ice and fire along with the refining power of heartfire, shot forth like solid projectiles, colliding fiercely with the approaching black claw. The clash of mental beams and the soul-devouring claw did not produce a thunderous roar, but rather a violent reaction reminiscent of cold water splashing into boiling oil. The soul phantoms entwined around the black claw emitted a piercing shriek, rapidly dissipating and fading away. However, the soul envoy's strength was still far beyond his own. The soul-devouring claw merely hesitated for a moment, its hue dimming slightly, before it surged forward once more with an irresistible force, aiming to seize Lin Nuo. Lin Nuo let out a muffled grunt, as if struck by a heavy blow. His complexion turning pale as paper, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. He felt as though his soul was being torn asunder, and the three-colored flame vortex within him trembled violently, its brilliance swiftly fading. The disparity is far too great. Haha, the mantis stalks the cicada, the soul envoy cackled. The soul-devouring claw already upon him, its frigid aura nearly freezing Lin Nuo's thoughts. Just as he stood on the precipice of despair, a chilling snort, akin to the sudden descent of celestial ice, reverberated throughout the courtyard. Alongside this frigid sound, a terrifying chill far surpassing that of the soul envoy erupted without warning. A pure and overwhelming cold imbued with an unyielding will of absolute frost. The temperature within the courtyard plummeted below freezing, the ground, walls, and even the air instantly crystallizing into thick layers of blue ice. The black soul-devouring claw reaching for Lin Nuo froze abruptly under this sudden surge of extreme cold. As if plunged into absolute zero, its movements stilled, rapidly cloaked in thick ice, and then with a crack, it shattered into countless black ice shards that scattered into the air. Who is it? The countenance of the soul envoy shifted dramatically as he abruptly turned to face the source of the chilling aura, his green pupils betraying a rare glimpse of horror. Under the moonlight, a figure as white as snow had stealthily taken position atop the eaves of the courtyard. Clad in flowing garments and veiled in a delicate gauze, it was Aunt Xian. Her frigid gaze swept over the soul envoy, as if he were nothing more than an inconsequential ant. The claws of the soul hall had indeed extended too far. This was not a place for their intrusion. Her voice, though calm, resonated with an undeniable authority, as if her words were law. The soul envoy felt a profound, unfathomable aura emanating from Aunt Xian, akin to an abyssal glacier, stirring a tempest within his heart. A dozone. She was undoubtedly a powerhouse of dozone level, and certainly not a novice. He could never have anticipated that such a terrifying guardian lurked beside Lin Nuo. Senior, this matter pertains to the internal affairs of the Soul Hall. I humbly request your forbearance, the soul envoy stammered, attempting to invoke the authority of the Soul Hall. Begone. Aunt Xian could hardly be bothered to engage in further discourse, her single word carrying the weight of finality. With her utterance, an invisible blizzard erupted towards the soul envoy. His expression shifted wildly as he felt the very space around him freeze, as though his soul were being encased in ice. With a frantic cry, he abandoned all pretense of duty. Dark mist surged within him as he unleashed a life-saving secret technique, his form dissolving like melting shadows as he fled into the distance at an astonishing speed. The intangible blizzard swept through the space he had occupied, leaving behind a myriad of fine black cracks that would not mend. Aunt Xian made no attempt to pursue, her gaze coldly fixed on the vanishing form of the soul envoy. Only when his aura had completely dissipated did she slowly turn her head, her eyes resting upon Lin Nuo, who stood pale and breathless below. Struggling to maintain his nearly crumbling body, Lin Nuo bowed deeply to Aunt Xian upon the eaves, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Aunt Xian, for saving my life. He understood that had she not arrived in time, his demise would have been certain. Aunt Xian gracefully descended to stand before Lin Nuo, her icy gaze sweeping over him, lingering momentarily on the dimming tricolored flame vortex before she spoke softly. Since the Soul Hall has set its sights on you, they will not relent easily. What you faced today was merely the lowest-ranked Soul Envoy. Next time, it may not be so simple. A heaviness settled in Lin Nuo's heart. He had long heard tales of the terror of the Soul Hall. I understand, Senior. He gritted his teeth. I will strive to enhance my strength. Strength? Aunt Xian shook her head slightly. The influence of the Soul Hall pervades the continent. Their methods are as enigmatic as they are insidious. You alone cannot hope to contend against them, unless you can truly harness the power within you and reach that legendary realm. She paused, her tone imbued with an ethereal quality, the harmony of ice and fire, the resonance of dragon and phoenix, the heart's fire tempering the soul. Only then can one attain eternity. Your journey has only just begun, yet it is destined to be fraught with thorns. With that, she ceased her words, flicking her fingers to send a stream of ice-blue light into Lin Nuo's brow. An essence of pure, gentle, cold energy instantly enveloped him, nurturing his damaged soul and meridians, alleviating his injuries. This icy heart source energy will aid in your recovery. Take heed. As her voice faded, her figure gradually dissipated into the air like melting snow, as though she had never existed. Within the courtyard, Lin Nuo stood alone amidst the scattered ice crystals, the remnants of the recent encounter serving as proof that what had transpired was no mere illusion. He felt the cool energy at his brow and the gradual restoration of the tricolored flame vortex within him, clenching his fists tightly. The Soul Hall Do Huang Do Zong. Towering mountains loomed before him, yet the flames in his eyes blazed even more fervently. Pressure would only forge him into something stronger. He raised his gaze towards the depths of the inner courtyard, where the imposing black tower loomed, emanating a ghostly glow beneath the moonlight. The heavenly flame refining tower. The fallen heart flame. Perhaps there lay the power he needed to break the deadlock. In the upcoming top 10 ranking battles, he must secure a better position to gain entry into the Soul Pavilion and even deeper realms. A new journey, accompanied by greater crises and challenges, had already begun. Chapter 52, Battle with Lu Qing. The attack of the Soul Envoy and Aunt Xian's intervention played out like a concealed interlude, failing to stir much commotion within the bustling inner courtyard. Aside from those directly involved, no one knew the extent of the confrontation that had erupted outside the Pillar Gate that night. The top 10 ranking competition continued unabated, and ultimately, the rankings were settled. Lin Nuo, with his victory over Xue Beng, secured the 10th position. 9th place, Yin Hao. 8th place. 3rd place, Han Yu. 2nd place, Lu Qing. 1st place, Lin Xiuya. These 9 names stood like towering peaks in the hearts of all the inner courtyard disciples, emblematic of the pinnacle combat prowess of a younger generation. Next came the most exhilarating segment, the top 10 ranking challenge. The rules permitted those in lower ranks to challenge those above them. Victory would grant them the position. All eyes involuntarily turned towards the name that had recently ascended to the pinnacle. Lin Nuo. Would he challenge? If so, whom? Would he take a cautious approach and challenge the relatively lower-ranked Yin Hao? Or would he directly confront the already illustrious titans? Under countless eager gazes, Lin Nuo slowly rose, his calm gaze sweeping across the 8 imposing figures before him, ultimately settling on a youth clad in black, bearing a dark golden spear, his eyes sharp as a hawk. Lu Qing, ranked 2nd. Disciple Lin Nuo challenged senior brother Lu Qing. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd. To directly challenge Lu Qing, the 2nd-ranked warrior, Lin Nuo truly was a maverick. Lu Qing's reputation in the inner courtyard was second only to the elusive Lin Xiuya. His cultivation technique was fierce and formidable, and his earth-shattering spear was said to have pierced the skull of a high-tier magical beast with a single thrust. His strength had already reached the pinnacle of 9-star great fighter, with 1 foot poised to step into the Douling level. To challenge him was undeniably a monumental risk. The hearts of the Pillar Gate members raced, and Xiao Yan's expression grew grave, yet he refrained from voicing any objections. He understood that Lin Nuo must have his reasons for this choice. On the platform, the elders displayed varying degrees of interest. Elder Hua's gaze flickered, while Mentor Ruo Lin frowned slightly. Lu Qing slowly opened his eyes, his piercing gaze locking onto Lin Nuo, imbued with a heavy sense of pressure. A hint of appreciation mingled with an intense battle fervor curved his lips. You possess courage. Lu Qing's voice was deep and magnetic. I accept your challenge. The two ascended to the largest arena at its center simultaneously. Words were unnecessary. The intent to battle clashed in the air. Lu Qing swiftly drew the dark golden spear from his back, its tip angled toward the ground, a weighty yet razor-sharp aura slowly rising. He did not underestimate Lin Nuo due to his outward cultivation level. Having broken into the top 10 and defeated Xue Beng was sufficient proof of the latter's strength. My spear is called the Earth-Shattering Spear. Lu Qing spoke deliberately. Be careful. As his words fell, he moved. Without employing any extravagant maneuvers, he simply took a step forward, and the entire arena seemed to tremble in response. The earth-shattering spear in his hand surged forth like a waking dragon, imbued with an intent to rend the earth. thrusting directly at Lin Nuo. The earth-shattering spear was unleashed. The spear shot forth like a dragon, swift as lightning. The dark golden spear light condensed into a singular point. As it passed, the air was forcibly displaced, producing a piercing sonic boom. The shot seamlessly melded power and speed, exuding an unparalleled dominance. Faced with this strike, formidable enough to instill dread even in seasoned 5-star warriors, Lin Nuo's gaze turned gravely serious. He sensed that this shot had subtly locked onto the space around him, rendering evasion exceedingly challenging. Drawing a deep breath, the tricolored flame vortex within him began to whirl with unprecedented velocity, igniting both the Crimson Dragon and Ice Phoenix patterns simultaneously. In his palms, the left hand surged with crimson flames, while the right radiated a chilling blue mist. He audaciously attempted to wield the powers of two distinct attributes concurrently to counter the impending onslaught. Flame of the burning Sun Dragon Palm. Ice Phoenix Wing Slash. With a mighty thrust of his left palm, a concentrated fiery dragon-shaped imprint roared forth, the searing heat warping the air before the gun's brilliance. The right palm sliced through the air like a blade, unleashing a gossamer yet razor-sharp Ice Phoenix Wing Slash, imbued with the chilling essence capable of freezing souls. Fire and ice, two opposing forces, surged forth to confront the overwhelming might of the splitting rock spear. Boom! Crack! The fiery palm imprint collided with the gun's radiance first, erupting in a violent explosion, flames scattering in all directions. Following this, the Ice Phoenix Wing Slash struck precisely at the juncture of the spear's energy flow, producing a sound akin to shattering ice. The shot, infused with 70% of Lu Qing's power, was unexpectedly thwarted by Lin Nuo's masterful dual-element counter, significantly diminishing its force. The spear's brilliance ultimately dissipated just 3 feet from Lin Nuo's chest, exhausted of its energy. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lu Qing's eyes. He had not anticipated Lin Nuo's mastery over energy to be so exquisitely refined, allowing him to neutralize his attack in such a manner. Well played, Lu Qing commended. Yet his offensive did not relent. The spear's momentum shifted, sweeping forth like a tempest. The chaotic splitting rock spear. Countless dark golden spear shadows fell upon Lin Nuo like a torrential downpour, enveloping every inch of space around him. Each spear shadow harbored the terrifying power to cleave mountains and shatter stones, moving at a speed too swift for the naked eye to perceive. Lin Nuo executed his movements to their utmost potential, navigating through the storm of spear shadows with the heightened perception granted by the tricolored flame vortex. His palms alternating between slaps and jabs, continuously neutralizing the lethal onslaught with alternating ice and fire energies. Bang, 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 hiss, hiss. The sounds of energy collisions and the mingling of ice and fire resonated incessantly. On the arena, the vibrant red, blue, and gold lights flickered wildly, a surge of energy emanating, causing the protective barrier to tremble violently. The audience below watched in a daze, their hearts racing. The caliber of this clash had transcended the comprehension of most students. Could Lin Nuo truly contend with senior brother Lu Qing to such an extent? His fighting spirit was extraordinarily enigmatic. The seamless transition between ice and fire attributes was astonishing. However, it was evident that senior brother Lu Qing had yet to unleash his full potential. As expected, after a prolonged offensive yielded no results, Lu Qing's gaze sharpened, and his spear technique transformed. He abruptly withdrew the spear, gripping its shaft tightly as dark golden fighting spirit erupted from his body like a volcanic eruption, surging entirely into the splitting rock spear. Mystical patterns illuminated along the spear's shaft, emanating a disquieting aura. Having endured so many of my strikes, Lin Nuo, you have earned my most formidable technique. Lu Qing's voice rumbled like distant thunder. Prepare yourself for the ultimate secret of the splitting rock spear. The wrath of the rock sovereign. With bulging muscles, he thrust the splitting rock spear forward, not towards Lin Nuo, but rather into the ground beneath them. Boom! The entire arena trembled as if an earthquake had struck. From the point where the spear pierced the earth, massive, dark golden flame-imbued rock spikes erupted, fanning out towards Lin Nuo like a dragon rearing from the depths, each one infused with devastating power, sealing off all avenues of escape. This technique possessed vast range and terrifying might. It was, without a doubt, a true killing move. Confronted with this unavoidable death strike, madness flickered in Lin Nuo's eyes. He understood that he could no longer hold back. He halted his steps, standing resolute before the oncoming rock spikes, and once again formed seals with his hands at his chest. Within his dantian, the tricolored flame vortex spiraled wildly in reverse. The minuscule, tricolored light that at its core shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. The radiance of the Crimson Dragon, Ice Phoenix, and Heart Fire intertwined, coalescing into a force of destruction far surpassing anything he had previously commanded. He was about to channel the entirety of his tricolored flame vortex's essence, unleashing the most powerful strike within his grasp. Ice and Fire, Great Annihilation. Chapter 53, The Might of Annihilation. The destructive impact of the wrath of the rock's sovereign surged forth like the roar of a terrestrial dragon, the dark golden flame spikes tearing through the ground. exuding an overwhelming power that crushed everything in their path. Swiftly approaching Lin Nuo, the intertwining heat and weight of the assault nearly suffocated him. Confronted with this lethal blow, Lin Nuo thrust his hands forward with great force. His complexion paled instantly as the tricolored flame vortex within dimmed at a visible rate. The central tricolored light, flickering violently, as if on the verge of collapse. At such a tremendous cost, he produced a beam of energy condensed to perfection. Slender as an arm, yet imbued with spiraling red, blue, and white light. Ice and fire grade annihilation. The moment this beam manifested, it did not unleash a cataclysmic surge of energy. Rather, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Wherever the beam passed, the space appeared to be erased, leaving behind a pristine vacuum trail, as if light itself had been consumed. It silently advanced towards the roaring deluge of dark golden rock spikes. There was no anticipated violent explosion, nor the deafening roar of detonation. The instant the tricolored spiral beam made contact with the first dark golden spike, which could pierce through fine iron, the spike met its nemesis, its tip dissolving into nothingness. Not shattering, not melting, but being deconstructed and annihilated at the very level of its material structure. Next came the second, the third. The tricolored beam sliced through the dark golden spikes like a searing hot iron through butter, consuming and dismantling those imbued with Lu Qing's frenzied fighting spirit and the wrath of the rock sovereign, leaving not a trace of dust behind. Though the beam's progression appeared slow, it was, in reality, breathtakingly swift, cleaving a vacuum passage through the oncoming deluge of rock spikes in the blink of an eye. The edges of the passage bore a mirror-smooth finish, glistening with an eerie interplay of red and blue light. Lu Qing's pupils constricted. Disbelief etched across his face for the first time. He could distinctly feel his connection to the wrath of the rock sovereign being forcibly severed by that annihilative force. The power of annihilation contained within the tricolored beam was extraordinarily formidable. With a furious roar, he desperately urged his fighting spirit to maintain the onslaught of the spikes. But it was all in vain. The tricolored beam surged forth like a hot knife through butter, piercing through the torrent of rock spikes, directly targeting the splitting rock spear embedded in the ground. Clang! This time, a thunderous explosion resounded, shaking the heavens. The tricolored beam collided fiercely with the spear's shaft, unleashing a storm of indescribable energy at the point of impact. Red, blue, and gold light intertwined chaotically, eroding and annihilating, forming a colossal energy sphere that wholly engulfed Lu Qing and his splitting rock spear. Puffed! Lu Qing, struck by a thunderbolt, spewed forth a mouthful of blood. His body, along with the splitting rock spear, was violently hurled away, rendering him unconscious mid-air. His hands, which had clasped the spear, were left in tatters, bloodied and raw, while the splitting rock spear emitted a mournful cry, its brilliance dimming as it slipped from his grasp. As the tricolored beam sent Lu Qing flying, it too finally exhausted its last remnants of energy, slowly dissipating into the air. The energy storm gradually subsided. The arena lay in a state of utter disarray. At the epicenter of the original insertion point of the cracking rock spear, a charred pit with a diameter of several meters emerged, its edges half adorned with crimson crystals and half encased in glistening blue frost, presenting an eerie spectacle. Lin Nuo knelt on one knee, barely propping himself up with his right hand, his complexion as pale as paper and his breath utterly feeble, blood ceaselessly trickling from the corner of his mouth. The execution of the ice and fire great extinction had nearly drained him of all his fighting spirit and soul power. The tricolored flame vortex spinning sluggishly with a dim glow, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Yet, he remained standing. In contrast, Lu Qing lay at the edge of the arena, unconscious, the cracking rock spear having fallen a short distance away. The entire venue was enveloped in a deathly silence. Everyone was so astounded by the earth-shattering outcome of this duel that words escaped them. Lu Qing, defeated? The second-ranked Lu Qing had fallen to Lin Nuo, who had only just entered the top 10. Although both appear to be equally battered, Lin Nuo still managed to stand, while Lu Qing was already in a state of unconsciousness. The elder referee took several deep breaths to suppress the tumult of emotions within him. He glanced at the barely standing Lin Nuo, and then at the unconscious Lu Qing, pondering for a moment before announcing in a loud voice. In this battle, both sides are exhausted. Lu Qing is unconscious, and Lin Nuo can still stand. According to the rules, the victory goes to Lin Nuo. Wait, a calm voice interrupted him. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, only to find it was Lin Nuo, who was still kneeling. He struggled to lift his head, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice hoarse yet clear. Senior brother, Lu Qing possesses formidable strength. Were it not for his final restraint, I might not have emerged victorious. Let this battle be deemed a draw. He understood that Lu Qing, at the last moment, seemed to perceive the peril of his attack. The wrath of the Rock Emperor did not unleash its full power. Otherwise, even with his great extinction, he might not have been able to fully withstand it, and the outcome could have been mutual destruction. Lu Qing was indeed a worthy adversary. The crowd erupted in astonishment once more. Lin Nuo had voluntarily proposed a draw. This was a golden opportunity to challenge the second rank. The elders on the high platform cast appreciative glances at Lin Nuo, noting his composure and wisdom in knowing when to yield. Elder Huan nodded slightly, and a glimmer of approval flickered in Minter Yulin's eyes. The elder referee, momentarily taken aback, then nodded. Since the challenger has voluntarily proposed it, this battle will be declared a draw. The rankings remain unchanged. A draw, although this outcome surprised many. It also garnered the acceptance of the majority. The strength exhibited by both individuals warranted their current rankings. Medical personnel swiftly ascended the platform to carry Lu Qing away for treatment, while others attempted to assist Lin Nuo. However, Lin Nuo waved his hand, indicating he could still move. He struggled to rise, offered a bow to the audience below, and then, step by step, slowly yet resolutely descended from the arena. Each step captured the gaze of countless spectators. In that moment, no one regarded him as a mere lucky contender who stumbled into the top 10. His strength and demeanor had earned him the recognition and respect of all. The second-ranked Lu Qing had met his equal. With this battle, Lin Nuo's name would join the ranks of Lin Xiuya and Lu Qing, solidifying his status as another unassailable legend within the Inner Academy. Moreover, he had proclaimed through this battle that his journey was far from over. That coveted first position might not be as distant as it seemed. Xiao Yin hurried forward to support the somewhat unsteady Lin Nuo, whispering, "Are you all right?" Lin Nuo shook his head, despite his weakness. His eyes sparkled with clarity. "I'm fine, merely fatigued." Lu Qing is indeed formidable. He glanced back at the enormous light screen, where the name at the top shone brilliantly in the sunlight. Lin Xiuya, the next one is you. Chapter 54, Rest. The awe-inspiring battle with Lu Qing concluded in a draw, yet the terrifying strength and broad-mindedness exhibited by Lin Nuo profoundly shook all those within the Inner Academy. His name had already ascended to the heights alongside Lin Xiuya, Lu Qing, and other top talents, becoming a new pinnacle in the hearts of the Academy students. However, the toll this battle had taken on Lin Nuo was immense. The ice and fire Great Extinction had nearly depleted the essence of his tricolored flame vortex, and his soul power had suffered significant attrition. For the subsequent days, he remained deep within the Pillar Gate stronghold, secluding himself to recuperate and stabilize his realm. Xiao Yin provided numerous healing and soul-replenishing elixirs, while the little medical sage concocted some potions to nourish his meridians. Under the combined effects of the elixirs and his own robust recovery capability, Lin Nuo's injuries improved at an astonishing rate. Within the quiet chamber, Lin Nuo sat cross-legged, his mind sinking into his dantian. The tricolored flame vortex remained somewhat dim, its rotation sluggish. Yet the minuscule tricolored light point at its core seemed to have become more solid after this extreme exertion, emanating a slightly stronger fluctuation. The patterns of the red dragon, ice phoenix, and heart fire, although faint, appear to be more stable and distinct. Indeed, the struggle between life and death proved to be the quickest path to enhancing one's strength, Lin Nuo realized. His battle with Lu Qing, though perilous, had deepened his mastery over the tricolored flame vortex and his comprehension of the yin-yang dragon phoenix flame. He cautiously guided the energies of heaven and earth, as well as the fire energy contained within, akin to a stream flowing into a parched riverbed, gradually nourishing the damaged vortex. Simultaneously, he began to reflect on the gains and losses from that battle. Although the ice and fire Great Extinction possessed great power, its consumption was excessive, resembling a one-time deal. Had it not been for Lu Qing's final restraint, the consequences could have been dire. He needed to develop techniques that consumed less energy, more suitable for prolonged combat. Just as Lin Nuo immersed himself in recovery and contemplation, the undercurrents within the Inner Academy did not subside due to his silence. Rather, they surged even more violently. At the DN Sect stronghold, in a secret chamber, Elder Yin Sha's countenance was dark enough to drip water. Before him, a water mirror replayed the final moments of the battle between Lin Nuo and Lu Qing, particularly the tricolored beam of the Annihilation Rock Spike. The ice and fire Great Extinction could indeed fuse two elemental powers to such an extent. Greed and apprehension filled Yin Sha's eyes. This child must not be allowed to remain. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat to our DN sect in the future. He turned to the shadowy figure beside him, cloaked in a black robe, and spoke in a low voice. "Envoy, you have seen it as well. This child's growth rate is exceedingly alarming. He must be eliminated swiftly. Otherwise, if the sect master were to lay blame upon us, we would find ourselves in a difficult position." The black-robed soul envoy emitted a hoarse, eerie chuckle. Elder Yin Sha need not be so hasty. The more potential this child demonstrates, the more the Soul Palace becomes interested in him. Orders have already been relayed from above. He must be captured alive. The secret of his fusion of and cold air, along with that scroll of techniques, is invaluable. Yin Sha furrowed his brow deeply. Alive? This child is exceptionally cunning and has the protection of mysterious power. Capturing him alive is no easy task. Naturally, a direct approach will not suffice. The soul envoy darkly remarked. But do not forget, following the strong ranking competition, there will be the fire energy hunting competition. Yin Sha's eyes brightened. The hunting competition? Are you suggesting on the outskirts of the Inner Academy, deep within the Blackhorn domain, a place beyond the law? The voice of the soul envoy brimmed with temptation and coldness. At that time, even the Academy elders will find it hard to intervene. As long as we make proper arrangements, what fear do we have of him escaping? A cruel smile crept across Yen Sha's face. Very well. We shall proceed according to the envoy's words. I will immediately arrange for personnel. This time, we must ensure that Lin Nuo does not return. The Wolf Fong faction, having crumbled due to their leader Wu Hao's downfall, had disbanded, leaving the remaining members scattered like monkeys fleeing a fallen tree, unable to stir up further trouble. The Medicine Guild had also descended into complete silence. Han Xian remained severely injured, and the reputation of the Medicine Guild had plummeted due to the pill dispute and Lin Nuo's rise, making it difficult to recover in the short term. However, beneath the seemingly calm surface, deeper whirlpools churned. In the depths of the inner courtyard, nestled within a tranquil valley, Lin Ziyi stood before a waterfall, hands clasped behind his back, allowing the cold mist to dampen his garments. He listened intently to his trusted aide recounting the details of Lin Nuo's battle with Lu Qing, his expression betraying no emotion. The interplay of ice and fire, the annihilating force, quite intriguing. After a prolonged silence, Lin Ziyi finally spoke, his tone unremarkable, suggesting that this time, the battle for the top of the strong rankings would not be mundane. He turned, a glint akin to a sword's edge flashing in his eyes, informed the others that there is no need to provoke the Pan Min and Lin Nuo. I await his challenge. At the Pan Min stronghold, Lin Nuo had spent several days recuperating, his injuries now largely healed, and the tricolored flame vortex had regained its brilliance, even more concentrated than before. Stepping out of his quiet chamber, he sensed the surging power within him and the newfound intimacy with the flame vortex, a surge of confidence filling his heart. Recovered? Xiaoyan, sensing the movement, approached. Lin Nuo nodded. Almost. What is the situation outside? Xiaoyan's expression turned grave. On the surface, all seems calm, but beneath, it is likely tumultuous. I have received word that the Earth Flame sect has been quite active lately, seemingly gathering personnel within the Black Corner domain. Moreover, the Soul Palace has likely not departed. Lin Nuo's gaze hardened. Their treacherous intentions remain unquenched. The final contest of the strong rankings remains, wherein you will challenge Lin Ziyi. Xiaoyan continued. Following that is the Flame Energy Hunt, and traditionally, the top 10 students must lead a team into the Black Corner domain to procure flame energy. I fear they may strike then. At Xiaoyan's words, rather than fear, Lin Nuo's eyes ignited with battle intent. The Black Corner domain, is it? Precisely what I need. A chance for more combat and resources to elevate myself. Should they dare approach, let them find no return. His strength had surged, and he required a sharpening stone to test his mettle. The Earth Flame sect and the Soul Palace would serve as ideal targets. However, before that, Lin Nuo cast his gaze towards the center of the inner courtyard. He must first surpass Lin Ziyi, the undisputed monarch of the inner courtyard, the top of the strong rankings. Only by defeating him could he truly ascend to the pinnacle of the younger generation within the inner courtyard. Furthermore, only by securing the first place reward, notably the qualification to train within the depths of the Soul Pavilion, could he expedite his growth and confront the impending crisis. Do you have confidence? Xiaoyan inquired. Lin Ziyi's strength is unfathomable, far beyond Lu Qing. Lin Nuo clenched his fist, feeling the restless tricolored flame vortex within, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. How can one know without trying? Chapter 55, The Final Battle. The strong rankings competition had finally reached its climactic showdown, with the 10th-ranked Lin Nuo challenging the first-ranked Lin Ziyi. The news spread, igniting a fervor throughout the inner courtyard. Almost all students remaining in the academy surged toward the central arena. Even some long-secluded seniors were stirred into action to witness the event. Lin Ziyi, a name synonymous with legend within the inner courtyard. He had long held the top position on the strong rankings, his strength immeasurable, rumored to have already entered the spirit-fighting realm, perhaps even beyond. His demeanor was modest, yet none dared question his authority. His very existence was a summit that all inner courtyard prodigies aspired to behold. Conversely, Lin Nuo emerged as the greatest dark horse of this tournament, advancing through formidable foes with the prowess of a two-star fighter, even holding his ground against Lu Qing, his strength and potential astonishing to behold. The clash of new and old legends, the contest for the throne of supremacy. This undoubtedly marked the most captivating battle within the inner courtyard in recent years. Within the arena, throngs of spectators filled the space, their voices rising to the rafters. Upon the high platform, Vice Dean Hu Qian and all the elders of the inner courtyard were present, their expressions solemn. Even the elusive elders of the 100-year-old generation had quietly appeared in an inconspicuous corner, under the fervent, expectant, and tense gazes of countless observers. Two figures slowly ascended the central stage. One donned a blue robe, his features ordinary, yet his eyes as tranquil as a deep pool. Lin Nuo. The other wore white, his stature tall and poised, exuding an effortless brilliance. Lin Ziyi. The two stood facing each other, yet to utter a word. An invisible aura clashed and intertwined in the center of the stage. You have finally arrived. Lin Ziyi regarded Lin Nuo, a faint smile gracing his lips, his gaze imbued with admiration and a hint of eager battle intent. I have awaited you for a long time. Lin Nuo could sense the unfathomable aura emanating from his opponent, vaster and more refined than Lu Qing's. This was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. I humbly seek your guidance. Senior brother Lin Nuo clasped his fists, his tone calm, yet his eyes were sharp as blades. Guidance is not the right term. Lin Ziyi chuckled, slowly drawing forth the long sword from his back. The blade was slender and entirely blue, reminiscent of autumn waters, emanating a subtle yet sharp aura. This sword is named Qingfeng. Be cautious. He showed no signs of arrogance, directly regarding Lin Nuo as an equal opponent. The match begins. The voice of the referee elder ignited the fuse. Almost instantly, both combatants moved. No probing, no holding back. Their initial strikes were explosive. With a flick of his wrist, Lin's IS Qingfeng sword let out a clear, ringing note, unleashing a condensed azure sword energy that shot forth like a lightning bolt. Piercing straight toward Lin Nuo's brow from dozens of meters away, the air was silently cleaved as the sword energy passed, leaving a straight vacuum trail in its wake. Swift, to the utmost limit, Lin Nuo's pupils constricted. Lin Ziyi's speed far surpassed any opponent he had previously encountered. He scarcely had time to think. The tricolored flame vortex within him instinctively surged into action, his body gliding to the left as if weightless. Swish! The azure sword energy grazed past his ear, the fierce wind slicing through a few strands of his hair. A perilous escape. However, Lin Ziyi's onslaught surged forth like a tide, wave after wave. With one strike missing, he appeared like a specter, the Qingfeng sword morphing into a myriad of azure sword shadows, enveloping Lin Nuo's space like a torrential storm. The clear wind sword technique, myriad shadows. Each sword shadow was immensely solid, imbued with a razor-sharp energy that could rend all, indistinguishable from one another, rendering defense nearly impossible. Lin Nuo activated the turtle breathing technique and his agility to their utmost limits, navigating through the sea of sword shadows with great difficulty, his palms shimmering with tricolored light, parrying and striking, constantly deflecting those lethal sword strikes. Clang, 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 sizzle. The cacophony of metal clashing and energy colliding resounded intensely. On the arena, azure, crimson, and azure lights flickered madly, figures interweaving at a speed that dazzled the eye. The audience below watched in breathless astonishment, scarcely daring to inhale. This level of conflict had surpassed their wildest imaginations. How swift! I can scarcely see. Lin Ziyi's swordplay is utterly terrifying. It leaves no trace. Lin Nuo's agility is equally extraordinary. How can he evade so many swords? On the high platform, the elder's expressions grew grave. Lin Ziyi's clear wind sword technique had reached an extraordinary realm, swift, precise, and ruthless, encompassing transformation. Even ordinary spirit fighters would struggle to withstand it. One elder remarked in admiration. Yet Lin Nuo's agility and reflexes are equally monstrous, especially his perception and anticipation of energy. He hardly resembles a two-star fighter, another elder observed sharply. The fire elder remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Nuo upon the stage, as if scrutinizing something. On the stage, although Lin Nuo barely managed to sustain himself through his superior perception and agility, the pressure mounted. Lin Ziyi's sword energy was not only swift, but also immensely powerful. Each collision sent his blood surging, depleting his tricolored fighting energy significantly. He understood that he could no longer afford to remain in a passive defensive stance. After narrowly evading several lethal sword shadows, a glint of determination flashed in Lin Nuo's eyes. He abruptly halted his retreat. The radiant dragon patterns on his right fist erupted with brilliance, unleashing the ferocious power of the primal flame. Burning sun flame dragon strike. He hurled his fist forward, choosing to counterattack rather than evade. The crimson fire fist imprint roared forth like a colossal dragon, embodying the will to incinerate all in its path, crashing fiercely into the heart of the myriad sword shadows. Boom! The collision of fist and sword unleashed a thunderous explosion. Flames and sword energy ravaged and eroded each other, culminating in a colossal energy storm. Lin Xiaoya's sword shadows were forcefully cleaved apart by this unmatched blow, creating a gaping breach. Yet, his gaze remained unchanged. The momentum of his sword shifted, akin to a gentle breeze caressing willows, as he deftly maneuvered around the flame fist imprint, unleashing a more refined and cunning azure sword thread that silently pierced toward Lin Nuo's ribs. This strike, with its peculiar angle and perfectly timed execution, was truly formidable. Just as Lin Nuo's previous strength waned and new strength had yet to arise, he found himself on the brink of being pierced by this sword. In this perilous moment, the ice phoenix pattern on his left palm suddenly illuminated, emanating an extreme chill that coalesced into a shield as delicate as a cicada's wing, yet incredibly sturdy. Mystic ice mirror. Ding! A sound as crisp as shattering glass resonated. The azure sword thread struck the mystic ice mirror, instantly fracturing its surface with a web of cracks. Yet it ultimately failed to penetrate completely. Seizing the momentum of the impact, Lin Nuo swiftly retreated, once more creating distance between himself and his opponent. He glanced down at the slowly dissipating ice mirror and the tear in his garments, his expression grave. Lin Xiaoya was indeed formidable. His swordsmanship, speed, and combat awareness were all unparalleled. Standing with his sword in hand, Lin Xiaoya regarded Lin Nuo, his battle intent intensifying, with a seamless transition between ice and fire, embodying both offense and defense. My junior brother Lin Nuo, you have not disappointed me. He slowly raised his azure sword, its tip pointing towards Lin Nuo, as the aura surrounding him underwent a dramatic transformation. The previous languor vanished, replaced by an edge as sharp as a blade drawn from its sheath. The warm-up had concluded. Lin Xiaoya's voice turned icy and lethal. Prepare yourself for the gentle breeze of annihilation slash. Chapter 56. Gentle breeze of annihilation. As Lin Xiaoya's cold voice echoed, the languorous aura surrounding him was instantly retracted, supplanted by an absolute stillness. It was not a deathly silence, but rather an utter tranquility that precedes the arrival of a storm, where all creation holds its breath. The azure sword in his hand trembled slightly, emitting a deep, dragon-like hum. At the sword's tip, a faint azure glow quietly coalesced, initially weak but swiftly expanding at a visible rate, ultimately forming a minuscule, deep black point that seemed to absorb all surrounding light. Within that black point, no energy fluctuations could be sensed. Only an emptiness so profound that it froze the very essence of the soul. Linnos pupils constricted abruptly. A fierce sense of impending death pierced through his very being like countless icing needles. He had no doubt that this sword strike, if unleashed, would far surpass any previous attack. It was a true, terrifying move capable of extinguishing all vitality. He could not withstand it. He could not afford to. Within him, the tricolored flame vortex spun into a frenzy, reversing at an unprecedented speed as the patterns of the red dragon, ice phoenix, and heart fire blazed with unparalleled brilliance. He recognized that this was a life or death moment. Any hesitation would spell his doom. He poured all his soul power, all his fighting spirit, and all his mental will into the tricolored flame vortex without reservation, even awakening the tricolored light point that had long remained dormant at the vortex's core. He aimed to forcibly unleash the power that transcended the great extinguishing of ice and fire, despite not having fully mastered it. Yin-yang dragon phoenix, flammi vortex nirvana. He roared silently within. The tricolored flame vortex, under extreme pressure, suddenly ceased its rotation, then collapsed inward with great force. The red, blue, and void energies were forcibly compressed, amalgamating, no longer distinguishable from one another, transforming into a chaotic mass that emitted the dual essence of creation and destruction. That grain-sized tricolored light point pulsed violently like a heart, as if something were about to break free. Lin Nuo's body was half enveloped in a phantom of crimson dragon scales, ablaze with fierce flames, while the other half crystallized into ice-blue phoenix feather patterns radiating an extreme chill. At his brow, a colorless heart fire mark emerged, glowing brilliantly. In that moment, his aura became ancient, vast, and filled with uncertainty. Just as the black point of annihilation at Lin Xiaoya's sword tip was on the verge of reaching its critical mass and erupting, Lin Nuo suddenly spread his arms wide, and the highly compressed chaotic energy did not explode outwards and strike as before, but rather erupted from his very being. Not outward but inward, toward his limbs, his very essence, embarking on an ultimate nirvana that demanded rebirth through destruction. Buzz! A wave of indescribable, extraordinary energy radiated from Lin Nuo's core, suddenly expanding outward. This wave was not an energy shock, but rather a ripple at the level of the laws governing existence. Time itself seemed to stretch and warp in that instant. Lin Xiaoya's impending gentle breeze of annihilation slash, under the interference of this ripple of law, exhibited a minuscule, nearly imperceptible stasis. The condensation of the black point of annihilation at the sword tip was forcibly interrupted, delayed by a mere 10,000th of a moment. That infinitesimal fraction of a moment. For a powerhouse of Lin Nuo's caliber, it was more than sufficient. He did not seize the opportunity to attack Lin Xiaoya. Instead, he utilized this fleeting moment to immerse himself fully in the tumultuous nirvana within. The chaotic energy surged violently within him, restructuring and colliding. His meridians oscillated between shattering and rebirth, his soul tempered in the crucible of burning and freezing. The original position of the tricolored flame vortex transformed into a miniature chaotic whirlpool, ravenously devouring all energy, nurturing an unknown existence. Agony. An unimaginable torment enveloped every fiber of Lin Nuo's being. Yet he maintained a thread of clarity, guided by the profound intent contained in the remnants of the yin-yang dragon phoenix flame, directing this frenzied metamorphosis. Outside, all onlookers were stunned by this sudden turn of events. They could only witness an incomprehensible radiance erupting from Lin Nuo, while Lin Xiaoya's terrifying sword strike momentarily faltered. Lin Nuo stood frozen in place, his aura chaotic and terrifying, as if undergoing some perilous transformation. What was happening? What was wrong with senior brother Lin Nuo? His aura is so peculiar. Did Lin Xiaoya's sword seem to slow down for a moment? On the high platform, all the elders stood up abruptly. Even the venerable elder's eyes sparkled with shock. Is this Interference of the laws? Elder Qian exclaimed in disbelief. No, not entirely. It is some force that has forcibly distorted the local energy and temporal rules. Elder Bai's voice was dry as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Nuo, pondering what this child was truly attempting. Elder Hui trembled with excitement, murmuring, Nirvana. It truly is Nirvana. The legendary source Nirvana. How dare he attempt such a perilous endeavor at this moment? Minter Lin's hands clenched tightly, her knuckles turning white. Her cold eyes filled with concern. On the arena, Lin Xiaoya also snapped back to his senses from that fleeting stasis. He sensed the chaotic and unknown aura emanating from Lin Nuo, his gaze flickering with doubt, yet overshadowed by an overwhelming battle intent and gravity. He did not seize the moment to strike. It is not out of mercy, but rather a manifestation of the warrior's pride and respect for his opponent. He yearns to witness to what extent Lin Nuo can transform. He also desires to engage in a thrilling duel with a more powerful Lin Nuo, one in his prime. Slowly, he retracted the azure edge sword, the faint black point at its tip quietly dissipating. Thus, he stood with his sword in hand, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. The entire arena fell into an eerie silence due to this bizarre turn of events. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the figure cloaked in chaotic radiance upon the stage. Time passed, second by second. The moment of Lin Nuo's rebirth approached its critical juncture. The chaotic vortex spun increasingly faster, growing smaller until it ultimately compressed into an infinitesimal singularity. Then, with a resounding boom, it was as if the universe itself had erupted, birthed from that singularity. A brand new, more magnificent and pure tricolored energy, imbued with a hint of eternal significance, surged forth like cosmic tides, enveloping Lin Nuo entirely. His shattered meridians were instantaneously restored, widened, and fortified. His injured soul was nourished, solidified, and transcended. Within his dantian, a brand new energy core began to coalesce. No longer merely a simple flame vortex, but rather an inner elixir the size of a pigeon's egg, perfectly rounded and exhibiting a flawless tricolor balance. The patterns of the crimson dragon and ice phoenix upon the elixir became increasingly vivid and animated, as if imbued with life. Meanwhile, the heartfire runes transformed into a colorless flame core, pulsating within the elixir. The tricolored inner elixir rotated slowly, each revolution exhaling vast amounts of celestial energy. Emanating an awe-inspiring pressure, Lin Nuo abruptly opened his eyes. In his gaze, the left eye spiraled with the crimson dragon, the right eye unfurled with the ice phoenix. And deep within his pupils, the colorless heart fire burned eternally. His aura erupted with tremendous force. No longer merely a 2-star Do fighter, 3-star Do master, 4-star Do master, 5-star Do master. He surged forth with unstoppable momentum, finally stabilizing at the peak of the 6-star Do master. He had shattered through 4 stars. Moreover, his foundation was remarkably solid, and the purity of his fighting spirit far surpassed others of the same rank. The rebirth was a resounding success. Feeling the new power surging within him like a roaring river, controllable at his will, along with the tricolored inner elixir that spun slowly, seemingly containing infinite possibilities. Lin Nuo gradually raised his head, gazing at the sword-wielding Lin Xiaoya across from him, a confident and exhilarating smile gracing his lips. Brother Lin, I apologize for the wait. Now we can truly begin. Chapter 57, A New Pinnacle. The peak of 6-star Do Master. Feeling the overwhelming fighting spirit within him, akin to a river in full flow, far surpassing his previous prowess, and the tricolored inner elixir within his dantian radiating an essence of eternal significance, Lin Nuo perceived the world around him with newfound clarity. The success of his rebirth not only led to a meteoric rise in his cultivation, but more importantly, elevated his understanding of his own power and the yin-yang dragon phoenix flame to an entirely new level. The tricolored inner elixir became the new core of his strength, far more stable and potent than the previous flame vortex. He lifted his gaze, calmly regarding Lin Xiaoya opposite him, a confident smile curving his lips. Brother Lin, I apologize for the wait. Now we can truly begin. Lin Xiaoya, witnessing the seismic shift in Lin Nuo's aura, which had remarkably surged past 4 stars, felt no fear in his eyes. Instead, a fervent and excited battle spirit ignited within him. Good, a splendid rebirth. Lin Xiaoya laughed heartily, his voice reverberating across the arena. Lin Nuo, you have indeed surprised me greatly. Such an opponent is deserving of my final strike. He held nothing back, merging his aura completely with the azure edge sword in his hand. He was the sword, and the sword was him, a terrifying sword intent, capable of annihilating all, surged forth, tearing apart the clouds and sky. Receive my ultimate secret art, the unity of man and sword, the gentle breeze without me. He transformed into an exquisitely pure azure sword light, no longer mere sword energy, but his very essence, becoming the sharpest, swiftest, and most unstoppable sword in existence. As the sword light swept through, the very fabric of space seemed to be sliced open, leaving behind a fine black fissure that could not heal. This was Lin Xiaoya's ultimate sword, a culmination of a lifetime's cultivation and swordsmanship insights. Its power had transcended the realm of ordinary Do spirits. Faced with this terrifying strike capable of making even a Do Wong tremble, Lin Nua's expression became gravely serious. But more so, it was ablaze with fervent battle intent. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers slightly splayed. Within his dantian, the tricolored inner elixir spun at an unprecedented speed, the powers of the Crimson Dragon, Ice Phoenix, and Heart Fire no longer distinct, but rather melding perfectly into a chaotic energy, embodying the essence of creation and destruction, flowing into his palm. He did not employ any complex Do techniques. He simply struck out with his palm towards the incoming azure sword light. Chaos, return to origin. The strike emerged silently, devoid of light. Only an extraordinary rhythm, akin to returning to the essence of the universe, pervaded the air as it spread forth. The chaotic palm imprint, seemingly slow, actually arrived ahead of time, precisely imprinting upon the sharpest tip of the annihilating azure sword light. There was no explosion, no thunderous roar, nor ripples of energy collision. Under the gaze of countless astonished onlookers, that azure sword light, capable of cleaving through space, began to dissipate soundlessly, as if ink dropped into water, disintegrating from the tip. It was neither shattered nor negated, but rather as if a higher order of power had directly erased it from the essence of existence. The sword light vanished inch by inch, revealing Lin Xiaoya's figure, astonished yet enlightened. Finally, as the chaotic palm imprint gently pressed against Lin Xiaoya's chest, the terrifying azure sword light had completely vanished into nothingness. Lin Xiaoya staggered backward, his countenance slightly pale, yet his eyes held no trace of defeat, only a profound sense of enlightenment and understanding. He glanced down at his unscathed chest, then lifted his gaze to Lin Nua, who stood with his palm withdrawn. Exhaling deeply and smiling, chaos returns to origin, a splendid return to the essence. I concede. I am fully convinced. He accepted his defeat gracefully. That palm had indeed touched upon the realm of laws, transcending mere power comparison. Had it not been for the mercy shown by his opponent, he would have been utterly obliterated. The arena fell into an eerie silence. All present seemed petrified, staring blankly at the two figures on the stage. Lin Xiaoya lost. The undefeated legend of the inner court, the reigning champion, was defeated? Defeated by Lin Nua, who had only entered the academy less than a year ago and had just completed his rebirth. Now, merely a 6-star Do master? The outcome was so astonishing that it left many momentarily unable to process it. The presiding elder stammered, his voice trembling as he announced hoarsely, Lin, victory. He replaces Lin Xiaoya at the top of the rankings. Top of the rankings. Lin, top of the rankings. Lin. The thunderous cheers finally shattered the silence, sweeping across the entire arena. Countless voices erupted in excitement, celebrating the coronation of the new king. The Panman area descended into utter madness. Xiao Yin vigorously waved his fists, his eyes brimming with excitement and pride. Xiao Yixian wept tears of joy. All members of Panman embraced in jubilation. On the high platform, the elders exchanged glances, each reflecting the profound shock and complexity in their eyes. Elder Hu stroked his beard with a deep sigh, yet his eyes radiated a profound sense of satisfaction. Chaos has returned to its origin. This young man has laid the foundation for the great Tao. In Canaan Academy, and indeed throughout the entire continent, he shall undoubtedly carve out a place for himself in the future. Mentor Yalan, her ice-cold visage, unexpectedly blossomed into an unprecedentedly radiant smile. The two venerable elders exchanged knowing glances and nodded slightly before their figures silently vanished. In the center of the arena, Lin Nua stood, feeling the surging power within him and the stable rotation of the tricolored inner core as he listened to the thunderous cheers around him. Yet, within his heart, he remained exceptionally calm. Claiming the top spot on the strong list was merely a new beginning. He understood that the threat from the Soul Palace had not been eradicated. The conspiracy of the Earth Flame sect still brewed in the shadows, and the mysterious Blackhorn domain, along with the vast expanse of the Dochi Continent, held countless challenges and opportunities awaiting him. His journey was still lengthy. However, at this moment, he stood at the pinnacle of the Inner Academy, endowed with greater strength and a resolute faith. He lifted his gaze toward the horizon, as if piercing through the Academy's numerous barriers, glimpsing a future that was infinitely grander. Upcoming preview. The name Lin Nua shall resonate throughout the Inner Academy, crowned as king. Yet, crises loom in the shadows. The fire energy hunting competition commences, and the Blackhorn domain is fraught with peril. The encirclement by the Soul Palace and Earth Flame sect, a desperate escape from the jaws of death. A grander stage awaits. The ripples of Zhongzhou, the call of ancient relics, and the legends of ice and fire have only just begun. Stay tuned for the subsequent chapters. Chapter 58, A New Beginning. The cheers, akin to a roaring tsunami, reverberated throughout the arena, with countless fervent gazes fixated upon the figure clad in blue at the center of the stage. Strong list first. This weighty title, from this day forth, Ufficiali belongs Torino. Standing in the arena, his blue garment fluttered gently amidst the residual energy waves, yet his expression was remarkably tranquil. The tricolored inner core within him rotated slowly, inhaling the energies of heaven and earth, bestowing upon him a sense of power and control far greater than ever before. Defeating Lin Xiuya and ascending to the zenith of the Inner Academy was not the end for him, but rather a brand new beginning. The elder judge took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment, and announced loudly, "The current strong list competition is officially concluded. First place, Lin Nuo. He shall receive 1 month of training in the depths of the Soul Pavilion, a scroll of low-grade, earth-tier combat skill or technique, and a reward of 5,000 fire energy." The generous rewards elicited a chorus of envious gasps. The depths of the Soul Pavilion were a revered sanctuary for training, coveted even by many elders. Lin Xiuya stepped forward, clasping his hands and smiling at Lin Nuo. "Congratulations, junior brother Lin Nuo. Is the top position comfortable for you?" His tone was nonchalant, devoid of any resentment, filled only with respect for a worthy adversary and the thrill of competition. Lin Nuo returned the gesture. "I was fortunate to win a single exchange. Thank you, brother Lin." "Haha, a victory is a victory. What need is there for luck?" Lin Xiuya waved his hand, expressing his anticipation for another duel in the future. There will undoubtedly be opportunities. The two exchanged smiles, sharing a sense of mutual admiration. On the high platform, Vice President Huoqian rose, his booming voice resonating across the venue. "The strong list competition has thus concluded successfully. I hope all students take Lin Nuo and Lin Xiuya as examples, diligently practice, and courageously scale new heights. In 10 days, the fire energy hunting competition will take place. And the top 100 from strong list must lead teams into the Blackhorn domain to hunt for fire energy. Specific rules will be announced shortly." The mention of the fire energy hunting competition ignited a mix of excitement and apprehension among many of the senior students. It was a trial fraught with risks and opportunities, an excellent chance to rapidly accumulate fire energy. Meanwhile, those privy to the underlying circumstances, such as Xiao Yin, Lin Xiuya, and certain elders on the platform, couldn't help but cast glances at Lin Nuo, their eyes betraying a flicker of concern. The Blackhorn domain was a lawless land. With Lin Nuo currently in the spotlight and having made numerous enemies, once he stepped beyond the Academy's protection, it could spell trouble. Lin Nuo naturally understood the inherent risks, yet his gaze remained calm, even tinged with a hint of anticipation. Crisis often accompanies opportunity. The awards ceremony was simple yet solemn, as he received the white jade token, symbolizing his qualification for training at the Soul Pavilion, inscribed with profound runes. Along with the scroll of low-grade, earth-tier combat skill and the crystal card containing 5,000 fire energy from Vice President Huoqian, Lin Nuo felt countless scorching gazes upon him. He accepted them with composure, for these accolades were earned through his own strength. As the competition drew to a close and the crowd gradually dispersed, the discussion surrounding Lin Nuo continued fervently in every corner of the Inner Academy. He entered as a 2-star Do fighter and, in less than a year, ascended to the pinnacle of the strong list. His meteoric rise was nothing short of legendary and destined to be recorded in the annals of Jia Nan Academy. At the Panmin stronghold, it had transformed into a jubilant sea of celebration. The master's mighty. Strong list first. Our Panmin has its own champion. The members brimmed with excitement, their faces alight with pride. Xiao Yin and Little Doctor stood beside Lin Nuo, all smiles. "Congratulations. Now our Panmin can firmly establish its foothold." Xiao Yin remarked with a grin. Lin Nuo nodded, scanning the faces filled with enthusiasm, and spoke earnestly. "This is merely the beginning. For Panmin to truly grow strong, everyone's efforts are essential. The upcoming fire energy hunting competition will be a test." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd turned solemn. They understood that the hunting competition was far from a mere adventure, especially for the now prominent Panmin. That night, Lin Nuo declined the celebrations of his peers, choosing to venture alone into the depths of the Inner Academy's Soul Pavilion. This was an ancient 9-story stone tower, entirely constructed from a black rock known as soul-restraining stone, emanating a faint glow capable of nurturing the soul and shielding against external scrutiny. The higher the level, the more effective the training. Yet the requirements for soul power also escalated. With a white jade token in hand, Lin Nuo navigated seamlessly to the 7th level of the Soul Pavilion. This was the highest authority permitted by the token. The 7th level was not expansive, containing only a few quiet chambers. The energy of heaven and earth here was so rich it nearly materialized, and an extraordinary force enveloped the space, bestowing an unparalleled tranquility conducive to comprehending techniques and refining the soul. Lin Nuo selected a quiet room, activated the wards, and sat cross-legged. He did not immediately commence his training, but first retrieved the scroll of low-grade earth-tier combat skill he had earned as a reward. As his soul power probed within, information flooded into his mind. 9-fold Thunderfire Seal, a low-grade earth-tier combat skill, when cultivated to perfection, could condense the 9-fold Thunderfire Seal technique, with each seal surpassing the last, culminating in a power comparable to that of mid-grade earth-tier. This was an exceedingly fierce and domineering attack technique, perfectly compensating for his current lack of formidable single-target offensive capabilities. Moreover, the Thunderfire attribute harmonized remarkably well with his innate flame source. An excellent combat skill, Lin Nuo nodded with satisfaction, storing it away for future cultivation. Subsequently, he focused his mind on the tricolored inner core, the newly birthed core that had replaced the previous yin vortex, becoming the new heart of his power. He could sense the inner core contained a far more formidable strength and a more perfect mastery over the energies of ice, fire, and heart. The immediate priority was to swiftly familiarize himself with and stabilize this power gained from his rebirth, solidifying his cultivation at the pinnacle of a 6-star dome master. He activated the remnant techniques of Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix Flame, guiding the inner core to rotate slowly, absorbing the pure energies within the soul pavilion. Simultaneously, his soul power intertwined with the colorless heart fire deep within the inner core, engaging in profound refinement. Time passed quietly amidst his cultivation. Just as Lin Nua immersed himself in his training, solidifying his realm, dark currents began to stir beyond the inner academy, within the confines of the Earth Flame's sect stronghold. Inside a secret chamber, Elder Yin Sha gazed at a confidential letter in his hand, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The news has been confirmed. In 10 days, the fire energy hunting competition will commence, and Lin Nua will lead a team into the Black Wind Mountain region. Opposite him, the hooded soul envoy emitted a hoarse chuckle. Hee, the Black Wind Mountains are indeed a stronghold of our soul palace. This time, we will ensure that the boy has nowhere to escape. Have all the personnel been arranged? Yin Sha inquired. Rest assured, 2 esteemed soul envoys at the Do Huang level have personally arrived, along with 2 elders from our flame sect and some friends from the Blackhorn region. This time, even if that boy possesses extraordinary abilities, he will not leave the Black Wind Mountains alive. The soul envoy's tone was filled with confidence and cruelty. A cold glimmer flashed in Yin Sha's eyes. Excellent. This time, we shall not only seize the secrets he holds, but also eradicate the Manga gate to prevent future troubles. In the unknown void, a figure clad in white stood silently, appearing as if it had existed since time immemorial. Aunt Xian's gaze seemed to penetrate endless space, landing upon the Canaan Academy and resting on Lin Nua, who was cultivating within the Soul Pavilion. A storm is approaching. The fledgling must ultimately face the tempest alone, she murmured softly, a barely perceptible ripple flickering in her cold eyes. Whether you can be reborn and soar will depend on your own fortune. In the tranquil chamber on the 7th floor of the Soul Pavilion, Lin Nua slowly opened his eyes. The 3-colored radiance in his gaze was now subdued, his aura thick and profound. After several days of cultivation, he had firmly established his peak at the 6-star Dome Master level, and his control over the 3-colored inner core had become increasingly proficient. He spread his palm, and with a slight mental flick, a wisp of chaotic energy danced at his fingertips, emanating a heart-stopping vibration. The power is sufficient, he murmured, his gaze sharp. Now, it is time to welcome the challenge. He stood up and pushed open the door of the chamber. Beyond it lay an impending storm of blood and carnage, as well as the path to a broader world. Chapter 59. The Blackhorn Region, Departure. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, when a morning light once again bathed Canaan Academy. An atmosphere of deadly intent and agitation spread throughout the inner courtyard. In the central plaza, nearly 100 figures stood solemnly. These individuals, exuding formidable auras and sharp gazes, were the top 100 students of the current strong list. They would serve as captains or pivotal members of various hunting teams, leading their groups into the perilous Blackhorn region to hunt for fire energy. Lin Nua stood at the forefront of the team, clad in a blue robe, his expression calm. After his training on the 7th floor of the Soul Pavilion, his aura had become increasingly restrained. Yet the pressure he exuded caused even the more formidable individuals beside him to feel a twinge of unease. The halo of being first on the strong list naturally made him the focal point of everyone's attention. Xiao Yin and the little medical fairy stood slightly behind him, equally composed. This time, Manga Gate had 8 members entering the top 100, constituting a force not to be underestimated. On the high platform, Vice President Hu Qian's gaze swept over this elite group of inner courtyard students, his voice deep. The rules of the fire energy hunting competition are known to you. Teams will enter designated areas to hunt magical beasts and obtain their cores or specific materials, which will be exchanged for fire energy. The deadline is 1 month. The Blackhorn region is fraught with danger, far exceeding that of the inner courtyard. Not only are there powerful magical beasts, but also many ruthless criminals. You must remember that self-preservation is paramount. Should you encounter insurmountable danger, you may fire a distress signal. The patrolling elders will respond promptly. Now, for the allocation of areas. An elder stepped forward and began to announce the regions assigned to each team. Lin Nua's team is responsible for the area of the Black Wind Mountains. Upon hearing this allocation, a murmur of surprise rippled through the plaza. The Black Wind Mountains. It was notorious as one of the most dangerous places in the Blackhorn region, home to numerous high-ranking magical beasts and rumored to be a den for evil cultivators and desperate fugitives, ranking among the top 3 in danger across all regions. Many gazes turned toward Lin Nua, filled with sympathy, schadenfreude, or concern. Xiao Yin frowned slightly and murmured, "The Black Wind Mountains? This allocation seems rather suspicious." Lin Nua's expression remained unchanged, though a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Suspicious? It seems someone has deliberately arranged this. The Flame Sect? The Soul Palace? Or perhaps both. He was not fearful. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. The more treacherous the Black Wind Mountains, the greater the potential for opportunity. Moreover, since they had laid a trap, it was the perfect chance to flush out those hidden serpents lurking in the shadows. Not to worry, Lin Nuo replied nonchalantly. It's just the right opportunity to stretch my muscles. Seeing his calm demeanor, Xiao Yin and the others felt reassured. With the area allocation complete, each captain received a jade slip containing a detailed map and task list, along with several distress signal flares. Set forth, with Vice President Hu Qian's command. Nearly 100 figures took to the skies like arrows released from a bow, summoning their flying mounts and racing toward the vast and chaotic Blackhorn region beyond the inner courtyard. Lin Nuo's team comprised 10 members, including the 8 from Panga Gate, along with 2 capable upperclassmen who had volunteered to join. They rode on a 4th-tier flying magical beast, the Azure Feather Eagle, which soared swiftly over the lush forest below. During the flight, Lin Nuo immersed his soul power into the jade slip. The map of the Black Wind Mountains was quite detailed, marking several areas where high-ranking magical beasts might be found, as well as regions that required caution. The task list enumerated dozens of magical beast cores and materials, each with varying points of fire energy upon exchange. Our primary targets are the cores of the 5th-tier Earth Heart Fire Lizard and the claws of the 6th-tier Shadow Magic Leopard. These 2 will yield the most fire energy points. Lin Nuo shared the information with his team. Additionally, he cautioned that the areas marked as Poisonous Marsh and Bone Cave required extra vigilance, as they were not only inhabited by toxic entities and undead creatures, but likely also by human evil cultivators. The group nodded solemnly, committing the information to memory. After flying for about half a day, the scenery below gradually became desolate and treacherous. Jagged rocks jutted out, vegetation grew sparse, and the air began to carry a faint scent of blood and chaos. We have arrived at the Blackhorn region. Ahead lay the entrance to the Black Wind Mountains. Lin Nuo directed the Azure Feather Eagle to descend. They landed in a relatively flat valley, stowing the Azure Feather Eagle away, and officially stepped into the territory of the Black Wind Mountains. A savage, fierce aura enveloped them, infused with a hint of demonic energy and deathly silence, starkly contrasting with the energy-rich and orderly environment of the inner courtyard. Remain vigilant and form a defensive formation as we advance, Lin Nuo commanded, positioning himself at the forefront of the team. His soul power acted like an invisible radar, carefully sensing the movements around them. The outer edges of the Black Wind Mountains typically featured lower-tier magical beasts, most ranging from levels 1 to 3. The team advanced at a steady pace, swiftly dealing with any beast that crossed their path, collecting their cores and materials. However, as they ventured deeper, the environment grew increasingly perilous, and the magical beasts encountered began to grow stronger. A thunderous roar erupted from the dense forest to the side, followed by the sudden appearance of a massive lizard, its body covered in dark red scales and exuding a sulfurous breath. A 5th-tier magical beast, the Earth Heart Fire Lizard. It was indeed one of their targets. Form up, engage in ranged attacks to restrain it, and be wary of its fiery breath. Lin Nuo calmly commanded, his figure flickering as he took the initiative to confront the beast. He refrained from employing the power of the 3-colored inner core, opting instead to test the newly mastered 9-fold Thunderfire seal, with both hands forming seals. Lightning and flames intertwined in his palms, rapidly coalescing into a square seal entwined with crimson electric arcs. First seal of a 9-fold Thunderfire. The Thunderfire seal, infused with a violent aura of destruction, hurtled toward the head of the Earth Heartfire Lizard. The infernal fire lizard sensed a formidable threat and let out a furious roar, its robust tail sweeping through the air like a steel whip, while it simultaneously unleashed a scorching column of magma from its maw. The clash between the Thunderfire seal and the magma fire column erupted violently, generating a tremendous shockwave. Lightning ravaged the surroundings, and flames danced furiously. The infernal fire lizard was jolted back several paces, with its scales on the head exploding into charred fragments, inflicting further agony and driving it into a more frenzied state. Meanwhile, Lin Nuo gracefully landed, buoyed by the recoil, feeling quite satisfied with the power of the previous strike. This 9-fold Thunderfire seal was precisely the embodiment of ferocity he sought. Onward, he formed another seal, swiftly conjuring a second Thunderfire seal, its power surpassing that of the first. As the team engaged in an intense battle with the infernal fire lizard, none noticed the spectral figures observing from a distant, steep mountain peak. Leading them was the black-robed Soul Master, flanked by 2 enigmatic figures shrouded in black mist, those he referred to as the Do Emperor Soul Masters. Additionally, there stood the Elder of the Flame Sect, and 2 other elderly men with grim visages. Cackling, the black-robed Soul Master remarked, "Indeed, they have arrived. It seems we need not seek them out. They shall willingly walk into our trap." The Elder of Flame Sect, with a cruel glint in his eyes, suggested, "Let them play with the magical beasts for a while, expend some energy. We shall strike once they reach the Soul Burial Gorge." A Do Emperor Soul Master coldly interjected, "A swift resolution is essential. We must seize the items and retreat immediately to avoid any unforeseen complications. Rest assured, everything is under control." Chapter 60, The Ambush at Soul Burial Gorge. Under the relentless bombardment of Lin Nua's 3 Thunderfire seals, the infernal fire lizard finally emitted a reluctant wail. Its massive form crashing heavily to the ground, and the dark red core was successfully extracted. With their first battle victorious, the team's morale soared. In the ensuing days, Lin Nua led the group through the Black Wind Mountains, meticulously following the map's guidance, while persistently hunting magical beasts to accumulate fire energy. They encountered several assaults from other beast factions and lurking dangers. Yet under Lin Nua's formidable prowess and precise command, they navigated through each peril unscathed. His 9-fold Thunderfire seal became increasingly adept in practical combat, and he could nearly manifest the 4th seal, its potency rivaling that of advanced profound techniques. However, a thread of vigilance lingered in Lin Nua's heart. He sensed an unseen pair of eyes lurking in the shadows, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike. One day, following the map's indications, the team arrived at a treacherous locale known as the Soul Burial Gorge. It was a vast chasm, unfathomably deep, shrouded in gray mist. An ominous wind howled within the gorge, faintly echoing ghostly cries, as if countless souls lay entombed therein. The map marked this location as extremely perilous, suggesting the presence of undead beings and malevolent cultivators. Proceed with caution. Standing at the gorge's edge, a bone-chilling atmosphere enveloped them, rendering their energy flow sluggish. Master, the aura here is eerie. Should we take a detour? Suggested a member of the Pylon sect. Lin Nua's sharp gaze swept across the mist-laden chasm, attempting to probe with his soul energy, only to find that the gray mist effectively obstructed soul perception. Detour? The map indicates that circumventing the Soul Burial Gorge would require at least 5 additional days, and the alternative routes are fraught with unknown risks. More importantly, I have a strong intuition that our unseen observer will not permit us to evade easily. On the task list was a spiritual herb known as Soul Infant Fruit, which only flourished in such extreme environments, offering a high exchange of fire energy. Lin Nua pondered. We shall proceed with caution and investigate. If the situation becomes untenable, we will withdraw immediately. Seeing Lin Nua's resolve, the others ceased their objections, summoning their utmost focus, forming a tight formation, and cautiously stepping into the gray, mist-enveloped Soul Burial Gorge. Inside the gorge, the light was dim, visibility limited to less than 10 paces. The ground was slick with dark stones, and steep cliffs flanked them, adorned with various shadow-loving moss and vines. The ghostly cries grew increasingly distinct, unsettling their minds. Lin Nua condensed his soul energy within a radius of several paces, acutely sensing any subtle fluctuations in energy. After traversing for about the duration of an incense stick, they encountered no immediate danger, though the oppressive chill intensified. Suddenly, Lin Nua halted, raising a hand to signal the team to stop. What is it? Xiaoyan whispered. Lin Nua's gaze hardened, directing his attention deeper into the mist. We are surrounded. No sooner had he spoken than the surrounding gray mist began to roil violently. Shadows exuding a chilling, violent, and bloodthirsty aura slowly emerged from the fog. To the left stood dozens of skeletal warriors, their eyes flickering with green, ghostly flames, wielding rusted weapons. To the right lurked several ethereal wraiths, emitting piercing shrieks that could directly assault the soul. Ahead, the mist parted to reveal 3 figures, the 2 Do Emperor Soul Masters and the black-robed Soul Master. Behind them, the Elder of Flame sect, flanked by 2 other elders, along with over a dozen fierce-looking brigands evidently hailing from the Black Horner region, sealed off their retreat. A deadly trap, a true kill zone. Lingno, we have awaited your arrival for quite some time. The black-robed Soul Master cackled triumphantly. This Soul Burial Gorge has been meticulously chosen as your grave. The dense energy here can obscure most energy fluctuations, making it a perfect place for murder and plunder. The Elder of Flame sect greedily fixed his gaze on Lin Nua. Hand over your secrets and that scroll of techniques, and perhaps we may allow you to keep your corpse intact. Faced with such dire circumstances, the Pylon sect members turned ashen, overwhelmed by unprecedented pressure. 2 Do Emperors, several Do Kings, along with numerous bizarre undead creatures and ruthless brigands. This lineup was enough to obliterate a small sect. Xiaoyan's expression was grave, his internal energy surging to its utmost, whispering, Lin Nua, what shall we do? The little medical sage also tightened her grip on her poison powder, preparing for a desperate struggle. Lin Nua surveyed the malevolent figures surrounding them, yet his countenance remained devoid of panic, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. You have kept me waiting for so long. Are you finally willing to reveal yourselves? He stepped forward, locking his gaze directly onto the 2 Do Emperor Soul Masters, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. You think these rabble can hope to detain me? Before he finished speaking, the tricolored inner Dan within his dantian erupted with resplendent brilliance. A force far exceeding that of a 6-star Dome Master surged forth like a dormant volcano, erupting with unparalleled might. The phantasmal images of the Crimson Dragon, Ice Phoenix, and Heartfire flicker behind him. Chaotic energy poured forth like a tide, enveloping him entirely. Today, I shall use you to commemorate my newly awakened power. Chapter 61, The Emergence of Might. The sudden outburst of Lin Nua's aura was akin to a colossal stone cast upon a tranquil lake. The chaotic energy aura enveloped him, exuding an ancient, vast presence that seemed to transcend ordinary Dochi. The chilling, ghostly energy that had pervaded the Soul Burial Gorge was forcefully repelled, creating a unique domain. The previously indifferent gazes of the two Do Emperor Soul Masters finally shifted, revealing hints of astonishment and gravity. What is this power? The left Soul Master asked, his surrounding black mist swirling violently. It is neither Do Chi nor Soul Energy. It's peculiar. The right Soul Master added gravely. The Elder of Flame, Sex expression, shifted as he sensed his own earth fire, Do Chi sluggishly responding under the influence of the chaotic energy, as if confronting a natural nemesis. Enough of this charade. All of you, attack together and kill him. Elder Yin Sha bellowed sternly, attempting to dispel the unease that gripped his heart. Kill! At his command, the dozens of skeletal warriors ignited with fierce, ghostly flames in their hollow eyes, brandishing their rusted blades like a tidal wave surging towards Lin Nua. The vengeful spirits emitted piercing wails, their intangible sound waves piercing like daggers into the minds of the onlookers. The desperate rogues behind them unleashed their sinister techniques and hidden weapons, pouring forth like a torrential downpour. Form a defensive formation, Xiao Yin shouted fiercely, immediately positioning himself back-to-back with Xiao Yixian and the others. Their fighting spirit surged forth, creating a formidable barrier of light to withstand the onslaught from all directions. Meanwhile, Lin Nua faced the brunt of the most formidable pressure head-on, contending with two Do Huang Soul Masters, the Cloaked Soul Master, and Elder Yin Sha, among others. Ants shaking a tree. Lin Nua's gaze turned frigid as he confronted the overwhelming assault. Instead of retreating, he advanced, bringing his hands together forcefully before his chest. Chaos Domain, activate! A chaotic aura erupted from him, rapidly expanding to envelop a Tenjong radius. Within this domain, it seemed as though a new world had been birthed. The gray mist was entirely dispelled, replaced by an enigmatic scene reminiscent of the primordial chaos before creation. The skeletal warriors that charged into the domain suddenly halted, their ghostly flames flickering violently as they lost their sense of direction, rendered bewildered and helpless. The sword energies they unleashed diminished dramatically upon entering the chaos domain. Akin to a cow sinking into the sea, their power dissipating and even collapsing upon themselves. The wails of the vengeful spirits struck the chaos domain like a wave against an invisible wall, their sound waves forcibly distorted and absorbed, unable to penetrate. Even the hidden weapons and techniques launched by the rogues faltered upon entering the domain, their trajectories skewed, and their energies swiftly dissipated. This chaos domain appeared to disrupt, weaken, and even devour all external energies and soul attacks. What? Elder Yin Sha and the others' expressions changed drastically as they sensed their assaults, losing over 30% of their potency upon entering that chaotic realm. Moreover, their soul perceptions were met with significant interference. A domain? How could he possibly possess a domain? The Cloaked Soul Master exclaimed incredulously. A domain is a power only those at the Do Zone level can initially touch. How could a 6-star Do sure possibly manifest such a force? Unbeknownst to them, this was not a true Do Zone domain, but rather a pseudo-domain simulated by Lin Nua using the primordial power of chaos from his 3-colored inner Dan. Although it did not possess the might of a genuine domain, it naturally suppressed ordinary fighting energy at the energy tier. Even if he had a domain, what of it? The gap in strength cannot be bridged. Break it. One of the Do Huang Soul Masters snorted coldly, extending a withered hand with fingers clawed, as a massive, ghostly claw formed from swirling black mist, exuding a terrifying force capable of rending space, lunged towards the chaos domain. Netherworld Ghost Claw. This was a furious strike from a Do Huang expert, far exceeding their previous assault. Simultaneously, another Do Huang Soul Master waved his sleeve, unleashing countless dark chains that shot forth like venomous serpents, entwined with tormented soul phantoms that emitted mournful wails, wrapping around Lin Nua from all sides. 10,000 souls binding. The two Do Huang joined forces, their might shaking the heavens. The chaos domain trembled violently under such attacks, crack beginning to form along its edges. Seeing this, Elder Yin Sha and the Cloaked Soul Master immediately committed all their strength, launching a conflagration of fiery hands and soul shockwaves towards the domain. Faced with this terrifying assault capable of annihilating several Do Huangs in an instant, Lin Nua, positioned at the center of the domain, exhibited an even more piercing gaze. His hand seals moved with unprecedented speed, the 3-colored inner Dan within his dantian spinning at an extraordinary pace, feverishly expelling chaotic energy to maintain the stability of the domain. Simultaneously, a red dragon spiraled in his left, while an ice phoenix spread its wings in his right. Chaos transforms all laws. Flame dragon incinerates the heavens. He thrust his left hand forward. The chaotic energy within the domain surged, coalescing into a colossal dragon formed entirely of chaotic flames, roaring as it charged towards the enormous netherworld Ghost Claw. Frozen eternity. He pointed with his right hand. An extreme chill erupted from within the domain, and countless ice-blue phoenix feathers shot forth like sharp swords, colliding fiercely with the encroaching chains of souls. Boom! Crackle! Fire and claw clashed. Frost and chains collided. A terrifying energy storm rampaged through the soul burial gorge, shaking the surrounding cliffs and sending stones tumbling down. The chaotic fire dragon and the netherworld ghost claw were obliterated simultaneously. Countless ice phoenix feather arrows froze and shattered numerous soul chains. With the enhancement of the chaos domain and his formidable primordial power, Lin Nuo had withstood the combined onslaught of the two Do Huang. Though the domain trembled violently, and he let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he ultimately held firm. Impossible! The two Do Huang's soul masters finally revealed their astonishment. Their combined strike had been thwarted by mere six-star Do Shi. This completely subverted their understanding. Elder Yin Sha and the cloaked soul master were even more dumbfounded, chills racing down their spines. This child must not be allowed to live. He cannot sustain this for long. Maintaining the domain requires immense energy. Continue the assault. One Do Huang's soul master quickly regained his composure, issuing a sharp command. The four began to prepare a more powerful attack, intending to shatter Lin Nuo's domain in one fell swoop. However, just as their old strength waned and new strength had yet to emerge, Lin Nuo's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The long-hidden ultimate secret of the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix Flame was finally ready. He brought his hands together before his chest, merging the Red Dragon, Ice Phoenix, and Heartfire primordial powers in a manner unprecedented, harmonizing them with the chaotic energy. A wave of destruction that made the very heavens tremble began to emanate from his palms. The warm-up was over. Lin Nuo raised his head, gazing at the four powerful figures whose expressions had drastically altered. His voice as frigid as the winds of the 9 underworlds. Next, receive my chaos return to origin, Great Annihilation. Chapter 62. The Might of Great Annihilation. As Lin Nuo's cold voice reverberated through the soul burial gorge, an indescribable aura of terror surged forth from his clasped palms like a tidal wave. This was not merely an energy fluctuation, but a profound essence of annihilation that approached the realm of laws. It was the ultimate power that signified the end of all things, returning everything to the void. The faces of the two Do Huang soul masters contorted in horror as they sensed a life-threatening danger emanating from the concentrated power. It was a force capable of genuinely threatening their lives. Stop him! The left side soul master shrieked, abandoning all restraint. Black mist surged from within him, transforming into a colossal black skull, its gaping maw filled with the intent to devour everything, lunging towards Lin Nuo. Soul-devouring demon skull. The right side soul master also formed seals, materializing a pitch-black spear composed entirely of soul power, its tip gleaming with the light of piercing the void. Elder Yin Sha and the cloaked soul master exerted all their might, merging the flames of the earth's core with the soul shockwaves, creating a red-black intertwining beam of light that thundered towards Lin Nuo. The combined might of the four was far greater than before. Vowing to annihilate Lin Nuo before his terrifying attack could be completed. Yet, it was already too late. Lin Nuo's flaspet palms slowly parted. In the space between them, there was not a dazzling orb of light, but a fist-sized sphere of absolute darkness, a chaotic void that seemed capable of swallowing even light. In that profound darkness, devoid of any energy, there existed only the pure essence of nothingness, an epitome of utter annihilation. With a serene gaze, he observed the four terrifying assaults approaching him, gently extending his palm to unleash the chaos reversion of ultimate oblivion. The darkness slipped from his hand, silently drifting forward. Although its velocity appeared languid, it seemed to transcend the confines of time and space. The first to encounter, it was the soul-eating skeleton. There was no collision, no explosion. Upon contact with that absolute void, the ferocious, roaring black skull began to fade away, as if erased by an unseen eraser, vanishing soundlessly from its cranium. Next came the soul-extinguishing spear, imbued with formidable soul power. The jet-black spear tip made contact with the darkness above, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. It shattered inch by inch, transforming into the most primordial soul particles, devoured and assimilated by the abyss. Following this was the crimson-black beam emitted by Elder Yin Sha and the black-robed soul master. The beam surged into the darkness like a cow sinking into the sea, generating not a single splash, utterly obliterated by the force of annihilation. For assaults potent enough to severely wound or even annihilate low-tier Do emperors crumbled like dust in the presence of that seemingly insignificant darkness, unable even to slow their descent. No. The two Do Emperor Soul Masters let out piercing screams of sheer terror. They sensed their very souls quivering, howling beneath the shroud of that obliterating darkness. It was a primal fear rooted in the essence of life. They yearned to flee, to tear apart space and escape. Yet, the surrounding realm felt as if it had been solidified by the essence of obliteration, becoming more unyielding than adamant. The darkness, akin to the shadow of death, slowly enveloped them. Under the gaze of countless horrified onlookers, the two formidable Do Emperor Soul Masters, along with the black mist surrounding them, disintegrated from their feet upwards. Like sand sculptures scattered by the wind, swiftly dissolving into nothingness. There were no cries, no struggles, only an eerie silence that sent chills down one's spine. In the blink of an eye, the two Do Emperor Soul Masters had vanished completely from this realm, leaving not a trace behind, their souls scattered, their forms and spirits obliterated. Immediately afterward, the darkness swept past the black-robed Soul Master and Elder Yin Sha. The black-robed Soul Master had no time even to utter a sound before following suit, dissipating into the void. Elder Yin Sha's eyes brimmed with boundless regret and fear. He desperately urged his earth flame Dochi in an attempt to resist, but the force of annihilation disregarded all defenses, directly impacting his very essence. I hate this. Accompanied by a roar filled with unwillingness, Elder Yin Sha's figure too completely faded away. The darkness continued its advance, sweeping past the skeletons, vengeful spirits, and remaining desperate souls. Wherever it passed, all tangible and intangible entities returned to oblivion. As that absolute darkness gradually dissipated into the air, the once menacing and ambushing Soul Burial Canyon fell into an eerie silence. Aside from the members of Lin Nua's team and the defensive barrier they maintained, all the foes that had besieged them, be they the two Do Emperors or the undead creatures and desperate souls, had utterly vanished, as if they had never existed at all. The members of the Pan Men stood dazed, gazing at the empty ravine before them, then glancing at the figure in the azure robe, who was slowly retracting his hand. His complexion slightly pale, yet still upright. Their minds were blank. Had it ended? The lethal situation that could have led to their complete annihilation was thus obliterated by their leader with a single move? Even the Do Emperors were reduced to dust? What unfathomable power was this? Xiaoyan inhaled several deep breaths of cold air, barely suppressing the tumultuous waves surging within him as he regarded Lin Nua with a gaze filled with shock and complexity. He was aware of Lin Nua's strength, but had not anticipated it to reach such extraordinary heights. The little doctor's beautiful eyes widened, her delicate hand covering her red lips, her heart overwhelmed with astonishment. Lin Nua slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, sensing the nearly depleted three-colored inner core and the waves of weakness coursing through his soul. Yet his heart remained tranquil. The chaos reversion of ultimate oblivion was indeed terrifyingly potent, yet its consumption was equally colossal. With his current strength, executing it once was already at his limit, necessitating a prolonged period of accumulation. Had his adversaries not been overconfident, granting him the time to prepare, the outcome might well have been uncertain. His gaze swept across the empty ravine, his expression frigid. This debt owed to the Earth Flame sect and the Soul Palace had been partially repaid. Clean the battlefield, gather anything useful, and depart swiftly. Lin Nua's voice roused the others from their stupor. The commotion had been too great, and it was prudent to avoid attracting other onlookers. The group quickly sprang into action. Although most of the enemies, along with their storage items, had been reduced to nothingness, a few scattered weapons remained. And the two Do Emperor Soul Masters seemed to have dropped 2 pitch-black tokens, which were carefully collected. Once the area was cleared, Lin Nua did not dare to linger, leading the team to retreat rapidly along their original path from the Soul Burial Canyon. Only after distancing themselves from that heart-pounding region did they finally exhale in relief. Yet the gazes directed at Lin Nua were now tinged with a reverence akin to that reserved for deities. Following this battle, Lin Nua's prestige within the team had reached its zenith. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after Lin Nua and his companions departed, the void above the Soul Burial Canyon subtly warped, and a figure clad in white emerged quietly. Xian observed the residual aura of annihilation below, a flicker of surprise crossing her icy gaze. The chaos reversion of ultimate oblivion had indeed allowed him to grasp such power at an initial stage. She mused softly. It seems my role as his protector may be somewhat superfluous. Her form gradually faded away, as if she had never existed. Meanwhile, Lin Nua's name, alongside the news of the battle at the Soul Burial Canyon, would swiftly spread throughout the Black Corner region and beyond. A larger storm was perhaps brewing. Chapter 63, Rising Renown. Although there were no witnesses to the battle at the Soul Burial Canyon, the fall of the two Do Emperor Soul Masters and Elder Yin Sha from the Earth Flame sect sent shockwaves through the Black Corner region, akin to a massive stone cast into murky waters, stirring up towering waves. News could not be entirely suppressed. Upon learning of Elder Yin Sha's soul lamp extinguishing and the demise of the two accompanying guest elders, the Earth Flame sect was engulfed in fury. The sect leader personally ordered a thorough investigation, vowing to dismantle the perpetrator into 1,000 pieces. While the Soul Palace operated with greater secrecy, the loss of the two Soul Masters was no trivial matter. The head of the branch in the Black Corner region faced severe punishment, and the hunt for Lin Nua was escalated to the highest priority, along with an intensified hatred towards him. For the first time, Lin Nua's name had truly entered the consciousness of numerous powerful factions within the Black Corner region. To be capable of slaying 2 Do Emperors and several Do Kings as a 6-star Do Master, regardless of the methods employed, was sufficient to demonstrate his terrifying strength and potential. In no time, Lin Nua became the most prominent young powerhouse in the Black Corner region, his reputation overshadowing many seasoned experts. Some were apprehensive, others curious, and still others were consumed by greed. to be able to slay Do emperors across tiers. The treasures and techniques he possessed were enough to drive any faction into a frenzy. Deep within the Black Wind Mountains, Lin Nua's team remained unaware of the external turmoil. Yet they could sense the tension in the atmosphere. Other hunting teams they encountered regarded them with a mixture of awe and distance, with some teams actively avoiding them upon sight. Leader, Weavy now gained quite the notoriety, a member of the Panmen remarked with a wry smile, uncertain whether to feel pleased or anxious. Lin Nua's expression remained calm. It is but a false reputation. There is no need to dwell upon it. Stay vigilant. Our priority is to complete the mission. He was acutely aware that fame brought not only advantages, but also a multitude of covetous gazes and troubles. It was imperative to swiftly enhance his strength in order to confront the impending crisis. In the days that followed, the team adopted an even more cautious approach. Utilizing Lin Nua's formidable perception and prowess, they deftly evaded several waves of ill-intentioned pursuers and successfully completed the majority of their hunting missions, reaping considerable rewards. On one particular day, the team temporarily rested in a secluded valley. Lin Nua sat cross-legged upon a slab of green stone, toying with the 2 pitch-black tokens he had retrieved from the Soul Burial Gorge. The tokens were made of an unknown material and felt icy to the touch. One side was engraved with a grotesque, ghastly visage, while the other bore an ancient script of the word soul, emanating an eerie spiritual fluctuation. Lin Nua's gaze turned cold at the sight of the Soul Hall's tokens. Indeed, the Soul Hall was like a festering wound, its malevolent spirits lingering. He stowed away the tokens and directed his gaze towards the depths of the valley. According to the map, there lay a frigid pool deep within the valley, which might harbor their final target for this expedition, the 5th-grade medicinal herb, Ice Spirit Soul-Refining Grass. This herb was renowned for its remarkable efficacy in refining the soul and was of considerable value. After their rest, Lin Nua arose and issued the command to proceed towards the icy pool. As they ventured deeper into the valley, the temperature plummeted, and a thin veil of cold mist enveloped the air. After traversing for a while, the sound of trickling water reached their ears, revealing a pool shrouded in white mist before them. The water was a deep emerald green, unfathomably deep, exuding a bone-chilling coldness. Shadows of shade-loving vegetation lined the pool, and at the center, upon a protruding black reef, stood a plant of pure ice blue, its leaves resembling intricately carved ice crystals, gently swaying in the breeze. Hadyating a fin spirituoloha. It was indeed the Ice Spirit Soul-Refining Grass. They had found it. Joy sparkled in the eyes of the little healer. However, Lin Nua raised a hand to hold a teammate who was eager to approach and collect the herb. He scanned the surroundings of the icy pool with keen eyes, meticulously sensing the spiritual energies. Something was guarding it. As soon as he uttered those words, the emerald waters of the pool erupted violently. A massive, menacing head, covered in white bone armor, surged forth from the depths. Its cold, vertical pupils locked onto the group by the pool with a predatory intensity. Following closely, a bizarre creature, resembling a giant python but adorned with 4 deadly claws and draped in white bone armor, slowly emerged from the water, radiating an aura of peak 5th-tier strength. Nearing the 6th tier, it was the bone-poisoned serpent. Xiaoyan's expression turned grave as he recognized this fearsome beast. The bone-poisoned serpent possessed chilling poison and formidable defenses, making it an exceptionally troublesome adversary. Clearly perceiving the Ice Spirit Soul-Refining Grass as its prized possession, the bone-poisoned serpent unleashed a threatening roar at Lin Nua and his companions, unleashing a foul, icy miasma. I will handle it. You all seized the moment to collect the spiritual herb. Lin Nua stepped forward. The tricolored inner core within him began to rotate slowly. After several days of recuperation, he had regained much of his strength. Just as he prepared to take action, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air from the entrance of the valley. In the blink of an eye, 5 figures appeared like phantoms within the valley, subtly blocking Lin Nua's team's retreat. Each of them donned blood-red robes, their faces obscured by the shadows of their hoods, exuding a chilling and bloody aura. They were all formidable fighters at the Do Wang level. The leader among them radiated an even more potent aura, reaching the pinnacle of 5-star Do Wang. Their robe edges bore the emblem of a ferocious wolf as head. The Blood Wolf Gang. Xiaoyan's pupils contracted as he whispered. The Blood Wolf Gang was a notorious mercenary group within the Blackhorn region, known for their brutal methods and merciless vengeance. The leader of the blood-robed figures pulled back his hood to reveal a scarred face, his eyes gleaming with the ferocity of a ravenous wolf. Greed flickered in his gaze as he surveyed the Ice Spirit Soul-Refining Grass in the pool, and then fixed his eyes upon Lin Nua, licking his lips and issuing a hoarse laugh. Hee, it's truly fortuitous to find you here, Lin Nua. Someone has offered a handsome price for your head, and conveniently, we shall take that Ice Spirit Soul-Refining Grass for ourselves. Before he could finish, the other 4 blood-robed figures spread out, their powerful auras locking onto Lin Nua's team, clearly unwilling to leave any survivors. With the bone-poisoned serpent in front and the 5 Do Wang of the Blood Wolf Gang behind, the situation had turned perilously dire. Lin Nua's gaze was icy as he stared at the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang. His voice as frigid as ancient ice. My life? Is it worth anything to you, lot of rabble? Chapter 64, Thunderous Methods. With the ferocious bone-poisoned serpent occupying the icy pool and the 5 Do Wong of the Blood Wolf gang blocking their path, the atmosphere in the valley plummeted to a freezing point. The faces of the members of the Pan Men turned pale, their palms slick with sweat. Whether facing the peak 5th-tier bone-poisoned serpent or the 5 experienced and ruthless Do Wong of the Blood Wolf gang, they were not easy foes. Now, caught in a pincer attack, their situation was exceedingly precarious. Xiao Yan's eyes sharpened as he quietly circulated his, murmuring, "Linu, what should we do?" The little healer tightened her grip on her poison powder, ready to fight to the death. Lin Nua's gaze swept over the predatory bone-poisoned serpent, then coldly glanced at the 5 bloodthirsty Do Wong of the Blood Wolf gang, the corners of his mouth curling into a chilling smile. Since they sought their demise, then let it be resolved all at once. The moment his words fell, his tricolored inner core surged with energy. A force far more condensed and powerful than before erupted forth. Following the battle at the Soul Burial Gorge and the recuperation that followed, it seemed his strength had further advanced. Without a moment's hesitation, he divided his forces. "Xiao Yan, little healer, you lead the others to hold off the Blood Wolf gang for a moment. This beast is mine to deal with." Before the words had left his mouth, he had transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, charging directly toward the bone-poisoned serpent in the icy pool. Roar! The bone-poisoned serpent, incensed by the audacity of this diminutive human, swung its massive body with fury, its bone-armored tail slicing through the air with a thunderous whoosh, akin to a colossal white bone whip, striking towards Lin Nua with ferocious intent. Where its tail passed, the air crystallized into fine ice. Simultaneously, the leader of the Blood Wolf gang, witnessing this, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Attempting to take us out one by one? Dream on. Attack. Kill the small fry first. The 5 Do Wong of the Blood Wolf gang simultaneously unleashed their Do Chi, blood-red light soaring to the heavens. Like 5 ravenous wolves pouncing towards Xiao Yan and the others. Form a formation. Defend. Xiao Yan bellowed as the azure lotus heart fire surged forth, transforming into a wall of flames. The little healer waved her jade-like hand, unleashing a colorful mist of poison. Other members of Pan Men utilized their respective skills in a desperate effort to resist. In an instant, the valley erupted into chaos with the sounds of energy colliding, roars, and explosions. Meanwhile, on the front lines, facing the sweeping bone tail capable of splitting mountains, Lin Nua's gaze remained icy, unflinching and undeterred. As the chaotic energy coalesced rapidly upon his right fist, he refrained from employing the energy-draining 9-fold Thunderfire Seal, or the Great Annihilation, instead condensing his power into a singular point, pursuing the ultimate speed and explosive force. "Chaos, break the void," he exclaimed, his fist launching forth like a bullet, arriving ahead of the sweeping bone tail, striking precisely at its tip. Boom! A deafening roar exploded. There were no bursts of energy or dazzling lights. Only an extremely refined, chaotic force, akin to the sharpest drill, penetrating through the seemingly indestructible bone armor. Crack! The sickening sound of bones fracturing resonated clearly. The bone-poisoned serpent emitted a piercing, agonized roar as its once invincible tail, capable of withstanding high-tier Do techniques, was shattered by Lin Nua's singular punch. Bones shattered and blue blood gushed forth. With a single punch, the bones crumbled. Lin Nua, seizing the advantage, moved with an enigmatic grace, his form akin to a malignant specter, closely pursuing the retreating skeletal venomous serpent, which writhed in pain. His left palm transformed into a blade, radiant with the icy runes of the Ice Phoenix, exuding an intense coldness. Absolute ice, soul-cutting slash. The palm blade sliced through the air in a frigid arc, silently targeting the serpent's vulnerable neck. The skeletal serpent, overwhelmed with horror, thrashed desperately, unleashing a toxic, icy blue breath. Yet, Lin Nua seemed to have anticipated this, and with a subtle shift, the trajectory of his blade evaded the poisonous breath, landing a devastating strike upon the joint of its bone armor. Slicing through with a sound akin to hot knife through butter, the once formidable bone armor crumbled before the chaos-infused, icy blade. The blade penetrated deeply, nearly severing its neck. Blue blood erupted like a fountain, and the skeletal serpent emitted a desperate wail, its massive body convulsing violently before crashing into the cold pond, sending water splashing everywhere. Seemingly doomed, from a moment Lin Nua struck to the demise of the skeletal serpent, scarcely 10 heartbeats had passed, swift and decisive, with the force of thunder. Meanwhile, the 5 members of the Blood Wolf gang, engaged in fierce combat with Xiao Yan and his companions, sensed the sudden stillness from the direction of the cold pond. Instinctively, they stole a glance and beheld the colossal form of the skeletal serpent crashing into the pond. Their movements froze in disbelief, their faces betraying utter shock. The peak 5th-tier skeletal serpent, renowned for its astounding defense, had been annihilated in an instant. Lin Nua's power exceeded even the whispered rumors. In their moment of stunned realization, an opportunity arose, a chance for retaliation. Xiao Yan's eyes gleamed with intensity. Seizing this fleeting moment, His heavy ruler cleaved through the air with the force to rend all. The little physician with deft fingers unleashed silent, odorless toxins toward the other two foes. The remaining members of the Panshin sect rallied their remaining strength and erupted into action. Thud! One Blood Wolfgang warrior was caught off guard. Struck in the chest by Xiao Yan's ruler, blood spewing forth as he was sent flying. The other two were swiftly compromised by the little physician's toxins, their faces darkening as their movements slowed. The tide of battle turned in an instant. At that very moment, Lin Nuo, having dispatched the skeletal serpent, slowly turned. His gaze, cold as ice, fixed upon the leader of the Blood Wolf gang and the two remaining combatants. Without uttering a word, he raised his right hand, a wisp of chaotic energy dancing like an ethereal sprite at his fingertip. Yet, the destructive aura emanating from that wisp sent chills of fear into the hearts of the three remaining Blood Wolf gang warriors. Escape, the leader of the Blood Wolf gang, stripped of his earlier arrogance and greed, was engulfed by boundless terror. With a shriek, he turned to tear through space and flee. The other two, too, desperately summoned their energy to escape this deathly place. Now you wish to flee? It is too late. Lin Nuo's voice was as indifferent as a death sentence. The chaotic energy at his fingertip trembled lightly, instantly dividing into three, traversing the space silently and merging into the bodies of the three fleeing Blood Wolf gang warriors. Their forward momentum abruptly halted, terror etched upon their faces. In the next moment, their bodies crumbled like dried sand sculptures, silently disintegrating into ash, vanishing into the air along with their souls. The valley fell silent once more. Only the ripples of the cold pond and the ice spirit, soul-quenching grass swayed gently in the breeze remained. The members of the Panshin sect stared at the miraculous scene before them, once again rendered speechless. 5 formidable warriors, along with the skeletal serpent, had been utterly extinguished. Xiaoyan sheathed his heavy ruler, gazing at Lin Nuo with a bitter smile, shaking his head. You truly are a monster. The little physician let out a long breath, her beautiful eyes shimmering with admiration. Lin Nuo slowly retracted his finger, his complexion slightly pale. The continuous use of chaotic primordial energy had taken its toll on him. He approached the cold pond and effortlessly collected the ice spirit, soul-quenching grass, storing it within his spatial ring. This place was no longer safe. They needed to depart immediately. His gaze swept over the valley's entrance, his eyes deep with thought. The appearance of the Blood Wolf gang was no mere coincidence. In this Black Corner region, those who wished him harm were likely more numerous than he had imagined. The road ahead was destined to be fraught with turbulence. Chapter 65. Ambush on the Return Journey. With the ice spirit, soul-quenching grass successfully obtained, Lin Nuo's team dared not linger in the Cold Pond Valley, swiftly clearing the battlefield and setting off towards the outskirts of the Black Wind Mountains. After this battle, the team had a deeper understanding of Lin Nuo's strength. Their awe intensified, while a sense of security enveloped them. With such a formidable leader, it seemed as though they could weather any storm. However, Lin Nuo's vigilance had not waned. The ambush by the Blood Wolf gang felt more like a test, or perhaps a bait cast by unseen puppeteers. The true peril likely still lay ahead. The group moved cautiously, steering clear of several marked danger zones on their map, as well as territories inhabited by powerful magical beasts. They encountered a few waves of reckless magical beast attacks along the way, but each was dispatched with ease. Days later, the team finally reached the fringes of the Black Wind Mountains. Beyond lay a relatively safe buffer zone. A collective sigh of relief escaped them after traversing the treacherous mountains for so long, their spirits taut with tension. Finally, they were about to emerge. One member of the Panshin sect wiped the sweat from his brow, a relieved smile gracing his face. Once back, I plan to sleep for 3 whole days and nights. Another chimed in with laughter. Even Xiao Yan and the little physician appeared considerably more relaxed. Only Lin Nuo wore a frown, his spiritual energy akin to an invisible web, meticulously sensing the movements around them. The closer they drew to safety, the more intense his unease grew. Something was amiss. Suddenly, Lin Nuo halted, raising his hand to signal the team to stop. The others were taken aback, their wariness instantly ignited. Master, what is it? Lin Nuo did not answer, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, surveying the seemingly tranquil thicket ahead. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Everything appeared undisturbed. Yet, his spiritual perception detected a few extremely concealed, yet icy cold murderous intents lurking deep within that thicket, akin to hidden serpents. Moreover, one of those presences was vast as the ocean, unfathomable, far beyond what a Do Huang could compare. An ambush. Prepare for battle. Lin Nuo's voice was low, laden with undeniable gravity. The expressions of the others changed dramatically, their recently relaxed nerves snapping taut once more. They hastily circulated their energy, gripping their weapons, forming a defensive formation. At that very instant, Lin Nuo's warning fell. A terrifying pressure descended from the heavens like a towering mountain, forcefully bearing down upon their hearts. Under this oppressive force, apart from Lin Nuo, who could barely stand, Xiao Yan, the little physician, and the others turned pale, their energy stifled, nearly collapsing to the ground. The pressure was unmistakably at the Do zone level. Caw caw caw, sharp perception indeed. A raspy voice, reminiscent of a night owl's mournful cry, slowly emerged from the depths of the thicket. Accompanied by an eerie sound, a hunched figure draped in a voluminous gray robe materialized before the onlookers, appearing like a specter from shadows, standing several dozen paces away. He appeared exceedingly aged, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, yet his eyes resembled two unfathomable black voids, exuding an unsettling aura that seemed to consume all light. Merely by standing there, the surrounding space appeared to warp slightly, the light dimming as if in response to his presence. Behind him, four other figures materialized, equally clad in gray robes. Though their auras paled in comparison to that of the elder, they were nonetheless undeniably at the pinnacle of the Do Emperor realm. One Do Zone, accompanied by four Do Emperors at their zenith. Such a formidable assembly was sufficient to dominate the Black Corner region. Do Confront Lino. They had mobilized such a terrifying force. The Soul Palace and the Celestial Sovereign. Lin Nua's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze upon the leading gray-robed elder, sensing a spiritual pressure far more potent and pure than that exerted by the previous two Do Emperor Soul Masters. This was undoubtedly a high-ranking member of the Soul Palace, a Celestial Sovereign. Oh, you recognize me? The gray-robed elder raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, his black hole eyes surveying Lin Nua with keen interest. It seems you know more than we anticipated. His gaze swept over Lin Nua, as if appraising a flawless work of art, filled with greed and possessiveness. Such a perfect soul origin, such a unique energy attribute. Ha, young man, come to the Soul Palace with me. You shall receive the finest cultivation and become one of the most powerful soul masters in our ranks. His voice resonated with an otherworldly charm, piercing through the soul in an attempt to seduce Lin Nua's mind. However, deep within Lin Nua's soul, the colorless heart fire at the center of his tricolored inner Dan flickered slightly, a refreshing aura circulating and swiftly dispelling the seductive influence. Cultivation? You mean to turn me into your fodder for cultivation? Lin Nua retorted coldly, the tricolored inner Dan within him surging with vigor, the chaotic energy shimmering at his surface, resisting the terrifying pressure of the Do Zone. Stubborn and unyielding, the gray-robed elder shook his head, a hint of regret in his expression. In that case, I shall have to forcibly take you back. He slowly raised his withered, claw-like hand, gesturing towards Lin Nua with a distant grip. Soul domain imprisoned. In an instant, the space within 100 paces of Lin Nua seemed to freeze, as if time itself had been halted. The air solidified, the light warped, and an invisible cage of spiritual energy formed abruptly, ensnaring Lin Nua and his companions in place. Within this soul domain, even Dochi was difficult to mobilize, and the soul felt as if it were mired in a quagmire, utterly immobile. Xiao Yin and the others' faces turned pale as they struggled desperately, akin to ants attempting to shake a tree, utterly incapable of escaping the domain laid down by a Do Zone powerhouse. Within my soul domain, you cannot even contemplate self-destruction. The gray-robed elder stated indifferently, as if merely stating a fact. The four Do Emperor Soul Masters behind him revealed cruel smiles, akin to watching lambs awaiting slaughter. Adire predicament, a true situation of 10 deaths without survival. Faced with the domain personally laid down by a Do Zone, the disparity in strength was utterly disheartening. As Lin Nua felt the tangible spiritual confinement around him and the arduous operation of his tricolored inner Dan, his gaze did not betray despair. Instead, it grew colder and more resolute. He slowly lifted his head to meet the gray-robed elder's gaze, a hint of near madness curling at the corner of his lips. Is being a Do Zone truly so impressive? Within his dantian, the tricolored inner Dan began to tremble with unprecedented intensity. The source patterns of the red dragon, ice phoenix, and heartfire burned with an unparalleled brilliance, as if striving to ignite their very being. A sense of determination, ferocity, and a desire to incinerate all began to emanate from him. If you desire my soul, Lin Nua's voice resonated like a proclamation from the depths of the abyss. Infused with a madness that sought mutual destruction, then come, and trade your life for mine. Chapter 66, The Desperate Rebirth. If you desire my soul, then come, and trade your life for mine. Lin Nua's maddened declaration, as if emerging from the depths of the underworld, caused the gray-robed elder to furrow his brow. A flicker of displeasure passing through his black, void-like eyes. A futile struggle, merely a source of amusement. He dismissed Lin Nua's threat with disdain. The chasm between a Do Zone and a Do Master was akin to a vast abyss, not something that could be bridged by mere peculiar means. Under the confinement of his soul domain, self-detonation was but a distant luxury for Lin Nua. However, in the next moment, the indifference on his face transformed into astonishment. Lin Nua's tricolored inner Dan trembled at a critical juncture. The source patterns of the red dragon, ice phoenix, and heartfire ignited with unprecedented luminosity, as if they intended to entirely consume themselves. He was not seeking to self-detonate the inner Dan. Rather, he aimed to undergo an even more thorough and perilous rebirth of origin than that which transpired in the burial soul gorge. To be reborn from the brink of annihilation. In the face of despair, he would forcefully break through the barriers of a higher realm. Yin and Yang were thrown into chaos, and the chaos was reborn. Break for me. Lin Nua's heart roared silently. He poured all his spiritual power, all his will, all his desire for survival into the imminent collapse of the tricolored inner Dan. Buzz, an indescribable, peculiar fluctuation suddenly erupted from Lin Nua, centered around him. This fluctuation was not merely an energy shock, but a metamorphosis concerning the very essence of existence. The soul domain established by the gray-robed elder began to ripple violently under the impact of this fluctuation that pertained to the origin, developing fine cracks as if disturbed by a stone cast into still waters. What? The gray-robed elder's expression finally altered. He sensed that his soul domain was struggling to contain the profound transformation occurring within Lin Nua. Stop him, he bellowed, his withered hand reaching out forcefully. A colossal hand, entirely composed of spiritual energy, pierced through the soul domain, lunging directly at Lin Nua's crown. He sought to forcefully interrupt this bizarre metamorphosis. Simultaneously, the four Do Emperor Soul Masters behind him launched their attacks, for concentrated waves of spiritual impact striking like daggers at Lin Nua's limbs, intent on utterly crippling him. Faced with this lethal assault from a Do Zone and four Do Emperors, Lin Nua, at the critical juncture of rebirth, seemed powerless to resist. Just as the situation appeared most dire, a soft sigh, faint yet discernible, wafted through the air as if emanating from a distant horizon, resonating deep within each individual soul. With this sigh, the entire space enveloped by the soul domain seemed to freeze for a moment, as if time had been suspended. The looming black hand of spiritual energy, the four piercing spiritual impacts, and even the gray-robed elder's astonished expression all remained frozen in place, as if a pause button had been pressed. Only the tumultuous waves of rebirth within Lin Nua remained unaffected, instead appearing to be nourished and guided, growing increasingly orderly and magnificent. A figure as pure as snow silently materialized before Lin Nua. Wanyi. She remained as ethereal as ever, shrouded in a delicate veil, seemingly untouched by any earthly taint. She simply stood there quietly, and the terrifying attack capable of freezing the souls of even Do Emperors met an invisible barrier, unable to advance an inch further. The gray-robed elder's pupils constricted sharply as he fixed his gaze upon the suddenly appearing Xian, his voice tinged with incredulity. You, Ice Empress, you're still alive? Ice Empress? Upon hearing this title, the expressions of the four Do Emperor Soul Masters transformed dramatically, revealing fear in their eyes. Clearly, this name signified a terrifying legend. Xian paid no heed to the gray-robed elder's astonishment. She merely tilted her head slightly, glancing at Lin Nua, who was engulfed in the chaotic glow at the critical moment of rebirth, a complex expression flickering in her cold gaze. The moment had not yet arrived. Forcing a rebirth was ultimately too perilous. She whispered to herself, then lightly flicked her fingers, sending a stream of ice-blue primordial energy, as if imbued with life, into Lin Nua's brow. This extraordinarily pure essence of ice seamlessly merged with Lin Nua's tumultuous rebirth energy, not suppressing it, but rather acting as the finest harmonizer, bringing a previously violent clash of ice and fire energies into an unprecedented state of harmony and balance. With this external assistance, Lin Nua's rebirth process, which was on the brink of collapse, stabilized in an instant. The tricolored inner core shattered within the chaotic radiance, only to begin reconstituting under the guidance of a higher principle, a presence far more magnificent and profound than before, seemingly connected to the very essence of heaven and earth, began to awaken slowly from within Lin Nua. The elder in gray robes observed this with a flash of fierce determination in his eyes. He was acutely aware of the Ice Emperor's terrifying prowess and understood that he must not allow Lin Nua to complete his rebirth successfully. He roared all out. We cannot allow him to succeed. His voice thundered as his gray robe billowed, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of soul power that transformed into a massive gray spear, spanning the heavens, its tip aimed directly at Xian, Yi, and Lin Nua. This was his wrathful strike, powerful enough to pierce mountains and rivers. The four soul masters of the Fighting Emperor realm also desperately urged their souls, following up with four slightly smaller, gray soul spears. 5 terrifying soul attacks, capable of effortlessly annihilating several peak Fighting Emperors, tore through space, descending with the intent to obliterate everything. Xian Yi slowly raised her head, gazing at the 5 soul spears tearing through the sky, and for the first time, a hint of chill passed through her cold eyes. She gently lifted her jade hand, and with a mere flick, as if brushing away dust, she dismissed the 5 colossal spears. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no dazzling brilliance. As the 5 gray spears, infused with terrifying soul power, made contact with her invisible force, they began to dissolve silently from the tips, like snow under the sun, completely disintegrating along with the soul imprints contained within. The elder in gray and the 4 soul masters simultaneously suffered a grievous blow, spewing forth blood as their energies instantly waned, their eyes filled with boundless fear and horror. With a mere flick of her sleeve, She had dismantled the combined soul assault of 5 formidable foes. Such was the terrifying might. Begone. Xian Yi uttered a single word, her voice not loud. Yet it was as frigid as the ice of the ninth heaven, instantly freezing the souls of the elder and his 4 companions. They had no doubt that should they linger a moment longer, they would be utterly obliterated. Retreat. The elder in gray, filled with resentment and fear, cast a final glance at Xian Yi and Lin Nuo, abandoning any thoughts of their mission. He tore through space, hastily fleeing with his 4 subordinates, vanishing in an instant. With the formidable adversaries gone, tranquility returned to the valley's edge. Xian Yi did not pursue. She turned to observe the chaotic radiance enveloping Lin Nuo. Within the light, a new, more perfect and profound tricolored inner core was gradually taking shape. Wrapping around the core were entwined dragons and phoenixes, with a heart of fire radiating an essence of eternal immortality. Meanwhile, Lin Nuo's cultivation effortlessly broke through barriers during the rebirth, achieving 7-star Fighting Master, 8-star Fighting Master, 9-star Fighting Master, ultimately stabilizing at 1-star Great Fighting Master. Furthermore, his foundation was immensely robust, far exceeding that of an ordinary Great Fighting Master by more than tenfold. As the chaotic radiance gradually receded, Lin Nuo slowly opened his eyes. In his gaze, chaos began to coalesce into clarity, the world becoming distinct. In his left eye lay a dormant red dragon, while in his right rested an ice phoenix. Deep within his pupils, a colorless heart of fire pulsed eternally. He felt the transformative power coursing through him, alongside the newly formed inner core that seemed intimately connected to his soul, brimming with infinite potential. He bowed deeply to Xian Yi before him, expressing, "Thank you, Xian Yi, for saving my life once again." Xian Yi inclined her head slightly, her cold gaze seemingly piercing through his very soul. Successfully reborn is merely the beginning. The power within you has awakened. The path ahead must be navigated by you alone. The Soul Palace will not relent. Tread carefully. With that, her form gradually became translucent, ultimately dissolving into the air like melting snow. Lin Nuo clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, looking in the direction of the elder's retreat with cold determination. The fighting sect, the Soul Palace. Though he may not yet be a match for them, he believed that day would not be far off. Chapter 67, A Bountiful Return. With the hasty retreat of the Soul Palace's deity, the terrifying pressure and soul confinement that had enveloped the valley's edge dissipated. Xiaoyan, Little Doctor Immortal, and others collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, their faces still displaying the remnants of post-crisis shock. The pressure from that fighting sect powerhouse had made them acutely aware of their own insignificance. Had it not been for Xian Yi's timely intervention, their souls would have long since scattered. When their gazes landed on the imposing figure in a blue robe before them, their shock was swiftly replaced by overwhelming astonishment. 1-star Great Fighting Master. Their leader had achieved such an astonishing rebirth in the face of dire circumstances, breaking through to the Great Fighting Master realm. Moreover, the depth of his aura far surpassed that of an ordinary Great Fighting Master, as if he housed a vast ocean within. "Leader, are you all right?" One member of the Pan Gate cautiously inquired, his voice trembling slightly. Lin Nuo turned around, a gentle smile gracing his face, the previously daunting chaotic aura now subdued, becoming peaceful and profound. "I am well. It is merely a blessing in disguise." His gaze swept over the group, relieved to see that while they appeared somewhat disheveled, no one had perished. "This place is not suitable for lingering. We must return to the inner courtyard immediately." Upon hearing this, the group perked up, mustering themselves to stand. Their hearts yearned to return to the safety of the academy. After enduring multiple life and death crises, nothing was more desirable than that. Without further delay, they adjusted their states to their best and hastened towards the direction of the Jia Nan Academy. The return journey was uneventful. Days later, as the familiar energy barrier and towering walls came into view, everyone exhaled deeply, genuine smiles spreading across their faces. At last, they had returned. After passing through the gate guard's checks, the group entered the inner courtyard smoothly. Their return immediately caused quite a stir, especially when Lin Nuo's 1-star Great Fighting Master aura radiated openly. It left the students they encountered utterly astounded, their jaws dropping in disbelief. A Great Fighting Master? Lin Nuo has broken through to Great Fighting Master. It had only been gone a month. How could it be so fast? They had heard that they had encountered an ambush from the Soul Palace in the Black Corner region, yet they had managed to return alive, and even broken through. A monster. Truly a monster. The news spread through the inner courtyard like wildfire, inciting a commotion even more intense than during the strong ranking competition. Lin Nuo's reputation reached an unprecedented zenith at that moment. At the Pan Gate stronghold, the members who had already received news eagerly awaited their return. Upon seeing Lin Nuo and the others return safely, especially sensing the unfathomable aura of a Great Fighting Master emanating from Lin Nuo, the entire Pan Gate erupted in fervor. "Leader is magnificent. Welcome back, Leader. Our Pan Gate now boasts a Great Fighting Master." The cheers and shouts were deafening. All members of the Pan Gate felt a shared pride, unable to contain their excitement. The stronger their leader became, the more solidified their standing would be, granting them access to greater resources and respect. Lin Nuo gazed at the faces brimming with excitement, and warmth surged within him. This is the power he has painstakingly established, serving as one of his foundations in this world. Esteemed colleagues, your efforts are commendable. He raised his hand in a gesture of restraint, signaling for silence. In this hunting competition, we have reaped substantial rewards, and all participating members shall be rewarded with fire energy according to their contributions. The compensation for our fallen brothers will be doubled. His voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority and compassion. Long live the sect leader. The crowd erupted in cheers once more, their morale soaring to unprecedented heights. In the ensuing days, Lin Nuo first proceeded to the task hall to hand over all task-related items. When they presented the mountains of magical beast crystals and rare materials, especially the complete ice spirit soul-refining herb, even the elder in charge of the handover was rendered speechless for a time. Ultimately, after calculations, Lin Nuo's team amassed an astonishing total of 80,000 points of fire energy from this hunting competition. This figure did not even account for the precious materials they retained. According to prior agreement, Lin Nuo took 40,000 points for himself, while the remaining 40,000 were distributed among Xiao Yan, Little Dr. Immortal, and other team members. Even so, each individual received a sum of fire energy that was astronomical, sufficient to support their cultivation needs for a considerable duration. The Panmen had become suddenly affluent overnight. With ample resources at their disposal, Panmen's development surged forward at an accelerated pace. Lin Nuo delegated most affairs to Xiao Yan and Little Dr. Immortal. While he once again entered a state of seclusion, he needed to solidify his realm as a one-star great fighter and familiarize himself with the newly potent three-color inner core and chaotic force following his nirvana. Within the tranquility of the cultivation chamber, Lin Nuo sat cross-legged, his mind delving deep into his dantian. The brand-new three-color inner core slowly rotated, now larger than before, its colors more profound and restrained. The patterns of the scarlet dragon and ice phoenix appeared to possess a certain sentience, pulsating rhythmically under the core of Heartfire. Inhaling and exhaling vast amounts of heavenly and earthly energy, he attempted to operate the fragmented yin-yang dragon phoenix flame. Discovering that the flow of the technique had become markedly smoother, and his mastery over the three fundamental forces had reached an entirely new level. He could even faintly sense that within the depths of that inner core, there seemed to be a more formidable potential awaiting its awakening. Though the time for that had yet to arrive. Chaotic return to origin. What should be the next step? Lin Nuo fell into contemplation. This mysterious fragmented scroll seemed to unveil new secrets each time he broke through a significant boundary. Beyond his cultivation, he also began to refine the solidifying essence pill obtained from Elder Hua. With his enhanced strength and the surge in soul power due to nirvana, crafting a top-tier fourth-grade pill was no longer a challenge. This solidifying essence pill could stabilize his foundation and eliminate impurities, perfectly suited to solidify his rapidly elevated realm. While Lin Nuo devoted himself to cultivation and Panmen thrived, the winds and clouds within the inner court and the entire Black Corner region subtly shifted due to his influence. News of a great fighter student at Jia Nan Academy, not yet 20 years of age, who had miraculously escaped the grasp of the Dozong, swept through like a whirlwind. Lin Nuo's name transcended the younger generation, firmly entering the sights of the major powers within the Black Corner region. Meanwhile, the Soul Palace and the Earthflame sect, having suffered consecutive setbacks, fell into a temporary silence, akin to the calm before a storm. Everyone sensed that a greater undercurrent was brewing. One day, just after Lin Nuo concluded a session of cultivation, he heard Xiao Yan's voice outside the Tranquility Chamber. Lin Nuo, there's a visitor. It's senior brother Lin Xiuya. Lin Xiuya? What did he want with me? Lin Nuo felt a stir within and rose to open the door to the Tranquility Chamber. Chapter 68. The invitation from Lin Xiuya. As the door to the Tranquility Chamber swung open, two figures stood outside. One was clad in a blue robe, exuding a profound aura. Indeed, it was Lin Nuo. The other, dressed in white as snow, stood tall, his gaze gentle yet sharp. Lin Xiuya, ranked second on the strong list. Senior brother Lin, please come in, Lin Nuo said, stepping aside to allow Lin Xiuya entry. The two sat facing each other on a mat. Lin Xiuya's gaze settled on Lin Nuo, sensing the overwhelming aura that, despite being deliberately restrained, still resembled a dragon lurking in the depths. And a hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. A month apart, and I must say, Lin Nuo, you have truly made remarkable strides. The presence of a great fighter bears such grandeur. Impressive indeed, Lin Xiuya praised earnestly. You flatter me, senior brother. It was merely a stroke of luck. Lin Nuo replied with a slight smile, pouring a cup of tea for him. I wonder what brings you here today. Lin Xiuya accepted the teacup but did not drink immediately. His expression turned serious as he spoke. To be frank, I have come with a request to invite you to join me on an endeavor. Oh, what matter is so significant that senior brother would personally extend an invitation? Lin Nuo's interest was piqued. Given Lin Xiuya's strength and status, whatever it was must surely be extraordinary. Are you familiar with the Pill Tower? Lin Xiuya inquired. Lin Nuo felt a jolt of recognition and nodded. Of course, it is one of the most powerful factions on the continent, a sacred place in the hearts of alchemists. The Pill Tower, a behemoth on par with the Soul Palace, focused on alchemy and uniting alchemists worldwide, a force capable of shaking the very foundations of the Dochi Continent. Indeed, Lin Xiaoya replied, a glimmer of longing in his eyes. Every few years, the Pill Tower hosts a grand pill conference, a significant event in the alchemical community that countless alchemists flock to. Prior to this conference, the Pill Tower holds a trial for the younger generation known as the Pill Domain Trial. Pill Domain Trial? Yes, Lin Xiaoya explained. This Pill Domain is said to be a peculiar space left behind from ancient times, containing its own world and harboring numerous rare herbs, and even a legacy of ancient alchemists. Moreover, the flow of time within the Pill Domain differs from that of the outside world. A year spent inside may equate to merely a month outside. Different flow of time? Lin Nuo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The Pill Domain was indeed remarkable. Such a cultivation treasure would drive any faction to madness. The number of spots for the Pill Domain trial is exceedingly limited. Our Canaan Academy, due to its long-standing connection with the Pill Tower, has only been allocated 3 spots. Lin Xiaoya turned his gaze towards Lin Nuo, his eyes ablaze with intensity. I hope to partner with you, senior brother, to contend for these 2 spots. 3 spots? Partnering? Lin Nuo seized upon the critical information. There was still competition within the academy? Lin Xiaoya nodded, his tone grave. Though the spots are allocated by the academy, they are not predetermined. The dean and the elders have expressed that merit shall prevail. Thus, all inner court disciples who meet the criteria may participate in the competition. Our competitors are not limited to those within the inner court. He paused before continuing. Other factions within the Black Horner region, such as the Black Emperor sect and the Demon Flame Valley, also possess recommendation spots. Their heirs should not be underestimated. Even some prodigies from the Central Continent may take notice. The Pill Domain trial, while seemingly a competition for the younger generation, was in truth a complex game involving various factions. Lin Nuo remained silent for a moment, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. The Pill Domain, ancient legacies, and the Time's secret realm. All of these undoubtedly held immense allure for him. With the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix Flame in his possession, if he could cultivate within that Time's secret realm, he would undoubtedly be able to enhance his strength more swiftly, preparing to counter the threats from the Soul Palace. Furthermore, clashing with talents from various factions would serve as the best way to hone his own abilities. Why choose me? Lin Nuo inquired, looking at Lin Xiaoya. Surely, there were others within the inner court who met the criteria? Senior brother Lu Qing seemed on the verge of breaking through to the Douling level as well. Lin Xiaoya smiled, his expression sincere and confident. While Lu Qing is formidable, our paths diverge. As for you, Lin Nuo, I find you inscrutable. Your potential and methods lead me to believe that you are the most suitable partner for this endeavor. In a place like the Pill Domain, going it alone is ultimately a disadvantage. We require trustworthy allies. He gazed into Lin Nuo's eyes, enunciating each word. I believe that by joining forces with you, we stand a chance to carve out our own destiny within that Pill Domain. Even so, the pursuit of the ultimate Dan Emperor's legacy must commence. The Dan Emperor's legacy. It is rumored to be the bequest of an ancient being who attained the rank of a 9th-tier alchemist, a formidable Do Saint, and is regarded as the most precious opportunity within the Dan Domain trials. Lin Nuo could perceive the sincerity and ambition in Lin Xiaoya's words. He was a man of lofty aspirations, who, while equally proud, possessed the wisdom to assess the situation and seek formidable allies. How long until the trials commence? Lin Nuo inquired. 6 months, Lin Xiaoya replied. After 6 months, we must journey to the headquarters of the Central State's Dan Tower to participate in the final qualification selection. 6 months is a relatively ample time frame. Lin Nuo pondered for a moment before raising his head, a glint of sharpness flickering in his eyes. Very well. I agree to this matter. Joining forces with Lin Xiaoya undoubtedly enhances the chances of securing a spot. Moreover, he was indeed filled with intrigue regarding that Dan Domain. Splendid. Lin Xiaoya clapped his hands in delight, raising his teacup in place of a toast, wishing for a successful and pleasant collaboration. The two lightly clinked their cups, signifying the establishment of their initial pact. After bidding farewell to Lin Xiaoya, Lin Nuo stood by the window of the quiet chamber, gazing at the familiar scenery of the inner courtyard. Yet his thoughts had already soared towards the distant and mysterious Central State, as well as the Dan Domain, where opportunities and dangers coexisted. Do Spirit. Within 6 months, a breakthrough to Do Spirit is imperative. Otherwise, he would be ineligible to even compete for a chance. Furthermore, perhaps in the Dan Tower, he could uncover clues regarding the complete cultivation method of Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix Flame, or other opportunities that might resolve the imbalance of power within him. The 3-colored inner Dan within him spun gently, emanating a wave of yearning energy. A new challenge lay before him. It seemed he must venture deep into the sky-burning refinement tower. Lin Nuo murmured to himself, to swiftly elevate to Do Spirit. Conventional cultivation would be too slow. The Fallen Heart Flame's essence deep within the sky-burning refinement tower might be his greatest ally. Though perilous, it was worth the risk. Chapter 69. Re-entering the refinement tower. After forming an alliance with Lin Xiaoya, Lin Nuo felt an intensified sense of urgency. To ascend from a one-star Great Dome Master to Doe Spirit within 6 months was no trifling task, even for one with a solid foundation and extraordinary talent. Standard cultivation, even with abundant resources, would require at least a year or two of painstaking effort. He could not afford to wait. His gaze once again fell upon the towering black tower deep within the inner courtyard, the sky-burning refinement tower. The violent essence of the fallen heart flame deep within the tower posed a lethal threat to ordinary disciples. But for one possessing a three-colored inner Dan and a preliminary grasp of chaotic power, it was an exceptional place for refining Dochi and accelerating cultivation. Risk and opportunity coexisted. Without further hesitation, Lin Nuo made his way directly to the sky-burning refinement tower. Now, as the top-ranked individual on the strong list and a Great Dome Master, having paid the requisite amount of fire energy, he was permitted to enter the 4th level for cultivation. The intensity of the heart fire on this level was far beyond that of the lower tiers. Even though spirit experts needed to exercise caution while cultivating here, Lin Nuo found a stone platform near the central black hole, where the heart fire was most ferocious, and sat cross-legged. As soon as he settled, the formless heart fire surged forth as if it had found an outlet, burning fiercely. It not only affected his soul, but also began to permeate his Dochi, scorching his meridians. Were he an ordinary Great Dome Master, he would likely experience chaotic Dochi and soul injury in an instant. However, the three-colored inner Dan within Lin Nuo spun gently, and a wave of chaotic energy flowed throughout his body, effortlessly dispelling and absorbing the violent heart fire's power, transforming it into pure energy that nourished his inner Dan and meridians. Indeed effective, Lin Nuo felt a surge of joy within. This chaotic power possessed an exceptionally high level, seemingly endowed with a natural capacity to accommodate and refine the heart fire of the fallen heart flame. No longer content with passively absorbing the lingering embers of the heart fire, he cautiously extended his soul power towards the unfathomable black hole, attempting to make contact and draw forth the source heart fire, sealed deep within the tower. This was an exceedingly bold and perilous maneuver, as his soul power penetrated the black hole for merely a few zhong. A heat wave, 10-fold and 100-fold more violent than anything from the 4th level, surged forth. Within that aura lay the wrath and destructive will of the fallen heart flame, as if intent on incinerating his very soul. Lin Nuo let out a muffled groan, his complexion paling, and he quickly withdrew his soul power. What a terrifying will, he thought, still shaken. Merely a trace of its aura was so fearsome. What must the sealed entity be like? Yet he did not relent. After a brief adjustment, he attempted once more. This time, he activated the source of heart fire within his three-colored inner Dan, simulating an aura akin to that of the fallen heart flame, enveloping his soul power, and slowly probing deeper. Indeed, the violent onslaught diminished significantly, allowing his soul power to delve further in. 10 zhong, 50 zhong, 100 zhong. The deeper he went, the more pure and formidable the heart fire energy became, and the clarity of the destructive will intensified. Lin Nuo felt as though he were traversing through magma, his soul enduring tremendous pressure and searing pain. Yet he steadfastly maintained his focus, guiding himself with the yin-yang dragon phoenix flame technique, cautiously drawing forth minute traces of the supremely pure source heart fire energy into his body. Upon entering his body, this source heart fire energy immediately triggered a violent reaction within his three-colored inner Dan, particularly the colorless heart fire section, like a parched land rejoicing in a downpour. Greedily devoured this higher grade, same origin energy visibly expanding and solidifying. Alongside this, the red dragon and ice phoenix components of energy, under the refinement and harmonization of the heart fire, also became more pure, solidifying the balance among the three. His Dochi surged rapidly under the nourishment of such high-quality energy. Time passed unnoticed in cultivation. When Lin Nuo opened his eyes once more, the brilliance in his gaze was tempered, and his aura was palpably more robust than before his seclusion. At this rate, he might reach the barrier of Doe Spirit well before 6 months. Lin Nuo felt exhilarated. The essence of the fallen heart flame was indeed a shortcut for his rapid advancement. However, just as he prepared to delve deeper and extract more source heart fire, the entire sky-burning refinement tower suddenly trembled violently. A roar, more ferocious than any prior, reverberated from deep within the tower. It seemed that the sealed fallen heart flame had been thoroughly enraged by Lin Nuo's continuous siphoning of its essence. The space on the 4th level warped violently. Crimson light surged chaotically from the black hole, and terrifying heat instantly engulfed the entire floor. The stone platform melted, and the walls cracked. This is bad. The fallen heart flame is about to erupt again. Quick, flee. The other disciples, cultivating on the 4th level, turned pale, their expressions shifting dramatically as they frantically rushed toward the exit. Lin Nuo was at the forefront, sensing a destructive force locking onto him. This was no longer dissipated energy, but a trace of the source wrath of the fallen heart flame, potent enough to incinerate a Doe emperor. There was no escape. His gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, he plunged all his focus into the three-colored inner Dan. You wish to burn me? Then I shall consume this trace of your wrath. He frantically operated the yin-yang dragon phoenix flame, causing the three-colored inner Dan to rotate with unprecedented speed as the colorless heart fire erupted in a dazzling radiance, generating a powerful suction from within him, actively welcoming the crashing crimson wrath. Boom! The red anger violently collided with Lin Nua's body. The destructive energy erupted within his meridians, wreaking havoc. Excruciating pain. It felt as though his body were being torn apart and incinerated from within. Lin Nua's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, blood seeping from all 7 orifices. Yet his gaze was imbued with a frenzied determination, clinging to the last vestiges of clarity. Drawing upon the chaotic energy as a foundation and igniting the source of his heart fire as a guide, he forcefully steered, suppressed, and refined the terrifying destructive energy. This was an exceedingly perilous endeavor, akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade, where a moment's negligence could lead to utter annihilation. However, such high risks also promised substantial rewards. When he finally managed to barely quell the wrath of the fallen heart fire and began the slow process of refining it, he sensed a qualitative leap in his tricolor inner core, particularly in the heartfire segment, which became increasingly refined, agile, and even bore a hint of the ferocity characteristic of the fallen heartfire. Moreover, his cultivation surged dramatically amidst this extreme trial and refinement, propelling him to the pinnacle of a 1-star Grandmaster. He was but a step away from attaining 2 stars. Simultaneously, the turmoil within the tower was subdued by the elders who had rushed to the scene. One elder stationed on the 4th floor surveyed the desolate scene, his gaze falling upon Lin Nua, who sat amidst the ruins, his aura somewhat chaotic, yet evidently more potent. His eyes reflected a mix of shock and complexity. Lin Nua, was it you who provoked the fallen heartfire? The elder inquired in a solemn tone. Lin Nua gradually regulated his breath, suppressing the tumultuous energy within him, and replied with composure, "The disciple's cultivation method is peculiar. I attempted to draw upon a fragment of the heartfire's essence, inadvertently causing its agitation. I humbly request the elder's reprimand." The elder regarded him intently before waving his hand dismissively. "Very well. Exercise greater caution next time. The fallen heartfire is no trifling matter. Do not play with fire lest you be burned." With that, the elder turned to depart, seemingly acquiescing to Lin Nua's actions. Watching the elder's retreating figure, Lin Nua felt the substantial growth of his tricolor inner core, and a faint smile graced his lips. Play with fire? No, he was in fact tempering his being with fire. This fallen heart fire would serve as an exceptional whetstone for his ascent to the spirit of combat. Without lingering, he closed his eyes once more after the 4th floor stabilized, diving back into that perilous yet highly effective cultivation. Time swiftly slipped away amidst these repeated confrontations and assimilations with the essence of the heartfire. Chapter 70. The Spirit of Combat. The 4th floor of the sky-burning refinement tower had nearly become Lin Nua's exclusive domain for cultivation. Since that incident with the fallen heartfire, he had rooted himself there, tirelessly drawing upon and refining the sealed essence of the process remained fraught with peril. Each venture deeper felt akin to traversing the precipice of a cliff, battling against the violent will of destruction. A moment's carelessness could result in being consumed by the heartfire, reduced to ashes. Yet the rewards were immense. The remarkably pure essence of the heartfire continually tempered his tricolor inner core, particularly the heartfire component, which grew increasingly robust and dense, even threatening to surpass the red dragon and ice phoenix, edging closer to becoming the core of his inner core. Concurrently, his combat energy surged at a breakneck pace, nourished by this high-quality energy. 2-star Grandmaster, 3-star Grandmaster. In the span of merely 3 months, his cultivation soared to the pinnacle of 9-star Grandmaster, just a step away from the spirit of combat. However, this final step loomed like an insurmountable chasm. The spirit of combat represented a crucial watershed in the path of combat energy cultivation. It necessitated the compression of gaseous combat energy into a liquid sea of combat energy, stored within the Dantian, resulting in a qualitative leap in both the total amount and recovery speed of combat energy. This transformation of energy forms required immense accumulation and ultimate mastery over one's own combat energy. Lin Nua's accumulation had long surpassed that of an ordinary 9-star Grandmaster, exceeding it by more than tenfold. Yet his tricolor combat energy bore unique attributes, encompassing the essences of ice, fire, and heart. The challenge of compressing and merging them into a liquid state was far greater than that of a single attribute. He had attempted several times, each resulting in fierce conflicts among the 3 energies during the compression process, leading to failures that nearly jeopardized the foundation of his inner core. It seemed that conventional methods of compression would not suffice. Lin Nua opened his eyes, fatigue and contemplation flashing within them. His path was inherently distinct, coalescing around the tricolor inner core rather than a standard cyclone. It appeared that the method to break through to the spirit of combat would also require an unconventional approach. His gaze turned once more to the unfathomable black hole. Perhaps only by harnessing the primal forces of destruction and rebirth inherent in the fallen heartfire, under extreme pressure, Could he compel the three energies to achieve their ultimate balance and metamorphosis? This was an exceedingly reckless notion, no different than inviting disaster. Yet within Lin Nua's eyes, a resolute flame ignited. There was no turning back. The trial of the Dan domain was imminent, the threat of the Soul Palace yet unresolved. He must break through swiftly. Drawing a deep breath, he adjusted himself to peak condition. Then, with no reservations, he unleashed all his soul power, akin to a torrent breaking free from a dam. Plunging fiercely into the depths of that black hole, he sought to actively invoke the more potent essence of the fallen heartfire, using this pressure to achieve his final rebirth. Come fort. The entire sky-burning refinement tower groaned under the unbearable strain at that moment. The tower trembled violently, crimson light erupting like a volcanic explosion, surging forth from the base of the tower, instantly breaching the defenses of the fourth floor and spreading upward. What is happening? The fallen heartfire is raging again? This time it is more violent than before. Run! The students within the tower were engulfed in terror, hastily fleeing. And at the epicenter of the maelstrom, Lin Nu bore the brunt of it. A wave of energy, far purer and more ferocious than before, imbued with the core will of the fallen heartfire, surged into his body like an enraged dragon. Cough! Lin Nu spat a mouthful of blood, his body instantly cracking like shattered porcelain. The tricolor inner core emitted a mournful cry, teetering on the brink of collapse. Pain, an indescribable agony enveloped every nerve. Yet he gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his gums. His eyes sparkled with a frenzied determination. Compress, merge, coalesce. A silent roar echoed within him. Guided by the arcane intent of the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix Flame, he forcefully directed the terrifying heartfire energy surging into his body, transforming it into an invisible hand that ruthlessly compressed the oncoming collapse of his tricolor inner core. Under the dual pressures of external force and internal will, the previously conflicting red, blue, and white energies were forcibly intertwined. The inner core's volume was madly compressed, its hue deepening. Crack, crack! Fine fissures appeared on the surface of the inner core, as if it would shatter completely at any moment. Yet Lin Nu, undeterred, continued to compress and merge with reckless abandon, just as the inner core teetered on the verge of total disintegration. Buzz! A sound resonated as if emerging from the very chaos of creation, echoing from the singularity compressed to its limits. Following that, an entirely new, more magnificent, and boundless aura erupted explosively. The cracked inner core did not shatter. Instead, it shed its old shell, transforming into a liquid Dan pill no larger than a thumb, perfectly rounded and exhibiting a flawless chaotic hue. Within the pill, the essences of the Red Dragon, Ice Phoenix, and Heartfire were no longer mere patterns. They morphed into three miniature, sentient energy spirits, gracefully orbiting around the central eternal chaotic heart, achieving an unprecedented dynamic equilibrium. The liquid, chaotic inner core. It was accomplished. Simultaneously, Lin Nua's aura, previously stagnated at the pinnacle of 9-star Grandmaster, exploded forth as if breaking through a shackle. The spirit of combat. 1-star spirit of combat. Moreover, due to its exceptionally solid foundation, this nascent aura of doling was surprisingly comparable to that of an ordinary 3-star or 4-star doling. The raging energy of the heartfire that surged within him had transformed from a harbinger of destruction into the finest nourishment, swiftly devoured and refined by the newly formed chaos inner Dan, fortifying the realm he had just transcended. The tumult within the tower gradually subsided as Lin Nu successfully broke through. When the arriving elders beheld Lin Nu, seated cross-legged in the center of the 4th level, radiating a formidable doling aura and rapidly stabilizing his realm, they were all rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, Elder Hua finally exhaled slowly, his eyes betraying a myriad of complex emotions. To forcibly undergo nirvana under the pressure of essence and achieve the breakthrough to doling. The audacity and fortuitousness of this youth were truly unprecedented. Half a month later, Lin Nu had thoroughly solidified his 1-star doling realm and emerged from seclusion. As his aura, characteristic of a doling powerhouse, radiated without reservation, it once again sent ripples of excitement through the inner academy. In less than a year, he had soared from a 2-star dojang to doling. Such a pace of cultivation transcended the realm of mere genius. It was nothing short of monstrous. The members of the Pan Men rejoiced, their spirits lifted, for the stronger their leader, the greater their honor. Xiaoyan, sans signe l'un nues infatigable, felt not only elation but also immense pressure, which compelled him to immerse himself even more diligently in his training. Upon learning of Lin Nua's successful breakthrough to doling, Lin Xiaoya was quick to extend his congratulations, his eyes burning with fervor. With Lin Nu as a formidable ally, his confidence in the Dan Domain trials surged. As time flowed on, the date of departure for the Dan Domain trials drew ever closer. On this day, Lin Nu, Lin Xiaoya, and another senior student named Han Yu, who had also received a recommendation, gathered in the inner academy square. The Vice Dean, Hu Qian, personally saw them off, his expression solemn. The Dan Domain trials are fraught with both opportunity and peril. You represent the dignity of our Jia Nan Academy. You must work in unison, assisting one another. Remember, preserving your safety is paramount. The disciples echoed in unison. We shall remember. Let's depart. With a wave of his sleeve, Vistein Hu Qian summoned a silver spaceship. Ancient in design, yet emanating a powerful spatial fluctuation, which materialized above the square. This vessel, exclusive to the Academy, was capable of rapid long-distance spatial travel. Lin Xiuya, and Han Yu exchanged glances, each reflecting anticipation and determination. With a leap, the trio landed deftly upon the ship's deck. The vessel emitted a low, resonant hum, shimmering silver as it tore through the fabric of space, vanishing from above the inner academy. Their destination, the Central State Dan Tower, thus commenced a new journey. Chapter 71, Arrival in the Central State. The spaceship sped through the ethereal passage, the view outside a kaleidoscope of bizarre and distorted lights. Lin Nuo sat cross-legged within his cabin, eyes closed in meditation, acclimating to the enhanced powers bestowed upon him by his breakthrough to doling. The chaos-hued liquid inner Dan slowly rotated in his dantian, exhaling and inhaling pure celestial energy, while three minuscule energy spirits danced within, emitting waves that stirred the heart. After half a month of consolidation, he had fully mastered the strength of a one-star doling, and with his robust foundation, his true combat prowess could rival that of 4- or 5-star dolings. As Lin Nuo opened his eyes, a glimmer of anticipation flickered within. He pondered the Central State, the stage at the heart of this continent, wondering how many prodigies would gather here and what opportunities lay hidden within. Knock, knock. A knock echoed at the door. Come in, he called. The door swung open to reveal Lin Xiuya and Han Yu entering the cabin. Junior brother Lin Nuo. In half a day, we will reach the border of the Central State's Tianya City, where there exists a spatial wormhole leading directly to the headquarters of Dan Tower. Shengdan City, Lin Xiuya informed him, clearly well-versed in the itinerary. Han Yu maintained her typically aloof demeanor, offering Lin Nuo a slight nod, acknowledging him. Thank you, Senior Lin, for the arrangements. Lin Nuo replied with a nod. Upon our arrival in Tianya City, we may need to pause briefly to replenish supplies and gather the latest news regarding the upcoming Dan Domain trials. Lin Xiuya pondered aloud. The Central State boasts a complex web of power, far beyond that of the Black Corner region. We must tread carefully. Lin Nuo and Han Yu both expressed their agreement. Half a day's time swiftly passed. The spaceship shuddered slightly as it exited the spatial passage, revealing a breathtaking vista. A colossal city, grand and majestic, as if bridging heaven and earth, emerged at the horizon. Its towering walls reached into the clouds, inscribed with countless profound runes, radiating potent spatial fluctuations. This was one of the gateways to the Central State's eastern region, Tianya City. The spaceship descended into the dedicated airspace of Tianya City. As the trio disembarked, they immediately felt an ambience starkly different from that of the Black Corner region. The air was saturated with a richness of celestial energy multiplied several times over. The streets bustling with a continuous stream of people. Passers-by exuded a formidable aura, with Do Wang and Do Huang apparent everywhere, and occasionally, one could sense the subtle presence of Do zone-level powerhouses, prosperous, powerful, and unfathomable. This was the first impression the Central State left upon the three. Let us first visit the Wan Yao Fong. It is the largest herbal merchant in Tianya City, renowned for its wealth of information, Lin Xiuya suggested. Clearly familiar with the city's layout as he led the two towards a thriving district. Wan Yao Fong was an expansive 7-story pavilion, ornate and imposing. The entrance bustled with a constant flow of carriages, with those entering and exiting being either wealthy or powerful. Stepping inside the Wan Yao Fong, an intoxicating aroma of myriad herbs enveloped them. Within the main hall stood numerous crystal counters displaying various rare medicinal materials, their luminescence shimmering, infused with energy. Many individuals clad in alchemist robes lingered, entranced by the treasures. Esteemed guests, what may I assist you with today? A beautiful attendant dressed in a qipao greeted them with a courteous smile, her demeanor both respectful and poised. Lin Xiuya produced a crystal card, stating calmly, "We require some medicinal materials of 5th grade or above, and additionally, we seek to inquire about some news." Noticing the card's design, the attendant's expression shifted slightly, her demeanor becoming even more respectful. "Ah, a distinguished guest. Please, follow me to a private room." She led them to an elegant chamber on the 2nd floor, serving them fragrant tea before bowing gracefully. "What specific medicinal materials do you require? Do you have a list? And regarding the news, what aspect would you like to inquire about?" Lin Xiuya glanced at Lin Nuo and Han Yu, noting their lack of response, before continuing. "Here is the list of medicinal materials. We wish to gather information about the upcoming Dan Domain trials, specifically any noteworthy competitors or recent rumors." The attendant reviewed the list, her eyes widening slightly at the sight of the invaluable items it contained. She respectfully replied, "The materials will be prepared shortly." Regarding the news about the Dan Domain trials, there have indeed been many circulating rumors recently. After a moment's thought, she elaborated. According to popular gossip, aside from the several prodigies from Dan Tower, such as Chao Ying of the Chao clan and Dan Shun of the Dan clan, there are several outsiders who warrant special attention. "Oh, please elaborate," Lin Xiuya urged, intrigued. First, there is the young master of Ice River Valley, Bing Fu, who is said to possess extraordinary ice abilities and has achieved 5-star doling, with ice-type combat skills that are unparalleled. Second, there is Fei Tian, a direct disciple of the Thunder and Lightning Pavilion's Leizun, who is trained in the 3000 Thunder Fanabody technique, boasting speed that is unrivaled among his peers, and he too is a 5-star doling. Lastly, there are the individuals from the Soul Palace. The attendant lowered her voice instinctively upon mentioning the Soul Palace. It is said that they have dispatched their young elites, one of whom is named Han Yu, whose strength is unfathomable and who acts with a secretive and ruthless nature. Extreme caution is advised. The Soul Palace. Upon hearing that name, Lin Nua's gaze turned somewhat frigid, and both Lin Xiuya and Han Yu wore solemn expressions. Moreover, the maid continued. There was an unverified piece of news suggesting that this trial might be connected to a recently discovered ancient relic, which seemed to have some ties to the legendary dragon phoenix origin fruit. This revelation had drawn numerous hidden families and rogue cultivators to participate. The dragon phoenix origin fruit? The mere mention of this name caused Lin Nua's heart to skip a beat. It was a fabled artifact capable of bestowing one with the primordial powers of the ancient dragon phoenix. If this news were indeed true, the intensity of the upcoming Dan Domain trial would likely far exceed expectations. Thank you for the information. Lin Xiuya handed a spatial ring filled with ample gold coins to the maid, covering the cost for the medicinal materials and the information. The maid accepted the ring, her spirit sense sweeping over it, and her smile broadened. Thank you, esteemed guest. The medicinal materials will be delivered promptly. Once the maid departed, a brief silence enveloped the chamber. The Soul Palace has indeed intervened, Lin Xiuya remarked solemnly. The dragon phoenix origin fruit, if the news holds any truth, would surely rouse even the most ancient of beings. Han Yu's usually icy tone bore a hint of turbulence. Lin Nua, tracing the rim of his teacup, wore a contemplative expression. While the Soul Palace's involvement was anticipated, the dragon phoenix origin fruit was an unexpected variable. Such divine artifacts could drive anyone to madness. When danger approaches, one must stand firm. When water flows, one must build a dam. Lin Nua set down his teacup, his voice calm, yet imbued with confidence. In the face of opportunity, each shall rely on their own means. Lin Xiuya cast a glance at him, feeling the tranquility seep into him, and chuckled. Indeed, no matter how talented or monstrous they may be, once they arrive in the Dan Domain, they'll understand upon confrontation. Before long, the medicinal materials were prepared. The trio exited the 10,000 medicine pavilion, ready to traverse the spatial wormhole to reach their ultimate destination, Holy Dan City. However, just as they stepped out of the pavilion, a squad clad in uniform blood-red armor, exuding a fierce aura, surrounded a young man dressed in opulent garments, who bore an arrogant demeanor. The young man scanned Lin Nua and his companions, his gaze lingering momentarily on the coolly elegant Han Yu, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, are these not the individuals from Canaan Academy? What brings you to the Dan Domain to seek your fortune? Chapter 72, Bloodblade Sect. The richly attired youth spoke flippantly, his gaze unabashedly roaming over Han Yu's curvaceous form, laden with an unpleasant sense of possessiveness. The blood-armored guards behind him emanated a formidable presence, subtly encircling Lin Nua and his companions, as if ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Onlookers in the street parted ways, their expressions revealing a mix of anticipation and trepidation. It's the Bloodblade Sect. That young man must be Wu Hao, the lesser lord of the Bloodblade Sect. I've heard he's quite a ruthless character. Canaan Academy? Isn't that the force from the Black Horner domain? How did they provoke the Bloodblade Sect? Whispers circulated among the crowd. Lin Xiuya furrowed his brow and stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Han Yu. His gaze steady as he addressed the young man, named Wu Hao. Friend from the Bloodblade Sect, what may I do for you? Wu Hao scoffed, lifting his chin slightly, peering down his nose at Lin Xiuya. What could you possibly instruct me on, given that you are but a handful of individuals from a backwater? I merely noticed this young lady's exceptional demeanor and wished to invite her for tea, to make her acquaintance. His words dripped with disdain and an unmistakable desire for Han Yu. A layer of frost enveloped Han Yu's beautiful face, her eyes flashing with revulsion. Lin Xiuya's expression hardened. Apologies, but we have no time. No time? Wu Hao's countenance darkened, his tone turning icy. In this Tinya city, no one dares to disregard my presence. You shall drink this tea, whether you wish to or not. A burly guard, seemingly the leader of the group, unleashed a formidable aura, sneering. The Lesser Lord has graciously invited you for tea. Do not overstep your bounds. The overwhelming pressure caused the onlookers to gasp for breath. Lin Xiuya and Han Yu's expressions shifted slightly, realizing that the opponent's numbers and the strength of their leader posed a significant threat. Should a conflict arise, they might be at a disadvantage. In the midst of this tense standoff, a calm voice broke through. What is your face worth? Everyone turned in surprise, following the voice to see Lin Nua, who had remained silent until now, slowly raising his eyelids. His gaze fell upon Wu Hao, as if assessing a mere object. Devoid of any emotional fluctuation, Wu Hao felt an inexplicable chill from that gaze, quickly igniting a surge of anger at being belittled. Who do you think you are? This is no place for you to speak. You're courting death. The guard leader stepped forward, his massive hand slicing through the air like a blade, aimed directly at Lin Nua's neck. Boy, kneel and apologize to the Lesser Lord. The strike was as swift as lightning, the gathered energy potent enough to crush iron. Yet, in the face of this ferocious attack, Lin Nua did not flinch or evade. He merely raised his right hand casually, extending his index finger. A flicker of chaotic energy imperceptibly flashed at his fingertip. In a stunning display of speed, the guard leader's hand met an invisible barrier just half a foot from Lin Nua's neck, abruptly halting. His expression shifted dramatically, overwhelmed by an indescribable force that surged through his fingertips and invaded his body in an instant. This force was not merely a shock. It was a fundamental disintegration. The blood blade energy within him, confronted by this chaotic power, seemed to encounter its nemesis. Its operation grinding to a halt before swiftly collapsing and dissipating from the point of contact. The guard leader was struck as if by a hammer. Spewing blood as his right arm fell limply at his side, his aura waning rapidly, eyes wide with horror and fear. One finger, merely one finger, and he had severely injured a 5-star battle spirit. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. All present stood agape, staring at Lin Nua, who calmly withdrew his finger. His expression still placid, as if he had merely completed an inconsequential task. Wu Hao's sneer froze, replaced by disbelief and a flicker of panic. His strongest guard had been rendered incapacitated by a mere gesture. Lin Xiuya and Han Yu too gazed at Lin Nua in astonishment. Though they were aware of his formidable strength, they had not anticipated it to be to such a degree. A 5-star battle spirit was utterly powerless before him. Who exactly are you? Wu Hao stammered, instinctively retreating a step. Lin Nua offered no reply, merely regarding him with indifferent eyes. May we now take our leave? That calm gaze made Wu Hao feel as though he were being scrutinized by an ancient beast, sending chills down his spine. He had no doubt that if he dared to obstruct them further, Lin Nua would not hesitate to end his life. Go, you may leave. Wu Hao gritted his teeth, managing to squeeze out a few words. A wise man does not incur immediate losses. He would remember this debt. Lin Nua disregarded him. Nodding slightly to Lin Xiuya and Han Yu, let us depart. The trio ignored the astonished onlookers, striding purposefully towards the spatial wormhole. Only when their figures vanished around the corner did Wu Hao exhale sharply, his back drenched in cold sweat. He cast a glance at the guard leader, who lay crumpled on the ground, pallid and lifeless, a tide of resentment surging in his eyes. Investigate. I want to uncover that boy's background. Anyone who dares to harm my Bloodblade sect will find themselves in a living hell. On their way to the spatial wormhole, Lin Xiuya hesitated. Finally unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Na just now, he pondered. Even if he were to exert his full strength, defeating that 5-star battle spirit would not be difficult, yet could never be so effortlessly accomplished with a mere finger. Han Yu, too, directed a curious gaze towards him. Lin Nua chuckled softly, refraining from elaborating further. Merely a trifling tactic, sufficient to deal with such lowly adversaries. The chaotic energy he cultivated through the yin-yang dragon phoenix flame was of an extraordinarily high caliber, naturally suppressing ordinary combat energy, especially effective against opponents of singular attributes and inferior techniques. Observing Lin Nua's reluctance to divulge more, Lin Xiuya and Han Yu wisely chose not to press for details. Their esteem for Lin Nua rising yet another notch. This junior from the Black Corner region was far more enigmatic and formidable than they had initially perceived. With this brief interlude, the trio grew increasingly cautious, swiftly arriving at the wormhole plaza of Tinya City. At the heart of the expansive square, a silver vortex, exceeding 100 feet in diameter, spun languidly, emanating intense spatial fluctuations. This was the passage leading to Shangdan City. After paying a considerable fee, the trio stepped into the wormhole. A dizzying sensation enveloped them as they were transported. When their feet touched solid ground once more, a surge of even richer, subtly fragrant earthly energy assaulted their senses. Before them stood an awe-inspiring city of unimaginable grandeur. The city walls soared 1,000 feet high, piercing the clouds, constructed entirely of a lustrous white jade that radiated a soft glow. Above the city, mist swirled, revealing numerous floating islands and palaces, akin to a celestial paradise. Above the massive city gates, 2 ancient characters, elegantly entwined with dragon and phoenix motifs and exuding supreme majesty, shimmered in the sunlight. Shangdan City, the headquarters of the Pill Tower, the sacred ground for alchemists, had finally been reached. The storm of the Dan Domain trial was about to officially commence in this legendary city. Chapter 73. The Dan Domain trial begins. The moment Lin Nua set foot in Shangdan City, he sensed its distinctiveness. Not only was the earthly energy so dense it felt almost tangible, but an invisible, vast spiritual pressure enveloped the entire city. This pressure was not directed at any individual. Rather, it existed as naturally as breath itself, emanating from the towering Pill Tower that loomed in the city center. A convergence of countless alchemist spiritual beliefs and a symbol of the pinnacle of alchemical mastery in this land. Even Lin Nua, feeling the depth of this overwhelming spiritual essence, could not help but feel a touch of solemnity. The square bustled with a continuous flow of people, the majority clad in alchemist robes adorned with badges denoting their ranks, ranging from the 1st to the 5th tier, with the occasional sighting of esteemed 6th and 7th tier masters eliciting looks of reverence from those around. The air was perfumed with a bizarre blend of various medicinal herbs, invigorating the senses to the extent that simply breathing felt rejuvenating, as if the very essence of spiritual energy had become more vibrant. Truly, this is Shangdan City, Lin Xiuya remarked, taking a deep breath. The earthly energy here is several times stronger than that of our Canaan Academy's inner courtyard. Han Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder as she softly added, "It is said that beneath Shangdan City lies a colossal energy main vein, meticulously refined and condensed by generations of Pill Tower masters, which has given rise to this sanctuary for cultivation." Lin Nuo nodded, his gaze sweeping across the magnificent city that seemed otherworldly. The streets were wide and pristine, lined with shops selling an array of items related to medicinal herbs, elixirs, and cauldrons, an enchanting display, with many rare herbs seldom seen elsewhere appearing rather commonplace here. Let us first report to the reception established by the Pill Tower to confirm our qualifications and specific arrangements for the Dan Domain trial, Lin Xiuya stated, evidently well prepared, as he discerned the direction and led Lin Nuo and Han Yu towards the city's central area. The closer they approached the center, the stronger the invisible spiritual pressure became, and they also encountered more formidable figures. Among them were not only young alchemist prodigies, but also many who were clearly protectors or representatives of significant powers, with Do Wang and Do Huang visible throughout, and occasionally the subtle aura of Do Zong could be sensed. While Canaan Academy held considerable influence in the Black Horn region, it appeared rather inconspicuous in Shangdan City, especially before the Pill Tower. Arriving before Grand Hall, they encountered a lengthy queue comprised of young alchemists and their accompanying personnel from various regions of the continent, all preparing to participate in the Dan Domain trial. The arrival of Lin Nuo and his companions drew little attention, as their combination was far too commonplace in such a setting. During their wait in line, Lin Nuo distinctly felt numerous gazes traversing over him, particularly lingering on his unadorned chest, filled with curiosity and scrutiny. After all, those participating in the Dan Domain trial were typically young alchemical geniuses, most of whom possessed at least a 3rd-tier rank. His lack of any badge rendered him an anomaly. Lin Xiuya and Han Yu, however, wore their 4th-tier alchemist badges, attracting some approving glances. Name, age, affiliated force, alchemist rank. The serious-faced Pill Tower steward recited monotonously as they reached the front of the line. Lin Xiuya, 22, Canaan Academy, 4th-tier alchemist. Han Yu, 21, Canaan Academy, 4th-tier alchemist. The steward recorded their information, nodded, and handed them 2 jade tokens inscribed with numbers. These are your identity tokens. Present them for the preliminary test. Next, it was Lin Nuo's turn. Lin Nuo, 18, Canaan Academy. He hesitated momentarily, no alchemist rank certification. The steward finally raised his head, his brow furrowing slightly. No rank certification? What brings you here? The Dan Domain trial is no trivial matter. Non-alchemists are not permitted to participate. His tone carried a hint of impatience. Around them, some scoffed, casting scornful glances. Another one, trying to fish in troubled waters? 18 years old, and without even a 1st-tier badge. Daring to come to Shangdan City and make a fool of himself? Canaan Academy? Never heard of it. Must be from some small place, ignorant of the rules. Lin Xiuya and Han Yu's expressions darkened, about to speak up, but Lin Nuo remained unperturbed, calmly stating, "I understand the rules. Though I lack certification, I am confident in my eligibility to participate in the trial. Might I request leniency to allow me entry into the preliminary test? If I do not meet the requirements, I shall depart." The steward appraised Lin Nuo for a few moments, noting his steady aura and clear gaze, which suggested sincerity. Those who reach this point typically possess some merit. After a moment's reflection, the Pill Tower was not entirely inflexible. They occasionally granted opportunities to exceptionally gifted individuals lacking formal certification. Very well. The steward produced a slightly different gray token and handed it to Lin Nuo. This is a tentative token. The first stage of the preliminary test is a basic spiritual power assessment. If you can meet the 4th-tier alchemist threshold, you will be deemed successful and can obtain a formal token. If not, his unspoken words were clear. Thank you. Lin Nuo accepted the gray token without further comment. After the trio received their tokens, they followed the directions to the preliminary test site, located in a massive square on the outskirts of the Pill Tower. The square was already teeming with thousands of young alchemists, a truly spectacular sight. At the center of the square stood over 100 towering black stone tablets, their surfaces as smooth as mirrors, with strange glimmering patterns flowing across them. Those are the soul testing tablets, Lin Xiuya explained in a low voice. By placing your palm upon them and channeling your spiritual power, the tablets will display corresponding colors based on the strength, resilience, and purity of your spiritual energy. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet correspond to the thresholds for 1st-tier to 7th-tier alchemists, as long as one can illuminate the yellow light. It signifies a foundational spiritual power suitable for a 4th-tier alchemist, thus passing the first stage of the preliminary test. Lin Nuo gazed ahead, observing many individuals stepping forward to test their abilities. The majority managed to ignite yellow or even green lights, eliciting waves of admiration from the crowd. However, there were also those who could only ignite the orange or even red hues, their faces flushing with embarrassment as they retreated, drawing forth a chorus of jeers. The ruthless nature of the competition was evident. Canaan Academy, Lin Zuyai. Soon, it was Lin Zuyai's turn. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and placed his palm upon the soul testing tablet. A surge of mental energy erupted from within him. The tablet quivered slightly, and the radiance swiftly ascended, transitioning from red to orange, yellow, and green. Ultimately, it stabilized at a deep green hue, approaching cyan. Lin Zuyai's mental energy stood at the pinnacle of the 4th tier. Nearing the 5th, qualified, announced the supervising elder from the Pill Tower in a booming voice. Whispers began to circulate in the square, and gazes directed at Lin Zuyai held a newfound respect. At just 22 years of age, a peak 4th-tier alchemist was considered quite a remarkable talent anywhere. Lin Zuyai breathed a sigh of relief and stepped aside. Canaan Academy, Han Yu. Han Yu advanced, her delicate hand lightly pressing against the stone tablet. Similarly, the brilliance erupted rapidly. Red, orange, yellow, green. It finally stabilized at a verdant green, slightly lighter than Lin Zuyai's, but still firmly within the 4th tier. Han Yu, mental energy, 4th tier, qualified. After the two completed their tests, both felt a sense of ease. Their moods considerably lightened, and they immediately turned their attention to Lin Nuo. Though they understood Lin Nuo's formidable strength, they were unaware of his alchemical skills and mental prowess. Next, called the elder from the Pill Tower. Lin Nuo grasped the gray jade token and walked forward at a measured pace. His arrival instantly captured numerous gazes, primarily due to his youth and the absence of an emblem on his chest, coupled with the rare provisional jade token he held. Oh, a provisional slot? At 18, without even an emblem, what kind of noteworthy mental energy could he possess? Probably a relation trying to gain some exposure. He'll surely reveal his true colors at the first hurdle. Whispers filled the air, most laced with skepticism and mockery. Lin Nuo paid no heed to the chatter, striding directly to an empty soul testing tablet. He extended his hand, gazing at the smooth black surface of the tablet, his heart unperturbed. Since his crossing into this realm, his mental energy seemed to diverge from that of ordinary individuals, particularly after merging with a wisp of chaotic essence, resulting in a peculiar transformation. While perhaps not extraordinarily abundant, he held absolute confidence in its quality and characteristics. He slowly pressed his palm against the tablet. Unlike others, he did not hastily summon his energy. Instead, he closed his eyes and allowed his consciousness to plunge into the sea of awareness. In an instant, an intangible yet subtly chaotic wave of energy quietly surged from his palm into the soul testing tablet. The tablet fell silent for a moment. Then, a hum, deep and resonant, far louder than any prior test, erupted from within its core. The light emanating from the tablet did not ascend gradually. Rather, it exploded forth in an instant. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue. In the blink of an eye, the radiance violently shattered the blue boundary. The entire square fell into stunned silence. Everyone gaped in disbelief at the tablet radiating a magnificent blue light. Blue, the hallmark of a 6th-tier alchemist's mental energy. Yet, this was not the end. Within the profound blue light, a nearly imperceptible yet immensely noble purple thread flickered like a dragon, vanishing in an instant. Although it merely flashed by and did not fully transform the light to purple, the momentary thrill caused several elders from the Pill Tower, who had been meditating with their eyes closed, to abruptly open their eyes in astonishment, staring at the calm-faced young man in black garb amidst the crowd. 18 years old. Provisional Schlut. Notiv Certification. Mental energy at the pinnacle of the 6th tier, on the brink of the 7th tier. Where did this monster emerge from? The silence persisted for several seconds, then erupted like a volcano into a cacophony of astonishment that resonated throughout the square. Blue. 6th tier. Am I seeing things? He is only 18. That purple light. I think I glimpsed a hint of purple. Could it be Canaan Academy, Lin Nuo? I shall remember this name. Lin Zuyai and Han Yu stood utterly stunned, mouths agape, gazing at the figure that commanded the attention of the multitude, as if seeing this junior for the first time. The supervising elder took several deep breaths to suppress his astonishment, his voice trembling slightly as he announced loudly. Lin Nuo. Mental energy, 6th tier. No. Initial test result. 6th tier pinnacle. On the verge of the 7th tier. Exceptional qualified. The phrase exceptional qualified struck each person's heart like a heavy hammer. Lin Nuo slowly withdrew his hand, the light upon the soul testing tablet gradually dissipating. He seemed to have merely accomplished a trivial task as he turned to walk towards the still-dazed Lin Zuyai and Han Yu. As he passed, the crowd parted to make way for him, the prior mocking and disdainful gazes replaced by shock, reverence, and incredulity. He glanced at Lin Zuyai and Han Yu, offering a slight smile that revealed his pearly teeth. It seems fortune favors us. We shall all participate in the upcoming trials. The alchemical domain trials. Due to this unexpected dark horse, had already stirred considerable waves from the outset. Chapter 74, Soul Value Testing. The shock in front of the soul testing tablet swept over the initial testing square like a tempest. The name Lin Nuo spread with unprecedented speed among the thousands of participants and Pill Tower staff. 18 years old, pinnacle, 6th tier, mental energy. On the verge of the 7th tier, what an astonishing talent, even within the Pill Tower. Those meticulously cultivated direct descendants who could reach such heights at this age were exceedingly rare. Countless gazes converged upon the young man clad in black, whose features still bore a hint of youthfulness, yet whose eyes were eerily calm. Curiosity, inquiry, apprehension, and even a hint of veiled hostility wove together into an invisible net. Lin Ziyi and Han Yu snapped back from their initial astonishment, watching Lin Nuo return to their side with an ease that suggested he had merely taken a leisurely stroll, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Junior brother Lin Nuo, Lin Ziyi said with a wry smile, shaking his head, truly our concealed gem. He now fully understood why Lin Nuo could so effortlessly inflict heavy damage upon a 5-star combat spirit in Tinya City. With such a terrifying foundation of mental energy, his soul power would undoubtedly far surpass his peers, and his control and application of strength would naturally not be comparable to an ordinary combat king. Han Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue as she softly remarked, "It seems our Canaan Academy will rise to fame through you in this alchemical domain trial." Lin Nuo smiled, unfazed by the surrounding attention, and calmly replied, "It's merely my mental energy that is commendable. Alchemy is vast and profound, and the subsequent tests will be the true measure." His composure, far beyond his years, prompted some elder figures observing in the shadows to nod in approval. Upon the high platform, several elders from the Pill Tower engaged in quiet discussion. This young man is remarkable. His mental energy is solid and carries a unique resonance, not merely inflated by elixirs or secret techniques. When did Canaan Academy produce such a talent? That old coot, Hu Qian, has kept it well hidden. He deserves our close attention. If his alchemical talent is equally astonishing, he may qualify to contend for a seed slot in the alchemical conference. It's just the initial test. Strong mental energy does not guarantee alchemical prowess. Composure, fire control, and understanding of medicinal properties are all essential. Let us see how far he can go. After a brief tumult, the initial test continued. However, with Lin Nuo's brilliance preceding him. Even if a few more prodigies emitting azure light were to appear, it would seem utterly unremarkable. The first round of the mental strength screening eliminated nearly half of the participants, leaving the square considerably more spacious. The remaining individuals were undoubtedly the CR de la CR among young alchemists, each possessing at least a foundational mental strength of grade 4 or above. At this juncture, the elder from the Alchemist Guild, who had previously announced Lin Nuo's score, stepped forward once more, his voice resonating throughout the venue. Congratulations to all for passing the first round of soul testing. We shall now proceed to the second round of preliminary trials. The soul value assessment. With a flourish of his sleeve, dozens of uniquely designed puppets gradually ascended from one side of the square. These puppets, exhibiting a dark bronze hue, were intricately inscribed with complex runes, their hollow eyes emanating an aura of cold rigidity. These are the soul testing puppets, specially crafted by our guild, capable of withstanding and quantifying the impact of mental strength. You are to wield your mental prowess as a blade and strike at the core of the runic emblem on the puppet's chest. The puppet will display a specific numerical value based on the intensity, penetration, and instantaneous explosive power of your mental strength, which will be your soul value. A soul value of 300 is deemed acceptable for progression to the final theoretical examination. The higher the soul value, the more exquisite your application of mental strength, thereby granting you a distinct advantage in subsequent alchemical assessments. The elder's gaze swept across the crowd as he solemnly declared, "Now, let the testing commence." The rules are straightforward. It is a pure contest of the quality and application of mental strength. Instantly, several confident individuals stepped forth. A young man, adorned in resplendent alchemist robes and sporting a grade 5 badge upon his chest, was the first to approach a soul-testing puppet. He inhaled deeply, and a torrent of formidable mental strength surged forth from his brow, coalescing into an invisible spear in mid-air, which, accompanied by a piercing sound of slicing air, struck forcefully at the runic emblem on the puppet's chest. Buzz! The emblem on the puppet's chest shimmered, its body trembling slightly, as a luminous number appeared on its forehead. 457. Wow, 457. Impressive. Truly, a grade 5 alchemist. This score is considered above average within the inner domain. The young man, pleased with his result, retreated to the side as the testing continued. Most of the qualifying participant soul values range between 300 and 500, with only a few exceeding 500, eliciting a smattering of astonished gasps. Lin Xiaoya and Han Yu each took their turn. Lin Xiaoya's mental strength coalesced into a spear, charging forth with determination, achieving a soul value of 583. Han Yu's mental strength transformed into icy shards, sharp and frigid, yielding a soul value of 531. Both displayed commendable results, ranking among the top, further validating that Canaan Academy was not merely a name without substance. However, All eyes inevitably gravitated towards the still and patient figure of the young man in black. They were eager to discern what astonishing achievement this boy, who had created miracles on the soul testing stone, would attain in this more application-focused soul value assessment. At last, it was Lin Nua's turn. He strolled towards a soul-testing puppet, instantly becoming the focal point of the gathering. Even the elders atop the platform leaned forward slightly, their expressions betraying anticipation. Lin Nuo regarded the frigid puppet before him, his gaze as placid as a still lake. Unlike others who hastily sought to consolidate their forms, he stood quietly, seemingly attuned to something. After a few moments, he raised his right index finger and gently tapped the puppet's chest. There was no grandiose display, no dazzling brilliance, nor any discernible surge of mental strength. Yet at the moment his fingertip made contact crack, a faint yet remarkably clear sound of shattering echoed unexpectedly. A slender crack, no thicker than a hair, appeared at the core of the runic inscription on the puppet's hardened chest. Simultaneously, the luminous number on the puppet's forehead began to oscillate wildly, as if it were out of control, soaring past the 1,000 mark, and after a frantic flicker, it abruptly stabilized. 1,576. Moreover, the glow of that number exhibited an eerie, chaotic hue, lingering for several seconds before slowly dissipating. The minute crack remained, etched like a brand upon the puppet's chest. Silence. A profound stillness enveloped the crowd. It was as if they had all been choked, their eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on that terrifying number and the fissure on the puppet's chest. 1,576? This was nearly 3 times the soul value of an ordinary grade 5 alchemist. It even surpassed the theoretical limit of most grade 6 alchemists. More alarmingly, he had shattered the soul-testing puppet. Though merely a slight crack, the material of this puppet was reputed to withstand attacks from a battle king. To what extent had his mental strength been honed and sharpened? Gulp. Someone, unknown, struggled to swallow hard, shattering the suffocating silence. Immediately, an uproar erupted. 1,576. My heavens! He shattered the soul-testing puppet. How is this possible? A monster. This fellow is undoubtedly a monster. Lin Nuo of Canaan Academy. How has he honed his skills? Lin Xiuya and Han Yu were rendered numb, exchanging glances of silent astonishment, each reflecting the same shock and helplessness. The pressure of competing alongside such a prodigy was undeniably immense. The elders atop the platform could no longer remain seated. They stood, their faces alight with astonishment. The essence of mental strength condensed into a point. This child has mastered the minutiae of mental control. Not merely control, but the very essence of his mental strength is extraordinarily unique, imbued with a property that defies the norm. Otherwise, it would be impossible to damage the soul-testing puppet. Quickly, this matter must be reported to the Elder Council. This child must be closely monitored. The elder presiding over the event inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, his gaze towards Lin Nuo brimming with complexity. He proclaimed loudly, his own voice tinged with an excitement he himself had not perceived. Lin Nuo, soul value, 1,576. Exceptional qualified. Lin Nuo slowly withdrew his finger, unfazed by the outcome. The mental strength, infused with chaotic energy, far exceeded the ordinary, possessing formidable, penetrating, and disintegrating characteristics. He had not even exerted his full strength just then, ignoring the myriad of gazes that seemed poised to engulf him. He turned and walked back to Lin Xiuya and Han Yu. Let us proceed. There remains the final theoretical assessment. His tone remained unperturbed, as though the astonishing scene just witnessed was entirely unrelated to him. Observing Lin Nuo's calm demeanor, a shared thought arose in the minds of all participants. This trial in the alchemical domain is poised for a seismic shift. This Lin Nuo from Canaan Academy will undoubtedly become the most formidable obstacle for all aspiring talents vying for top ranks. Chapter 75, Theoretical Assessment, the Hypothesis of Exotic Flames. The reverberations of shock from the soul value assessment had yet to subside. As the alchemists who passed the second round entered the final segment of the preliminary tests, the theoretical assessment, with a myriad of emotions. The examination hall was set within a spacious temple, where thousands of jade tables were arranged in neat rows, each equipped with a specially crafted jade tablet. The atmosphere was suffused with solemnity, an invisible barrier of mental strength segregating each seat, eliminating any possibility of cheating. Those who had reached this stage numbered less than 1,000, each an elite among elites. Yet at this moment, these proud young talents appeared largely solemn, many of them casting nervous and wary glances at the calm figure in black seated ahead. Lin Nuo, Lin Xiuya, and Han Yu sat adjacent to one another. This theoretical assessment was said to encompass a vast array of topics, including herb identification, pharmacological properties, formula derivation, and even the interpretation of ancient alchemical texts, and was notoriously challenging. Lin Ziyi conveyed his message with a grave tone. His forte lay in practical skills, rather than theoretical knowledge. Han Yi nodded slightly, her cool gaze directed at Lin Nuo. Lin Nuo, do you possess confidence? She inquired hesitantly, for Lin Nuo exhibited a terrifying talent for spiritual power. Yet the theory of alchemy required years of accumulation and systematic study. Lin Nuo smiled, not providing a direct answer, simply stating, "I shall do my best." His confidence did not stem solely from nearly a year of arduous training. The soul that had traversed into this world seemed to possess an extraordinary affinity and comprehension of knowledge related to alchemy and fire. Many obscure theories he could often grasp intuitively, drawing parallels and making connections. Furthermore, following the incident with the fallen heart flame, he had privately immersed himself in an extensive array of alchemical texts from the Canaan Academy's library, establishing a theoretical foundation far more solid than others might presume. The assessment begins. Channel your spiritual power into the jade slip, with a time limit of 1 hour. The final score will be a composite of your performances in the first 2 rounds, determining your eligibility to enter the pill domain and participate in the formal trial. The voice of the supervising elder echoed within the hall. As soon as the announcement concluded, everyone promptly immersed their spiritual power into the jade slips on the tables. Buzz. A torrent of information surged into their minds. The first section involved the identification of myriad herbs. It was not a mere recognition, but rather required the description of partial characteristics or energy fluctuations of hundreds of similarly shaped herbs, each possessing drastically different properties, demanding the complete name, primary origin, core medicinal properties, and their interrelations of mutual promotion or inhibition. Among them were some obscure and nearly extinct ancient herbs. The second section was pharmacological deduction. It presented several attribute conflicts, seemingly impossible to merge herbs, and required the deduction of their theoretical coexistence, along with a brief explanation of at least 3 feasible neutralization or guidance proposals. The third section involved the completion of a medicinal formula. A fragmented 5th-grade formula was provided, missing the 3 most crucial auxiliary herbs and the technique for condensing the pill, demanding its completion and an explanation of the reasoning behind it. The fourth section was particularly unique, consisting of an ancient, fragmented scroll regarding Waihu can be translated as strange fire or foreign fire. The scroll was vague, replete with metaphors and symbols, proposing a bold hypothesis that was not purely destructive, but perhaps contained a thread of creative power within its essence, which, if properly guided, could be used to nourish the soul and reshape the physical body. Although the first 3 sections were exceedingly challenging, they remained within the realm of conventional alchemical theory. The hall was soon filled with the sounds of anxious sighs and the subtle noises of jade slips being gripped tightly. Many prodigies were visibly sweating, evidently encountering significant obstacles. Lin Ziai furrowed his brow, clearly struggling with the pharmacological deduction. Han Yu, on the other hand, was deep in contemplation regarding the completion of the medicinal formula. Only Lin Nuo, with a sweeping glance over the first 3 sections, felt knowledge whirl rapidly in his mind, his pen moving as if guided by divine intervention. For the identification of myriad herbs, he relied on that unique affinity, almost without a second thought. For the pharmacological deduction, his reasoning was unconventional, often proposing astonishing yet logical solutions from the perspectives of yin-yang balance and energy pathways. In completing the formula, he honed in on the core, aligning the auxiliary herbs and the technique for pill condensation with the original intent of the text. His speed was astonishing. Within less than half an hour, he had completed the first 3 sections and focused his spiritual power on the final interpretation of the ancient scroll regarding creation, nourishing the soul, reshaping the physical body. Upon encountering these keywords, Lin Nuo's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. The hypotheses within the scroll resonated with the unfinished words spoken by the alchemist when he first beheld Lin Nuo's physique, as well as with Lin Nuo's peculiar attraction too. Could it be that his physique was not merely capable of attracting, but also guiding or even utilizing the minuscule thread of creative power contained within it? This thought struck him like a lightning bolt piercing through the fog. He recalled the fallen heart flame yielding submissively before him. It was not merely fear, but rather a sense of intimacy and longing. It seemed as if his body was an exceptional sanctuary or sustenance for. If this were true, then the conjecture within the scroll might not be mere empty words for him. He calmed his mind and meticulously studied the obscure scroll. The ancient and distorted text, accompanied by symbols and flame totems that were challenging to comprehend, left most of the other candidates bewildered, forcing them to rely on marginally educated guesses based on ancient texts. However, Lin Nuo was different. As he focused his spirit on those ancient symbols, a faint ripple of chaotic spiritual power in his sea of consciousness resonated ever so slightly with a certain essence preserved within the scroll. In an instant, the twisted words and symbols appeared to spring to life before his eyes, rearranging themselves to convey clearer information. He perceived that it was not a specific technique or formula, but rather an elusive concept, a notion of how to use oneself as a medium to guide the power of, stripping it of its ferocity, extracting that minute seed of creation to nourish oneself, and even, potentially, to benefit external entities. Though only a vague guiding principle, the path ahead was long. It had undoubtedly opened a new door for him. He suppressed the excitement within and began to inscribe his interpretation with spiritual power, rather than regurgitating the text. He combined his own insights to articulate that profound concept in the clearest language possible, proposing several audacious ideas based on this concept. such as utilizing as a catalyst to refine soul-nourishing primal pills or guiding the power of to temper the physical body, steering it toward a certain innate fire spirit physique. As Lin Nuo laid down the jade slip and exhaled a long breath, only a quarter of an hour remained until the end of the assessment. He surveyed his surroundings. Most were still furiously scribbling or wearing expressions of distress. His early completion once again drew the attention of the supervising elder and a few other top prodigies. As time expired, all jade slips were collected. The candidates gradually exited the hall, most appearing weary and engaged in animated discussions. That was exceedingly difficult. I had no clue about the completion of that formula. The scroll-on was utterly incomprehensible. This assessment was truly monstrous. How did Lin Nuo fare, I wonder? His spiritual power is so formidable. Will his theory be a shortcoming? Lin Ziyi and Han Yu approached Lin Nuo, both exhaling sighs of relief. At last, it's over. That scroll-on was simply baffling, Lin Ziyi remarked with a wry smile. Han Yu frowned slightly. Indeed, it was obscure. I could only manage to interpret a few sentences based on some ancient legends. The two looked at Lin Nuo, who merely smiled faintly, saying nothing further. The results required time for verification. Half an hour later, a colossal light screen emerged in the square, displaying the final list of those who had passed the preliminary assessment and qualified for entry into the pill domain, along with the comprehensive rankings. The list rolled from top to bottom. When they spotted the name shining with golden radiance at the very top, the entire square fell into a brief silence once more. First place, Lin Nuo, Canaan Academy. Comprehensive rating, exceptional. Following this, the brief comments regarding his 3 rounds of assessment were particularly striking. Soul assessment, peak 6th grade, nearing 7th grade. Soul value, 1,576. Theory, unique insights, particularly adept at pharmacological deduction and scroll interpretation. Innovative concepts, immense potential. Another exceptional rating. All 3 rounds were rated as exceptional. How can this be? Is his theoretical understanding truly so strong? Is he even human? Gasps of astonishment and murmurs of disbelief filled the air. Lin Ziyi ranked 173rd, and Han Yu ranked 205th, both advanced smoothly. Yet, gazing at the name that towered above, radiant and resplendent, they could only feel admiration. Lin Nuo gazed at his name upon the light screen, his expression serene, though his hand within his sleeve tightened slightly. The concept of the creation must be validated. I'm on my way to the mysteries of the await me. Chapter 76, The Gateway to the... As the preliminary trial concluded, beneath the immense luminous screen, some rejoiced while others hung their heads in despair. The number of successful candidates barely exceeded 500, a stark contrast to the thousands who initially participated, rendering the elimination rate brutally harsh. Lin Nuo Lin Duya and Han Yu stood at the forefront of the crowd, a small space naturally forming around them due to the dazzling brilliance of their exceptional ratings, creating an invisible barrier that deterred other talents from approaching. Congratulations to all for passing the preliminary trial and obtaining the qualification to enter the, announced the presiding elder, drawing everyone's attention. It is the heart of a realm unto itself, rich in the energy of heaven and earth. It not only harbors energies far surpassing those of the outside world, but also nurtures countless rare medicinal materials seldom found beyond. Moreover, it serves as a place of legacy and trials left by our forebears. With a wave of his sleeve, the elder gestured toward the towering at the center of the entrance to the lies beneath the... Shortly, a spatial passage will be opened to usher you in. Remember, while the taking of life is forbidden within the... Competing for opportunities based on one's own abilities is the norm. Proceed with caution. As the elder's words fell, a colossal bronze door at the base of the slowly creaked open. Behind it was not the interior of the tower, but a swirling silver vortex, radiating strong and stable spatial fluctuations. Present your identity, jade, tokens, and enter in sequence. The crowd surged forward, figures transforming into streaks of light, eager to plunge into the silver vortex. Let us go. Lin Xiaoya inhaled deeply, his eyes reflecting a blend of anticipation and gravity. Han Yu nodded slightly. Lin Nuo cast a glance at the spatial passage and nodded in agreement. The 3 moved in unison, swept along by the throng toward the bronze door. Just as Lin Nuo was about to step into the vortex, a chilling gaze, reminiscent of a serpent, locked onto him. Lin Nuo's keen senses detected it. He halted and turned his head. Not far away stood a young man clad in a dark red alchemist's robe, coldly observing him. This youth, though handsome, bore an unshakable aura of menace. Adorning his chest was a badge, not the usual star emblem, but an image of a cauldron entwined with flames. The flames displaying 5 distinct colors, emanating a disquieting resonance. 5-colored, a 5th-grade alchemist. Furthermore, judging by the badge's design and material, it was no ordinary 5th-grade emblem, but rather a symbol of a core legacy. Accompanying the young man were several other young alchemists, all exuding formidable presences, rallying around him. It was Qiuji from the Qiu family, one of the 5 great families of the... Rumor had it that he was not only at the pinnacle of 5th-grade alchemy at a tender age, but had also reached the peak of... He was a favored candidate for the championship in this trial. Is he staring at Lin Nuo? Murmured an onlooker. This is getting interesting. a dark horse emerging from nowhere, a direct descendant of an established strong clan. Whispers around identified the ominous youth as Chioji. Upon noticing Lin Nua's gaze, a cold smirk crept across his lips, and his mouth moved slightly, delivering a thin, yet provocatively charged whisper that reached Lin Nua's ears. Kid, have a bit of talent and suddenly think you're untouchable? There's no place for a rustic like you. If you know what is good for you, turn around and leave now. Otherwise, there are no rules to protect you inside. A blatant threat. Lin Nua squinted, realizing that his exceptional rating had not only attracted attention, but also envy and suppression. Chioji likely perceived Lin Nua as a threat to his standing. Faced with this unfounded provocation, Lin Nua did not exhibit anger. He merely cast a calm glance at Chioji, his eyes as tranquil as a deep pond, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, yet inexplicably sending a shiver down Chioji's spine. 5 great families of the... Lin Nua's voice was equally measured as he responded. I hope your abilities can match your bravado. With that, he disregarded Chioji, whose expression darkened in an instant, and stepped forward, his figure vanishing into the silver vortex. Damn it! Chioji's eyes flickered with fury. He had not anticipated Lin Nua's audacity to directly confront him, a mere nobody from a borderland. Who gave him such audacity? Xiao Xiao, that kid is too arrogant. One of his subordinates grumbled. Once inside there will be ample opportunity to deal with him. Another sneered ominously. Chioji snorted coldly, a chilling resolve in his voice. Once we enter he will understand the meaning of regret. Let us go. He led his entourage swiftly into the spatial passage. A brief sensation of temporal displacement washed over Lin Nua when his feet once again met solid ground. He found himself in an entirely new realm. The sky was not blue but instead shimmered with a faint rainbow hue, flowing like the aurora. The air was thick with energy, almost tangible as it enveloped him. With each breath, a surge of energy coursed through his limbs, even accelerating the recovery of his mental faculties. As he surveyed the landscape, undulating mountains and towering ancient trees came into view, many of the plants unlike any found in the outside world, radiating a luminous glow. In the distance, ancient ruins of palatial structures could be faintly seen, shrouded within the misty mountains. This was the Lin Xiaoya and Hanyu, who had entered before him, stood nearby, equally awestruck by the remarkable landscape. The energy here is so rich. Practicing here for a day could equate to 10 days in the outside world. Lin Xiaoya exclaimed. Hanyu's beautiful eyes sparkled as she pointed toward a valley shrouded in radiant light. The energy fluctuations there are the most vibrant. It seems to harbor many high-grade medicinal materials. At this moment, more and more participants were being transported in, scattering across the terrain. Many wasted no time rushing toward the energy-rich areas or the ruins, evidently eager to seize the initiative. The trial had officially commenced the moment they set foot in this place. Junior brother Lin Nua, what shall our next course of action be? Lin Xiaoya inquired, unwittingly positioning Lin Nua as their leader. Lin Nua scanned the vast and mysterious expanse, sensing that deep within something was subtly calling to him. It was not a specific location, but a primal instinct emanating from his very being. Was it the breath of, or perhaps another fire-related treasure? After a moment of contemplation, he stated, though there are numerous opportunities here, the competition will undoubtedly be fierce. Blindly searching would be inefficient. Let's first find a high vantage point to observe the distribution and flow of energy throughout before making any decisions. His mental acuity surpassed that of ordinary individuals, allowing him to perceive vast ranges. This method would prove most effective. Upon hearing this, both Lin Xiaoya and Hanyu nodded in agreement. The trio promptly chose a steep mountain peak, their forms soaring upward until they reached the summit. Standing atop the peak, their view expanded dramatically. Lin Nua closed his eyes, allowing his formidable mental power to spread silently like mercury, discerning the subtle differences and trends in the energy around them. After a moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, pointing toward the northeastern depths of that direction. The energy there is the most fervent and tumultuous.